Introduction. The severed limbs and fractured arms upon the earth are but a mercy following the charge of heavily armored knights. The tremors that shatter the ground are akin to the advance of steadfast warriors. The arrows that obscure the sun are a greeting from the archers. Deep within the crimson wasteland stands a miraculous city, where the air is suffused with the sweet aromas of honey and milk. This is the tale of a time traveler who cultivates land and wields a blade in the world of a song of ice and fire. Chapter 1. The Ambush. In the afternoon above the vast Dothraki grasslands, the sky was devoid of clouds, and the flourishing foliage was scorched by the sun's relentless rays. The wind whispered through the grass, creating a gentle rustle. The birds and beasts of the grassland, content, sought refuge in the shade, idly dozing. Only the small rodents ventured forth amidst the sweltering heat, scouring the lush undergrowth for succulent tubers and fruits to satiate their ravenous appetites and fill their empty bellies. In the distance, a series of ominous rumblings echoed, and the small creatures peered through the foliage at the cerulean sky, perplexed, clutching a half-eaten root. As the thunderous sounds grew nearer, they were intermingled with the barks of dogs and the blares of horns. The vibrations of the ground intensified, prompting the little creature to swiftly retreat, clutching its prize, back to the safety of its burrow. The cacophony startled the slumbering birds and beasts, and the thunder came as quickly as it departed. Cautiously, the small creature poked its head from the burrow, surveying the surroundings with trepidation. Another round of muffled sounds, accompanied by human roars, approached from afar. This time, the clamor persisted longer than before, as the earth trembled as if in an earthquake. In the azure sky, startled flocks of birds took flight, witnessing two groups of cavalry thundering across the ground in pursuit. The pounding hooves tore through the grass like an unstoppable tide, cleaving the vast expanse. The pursued riders numbered around 50, adorned with pointed helmets crowned with fluttering red plumes. Clad in finely woven chainmail, they sparkled under the sunlight. The leader of the riders occasionally raised a horn to summon his comrades, and upon the cessation of the call, the riders pivoted as one, drawing their bows to unleash a volley of arrows. The projectiles hissed through the air, striking the pursuing riders, who bore no protection save for their vividly painted leather jerkin. The struck adversaries grunted and fell, with over 20 tumbling from their mounts in an instant. The fallen riders' companions erupted in furious cries, snatching up their bows to retaliate. A barrage of arrows soared forth, only to falter and plummet to the ground, thwarted by the wind. It was evident that the pursuers were the sovereigns of this grassland, the Dothraki. They dwelled within the tribe known as Khalasar, led by the most valiant warrior, the Khal. Each Khalasar was subdivided into several factions called Khas, each overseen by a Khal. Upon the death of a Khal, a new Khal would ascend to power, or the Khas would disperse and reassemble into a new Khalasar, with the former Khal becoming the new leader. The band of pursuers had established themselves in the southeastern expanse of the Dothraki Sea, along the northern banks of the Skahazan River, near the region of Lazaran, which was once under the dominion of the leader Hagokau's Khalasar. Hagokau's Khalasar was decimated in conflicts with rival Khalasars, leading to its fragmentation. The leader Hakaro commanded his own Khalasar, marauding southward to pillage the Lazaran people. Lacking siege weaponry, the Dothraki were powerless against the Lazaran inhabitants sheltered within their towns, resorting instead to ambushing merchant caravans outside the city walls. 15 days prior, they had raided a peculiar caravan, whose sole cargo consisted of copious amounts of wool. The guards, adorned with helmets crowned by red plumes, had eliminated several scouts from the Khalasar, while Hakaro prepared to lead his roaring warriors in capturing the adversaries as slaves. However, those splendidly armored guards fled faster than wild dogs on the plains. Since the raid on the strange caravan, the roaring warriors dispatched in search of prey had begun to vanish one after another. Today, Hakaro summoned all his Khalasar's roaring warriors, over 3,000 valiant horsemen, vowing to capture this pack of gutter rats. As he shook off the memories and was about to urge his steed into a faster gallop, a fellow roaring warrior called out, "Hakaro, those ironclad men will tire." This reminder tempered Hakaro's furious wrath, bringing him back to a semblance of calm. "Indeed, those damned cowards shall grind their flesh in a paste to feed to the wild dogs," Hakaro hissed through clenched teeth. Less than 10 miles away, behind a small hillock, Shallow sat cross-legged on the ground, sheltered by a thicket of grass, a meter high, providing shade from the afternoon sun. He gazed contentedly at the system panel in his mind. On the map displayed within, Clusters of red dots were poised to enter a pocket formation made up of white dots. Shallow picked up the pointed helmet resting on his lap and donned it. He mounted a magnificent black steed, lifted the lance planted in the ground, its red triangular flag fluttering in a breeze, and with a sweeping motion of his arm, he traced an arc with the spearhead, calling out, "Assemble." After Hikaru and his roaring warriors had pursued for another quarter of an hour, they observed 50 riders halting atop a small hill directly ahead. "Annihilate them," Hikaru barked succinctly, leading the charge at full speed toward the hill. Amidst the towering grass lay a row of unicycles, their sharp spearheads positioned menacingly, concealed by the foliage, poised to strike at Hikaru. The gleaming points of the spears glistened like the fangs of a venomous serpent, silently anticipating the arrival of their prey. In an instant, the collision occurred. The roaring warriors seemed to have struck an invisible wall, their bodies falling amidst a gruesome shower of blood and flesh. Hikaru found himself impaled on a spear, his weakened hands struggling to extricate the weapon embedded in his chest, as dark red blood dripped from the shaft onto the grass below. As the blood ebbed away, he felt the vibrant vitality within him dissipate. The crimson foam escaped his lips with each breath, a stark indication that the spear had penetrated his lung. Behind him, a roaring warrior urged his steed forward, blocked by the silhouette of his comrades, desperately pushing ahead. The warrior in front, upon witnessing the carnage of the vanguard, slowed down, attempting to maneuver around the chaos. But confusion erupted in an instant. A mournful horn sounded. The waiting crossbowmen on either side unveiled their concealment, standing tall as they pulled their triggers. The bolts soared forth with formidable force, piercing through the unarmored and densely packed warriors in succession. The fierce strength of the bolts drove through 2 bodies before quivering at the second's rear. The warrior struck by the bolt bore a gaping wound the size of a teacup, his entrails spilling forth, and instinctively, he attempted to stanch the flow with his hands. Blood streamed through his fingers, cascading from his bare form as he fell silently to the ground. The steed beneath him, driven mad by the immense pain, bucked wildly, disregarding the rider's commands, instinctively yearning to flee this horrific scene. The frontline crossbowmen donned chainmail beneath their plate armor, their heads crowned with spiked helmets, faces obscured by visors, fully clad in leg and arm armor, save for narrow slits for observation and breathing. The ironclad warriors discarded their spent weaponry, seizing gleaming polearms, advancing with synchronized steps. A phalanx of heavily armored soldiers, brandishing long spears, moved forth like a forest. Behind the heavy crossbowmen stood longbowmen clad in chainmail beneath leather armor, ready for action. Under the guidance of their squad leaders, the bowmen drew their bows in unison, releasing their arrows that arched gracefully through the air, cascading like rain into the fray of roaring warriors. Chapter 2. The Massacre. As the armored knights commenced their slaughter, Charlotte ascended to the highest point of the hill, lowering her visor. She urged her steed forward slowly, followed closely by 250 heavily armored knights. The ironclad hooves transitioned from a slow gait to a rapid charge, forming a spearhead formation with Charlotte at the forefront, surging towards the oncoming roaring warriors. The incline of the hill granted the steeds an accelerated burst of speed. The only sound that filled the air was the thunderous pounding of hooves against the earth. Charlotte held her lance with one arm, breathing steadily, riding in rhythm with the undulating motion of her horse. She leveled her lance, its tip gleaming like a blade, as the wind whistled past her ears. In the midst of her charge, the lance transformed into a streak of light, deftly slicing through the necks of 2 startled warriors. Blood erupted from their wounds like jets from a fire hose, creating 2 crimson sprays. The warriors, in their terror, attempted to stanch the flow of their own lives' essence, but it was a futile endeavor. Their bodies grew increasingly rigid, and they tumbled from their mounts, crushed into pulp beneath the relentless iron hooves. Charlotte, accompanied by her heavily armored cavalry, surged into the throng of roaring warriors like a thunderclap, becoming entangled in the chaos of their struggle. The lamentations of dying men, the screams of horses in their final throes, and the clash of iron filled the air. Where the iron cavalry passed, a grim tableau of severed limbs and scattered remains was left in their wake. Then on either side, heavily armored polearm warriors advanced with synchronized strides, plunging into the fray from the very outset, their halberds cleaving and thrusting with deadly precision. Cold and efficient, they harvested the lives of the mounted, roaring warriors. Disembodied limbs flew through the air, and blood gushed forth, composing a mournful elegy to life. The once swift cavalry, now devoid of speed, faced the heavily armored infantry and were left with but one fate: slaughter. Fierce, roaring warriors bellowed as they dismounted from their steeds, brandishing their curved Dothraki swords, fearlessly charging towards the encroaching polearm wielders. For the roaring warriors of the vast Dothraki plains, turning to flee was a mark of disgrace. To die valiantly in battle meant their souls could ride upon burning steeds amidst the stars. Clad in painted leather jackets, their chests bare, the roaring warriors wielded their Dothraki swords with fervor, pouring every ounce of strength into their desperate strikes against the armored foes. The blades grazed the plate armor, igniting sparks as they closed their eyes in despair. With the advancing footsteps of slaughter, the armored warriors gradually encircled them. The archers, too, set aside their longbows, drawing their one-handed sword from their belts and grasping small round shields from their backs, securing them with their left arms. They positioned themselves on either side of the heavily armored polearm warriors, joining the encirclement. At this moment, Charlotte, accompanied by heavily armored knights, trampled through the throng, weaving through the battlefield and leaving a bloody trail in their wake. The knights surged forth, following Charlotte as they dismounted, the weighty armor thudding against the grass with a dull resonance. Centered around Charlotte, the heavy cavalry transformed into heavy infantry, reforming into an orderly battle line. Charlotte lifted his spear, took a few swift strides, and hurled it with extraordinary might, bestowing upon it an unparalleled velocity, piercing through 3 of the roaring warriors positioned at the back of the line in the blink of an eye. The weighted ball at the spear's rear lodged itself in the corpses of the warriors, sliding them a short distance before the spearhead finally embedded itself in the ground. The 3 bodies lay stacked neatly, propped against the spear's shaft, which stood askew in the earth. The act of throwing the spear and the bizarre demise of the 3 roaring warriors transpired in an instant, leaving the nearby Dothraki in a state of trepidation. 2 knights presented Charlotte with massive 2-handed swords, each blade measuring 1.4 meters in length with a 20-centimeter handle, which he took in either hand. Other knights had already drawn their colossal swords from their saddles, advancing like a wall. The blades shimmered with a chilling brilliance in the sunlight. After a fierce charge, Charlotte felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, a force swelling within his chest as he bellowed a war cry of kill. He did not join the ranks of the knights, but surged alone into the enemy throng. At a height of 1.88 meters, Charlotte's physique, enhanced through systematic evolution, transformed his dual swords into sides of death. With the strength of his arms and the sharpness of his blades, every being before Charlotte was cleaved in twain. Like lightning, he danced with his twin swords, his steps in perfect harmony, while the weighty armor clad upon him rendered him a reaper of souls on the battlefield. In a fleeting moment, the number of roaring warriors who perished beneath Sharrow's sword reached dozens, encircling him in a grim circle. The roaring warriors facing Sharrow emitted terrified roars, their fear palpable in the pitch of their voices. As the slaughter continued, the sun began its descent, casting elongated shadows. Bathed in the blood of the Dothraki, Sharrow let out a raucous, triumphant laugh. Once more, he plunged into the throng, his dual blades slicing through the Dothraki like grass. Many roaring warriors, severed at the waist, howled in agony, desperately yearning to distance themselves from this demon, to escape even further. Their innards, spilling from their bodies, left a gruesome trail of blood upon the ground, intestines dragged out in grotesque lengths. As they writhed in their final moments, the wails faded into silence, their bodies stiffening in a tragic tableau. Sharrow, drenched in the sanguine essence of the Dothraki, resembled a figure of rain, droplets cascading from his armor to the earth below. The sunlight kissed his form, casting a harmonious blend of red and yellow hues. In the midst of such a chaotic battlefield, an astonishingly clear space emerged around him. Standing at the center, a 3-meter radius encircled him, with Dothraki warriors desperately attempting to retreat, yet the throng behind them pushed them closer to the very embodiment of death. After 2 rounds of merciless reaping, the exhilarating rush allowed the pent-up rage within Sharrow to dissipate with a long exhale, steam escaping through the breathing holes of his visor like a drawn sword. He lowered his twin swords, removed his helmet, and took a deep breath, unleashing a resounding proclamation. "Lay down your weapons, and I shall spare your lives," he declared in Dothraki. At that moment, a frenzied, terrified roaring warrior, bereft of reason, charged at Shero, unarmed and in tears. Fear had rendered his Dothraki curved blade lost to the chaos. Shero, equally unarmed, swiftly reached for the assailant. In the blink of an eye, his powerful arm seized the warrior's neck, fingers like iron bands tightening around his throat, causing the Dothraki's face to flush crimson. Gasping for breath, he struggled in vain to pry Shero's iron grip from his throat. Yet, Shero's arm remained unyielding, a vice upon his neck. Like a discarded puppet, the Dothraki was lifted effortlessly, his legs flailing in desperation, fear overwhelming him to the point of losing control, a foul stench emanating from him. This marked the first tangible attack Shero experienced since the onset of battle. Shero held his breath, pivoting his waist to swing his arm, hurling the Dothraki warrior toward the crowd ahead. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust. The unfortunate recipient struck as if by lightning, bones shattered, blood frothing from his mouth, and he slid helplessly to the ground, collapsing onto the bodies of those behind him. Chapter 3. The Setting Sun. Who else? Who else? Charlotte bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the battlefield. Under the intensity of his gaze, the Dothraki warriors retreated in unison, none daring to meet his eyes. In the face of such might, the battlefield fell into an immediate silence. Soon after, his armored soldiers raised their voices in a triumphant chant, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" Yet, the fervor of Dothraki faith could not conquer their primal fear of death. As the first weapon clattered to the ground, the surviving Dothraki warriors roared and cast aside their arms, prostrating themselves on the earth. Charlotte surveyed his surroundings with an air of superiority, the golden rays of the setting sun enveloping him, bestowing upon him a mantle of divine radiance. Thanks to the cunning ambush and the advantage of armor, none of his cavalry had suffered injury or death during the charge, a stark contrast that highlighted the disparity between the armored and unarmored. Camel, take the cavalry to bring the elderly, weak, and slaves of the Dothraki back here. Yes, my lord Aslan. Camel was robust and imposing. Standing at 6 feet tall with sharp, keen eyes, he was typically responsible for training the mounted archers. Kajiro, clear the battlefield and prepare to set up camp. Yes, my lord Aslan. Kajiro was a towering figure at 6.5 feet, clad in armor that resembled a bear, commanding the heavy infantry. Giant Mateo, maintain vigilance. Yes, my lord Aslan. Giant Mateo was well-proportioned and strong, standing at 6 feet 1 inch, his eyes sparkling with a sharp intelligence, excelling in archery. After issuing their orders, they set forth, the heavy cavalry shedding their horse armor and joining the archers, galloping towards the Dothraki's position. Charlotte had 5 heroes under his command. This time, he brought 3 with him to confront the Dothraki. The remaining 2 remained to guard Aslan Fortress. These soldiers and heroes possessed their own thoughts, unlike mere automatons. They carried memories from their youth, and the loyalty bestowed upon them by the system did not blind them to their own will. Should Charlotte order them to harm their wives and children without cause, they would surely rebel. At that moment, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the prairie was cloaked in a golden tranquility, the distant mountains adorned in the evening glow, and the clouds, once as white as milk, transformed into a fiery crimson. Removing his helmet, Charlotte sat cross-legged on a small hillock, gazing at the vibrant sunset, murmuring, "How beautiful." The evening breeze gently swept away the lingering scent of blood from the day's fierce struggles. Ding. System notification. You have achieved a perfect ambush victory, earning 320 honor points and a chance for a lottery draw. System message. You have magnificently avenged the provocation against you. No one can oppress you. If they dare, they shall first inquire about your mighty sword. Charlotte's heart soared with joy upon hearing the announcement. Honor points could be exchanged for various resources in the system shop. While the lottery promised treasures, honor points were easier to obtain, granted by completing the system's sporadic tasks, whereas the lottery was available only once a year. The system's generosity this time raised a question. Was it encouraging him to wield his sword more liberally? Focusing his consciousness on the system panel within his mind, the host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Fortress, surveyed his realm. 320 subjects, military strength consisting of 25 castle guards, 150 heavy cavalry, 300 armored soldiers, 300 elite archers, and 350 elite horse archers. The heroes at his command included Camille Aslan, male, Kajiro Aslan, male, Anya Aslan, female, Roland Aslan, male, and John Mateo Aslan, male. The heroes boasted varying levels of worth. 150 gold years for Camille, 45 gold years for Kajiro, 35 gold years for Anya, 30 gold years for Roland, and 2 gold per year for the upkeep of their steeds. This annual gold encompassed equipment maintenance, while weaponry and mounts incurred separate expenses. Charlotte possessed remarkable skills, extraordinary physique, linguistic proficiency, knowledge of maps, up to 100 miles, mastery of swordsmanship, horsemanship, spear combat, and hand-to-hand combat, from novice to extraordinary. His treasures included Aslan Fortress, a system-manifested entity, a universal textile processing plant, artificial, with sufficient materials for 100 heavenly fabrics, terrain modification cards, oasis covering 20 hectares, terrain modification cards, lake 5 meters deep, 50 meters wide, 100 meters long, a small sun disk, to be placed at a height to absorb sunlight, with a coverage radius of 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature of 10 to 30 degrees, and an endless water jug, containing 503 days' worth of water. His honor value stood at 320, while his wealth amounted to 625 gold, granting him one lottery draw. Upon reviewing the panel, Charlotte sighed deeply, pondering how he had found himself in the Red Wasteland. 5 years prior, he had traversed into this desolate land as a frail 15-year-old high school student, parched and desperate. To survive, he needed to activate the system, which required the manifestation of a fortress. Once the castle materialized, it could not be relocated, leaving Charlotte to face a hellish beginning. After 5 arduous years in the Red Wasteland, he had achieved a modicum of success. Beneath a mound, soldiers guarded the captives, clearing the battlefield while delivering a final blow to the wounded and dying Dothraki. The roaring warriors extracted arrows from the corpses and collected the shattered spearheads. Once fiercely indomitable, these roaring warriors now busied themselves with tasks typically reserved for young girls, gathering the Dothraki curved swords that once belonged to them and placing them onto nearby carts. The system lacked a storage function. Supplies and equipment relied solely on carts and horses for transport. Charlotte had no intention of overlooking the dilapidated weapons of the Dothraki warriors. He planned to return them to the Lazaran people, for even the smallest ant is meat. In this medieval-like world, iron goods were far from inexpensive. The sweltering weather raised concerns about the potential outbreak of disease from the corpses, as they needed to camp here for the night. Charlotte instructed the captives to dig a large pit, into which the bodies of the fallen roaring warriors were unceremoniously tossed before being covered with earth. The soldiers led the surviving warhorses aside and replenished them with salted water to ease their fatigue after the swift ride. The Dothraki truly had a knack for horsekeeping. Their steeds were tall and robust, likely because any weaker horses had already been consumed by their own kin. The steeds of the Dothraki warriors, with their lively eyes and composed demeanor, are indeed well suited for the rigors of battle. Initially, Charlotte found it perplexing why the Dothraki did not raise other animals, until she beheld the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea. With such astonishingly fertile plains, the grasslands teem with herbivores, consequently attracting numerous carnivores as well. The labor and risk involved in herding sheep seemed considerably greater when compared to managing a herd of horses. Horses, being taller and more agile than sheep, are less likely to be lost in the tall, dense grass, and possess a greater chance of evading predatory threats. Charlotte's imagination soared. If these lands were to be cultivated, the wealth it could yield would be unimaginable. Tormented by the arid desolation of the red wastes, she felt a surge of jealousy and indignation. Injured horses were carefully tended to, and once healed, could serve as draft animals. The carcasses of the deceased steeds were skinned and the hides preserved, to be processed into leather once Camille returned with the others. The horse meat was placed into a large iron pot, accompanied by edible wild vegetables and a handful of salt, to simmer together. Before long, under the watchful eyes of armed guards and the crack of whips, the Dothraki captives cleared a space. Utilizing wooden stakes from the carts and the removed wheels, they constructed a makeshift encampment. As night fell, the sky above the Dothraki Sea sparkled with stars, and several campfires were lit within the encampment. Around these fires, tents of leather were erected with precision. The guards patrolled the perimeter, wielding torches, while rudimentary watchtowers stood at intervals around the camp. In the camp's outskirts, 2 enclosures were formed by wooden railings, one larger than the other. Within the smaller enclosure were the vanquished Dothraki warriors, fewer than 1,000, all bound with coarse ropes. Their evening meal provided no sustenance, only a meager offering of water, leaving them parched and desperate, 10 of them tied together. In the dusk, Charlotte presented them with 2 choices. First, to serve her for 5 years in exchange for their freedom. Second, a dagger. The gruesome terror of the day's slaughter compelled them to opt for 5 years of servitude. Tonight, with a glimmer of hope for the future, they appeared relatively compliant. Of course, Charlotte did not divulge that their labor would entail mining in the red wastes, where she had yet to encounter anyone who survived beyond 5 years. Indeed, the Red Wastes harbored iron mines, with 4 open pit sites. Initially, Charlotte, guided by her skill map, had searched extensively across the desolate expanse to locate Bone City, which also contained a spring. The other 3 cities, Whip City, Scorpion City, and Spider City, were abandoned due to depleted water sources and scarce supplies. These 4 cities had once fallen to the Dothraki and now lay uninhabited. Over the years, Charlotte had dispatched the captives, mountain bandits, horse thieves, robbers, mercenaries, and slave catchers, to Bone City for mining. The challenge of escaping from the mines amidst the vast desert was indeed formidable. In the vast expanse, the women and children of the Dothraki people gathered, abandoned by their elderly. The women of the plains willingly submit to their conquerors. Among them were the slaves, mostly recently captured from the Zalarans, whom the Dothraki intended to sell to Meereen, ruled by the so-called Great Masters. As Camel returned with this group as the last rays of sunlight faded in the west, a system notification chimed. Mission, as a just and benevolent lord. How can one condone the use of slaves? They must be liberated. Reward, honor points 20. Standing upon a mound, Shero proclaimed their freedom. Those with destinations could depart, while those without would be offered work. His voice resonated with the sound of the crimson and black banner of the Eastern Dragon, fluttering fiercely in the evening breeze, reverberating throughout the gathering. Beneath the banner, Shero's visage was revealed, sword-like brows, starry eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, a countenance as exquisite as jade, and his thick, dark hair flowing like a lion's mane in the wind. His tall, robust figure was adorned in armor stained with the remnants of battle. The last rays of sunlight cast a glow upon him, while his black eyes, resembling a deep well, gazed upon them like a divine being of the mortal realm. With the evolution of the system, his physical prowess enhanced. Shero's appearance grew increasingly perfect, captivating him inadvertently whenever he caught his reflection. However, this striking beauty also bore advantages, as it garnered respect from his subordinates and elevated the initial impressions of strangers. Throughout history and across cultures, the allure of beauty remains ever present. Regularly traversing to the Raza region to procure wool, many of the recently liberated Zalarans recognized Shero's banner. They prostrated before him, faces flushed with emotion, tears streaming. Overwhelmed with joy and gratitude, their ecstatic praises coalescing into a singular chant of admiration for Aslan. Upon hearing Shero's words, the slaves, long oppressed by the roaring Dothraki warriors, were astonished with joy and began to call out in various tongues, extolling Shero. Mission accomplished, reward, honor points 24, 320 freedmen. As the cool night breeze enveloped him, Shero reclined with his hands behind his head, gazing up at the star-studded sky. The wind whispered through the grass, creating a sound reminiscent of waves lapping against the shore. In the distance, wild dogs, drawn by the lingering scent of blood from the day, prowled uneasily, occasionally howling at the full moon. The moonlight, like a delicate veil, blanketed the meadows, the treetops, and the grassy knolls. At night, tiny luminescent insects danced freely among the blades of grass, their delicate antennae savoring the fragrant aroma of fresh greenery. In this tranquil yet vibrant tableau, the heaviness brought by the day's bloodshed began to dissipate. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted through the air as Cagello, still clad in his armor, approached with heavy footsteps, carrying 2 wooden trays. "My lord, dinner is ready." Sitting up, Shero reached out to accept the tray, blowing gently on the meat stew before tasting it, enhancing the flavor with crushed black pepper and sugar, its rich aroma tantalizingly inviting. Grasping the adjacent oat bread, I dipped it into the honey jar and savored the sweetness as it melted in my mouth. The rich aroma of the broth and the delightful taste of the oats enveloped me, and a profound sense of happiness surged through my being. It has been a laborious day. The flavors are truly exquisite. Will you stand watch through the night? It is my honor to serve you, my lord. Yes, I shall keep vigil until the dawn. If there are no further instructions, I will commence my rounds, replied Cagello. All is well, proceed. Organize the free folk into groups of 30, with 1 pot for each, to collect food and prepare it themselves. The free folk, having journeyed tirelessly throughout the day to follow the roaring warriors, had only consumed a meager breakfast of rye porridge with wild vegetables. By noon, they had not eaten anything further, and now their hunger was palpable. With unwavering focus, they watched the culinary preparations, their eyes following the chef's hands as he stirred the horse meat, rye, and wild vegetables in the iron pot, releasing a rich, intoxicating aroma. The fragrant essence wafted through the air, tormenting the free folk as they swallowed hard in anticipation. The younger children were particularly affected, their eyes glistening with tears of longing. As the chef sprinkled in a handful of salt and stirred it once more, they struck the edge of the pot and called for the line to form. At the command, the crowd swiftly arranged themselves into a crooked queue, with the children squealing in the middle. As each ladle and bowl was filled, the chefs added water and set another pot to boil. "Thanks be to our Lord for this sustenance," whispered each free folk with reddened eyes as they partook in their meal. After all, before they became enslaved, opportunities to taste food seasoned with salt and meat were scarce. Wild vegetables and chaff were their usual fare. In stark contrast to the free folks' cheerful camaraderie, the Dothraki roaring warriors were in a more pitiable state. Bound and restrained, they wriggled like caterpillars, yearning to inch closer to the enticing aroma of food that filled the air. After the meal, everyone rested, the rhythmic sounds of snoring filling the air, leaving only the soldiers to maintain their watch, ensuring the safety of all. Before retiring for the night, Charlotte conducted a final inspection, leaving behind a cautionary reminder to remain vigilant. The soldiers steadfastly replied, "Rest assured, my lord." Chapter 5. The return journey as dawn broke. With dew still clinging to the grass, soldiers, free folk, and captives formed a long, winding line, traversing the verdant carpet of hills. On either side, mounted archers galloped past, ever vigilant as scouts, remaining alert to their surroundings. It had been 2 days since they left the ambush site. The procession was nearing the end of the vast grasslands, entering the Raza region, where the undulating terrain began to emerge. Gentle streams meandered between the hills, and the world was no longer a uniform expanse of green. Unknown flowers by the riverside bloomed, exuding a sweet fragrance, while bees and butterflies busily indulged in their nectar. Despite the better pastures near the great grasslands, the Raza tribesmen were hesitant to graze their livestock here. The area was sparsely populated. Across the journey, the red and black dragon flag fluttered proudly in the wind. In the era of cold steel, banners were essential for commanding the battlefield. As the troops marched, the lengthy formation of soldiers necessitated the use of flags to indicate direction. Otherwise, the rear ranks would risk losing their way, serving also as a means of identification. Charlotte donned a black denim hat, beneath which lay a crewneck lining crafted from a blend of linen and cotton. Over this, he wore a striking long trench coat, woven in red and black, made of lightweight cashmere, complemented by crisp khaki riding pants and a golden glimmering leather belt adorned with brass buckles. His tall stature and handsome visage elevated the medieval aesthetic to a modern sensibility, all while he rode a black warhorse named Wujue. This ensemble was inspired by the attire of a movie actor from his previous life, exuding flamboyance that left a profound impact on the Na'vi Lazalan people. Trailing behind was John Mateo, similarly clad in a red and black outfit, slightly behind on his mount, gesturing animatedly at a map. Kejiro, burdened by his considerable weight, remained in the rear on a cart, tasked with guarding the armor supplies. On this long-distance march, wearing armor posed a significant strain on both the horses and the riders. Thus, only the archers rotated through wearing armor for reconnaissance duties. "My lord, there lies a village named Rot-Ong, inhabited by the Lazalan people, approximately 80 li ahead." "Oh, 80 li? Just in time for lunch. We shall rest there." As they traversed under the blazing sun, hills gave way to an expansive vista of crimson maple forests, where quaint thatched cottages nestled discreetly among the foliage. The ground and rooftops were carpeted with fallen red maple leaves, glowing bright red under the sun's rays. The Lazalan term for rotting translates to the Red Village. Winding through the maple groves was a tributary of the Skazadin River, its emerald waters meandering gracefully between the hills. Surrounding the village, flocks of sheep foraged for tender green shoots amidst the forests and riverbanks. The semi-nomadic, semi-agricultural Lazalan gathered maple syrup here, trading it with merchants in town for essential supplies. As the sun's intensity waned, the cavalry took heed, dispatching scouts to secure the high ground and remain vigilant. Under a sunshade erected by the freemen on the hilltop, Charlotte sat regally on a horse stool. A middle-aged Lazalan man, trembling, knelt before Charlotte, his face a tapestry of excitement, reverence, and gratitude. "May the supreme deity bless you, great Lord Aslan." This village, concealed within the maple forest, had evaded detection by the Dothraki, with only a few unfortunate souls captured while tending to their flocks, unable to escape. After being rescued and returned to freedom by Charlotte, they spread tales of Lord Aslan's benevolence. By the riverbank, free women gathered dry twigs, drew water, and set pots to cook lunch, soon sending tendrils of smoke into the air. The men, unloading carts from their mounts, led the horses to drink from the river while the soldiers brushed the dust off their steeds, creating a scene of bustling activity. Following their departure from Rotting, After 4 days of marching and exchanging supplies with the villages they passed, they dealt with the Dothraki's meager spoils of war without causing significant disturbance, while free men gradually departed in pairs, preparing to lead the free people alongside Charlotte, nearly 2,000 souls, whose homes have been ravaged and left without refuge. Task alert. Resettle the free people. Reward. 20 honor points. Charlotte is poised to expand the outpost village near the Red Wasteland, which was formerly a trading station for Charlotte's caravan, facilitating the passage in and out of the Red Wasteland to replenish and store supplies. Upon discovering an open coal mine located 50 miles southeast of the small outpost, adjacent to the Red Wasteland, Charlotte organized the system to have the settlers harvest coal there, storing it in the outpost village. He arranged for these free people to settle and expand the area into a burgeoning outpost town. The previous outpost was equipped with a spring, constructed with a well. Nestled between two small mountain ranges, the outpost village is adorned with verdant trees and granite. Streams converge into two small rivers, their crystalline waters flowing past the village. The riverbanks are densely populated with thickets, and the soil is decent. With some leveling and the digging of ditches, it could be cultivated for agriculture and grazing. After exchanging honor points for goods, the supplies materialize only within the Aslan castle, necessitating livestock to transport them to the outpost village. The treasures from the lottery also manifest within the castle. Charlotte dispatched a team of elite rangers, equipped with endless water flasks, back to Aslan Castle, delivering letters to Anya, instructing her to arrange for personnel to transport the supplies. Perusing the system marketplace, he commenced the exchange. 500 sturdy plow oxen, honor points, 150 each. 100 plows, honor points, 1,100 each. 120 tons of flour, honor points, 110 tons. 500 sets of farming tools, honor points, 1,100 sets. 6 tons of salted jerky, honor points, 115 tons additionally. He exchanged for some high-yield seeds from the system, including grapevines, high-yield forage seeds, and fertilizers, spending 250 gold. Charlotte gazed at the system's 360 honor points, unable to restrain his impulse to spend. Soldier enhancements could consume considerable time for training or utilize honor points for rapid upgrades. The system strengthened 50 elite longbowmen and 50 sharpshooters. 45 enhancements consumed 50 honor points, as well as 50 elite mounted archers and 50 vanguard cavalry. 45 enhancements consumed 50 honor points. As the system enhancement progressed, the soldiers' bodies, cloaked beneath their garments, grew increasingly robust, their combat skills replaying in their minds. The newly acquired armor and weapons also materialized within the castle, requiring them to return to Aslan Castle to retrieve them. Recruiting 260 new soldiers, a throng emerged from the castle, accompanied by their families, each soldier having 6 to 7 kinfolk. Task alert. Population increased by 1950. The system initiated a lottery, and in Charlotte's mind, a treasure chest shimmered with a golden glow, opening with a tremor to reveal an item resembling a flashlight. You have drawn the Universal Material Cutter. Maximum cutting length 5 meters. Energy 100 months. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Fortress. Protector of the free citizens of Outpost Town. Wealth, 55, 375 gold citizens. System citizens 10, 305. Free citizens 1, 985 military force. Castle guards 25, heavy cavalry 150. Heavy infantry 300, sharpshooters 50, vanguard cavalry 50, elite longbowmen 250, elite mounted archers 300, new recruits 260 heroes. Camille Aslan, male. Kajero Aslan, male. Anya Aslan, female. Roland Aslan, male. John Mateo Aslan, male. Hero 150 gold per year, 645 gold per year, 535 gold per year, for 30 gold per year. Warhorse feeding 2 gold per year. Annual fee includes equipment maintenance, weaponry, and horse costs calculated separately. Skills: extraordinary physique, linguistic proficiency, map awareness, 100 miles, mastery of swordsmanship, mastery of horsemanship, mastery of polearm, mastery of hand-to-hand combat, beginner-level mastery, extraordinary and transcendent. Treasures: Aslan Castle, system manifested entity, universal textile processing plant, manual, sufficient materials for 100 days. Terrain modification card, oasis 20 hectares, terrain modification card, lake depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters, little sun disk, placed at height to absorb sunlight. Coverage radius of 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30. Endless water jug, contains 503 days. Universal material cutter, maximum cutting length 5 meters. Energy 100 months. Chapter 6. Outpost town. Time has flown by. It has been 3 months since Charlotte's arrival at Outpost Town. With the assistance of system citizens, the free citizens have excavated ditches and used the excavated earth to construct several brick kilns, producing a substantial quantity of bricks. Due to the iron elements contained within the soil, the bricks exhibit a bluish hue when water is applied during firing, while the tiles emerge red directly from the kiln. Utilizing the bricks and the adhesive from the system shop, they have erected rows of 2-story dwellings in shades of blue, white, and red. The town is arranged in a grid pattern, with a square building constructed from granite at its center, measuring 100 meters in length and 50 meters in width, covering an area of 5,000 square meters. Circular arrow towers are built at each corner, and the castle is designed in a tiered manner, with each level featuring a dish-shaped balcony. With the treasure of the universal material cutter, cutting granite is remarkably effortless. Plans are underway to build 3 levels. The first level for town administration and discussions, the second for storing weapons and equipment, and the third is Charlotte's residence, which has only just reached the completion of the first level. The system citizens craftsmen have created some colorful, fragile glass to serve as windows. For someone who has not graduated from high school, the only knowledge is that glass is produced from quartz sand at high temperatures. Beyond that, they remain unaware and can only allow the citizens to explore gradually. The colorful glass illuminates the buildings beautifully, while the granite walls maintain a refreshing coolness in the hall. In the upper left corner lies a blacksmith shop and a smelting furnace, while the upper right corner houses a versatile textile processing factory, with a military camp situated between the two. Residential areas are constructed on both sides. The lower left corner is designated for a warehouse district, and the lower right corner features a wine production workshop, with the center serving as a trading area. Indeed, Charlotte has relocated the treasured versatile textile processing factory to the outpost town, as the oasis is rather limited in size, making the replenishment of raw materials less convenient. A wall has been constructed along the contours of the mountains, with a granite foundation supporting a circle of brick walls, upon which stands a circular, enclosed arrow tower. The walls, measuring 3 meters in thickness, rise in an irregular manner, creating a majestic silhouette. The walls, painted in light white and deep green, harmonize with the mountain landscape, exuding an air of grandeur and splendor. The entire outpost town has been designed to accommodate a population of 50,000. Upon the completion of the town's walls, a system notification resonated. Ding. You have constructed a town. Reward. Honor points 300. The station's soldiers include 106 castle guards, 50 heavy cavalry, 100 heavy infantry, 25 sharpshooters, 25 vanguard cavalry, 100 elite longbowmen, 100 elite skirmishers, and 130 veterans, totaling a defensive force of 540 soldiers. The mayor is Roland Aslan, and the commander of the warriors is Camille Aslan. Soldiers, accompanied by their families, along with over 5,000 system-designated civilian craftsmen's families, have settled in the outpost town. Over the past 3 months, through the advocacy of the liberated Zalaran people, the renowned benevolence and valor of Lord Aslan have spread throughout the Leza region, prompting waves of Leza people to migrate in search of refuge. The system-designated citizens, free citizens, and Leza individuals seeking asylum, alongside merchant caravans arriving for trade, have transformed the once desolate outpost into a vibrant hub. In the trading area, lively negotiations ensue, with merchants of various accents animatedly gesturing and bargaining amidst a cacophony of sounds. Golden and silver glimmers are exchanged among the merchants, creating a captivating spectacle. Charlotte stands atop the walls, gazing upon the landscape beyond. Where once rivers converged, now lies a vast lake. The citizens have constructed dams along the 2 small rivers, widening and deepening their confluence. The crystal-clear waters of the rivers converge into the lake, flowing through channels towards the fields, which have been deeply plowed. The wheat fields, delineated by the channels, are currently adorned with the delicate white flowers of wheat, hidden among the lush green leaves, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. Adjacent to the wheat fields are expansive pastures, where purple-flowered alfalfa thrives, flourishing from deep plowing. Alongside the pastures, short-term legumes have been sown. Under the guidance of the system-designated citizens, the free citizens joyfully wield their sickles to harvest the pastures. Once harvested, the pasturelands are recultivated by the herders using horse and ox plows, followed by the application of manure. The lakeside mill has been constructed, featuring a striking white windmill, towering magnificently as it reflects upon the surface of the lake. In the distance, a wooden enclosure forms a pen for sheep, horses, and cattle. The freemen are diligently using steel forks to gather handfuls of fodder and place them into the feeding troughs. They open the pockets of their carts to scoop up legumes favored by the livestock with wooden spoons and retrieve another small pouch to grab a handful of salt, which they spread along the edges of the troughs. In the cattle pen, young girls gently milk the cows with wooden buckets, their rosy cheeks illuminated by joy. Each individual is busily engaged in their tasks, moving with a sense of order and purpose. Meanwhile, within the temple of the Lazalan people, two figures are deep in discussion in the candlelit sacrificial hall, conversing about Lord Aslan. Have you gathered sufficient information? Who is this Lord Aslan? I only know that he frequently visits the Laza region to purchase wool from our kin. According to the divine lambs, he commands thousands of armored knights. They say Lord Aslan has black hair and eyes, with an extraordinarily handsome appearance and splendid attire. Does he harbor ill intentions towards us? The lambs say he is both valiant and benevolent. Where is his stronghold located? Near the Red Wasteland. There is a town called Outpost. Recently, many of our people have sought his protection there. Merchants passing through speak of his fairness. The respondent swallowed hard. But I have heard that his true residence lies within the Red Wasteland. The questioner returned in disbelief. The Red Wasteland? Nonsense. That place is only desolation and death. The respondent bowed respectfully. May the supreme God bless you. May the high priest possess wisdom. Keep an eye on their movements. I must pray now. With a wave of his hand, the high priest of Lazalan knelt before the sacred relic of the supreme God, murmuring his prayers. As their conversation concluded, a notification chimed for Charlotte. Your valor and benevolence are widely celebrated in the Laza region, earning you 300 honor points. Charlotte gazed in astonishment at the system panel. What does this mean? Such a generous reward in honor points. Without hesitation, she spent the 600 honor points to recruit new soldiers. Ding. Increased population by 4250. Current system population, 14,555. Freeman, 3,210. My lord. My lord. A voice called from a distance, revealing a tall, stout figure running towards her with a protruding belly. Haha, Roland. You've finally arrived. Those tiresome affairs are finally behind me. Charlotte exclaimed joyfully. Roland, take a few steps closer, he replied with a hint of exasperation. Good afternoon. My lord. Chapter 7. Sherry. As dawn broke, the chimes of the tower bells rang out. Sherry stirred beneath her soft cashmere blanket. Groggily, she sat up, her silky black hair slightly disheveled. She shook her little head, a tuft of hair rising high as she moved, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her large orbs and petite, upturned nose framed her rosy cheeks. Her long lashes glistened with moisture as she yawned. Noticing her roommate Bonnie still nestled in the warm covers, she swung her legs toward the wooden slippers resting by the bedside. Dragging her shoes, she approached her friend's bedside and gently tapped her companion. Bonnie, wake up. The slumbering Bonnie merely grunted in response, remaining motionless. Observing her friend's reluctance to rise, Sherry resolved to employ her secret weapon. She positioned herself at the foot of the bed, seized the blanket with both hands, and swiftly yanked it away. Without the blanket, Bonnie squirmed in bed, emitting soft sounds of protest. Get up. After washing your face and brushing your teeth, we'll have breakfast. Today, we have your favorite baked egg tarts, Sherry declared while tidying her own little corner of the room. Egg tarts, egg tarts, egg tarts. Bonnie mumbled sleepily, swallowing in anticipation. If you don't get up now, there won't be any left, Sherry remarked with a teasing tone. The mere mention of the delicious tarts jolted Bonnie awake. No, I can't miss the egg tarts, she exclaimed, springing out of bed with a sudden burst of energy. On the pebble path of the lodging area, Bonnie grasped Sherry's hand, urging her to hurry for the delectable egg tarts. Sherry shook her head but quickened her pace nonetheless. How do you know there are egg tarts today? Bonnie inquired eagerly. Yesterday, it was my turn to clean the canteen, and Aunt Sally informed me. She mentioned that the Lord had ordered an increase in desserts because the storeroom is overflowing with coconut sugar, Sherry explained. Bonnie's face lit up with delight. So that means there will be egg tarts for a while. Long live the Lord. She cheered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The two young girls giggled and chatted as they walked, drawing smiles from passers-by. The canteen was a special place designated for children without parents, providing them meals. The merchant caravans from the frontier town occasionally brought back orphans without guardians. After breakfast, Bonnie proudly strutted with her little belly, her feet taking on a wobbly gait as she smacked her lips, evidently savoring the delicious meal. Sherry, unable to watch her antics any longer, exclaimed, Enough. Lady Anya told us that as girls, we must maintain decorum and not behave like those stinky boys. Upon hearing Sherry's words, Bonnie composed herself. Sherry, what is our task for today? Sherry, upon hearing the question, sighed and lightly tapped her forehead. Didn't you check the task board properly yesterday? Bonnie chuckled sheepishly. Well, I was practicing archery yesterday. I aspire to be a knight like Lady Anya, she said, then added wistfully, Lady Anya is truly amazing. Sherry nodded in agreement. Yes, Lady Anya is indeed formidable. But let me remind you, your math scores have only just reached passing, she admonished. Bonnie looked as though she had been struck by lightning. I really tried. Math is just so hard. She lamented, her face contorted in despair. Hearing her friend S' dramatic outburst, Sherry quickly shifted the topic. All right. You've overwhelmed me. Today, we first need to go to the ranch to help milk the cows. The caravans are busy, so we don't have classes this afternoon. We'll assist in tallying supplies at the storeroom. Is it unnecessary to attend mathematics class? Bonnie's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with delight. The announcement that mathematics class would be rescheduled to after dinner came as a thunderous surprise. Instantly, Bonnie fell silent, observing her friend's crestfallen expression. She burst into a fit of laughter, her petite form shaking with mirth. On the serene morning of the pasture, fluffy white clouds floated high in the sky, while the gentle rays of the sun bathed the land in warmth. The cows were led out of the barn, quietly grazing on the lush grass, juicy droplets occasionally slipping from their mouths. With a serious demeanor and gentle movements, Shelley expertly milked the cows, the creamy liquid flowing into the bucket below. Before long, the bucket brimmed with fresh milk, and Shelley carried it over to the large vat nearby. Unable to reach the vat with her small stature, she climbed a nearby wooden ladder, carefully pouring the milky substance into the container. Dairy products are challenging to preserve and require heating and sterilization to be transformed into cheese. The cows are milked 3 times a day, with all the children in the outpost town helping out. The most pleasant time to complete the milking is in the morning. Before the sun becomes too scorching, the afternoons and evenings are the most exhausting. At 9 years old, Shelley harbored a little secret deep in her heart. She had a clandestine affection for the Lord, yearning to be by his side like Lady Anya. Thus, she endeavored to emulate Lady Anya's demeanor and conduct, aspiring to be as remarkable as her idol, in hopes of remaining close to the Lord. Before the sun reached its peak heat, the cows were all milked. The outpost town boasted 200 cows, with 900 currently producing milk. Of these, 500 were in their peak production phase, while 400 were in a reduced yield period. The cows in peak production yielded approximately 40 kilograms of milk daily, while those in reduced yield produced around 10 kilograms, summing up to a total of 24 tons per day. The townsfolk consumed approximately 8 tons of fresh milk daily, with a ratio of fresh milk to powdered milk being about 8-to-1. After completing their duties on the pasture, the 2 sisters held hands and returned to their dormitory to rest. During the early establishment of the outpost town, with a sparse population, the 2 shared a room. Unlike later occupants who were assigned to dormitories of 4, their room contained 2 small wardrobes, filled with garments distributed by the Lord, as well as clothing purchased with their saved pocket money. In the continent of Essos, currency is measured by the weight and purity of gold and silver. A pound of 22-karat gold can be exchanged for 20 pounds of silver coins, while a pound of silver can be traded for 4 cows or 25 bulls. The weight of gold and silver coins varies across regions, necessitating sound arithmetic for trade. For instance, in Westeros, 1 pound of gold can be exchanged for 72 gold dragons. This conversion method is based on the weight of the coins and is commonly used in free trade city-states. Thanks to Bravo's extensive lending throughout the trade cities and the continent of Westeros, the standardization of currency fosters prosperous trade, yet it also grants Bravo's control over the minting of gold coins. For instance, in the realm of Westeros, the staggering values are as follows: 1 gold dragon, 30 silver moons, 210 silver stags, 1, 470 copper stars, 11, 760 copper pennies, and 23, 520 copper coins. Such an extravagant disparity between gold dragons and copper coins signifies a grave economic imbalance. Beyond the archaic rigidity of the system, the Stark family of the North has ruled for millennia. Whether this is mere boasting remains uncertain. The right to mint gold coins has been usurped, and taxes must be converted into gold to settle the debts of the Iron Bank, resulting in a widening chasm between gold dragons and silver coins. This ruthless financial system has driven countless citizens to bankruptcy, transforming King's Landing into a veritable refugee camp, while the Lannister family sees their gold flowing out in abundance, rendering even the richest mines ineffective. It mirrors the situation of certain great nations today that, by controlling the currency for trade settlements, wield dominion over the entire world. Chapter 8. The caravan's departure. In the afternoon, Sherry and Bonnie ventured into the warehouse district, where towering longhouses stood. A long line of 4-wheeled carts was parked before the warehouse doors, with two majestic draft horses chewing on their bits, snorting occasionally as they patiently awaited their cargo. Two small figures darted swiftly through the caravan, reaching the warehouse doors. "Uncle Shuck! Uncle Shuck!" The cheerful voices echoed behind a burly man. Shuck's complexion was somewhat dark, his rugged face adorned with a thick beard, exuding a benign demeanor, while a glimmer of shrewdness danced in his eyes. "Ah, Sherry, Bonnie, you've come to lend a hand today?" he exclaimed, gently ruffling the hair of the two girls. He picked up the outgoing inventory sheet hanging on the wall and handed it to the sisters, saying, "Here, today, you are responsible for recording the list of outgoing goods." He then retrieved 2 handfuls of dates from his pocket to share with the girls. "Thank you, Uncle Shuck. Thank you, Uncle Shuck." Sherry and Bonnie expressed their gratitude politely. Daughters are truly a blessing. Unlike my 2 rascally boys, who spend their days merely riding and practicing swordplay, their handwriting resembles a dog-esque scratch. "And their arithmetic is as muddled as a wooden head," Shuck lamented. "Not at all. Young Shuck is the bravest in class and excels in mounted combat," Sherry praised earnestly. Bonnie, with a mouthful of dates, nodded in agreement, albeit indistinctly. As time slipped away with the empty caravan, the sun gradually set in the west. The 4-wheeled carts, drawn by 2 horses, were equipped with steering mechanisms for ease of direction. The cart bearings, crafted from high-quality steel ball bearings exchanged by Charlotte, spun smoothly after being lubricated, significantly easing the horses' labor. As the last cart filled with goods departed, Sherry and Bonnie compared their lists, wiping the beads of sweat from their foreheads. Once they confirmed the accuracy of their records, they each signed their names in the blank verifier column. They approached Shuck, who was conversing with the warehouse guard. "Uncle Shuck, the inventory has been verified and confirmed. Bravo, Sherry and Bonnie. Go eat and take a rest. I heard you have classes to attend tonight," Shuck praised, taking the list and pulling out another large handful of dates from his pocket to present to the 2 girls. "Thank you, Uncle Shuck. Thank you, Uncle Shuck." Sherry and Bonnie responded, bowing graciously as they accepted the treats. Shuck gazed at the 2 little girls as their playful, delicate figures frolicked away, remarking to the warehouse guard how delightful daughters are. The youthful guard eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed," as he rubbed his hands together. "Lord Shuck, have you had a chance to review my transfer application?" Shuck turned his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Rest assured, your application has been approved. Bid farewell to your family tonight, and be sure to arrive early for assembly tomorrow, equipped with your armor and weapons." Upon hearing this, the young guard leaped with joy, proclaiming, "Blessed Lord, long live the Lord." "Thank you, Lord Shuck," he joyfully shouted. "The blessed Lord, may his martial prowess flourish," Shuck murmured softly. Meanwhile, far away in the Aslan castle amidst the crimson wasteland, Charlotte sat at the head of a long table, deftly slicing her steak while attentively listening to Anya's report on state affairs. Anya, possessing a pair of striking, dark Caspian eyes, wore a serious expression, her nose elegantly defined, lips sharply contoured like a ruby, and long, willow-like eyebrows. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly arranged at the back of her head, and her slender, proportionate figure bore a striking resemblance to the actress Anya Taylor-Joy from a previous life. Despite her delicate stature, she should not be underestimated, empowered by the system's might. She possessed remarkable combat skills and unparalleled mastery in disguise, rivaling the faceless men of Bravos. With a voice tinged with a slightly husky, languid quality, Anya began. "Our Aslan Trading Company has established commercial stations in various regions across the Essos continent, including Mir, Tyrosh, the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters, Pintos, and Bravos. Additionally, we have erected a colossal trading town in the outskirts of King S Landing on the continent of Westeros, collaborating with local noble families to engage in bulk commodity trade through agents. Tyrosh, situated on the Stepstones archipelago in the Narrow Sea, is known for its 3 types of colorful snails that can be harvested for pigments, making its dye trade flourishing. However, the archipelago is rife with pirates, leading to speculation that they may be the clandestine hand of Tyrosh. Volantis, located at the mouth of the Rhoyne River, boasts a rich delta created by the river's sedimentation, housing a formidable naval fleet and a standing army of 100,000, controlling the lower reaches of the Rhoyne and the Selharu. However, internal strife is rampant, with the tiger and elephant factions frequently embroiled in conflict. The Kingdom of the 3 Daughters consists of Mir, Lys, and Volantis. Mir, a coastal city nestled within Mir Bay, while Tyrosh and Lys are island cities, with Lys situated along the trade routes of the Summer Sea. The area between Mir and Lys is often a battleground for disputes, attracting numerous mercenary companies. Pintos, located in a central bay on the western coast of Essos, enjoys a thriving trade economy, with governance divided among various governors. However, the city's military strength is weak, having previously been defeated by Bravos, which has restricted its military capabilities. The former city lord has been confined by the governors for sacrificial purposes, leading to speculation that the shadows of the Bravosi loom behind each governor. According to intelligence gathered by our spies, the lords of Myr, envious of our trade profits, are currently plotting to impose increased port usage taxes on us. Anya recounted in her melodious voice. Charlotte set down his knife and fork, savoring the tender meat in his mouth. He lifted the glass of red wine from the table and drained it in one swift motion. After placing the empty glass down, he took a wet napkin from the edge of his plate to dab at the corners of his mouth. Turning to Anya with a query about the hyenas lurking with a stench of decay, pondering the likelihood of them breaching their contract. Would it be prudent to resort to assassination as a means of intimidation? Anya inquired. Charlotte stroked his chin thoughtfully, suggesting that it might be best to observe closely who was leading the charge in this proposal and to delve deeper, sensing something amiss. He furrowed his brow and remarked that, logically, their trade had also brought commercial revenue to Millen, benefiting both parties. Furthermore, having signed a contract, if they were to default, it would provide him with the perfect pretext to dismantle those wretched slave masters. A maid, standing by the long table, approached with gentle motions to refill his glass with red wine, skillfully removing the empty plate before bowing and retreating. Charlotte raised his glass, swirling the crimson liquid within, inhaling its bouquet before savoring a sip. He rotated his neck and requested, "Anya, would you be so kind as to massage my shoulders?" "Of course, my lord," she replied, her youthful fragrance enveloping him as her cool, fair hands began to knead his shoulders, eliciting a sigh of comfort. Chapter 9. System Update. As Charlotte relished Anya's ministrations, he observed the system panel in his mind. 5 days had passed since the completion of the outpost wall and the recruitment of 600 new soldiers. And today marked the 6th anniversary of Charlotte's arrival in this world. With the energy progress finally reaching 999, an announcement chimed in his mind. System update complete. Annual reward lottery initiated. You have successfully completed System Update 20, earning 2,000 honor points and 1 lottery draw. In this update, treasures could be claimed anywhere, no longer confined to the castle. System Update 20 allowed the absorption of the happiness index of free citizens within the host's domain, with honor points calculated monthly. System summoning 2,000 new soldiers. New soldier summoning complete. 2,000 new recruits have appeared alongside their families, increasing the populace by 15,270. A cacophony erupted beneath Aslan Castle. Anya. 15,270 new subjects have arrived, including 2,000 new soldiers. Please make the necessary arrangements, Charlotte instructed Anya, who was already blushing with embarrassment. Yes, my lord, she exclaimed before hastily exiting the dining hall, muttering under her breath about Charlotte being a rascal. Charlotte, with keen hearing, caught her whispered words and chuckled mischievously. Once Anya had left, he turned his attention back to the lottery screen. System Lottery 2. In his mind, 2 treasure chests began to tremble violently, their lids bursting open amidst a swirl of purple light. Purple light? Shouldn't it be golden? Could it be a double draw? The system offered no response to his musings. You have received the fleet of the Sea Emperor, blessed by Poseidon. The fleet materializes in the mind as a 3-dimensional tableau, with the figures aboard clearly discernible. Comprising a total of 15 majestic sailing warships, 1 first-rate battleship manned by 850 souls, 2 second-rate battleships each with a crew of 700, and 12 third-rate battleships, each accommodating 500. The first-rate battleship spans an impressive 93 meters in length, with a hull measuring 693 meters. Its gun deck extends 57 meters, and the main mast towers at 62 meters, armed with 104 cannons and manned by 850 crew members. Gazing upon the 15 vessels adorned in striking black and red hues, with pristine white sails emblazoned with the fierce dragon insignia of red and black, Charlotte felt as though she possessed the entire world. A system notification chimes. The rules of this realm dictate that gunpowder may only be utilized within system structures, aside from the ammunition stored aboard the ships. Any additional usage requires an exchange of 11 tons for glory points. Alas, a mere point of honor suffices for a simultaneous volley of 6 cannonballs from the main guns. A valuable, yet exorbitant cost. A notification indicates the acquisition of a naval home port. Observing the 3-dimensional image, the port boasts defensive gun emplacements, castle fortifications, a ship bridge, and a shipyard, all splendidly complete. It is truly a stroke of fortune, as moments ago, she was constrained at the port, and now she finds herself in possession of both the port and the warships. Is the system compelling me to confront those slave masters to the very end? As she peruses the map, she finds herself entranced by the mouth of the Skarazdan River. Millen lies on the southern bank of the Skarhazaban River, while the northern shore is dominated by towering coastal cliffs with few inhabitants. Should she choose to assault Millen, Yuan Kai, Estebo, Tauros, Aurelia, and New Jas, the city-states of the ancient Guise Empire would undoubtedly dispatch forces to aid Millen. Perhaps even Volantis might intervene. While studying the map, Charlotte murmurs to herself, relieved that the naval home port S artifact does not discriminate based on terrain, allowing her the opportunity to survey the northern coast before making any decisive actions. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Fortress, protector of the free people of Outpost Town, wealth, 86, 750 gold population, system subjects 29, 825, free people 16, 438 military strength, castle guards 25, heavy cavalry 150, armored infantry 300, sharpshooters 50, vanguard cavalry 50, elite longbowmen 250, elite mounted archers 300, veterans 260, new recruits 2. 600 heroes, Camille Aslan, male, Cagello Aslan, male, Anya Aslan, female, Roland Aslan, male, John Mateo Aslan, male. Heroic annual cost, 150 gold, 645 gold, 535 gold. For 30 gold, feed for war horses, 2 gold annually. Annual costs include equipment maintenance, weaponry, and mounts calculated separately, skills, exceptional physique, linguistic proficiency, cartographic knowledge, 100 miles. Mastery of swordsmanship, equestrian expertise, spear proficiency, mastery of hand-to-hand combat, beginner level to extraordinary, treasures. Aslan Fortress, system manifested entity, universal textile processing factory, artificial, sufficient materials for 100 horses. Terrain modification card, oasis, 20 hectares. Terrain modification card, lake, depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters, little sun disk, placed at high points to absorb sunlight. Coverage radius 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30. Endless water flask, contains 503 days, universal material cutter, maximum cut length 5 meters, energy 100 months. Emperor's fleet at sea, not yet manifested. Shipyard, not yet manifested. At that moment, the hall echoed with hurried footsteps as Anya entered, clutching a sealed letter. My Lord Charlotte. Urgent news. The Dothraki have invaded the Lazaran region. We have a trading caravan trapped in the town of the Lazaran people, Anya recounted swiftly. Is it that scoundrel cow again? These Dothraki scum, the detritus of hell, the worms of the cesspool, Charlotte exclaimed in fury. According to the tongue captured by the caravan scout, it is the forces led by the vanquished Hakaka cow, specifically the caste under Minoko, their leader known as Delaco. The rumors suggest that they command over 10,000, with more than 4,000 roaring warriors. They lack siege equipment. So capturing the town of the Lazaran should not be easy. Gather the troops and set off at once. You shall remain here at Aslan Fortress. Charlotte raised the remnants of wine from the table and drank it down. In the red wasteland, amidst the oasis outside Aslan Fortress, the populace busily prepared supplies. The sounds of men and neighing horses creating a disordered symphony of labor. The surrounding torches illuminated the area brightly. For this expedition, Charlotte planned to take Camille, Cagello, and John Mateo, while Anya would stay to guard Aslan Fortress, and Roland would remain at Outpost Town. After 2 days of rapid marching, the party arrived at Outpost Town, taking a brief respite to replenish supplies and unite with the soldiers stationed there before charging toward the town of the Lazaran people. Under the blazing sun, a fierce battle of offense and defense was underway at the walls of the Lazaran town. Shaq, clad in heavy plate armor with an additional chest plate gleaming under the sun, paced back and forth along the town wall, boldly proclaiming that there was nothing to fear. These remnants of the Dothraki cannot breach our defenses. The signal for aid from our lord is already on its way. If we hold our ground today, I shall treat you all to wine and feasting. With that, he raised his bow, not even aiming but relying on instinct. He drew back the string and loosed an arrow that soared 200 yards, striking true into the mouth of a shouting Dothraki warrior. The sharp arrowhead pierced through the back of his skull, crimson blood mingling with milky brain matter, dripping to the ground below. The merchants on the wall, witnessing their captain's valor, felt their spirits lift considerably. Chapter 10. Madness and Despair Within the Estate of Mill City. The bruised and battered Viserys swung his half-sword with a frenzied countenance, emitting a beast-like roar. His bloodshot, vacant eyes fixated on the shattered flower bed that lay in ruins beneath his blade. Just moments before, Viserys had exchanged his mother Queen Riella's crown for golden dragons to host a banquet for the leaders of the Golden Company, hoping to solicit their assistance in reclaiming his throne. Yet, after indulging in his lavish feast and the charms of Mill's beautiful courtesans, all he received in return was humiliation. He recalled the mocking words of Tristan Rivers, the leader of the Golden Company, who had derisively labeled him the Beggar King. Enraged and humiliated, Viserys attempted to retaliate. But the frail figure found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating. Since the demise of Sir Willem Darry, he and Daenerys had been driven from the Red Keep by those treacherous servants and guards. In a desperate bid for survival, he had even resorted to begging, yet could not part with his mother's crown. Today, in pursuit of his ambition to reclaim his birthright, he had relinquished Riella's crown, only to be met with mockery and violence. The memories of past fears, evading assassins sent by usurpers, haunted him. The disdainful gazes and derisive words of those he sought help from, the Sea Lord of Braavos, the Great Lord of Tyrosh, the Governor of Mill, and various mercantile magnates, echoed in his mind, as he realized he had to resort to flattery to obtain sustenance. The weight of this humiliation tormented Viserys relentlessly. The Iron Throne loomed like a distant curse, gradually eroding Viserys' sanity. Before the age of 8, he had been a noble prince in King's Landing, residing in the Red Keep. But after fleeing to Dragonstone with Queen Riella, he had experienced the helpless terror following her tragic demise. Expelled from the Red Keep to the countryside of Braavos, the now 19-year-old Viserys found himself in utter despair. At that moment, a figure, cloaked in shadows, lurked behind a column, casting a gaze in his direction. Viserys, consumed by madness, felt a surge of humiliation rise within him, quickly followed by a swell of fury. Even you mock me, he thought. He yearned to punish those who scorned him, to make those who had ridiculed him pay dearly for their contempt. In the midst of this rage, the crack of a belt and the cries of young Daenerys echoed in the air. Yes, once again, his dragon's wrath had been awakened by little Daenerys, the cost being her body marred with scars. The weak strike at the weaker, a phenomenon that is evidently not unprecedented. Under the silence of young Daenerys, Viserys no longer appeared quite so frenzied. Dragging the battered Daenerys, he returned to their chamber with heavy steps, while the wounded little beast licked at her own wounds. No one would extend sympathy to her. No one would care for her anymore. Everything had changed since the death of Sir Willem Darry. Viserys began to communicate with her through the whip and the wrath of the sleeping dragon, no longer regaling her with tales of the Valyrian kings. Young Daenerys could not comprehend what had transpired, why the servants of the Red Keep had banished them, refusing to allow them to reside within its walls. The fabric brushed against her wounds, inciting sharp pangs of pain. She harbored a secret, each time Viserys lashed her. After a slumber, she was always met in dreams by a pair of terrifying, immense eyes watching her. Under the gaze of these eyes, her wounds healed with alarming swiftness, filling her with dread. She feared she might be losing her sanity, such bizarre occurrences befalling her, and she dared not confide in Viserys for fear he would think her mocking him, provoking his sleeping dragon's fury. Daenerys possessed cascading platinum hair and violet eyes. Though still young, her exquisite beauty was already evident in her tender visage. It was believed that her mature beauty would captivate all men across the continent. Yet her prolonged exile had rendered her small and slight. Having endured a life of turmoil, she learned the art of concealment, a divine gift bestowed upon her. She cloaked her beauty in timidity, veiling her visage with sorrow, avoiding an upright posture that might attract the greedy gazes of those around her. Even at her tender age, she understood that the most beautiful things in the world are often the most susceptible to destruction. The bittersweet memories of the Red Keep in Braavos and Viserys' Valyrian tales had been mercilessly shattered. She feared that revealing her beautiful self would bring misfortune, a notion she clung to as her sole means of self-preservation. With her body laden with pain and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, Daenerys succumbed to a deep slumber. In her dreams, she once again felt the weight of those enormous eyes upon her, their ferocity instilling a sense of terror. The eyes exuded a chilling, merciless, greedy rage, akin to a beast poised to pounce upon its prey, the pitiful little Daenerys. She found herself unable to articulate the essence of those eyes using any language known to man. She struggled to recall Valyrian or the common tongue of Westeros. Yet none provided the adjectives necessary to vividly depict those eyes. Fortunately, these eyes did not inflict harm upon her as Viserys did, a thought that brought her a flicker of relief. In her slumber, Daenerys remained oblivious to the hidden warmth flowing through her, coursing through her marrow, bones, veins, flesh, and skin. It quietly mended her scarred body, and once the warmth subsided, It retreated within her like a weary bird returning to its nest. The clamor of the city of Meereen continued unabated, resonating from the largest brothel within its confines. Tristan Riverwind, along with his comrades from the Golden Company, was engaged in light-hearted banter with the voluptuous women in their embrace. Having just departed from the lavish feast hosted by King Viserys, the mercenaries boisterously recounted the audacity of the beggar king, indulging in mockery that served as the perfect accompaniment to their fine wine and roasted meat. This revelry momentarily allowed them to forget their own disreputable status as wanderers and failures. This motley crew of ghosts, con artists, thieves, and vanquished souls found a rare solace in Viserys' misfortune. Their cheeks flushed with excitement, they reveled in their shared merriment. Among them, the corpulent Illyrio Mopatis, cradling a lovely woman in his arms, observed the jubilant gathering with a quiet critique. Leaning back on a bench, the rotund Illyrio sipped from the red wine offered by the woman, the crimson liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth and staining the exquisite fabric of his attire. His 10 plump fingers were adorned with rings, each boasting large, luminous gemstones of various hues. "Since you intend to support Viserys, why must I humiliate him?" Tristan Riverwind inquired. Perplexed. "One who plummets from a cliff will cling to a vine until the very end," Illyrio Mopatis remarked sagely. Tristan emitted an ambiguous sound in response to Illyrio's retort. Chapter 11. The collapse of the week outside the town of Lazarin. Dorokal was interrogating a non-braided Dothraki man. "Is it true that those bearing this banner defeated the Hackador?" he asked, his tone dripping with disdain. The kneeling Dothraki, flustered, replied, "Indeed, brave Dorokal, it was those who brandished this red banner with black designs that vanquished the hacker. The cowardly hacker was bested by these armored men, bringing shame upon our proud Dothraki warriors." The kneeling Dothraki fumbled for words in response to Dorokal's accusations. This particular Dothraki, fortunate enough to have survived a cavalry charge led by Shero, had been knocked unconscious and narrowly escaped the hooves of horses. After being thrown into a pit of corpses, he found himself on the surface, where the captors had only lightly covered him with dirt. Awakening on the 3rd day, he had evaded being devoured by beasts, only to later be captured by Dorokal and forced into slavery. If there were to be an award for the luckiest man of the year, this Dothraki would certainly be a contender. The kneeling Dothraki pleaded with Dorokal, "Grant me a curved blade, and I shall defeat these men who dwell in stone houses, offering their hearts as tribute to you." Dorokal glanced at him with a sidelong look, emitting a sound of ambiguous intent. "If you can slay 2 of those in armor, I shall pardon you and restore your status as a roaring warrior. I shall present you with 2 hearts," the fortunate one proclaimed, rising to his feet after reverently bowing. Nearby, a fellow Dothraki warrior produced a curved blade and handed it to him. Upon the northern wall of the town, confronting the main force of the Dothraki, were the members of a merchant caravan. They numbered over 300, divided into 2 distinct groups. Among them were 20 elite archers, 30 seasoned skirmishers, 50 veterans, and 200 freemen clad in leather armor. The freemen, concealed beneath the protective wooden canopy, held drawn crossbows in their hands. Their expressions tense as they peered through the low parapet, observing the mounted warriors below the town wall. The wall stood merely 3 meters high, and some of the mounted fighters, leveraging the momentum of their steeds, could easily leap upon it. The prolonged strain on their minds and bodies had begun to wear them down. The siege of the small town had now persisted for 5 days. Delaco, having learned the patience required for hunting prairie game on the vast grasslands, felt himself to be more cunning than his fellow Dothraki, believing that even his mentor, Minoko, lacked his cleverness. Today was the day to bare their fangs, shatter the defenses, and savor the succulent flesh within the hard shell. After 5 days of intimidation, he believed that the prey's capacity for resistance would have greatly diminished, akin to the scene of night lions hunting buffalo on the great grass sea. Under the blazing sun, the Dothraki warriors assembled in a disordered formation. Delaco raised his Dothraki curved sword, declaring his intent to slay the men of Lazalan, violate their women, and ravage their children. The roar of the Dothraki warriors behind him erupted in a cacophony of bloodthirsty cries. With a swift gallop, Delaco surged forward, his roaring warriors closely following. The Dothraki's exceptional horsemanship was vividly displayed in this moment. Although their formation appeared chaotic, they charged with a sense of purpose from their respective positions. As their horses quickened their pace, a volley of crossbow bolts shot forth from the town wall, striking out at a distance of 80 yards. Delaco shrewdly positioned his mount slightly behind a neighboring warrior, successfully evading the oncoming bolts while the warrior beside him fell with a muffled groan. Cunning and ruthless, Delaco understood that those clad in iron armor took time to reload their crossbows, as long as he could evade the initial wave of attack. He could harness the speed of his steed to sever their throats with his curved blade. At a distance of 50 yards from the town wall, the leading roaring warrior stood upon his saddle, bending his knees as he crouched, one hand gripping the reins while the other raised his curved sword, his gaze fixed ahead. He aimed to be the first to leap up and demonstrate his valor before his comrades. As he drew closer, he could discern the faces of the prey upon the wall, and to his bewilderment, he noted that they bore no semblance of the fear one would expect from hunted quarry. This sparked his inherent suspicion, prompting him to slightly reduce the speed of his mount and delay his jump, ultimately saving his life. Shaq and his 20 elite archers, along with 30 skirmishers, swiftly knocked their arrows and unleashed a rapid volley upon the approaching Dothraki warriors, expertly claiming lives as if guided by lasers. At that moment, to the left of the Dothraki roaring warriors, a fortunate Dothraki inadvertently caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, a swirling mass of crimson and black, distorted by the rising heat from the ground, was rapidly approaching them. Within this menacing, twisted tableau, flashes of blinding cold light pierced through, accompanied by the ominous sound of heavy objects striking the earth. Charlotte, alongside the heavily armored cavalry, formed a wedge shape, brandishing their lances aloft. The small flags of crimson and black fluttered in the wind, crackling with energy as their speed increased. Beneath them, their steeds, draped in black and red shrouds, gleamed with metallic brilliance under the sun's rays. As they closed in on the Dothraki warriors, the heavily armored cavalry leveled their lances at 30 yards, their tips glistening with a thirst for blood. Clad in armor, the knights charged forth with an earth-shattering momentum, overwhelming the Dothraki from the flanks, dividing into 3 battalions for their initial assault. Like colossal waves crashing upon a sandy shore, the cavalry effortlessly obliterated all that stood in their path. The vanguard, accompanied by skirmishers, surged through the breach created by the heavy cavalry. Their sabers sliced through the Dothraki flesh with the ease of cutting through tofu, stirring a tempest of bloodshed. Charlotte relinquished the reins. His steed, a black stallion, intuitively understanding his will, galloped among the Dothraki. In his hands, the steel lance traced visible arcs through the air. The 4 foundational techniques of thrusting, stabbing, sweeping, and smashing showcased extraordinary prowess under Charlotte's command. In his wake, adversaries either collapsed with muffled cries or were flung from their saddles, meeting their demise upon impact with the ground. After piercing through the Dothraki formation amidst the rain of blood and dismembered flesh, the knights regrouped after covering 100 yards, then surged forth again, returning to the fray 5 times until the Dothraki were in disarray and fleeing. The steeds beneath the knights, under the scorching sun, snorted and exhaled white vapor, weary from the exertion compounded by the weight of the armored riders. Even with systematic enhancements, they could not withstand the terrifying burden of the armor and the knights. The panicked Dothraki warriors, pursued by the vanguard and skirmishers, fled northward, seeking to cross the wooden bridge over the Skazadin River to return to the vast Dothraki Sea. Meanwhile, the cunning Dolak had already met his end, struck through the eye and into the brain by the sharpshooter Shaq, just as Charlotte initiated the cavalry charge. Chapter 12. The dragon egg fossil before the wooden bridge spanning the Skazadin River. The infantry had long been lined up, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their prey. The heavy armored soldiers stood in disciplined formation at the front, their crossbows poised. Behind them, longbowmen gripped their bows, with crimson and black feathered arrows embedded in the muddy ground before them. Behind the archers, seasoned veterans mixed with recruits, clutching round shields in their left hands while their right rested upon the hilt of their single-handed swords. Over 1,300 besieged Dothraki roaring warriors, caught between the onslaught, knelt in despair and surrendered. As the system notifications echoed, announcing an honor reward of 800 for saving the town of Lazura and 400 for defeating the Dothraki, Charlotte had already positioned herself near the battlefield, concealed in the hills 10 miles away. Having conserved her strength until now, she struck decisively at the Dothraki's flank. The remaining scattered foes outside the town were entrusted to Camille, while Charlotte, accompanied by John Mateo, rode towards the town. My lord, Shaq, along with the merchant caravan, awaited Charlotte at the town's entrance. Behind Shaq, several Lazaran people stepped forward to pay their respects. May the Supreme God bless you, esteemed Lord Aslan. We are grateful for your rescue of the shepherds of the Supreme God. There's no need for excessive gratitude. I must also thank you for allowing my caravan refuge in your town, Charlotte replied, waving her hand dismissively. That night, a bonfire feast unfolded within Lazara town. Warriors without tasks mingled with the Lazaran people, exchanging toasts, sipping on red wine from the caravan and sheep's milk liquor provided by the Lazaran. Bold young women from Lazara eagerly served these valiant warriors. The admiration for strength transcended all worlds, and the warriors exhibited their prowess with resounding success. Outside the town, bound Dothraki captives caught the enticing sense of roasting meat and fragrant wine wafting from within. The liberated slaves were granted their freedom by Charlotte. In the town's council hall, Charlotte and several leaders and priests of the Lazaran sat at the high table, while Camille, Kagero, and John Mateo conversed animatedly with nearby tribal chiefs of the Lazaran. The table was laden with golden roasted lamb ribs, an array of fruits, and assorted alcoholic beverages. Charlotte indulged in the food before her, savoring lamb and wine, while exchanging light-hearted banter with the Lazaran leaders. Torches and candles illuminated the banquet hall, and the Lazaran musicians played their unique instruments, reminiscent of clay ocarinas. As young women sang along to the haunting melodies, which resonated with a sense of nostalgia and sorrow, the Lazaran men joined in with long, melodic chants, weaving together voices that seemed to recount ancient tales, sending shivers down the spine. Captivated by the song, Charlotte found herself drawn into memories of the last of the Mohicans, inadvertently humming along. As she did so, the voices in the hall gradually quieted, unaware of the growing stillness around her. Lost in her reminiscence, Charlotte continued to hum, her voice rising in tandem with the nostalgic melody, prompting the Lazaran people to join in harmony. In the grand banquet hall, the Lazaran priest observed Charlotte intently, listening to her hum melodies that varied yet shared a common emotional essence. This piqued the priest's curiosity. Who was Charlotte, with her distinctive black hair and eyes? An appearance unlike anyone he had ever encountered? Her Eastern features, enhanced by the divine presence of the system, rendered her strikingly handsome, exuding an enigmatic aura from within. As the final notes of her melody faded, Charlotte ceased her humming, and the ensuing silence in the hall cast a slight embarrassment upon her. Raising her wine glass, she called out, "Cheers." The guests echoed her, raising their glasses in a raucous cheer for Lord Aslan, and the banquet hall erupted once more into lively chatter. After the feast, a Lazaran approached, holding a tray cushioned with soft cloth, upon which rested two spherical stones resembling colorful eggs, one a blend of red and black, the other white and platinum, their surfaces resembling scales. "Thank you, Lord Aslan, for saving our small town from the massacre by the Dothraki. As Lazarans, we are impoverished and can only express our gratitude with these two dragon egg fossils. We hope, dear Lord Aslan, that you will not find them unworthy." The priest's voice resonated. Charlotte, hearing the priestess' words, smiled and shook her head. "We are neighbors. Anyone with a sense of justice would lend a helping hand within their means. There is no need for formality, High Priest. I am quite pleased with this gift." As she spoke, she reached for the tray, gently caressing the uneven surface of the dragon egg fossils. Upon her touch, a system notification chimed. The host has encountered a dormant salamander fire elemental spirit, awakening condition, placed in the Aslan fortress fireplace for 30 days. Joy surged within Charlotte, though her expression remained composed as she set down the dragon egg fossil and inquired with a smile, "High Priest, may I ask where you acquired these dragon egg fossils?" "Long ago, during a visit to Shea, the priests of the supreme deity stumbled upon them inadvertently," the High Priest replied. "I wonder if there are more of these beautiful fossils. I quite like their colors. If there are, I would be willing to offer 1,000 golden moon coins to purchase them," Charlotte said, feigning casualness. "I regret to inform you that after all these years, we have only these two," the High Priest said apologetically. Charlotte waved her hand dismissively. "No need for apologies. They are merely two lovely stones. If any more are found, I would gladly purchase them at the same price for the outpost town." After a moment's thought, she called out, "John Mateo, please fetch 5,000 golden moon coins for the High Priest." Before the High Priest could refuse, she turned to him and said, "First, my gratitude for the banquet you hosted. Second, thank you for the protection you afforded my caravan, sparing us financial losses. Third, my thanks for your generous gift. Lastly, a small token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Our caravan will frequently pass through Lazaran town, and I kindly ask for your continued support." Charlotte spoke with a gentle demeanor. Listening to Charlotte's words, the High Priest, with a smile on his wrinkled face, graciously declared, "Esteemed Lord Aslan, your benevolence shall resonate throughout the region of Lazaran." Upon hearing the High Priest's proclamation, Charlotte erupted into laughter, raising his goblet with solemnity, exclaiming, "To everlasting friendship between Aslan and the people of Lazaran." The hall echoed with a chorus of agreement. The atmosphere of merriment in the banquet hall reached its zenith. The system's voice chimed in, "Ding. You have received a reward of 1,000 honor points for gaining the friendship of the Lazaran people." Chapter 13. Hatching the dragon eggs, more than 30 days had passed since the conclusion of the banquet with the Lazaran people. Charlotte hurriedly set off the next day, eager to return to Aslan Castle to hatch the dragon eggs, longing to experience the exhilaration of soaring through the azure sky upon a dragon's back. Surely, every man would wish to savor that sensation at least once. Today was the day the dragon eggs would crack. Charlotte, Camille, Cagello, Anya, Roland, and John Mateo gathered by the fireplace, prepared to witness the moment the great dragon would emerge. The two dragon egg fossils, after a month of careful roasting, had lost their stony texture, revealing a surface akin to glazed porcelain that shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow under the flames. The 6 of them, with 12 keen eyes, were entranced by the exquisite appearance of the dragon eggs as they fixated on the fire's embrace. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, "Ding." Dropping blood upon the soon-to-hatch dragon egg allows for a contract with the hatchling, forging a bond of understanding between dragon and human. System prompt. Upon contracting the hatchling, the host gains the trait of being unafraid of flames. After Charlotte shared the method for the dragon egg contract as indicated by the system, he urged them to decide who would step forward to form the pact. "Have you reached a consensus? Who will be the first to contract the hatchling?" Charlotte inquired. Gazing at Camille, Cagello, Anya, Roland, and John Mateo, Anya remained silent, her striking eyes fixed sternly on the 4 others. "Let Anya go first. We can contract other dragon egg fossils later," Cagello said, scratching the back of his head in a somewhat foolish manner. "Agreed. Anya should go first." The remaining 3 chimed in unison. Hearing their words, Anya finally withdrew her penetrating gaze from the 4. Ultimately, Anya, leveraging her gender advantage, was the first to contract with the hatchling. Charlotte and Anya each drew their daggers from their waists, making a cut upon their palms, allowing their blood to drip onto the surface of the dragon egg. Charlotte selected the egg with hues of red and black, while Anya chose the one adorned in white and gold. As their blood fell, the shells of the eggs began to fracture, the crimson liquid seeping into the cracks. Only then did Charlotte and Anya retract their hands, accepting the white cloth offered by John Mateo to wrap their wounds. The dragon eggs, having undergone the blood ritual, were removed from the fireplace and placed upon 2 trays filled with soft sand on the long table in the hall. After forming a contract with the system, "I hope my hair and eye color will remain unchanged, right?" Summerlow suddenly inquired, expressing contentment with his black hair and eyes, wishing not to alter his appearance. System prompt. The method for the host to contract with the fire elemental spirit involves a profound analysis by the system, binding it to the essence of the fire elemental spirit, which will not alter the host's appearance. The Valerians employ sacrificial magic to change their bloodline, and using bloodline magic to contract with the fire elemental spirit is rather crude. Observing the system's somewhat proud response to his question, 2 dragon eggs began to tremble with increasing intensity over time. With a crack, the red and black patterned shell of one egg gave way, revealing a young dragon who broke free, extending its head out into the world. As the dragon's body and wings quivered, fragments of the shell fell away, and a powerful roar echoed as the young dragon proclaimed its birth. Following the roar of the red-black dragon, the young dragon from the adjacent platinum-colored egg broke through its shell as well. Similar to its red-black counterpart, this young dragon, adorned with platinum patterns, also began to roar. After a brief period of vocalization, the young dragons began to assess their surroundings. Summerlow extended his hands towards the red-black patterned dragon, which tilted its head and sniffed the scent upon his hands. A familiar and comforting aroma stirred within the young dragon's heart, confident of its recognition. The young dragon sniffed again, confirming the familiarity, and a sense of closeness emerged. The young dragon spread its wings and leaped onto Summerlow's outstretched hands with vigor. The young dragon let out a call imbued with affection towards this human who evoked such familiarity. Summerlow, captivated by the adorable creature in his hands, leaned in closer to admire it. Sensing Summerlow's emotions, the young dragon emitted an excited cry, and as they locked eyes, a profound bond began to form between them. Both Summerlow and the young dragon increasingly perceived each other's emotions with clarity. As their gaze lingered, Summerlow distinctly felt the young dragon's hazy consciousness, akin to that of a newborn. Likewise, the young dragon began to grasp Summerlow's thoughts and feelings more clearly. "Serene," Summerlow whispered softly, "your name shall be Serene," he affirmed once more. The young dragon responded with a joyful call, seemingly pleased with its name. Within the hall, the echoes of Serene and the young dragon's cries resonated in a loop of innocent delight. Meanwhile, Anya, holding the white and gold-patterned young dragon, also found a name for it, and the young dragon, named Glimmering Light, reciprocated her call with equal affection. Amidst the calls and responses, Summerlow sensed Serene's hunger emerging and called out for the prepared food to be brought forth. The maid standing by promptly brought over the charred, carbon-like chunks of meat that had been readied, placing them beside Summerlow and Anya. Under the system's guidance for feeding methods, charred meat was prepared to a charcoal-like state, infused with potent spirits, volcanic flowers, and the juice of silverleaf grass, all of which would fortify the young dragon's physique. Under the watchful eyes of 6 individuals, the young dragon, Serene, radiated a luminous glow, flapping its wings in succession before gracefully descending into the palms of Charlotte and Anya, landing beside the charred delicacies arranged on a platter. With its foreclaws folded before it and a long neck extended, it sniffed the enticing charcoal-like food, confirming its safety before entering feeding mode. The charred meat, under the young dragon's sharp teeth, was devoured with the efficiency of a cutting machine, without chewing. It merely tilted its neck back and swallowed. In no time, both young dragons consumed portions equivalent to their own size. Once finished, they looked towards their respective owners, emitting a series of eager calls, yearning for more. Sensing Serene's solemn desire for sustenance, Charlotte smiled and retrieved another platter of charred meat, placing it before the young dragon. Serene responded with a joyful cry directed at Charlotte before diving back into the food. The other young dragon, Flicker, did not possess such a large appetite. Upon Anya presenting a second platter of roasted meat, it only took a few bites before soaring up to perch on Anya's elevated chest, its hind claws gripping her shoulders, while its forelimbs clutched at her collar, hanging contentedly from her. After a while, once Serene had finished its second helping, it raised its neck and let out a triumphant roar, expelling a small plume of smoke. Then, it flapped its wings and flew onto Charlotte's shoulder, tucking its neck beneath its wings, its claws firmly gripping Charlotte's clothing as it peacefully drifted into slumber. Chapter 14. Conversations in the shadows. While Charlotte reveled in the joy of the hatching young dragons, in the continent of Westeros, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing stood as a bustling port city, with the Blackwater River flowing relentlessly towards Blackwater Bay. Within the city, atop a prominent hill, there resided a castle, its walls constructed of pale red stones, known to the people of Westeros as the Red Keep. The current lord of the Red Keep was Robert Baratheon, who, having been seduced by the married prince of the Targaryen family, had strayed from his betrothed, a Stark. The head of House Stark, accompanied by his eldest son, sought an audience with the Mad King in King's Landing, requesting the return of his daughter, but to no avail. After hurling insults at the Mad King, the father and brother of Ned Stark were brutally executed by the former king, Aerys II Targaryen, infamously known as the Mad King. In response, the furious brothers, with the aid of their foster father, Jon Arryn, chose to rebel. The Stark family of the North, the Arryn family of the Vale, the Baratheon family of Storm's End, and the Tully family of Riverrun united their strengths. Ultimately, upon the banks of the Trident River, Robert Baratheon wielded his colossal hammer and decisively struck down Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Following this, the 4 great houses advanced upon King's Landing. In a decisive act, Tywin Lannister's eldest son, Jaime Lannister, known as the Kingslayer, eliminated the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen, resulting in the Lannister family's betrayal. Thus, the coalition of the 4 great houses easily captured King's Landing. Given that Robert Baratheon's grandmother hailed from House Targaryen, he too possessed a claim to the throne of Westeros. Consequently, the hedonistic Robert, fond of wine and the company of courtesans, ascended to the throne. He became known to the world as the usurper, and it has been 12 years since he seized King's Landing. The once valiant and robust king has now succumbed to indulgence, transforming into an out-of-breath figure, struggling even to take a few steps. Within the towering Red Keep, the king's chamber afforded a panoramic view of King's Landing from the balcony. Meanwhile, across the city, in the desolate ruins of Dragonstone, faint whispers echoed through a concealed passage. The usurper has dispatched yet another wave of assassins, intent on eliminating the pair of siblings. A sharp, sweet voice pierced the darkness. Under the flickering light of a torch, a bald figure materialized, casting a shadow that would evoke recognition among the citizens of King's Landing. Our spymaster, Varys, the Spider. Oh, our usurper king. He gazes intently upon the unfortunate siblings. For young Aegon, this is a fortuitous matter, a mocking voice chimed in. Through the dim light, a portly middle-aged man with a substantial belly appeared, his massive gemstone reflecting the torchlight in the gloom. Illyrio Mopatis, the governor of Pentos. You have observed them for quite some time. What manner of individuals are these siblings? Varys inquired. Oh, one is arrogant, cruel, cowardly, and a witless fool, while the other is but a timid little girl. two playthings of House Targaryen. Why do you concern yourself with them? Illyrio responded, perplexed. Do not be dismissive. Unexpected events may transpire at any moment, Varys cautioned softly. Rest assured, I shall remain vigilant. Illyrio replied, what new intelligence do you possess? Our Hand of the King, the Aaron of the Vale, has begun to uncover the secrets of the Lannister siblings, which deviates from our plans. Young Aegon is still not strong enough. Varys expressed his agitation. And Littlefinger from the Fingers has also been quite active lately. I wonder what he is concocting. My little birds cannot approach his brothels, Illyrio grumbled. That rat hiding in the shadows, a selfish scoundrel, always brings us trouble. He evidently overlooked the fact that he himself was also a schemer lurking in the dark. Should we arrange for the Faceless Men to eliminate him? No. No need for that. He serves as the master of coin. Involving the Faceless Men would bring unnecessary complications. What we require now is to remain concealed. With this ambitious man in play, perhaps we need not exert ourselves excessively. We simply require more time, Varys said languidly, then recalled something and inquired. How is John Clinton faring now? He has distanced himself from the Golden Company. He now goes by the name Griffin and is currently tending to young Aegon. Illyrio Mopatis replied with a smile. Upon hearing Illyrio's words, Varys solemnly remarked, at last, something has transpired according to plan. Be exceedingly cautious. Do not let him discover the truth. Illyrio, his smile fading, assured him, rest assured, he shall never uncover the truth. By the way, in recent years, Essos has been dotted with establishments known as Osland's Boutique. They offer exquisite goods, wool, silk, sugar, tea, and various handicrafts, including beautiful tableware and vases made from a stone called porcelain. The trade volume is substantial, and the profits are quite lucrative. Illyrio said enviously. There is also a trading post outside King's Landing, which is rapidly evolving into a town. They have employed a multitude of destitute individuals and collaborated with the nobility of Westeros, amassing a considerable fortune in gold dragons. Do you possess any intelligence regarding them? Varys inquired, puzzled. He had never heard of this trading company during his previous ventures in Essos. If it had emerged in recent years, it surely had formidable backers, and forming an alliance with them could prove beneficial. Never heard of them before. They appear to have suddenly emerged in recent years. I have heard their base is in Slaver's Bay, but the goods from Slaver's Bay are typically either bed slaves or slaves. How could there be such a plethora of exquisite products for sale? This is quite perplexing. Illyrio expressed his confusion. Shall we arrange for personnel to investigate in Slaver's Bay? Illyrio asked. We have no conflicting interests with them. It is prudent to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Our primary focus should remain on the continent of Westeros. Unnecessary actions are unwarranted, especially given the distance to Slaver's Bay. Very well. Until next time, my eternal friend. Until we meet again, my friend. Illyrio Mopatis and Varys bid each other farewell, parting ways through the hidden passage. Their footsteps were as silent as a cat's. Had the Bravosi observed their manner of walking, they surely would have hailed them as water dancers. Chapter 15. The construction of Meereen's northern shore. 3 months have elapsed since the hatching of the dragon eggs, and the young dragons have grown from the size of chicks to that of hens. Charlotte and Anya, accompanied by their respective young dragons, were engaged in training. The dragons responded to the commands of the two, executing various maneuvers, with a systematic approach to their hatching. The young dragons exhibited a greater intelligence than those hatched by the Valyrians. Under Charlotte and Anya's tutelage, the young dragons refrained from attacking humans without explicit instruction, which brought them considerable comfort. As the training concluded, they accepted the fresh meat brought by the servants and placed it in porcelain dishes. The young dragons solemnly occupied the larger dish, while the smaller dragons, shimmering with light, flew to a slightly smaller dish, each expelling slender flames from their mouths. The young dragon exhaled a solemn plume of flames, tinged with a hint of dark crimson, while the flames emitted by the flickering young dragon shimmered with a platinum hue. The intensity of the dragon's fire was formidable, infused with arcane power. Even with their innate resistance to flames, Charlotte and his companion dared not approach too closely. Their immunity pertained only to mundane fires, for they could not withstand the potent flame of a dragon. Witnessing the fresh meat incinerate into charcoal in the wake of the dragon's breath, it was evident that the two young dragons, nourished by the methods provided by the system, were more robust than Valyria's young dragon, capable of unleashing dragon fire within a mere month and a half, while their bodies grew at an accelerated rate. The red-black young dragon was slightly larger than the platinum-hued one, consuming more sustenance. Lord Aslan, are you heading to Millen today? Anya inquired, observing the two young dragons. Charlotte nodded. Indeed, we require our own port. His expression shifted to one of indignation as he exclaimed, These damned slave masters, vampires, fools, greedy little wretches. The worms of a cesspool. A stream of invective poured from Charlotte's lips, clearly directed at the slave masters of Millen, who had breached their contract and raised the port fees. This compelled Charlotte to hastily conclude the training of the young dragons. Had it not been for the necessity of establishing a bond with their riders over the 3 months following their birth, he would have already launched an assault on Millen. Although such a campaign would undoubtedly incur grave losses, he felt compelled to assert himself. As the 3-month period drew to a close and their bond solidified, Charlotte could no longer afford to wait. He must manifest the port and warships. He was determined to slap those slave masters in the face, proving that their reliance on the port was misplaced. Could they not see that with the guidance of the divine system, he would demonstrate what it meant to alter the course of fate, what miracles could be wrought? Meanwhile, the 15 noble lords of Millen convened in the Grand Hall of the Great Pyramid, the meeting's focus revolving around the Wasteland Trading Company. We have breached the contract. This will tarnish Millen's reputation, which is invaluable. An elder lord from the Corral family voiced his concerns. Seated beside him, a lord from the Ritznack family nodded in agreement, stating, Millen has risen in the slave bay precisely due to fair trade. This violates our principles. Across from them, a middle-aged lord from the Rahata family chuckled, saying, They are not here to purchase our slaves. We have merely increased the port fees slightly. But we have signed a contract, and breaking it is dire. Another lord from the Merrick family interjected. Their goods yield us substantial profits, remarked the lord from the Lorick family. They can only utilize our port, added the lord from the Zack family. They employ many freemen, who hold them in high esteem. They even grant freedom to the slaves they purchase, stated the lord from the Yatsen family, casting a pall of silence over the assembly. Unless they cease releasing slaves and surrender 50% of their profits to us, they may not use the port of Millen, concluded the lord from the Daznak family, delivering the final word. The other 14 representatives expressed their unanimous agreement. Charlotte, aboard an inland canal vessel, finally reached the estuary of the Lakazadan River after a 10-day voyage. Upon landing on the northern bank, approximately 15 kilometers separated the two shores. Gazing southward, the settlement of Millen perched upon the craggy promontory came into view. Despite the distance, the southern shore revealed a sandy plain, while the northern bank was characterized by rugged cliffs, steep and perilous. The extensive black and yellow coastline extended along the northern shore of the Lakazadan River all the way to Torlos, devoid of any harbor suitable for docking. However, it was not surprising. Had such a place existed, it would have been claimed long ago, leaving no opportunity for Charlotte. Fortunately, Charlotte possessed a unique system. About 10 kilometers along the coastline, there lay a small inlet, surrounded by relatively flat land, with an unnamed creek flowing into the sea. The system manifested a port and warships. As this occurred, a thick fog enveloped the area, dissipating shortly thereafter to reveal a splendid deep-water harbor. Charlotte beheld the magnificent harbor through the three-dimensional imagery in her mind. The broad coastline, tapering inward, featured a stone jetty extending into the sea, alongside shipyards with spacious workshops where rows of docks stood in orderly alignment. Towering gantry cranes loomed over the unloading areas, and warehouses rose prominently. On either side, stone-cast coastal defense gun emplacements and a lighthouse rose majestically above the water. On the shore, atop a hill, a castle displayed a flag of red adorned with black patterns. Cannons crossed on the castle platform, facing the sea, and the entire edifice gleamed with the brilliance of white stone. Within the castle, lawns, fountains, and squares flourished with lush greenery. Beyond the castle walls, neat rows of market stalls with red tiles and white walls, iron street lamps, and verdant vegetation adorned the streets and plazas, where cobblestone paths crisply divided the port city. Underground, comprehensive drainage and sewage systems were in place, and the creek had been widened to traverse the town, with an arched stone bridge spanning it. Surrounding the city was a perimeter wall, irregularly shaped with sharp angles, equipped with battlements, horse walls, and gun emplacements, with weapons arranged in a cross pattern. 15 vessels, painted in black and red with pristine white sails, bore numerous cannon ports, all quietly docked at the jetty. Charlotte led the way into the city, greeted at the city gates by the castle's garrison commander, the mayor, the tax officer, the castle steward, the fleet's warship commander, the captain, and the first mate, among a throng of others. The steward trailed half a step behind Charlotte, guiding the group toward the castle, where Charlotte decided to host a banquet that evening. Along the path, scattered figures meandered through the harbor city, capable of accommodating a permanent population of 100,000, yet currently housing only 39,000, a sparse populace for such vast territory. The harbor city's military consisted of a garrison of 1,000 musketeers, 800 artillerymen, and 8,250 fleet soldiers, along with 4,500 craftsmen within the city. The total population stood at 39,762, the majority of whom were single sailors. A lamentable fate for the mariners. System display panel host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Fortress, protector of free citizens of Outpost Town, Lord of Harbor City, wealth, 154. 670 gold population, system subjects 69, 587, free citizens 26, for 38 military force, castle guards 256, heavy cavalry 150, heavily armored soldiers 300, sharpshooters 50, vanguard cavalry 50, elite archers 250, elite mounted archers 300, longbowmen 860, shield bearers 1, 200, light cavalry 800, veterans 2, 250, special units, musketeer defense 1, 000, artillery corps 800, naval soldiers 8, 250, heroes, Camille Aslan, male, Kajero Aslan, male, Anya Aslan, female, Roland Aslan, male, John Mateo Aslan, male, heroes, 150 gold per year, 6 for 45 gold per year, 5 for 35 gold per year, 4 for 30 gold per year, warhorse feeding 2 gold per year, annual gold includes equipment maintenance costs. Weaponry and steed expenses are additional, skills, extraordinary physique, proficient linguistics, cartographic knowledge, 100 miles, mastery in swordsmanship, equestrian expertise, proficiency in firearms, hand-to-hand combat mastery, beginner to extraordinary, treasures, Aslan Castle, materialized entity, universal textile processing factory, manual, ample materials for 100 looms, terrain modification card, oasis 20 hectares. Terrain modification card, lake, depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters, little sun disk, placed at heights to absorb sunlight, coverage radius 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30. Endless water jug, contains water for 503 days, universal material cutter, maximum cut length 5 meters, energy for 100 months, Emperor's Naval Fleet. Ship Motherport Chapter 16. The shock of the Great Lords. 3 weeks have elapsed since the manifestation of Harbor City, established at Millen City, where the Aslan Trading Company has also relocated. On the Rakkazadan River, river transport vessels, adorned with white sails, continuously navigate the waters, delivering vast quantities of supplies to Harbor City. Along the sandy roads of the Kaisa Pass, four-wheeled carriages, drawn by horses, perpetually traverse the pass, forming an elongated line that winds toward Harbor City. The cries of sailors and the calls of drivers resonate through the desolate hills of Giscali. The Great Lords, eager to ascertain the destination of this group, dispatched slaves to covertly track their relocation. Consequently, the lords received astonishing news. A remarkable harbor city had mysteriously emerged at the mouth of the Rakkazadan River, flanked by cliffs and bizarre rock formations. Upon receiving this information, the lords harshly whipped the slave who had delivered the news. When the lords received the news a second time, they mocked the slave, asserting that a slave could not concoct such a tale, and subsequently rewarded him with another lash. Upon receiving this news for the third time, the lords were filled with skepticism, for no slave would dare deceive them in such a manner. The fourth time the esteemed lords received this message, their curiosity could no longer be contained, prompting them to emerge from their towering pyramids in search of the miraculous city spoken of by the slaves. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the city, they were left speechless. The formidable city walls and majestic castles, though not quite as towering as their own pyramids, the highest of which stood at 266 meters, alongside the colossal warships, bewildered them. These seemingly conjured structures, adorned with flags of red and black, raised questions about the identity of this Aslan, who could craft such wonders along the rugged cliffs by the sea. A sense of trepidation arose in the hearts of the lords. To maintain reverence for the unknown is a principle upheld by all prudent individuals. The lords, despite their greed and cruelty, were not foolish. They refrained from taking action before fully understanding the situation, as such impulsive behavior would be deemed unwise. While the establishment of a city within their sphere of influence was provocatively defiant, they curbed their impulse to mobilize forces, opting to gather more intelligence before proceeding. Meanwhile, Charlotte awaited the inevitable assault from the slave masters of Millen, having discreetly dispatched spies to monitor the movements within Millen City. In the castle's dining hall of the harbor city, a clean-shaven man of medium stature, impeccably dressed with a straight posture, was presenting a report to Charlotte. His name was Rodrigo Aslan, the mayor of Harbor City. My Lord Charlotte, all commercial personnel and supplies from Millen City have been relocated to Harbor City. Trade no longer departs from Millenport, resulting in a 5% increase in profits. Outside the city, we are enhancing the land, digging ditches, preparing to implement a 3-field rotation system, practicing a method of semi-pastoral, semi-agricultural, and semi-fallow cultivation. This approach suits the sandy terrain surrounding Harbor City, which is ideal for growing potatoes and cotton. We are instructing the Millen slaves who have allied with us in farming, distributing seeds, livestock, and land usage rights, and have established 3 settlements outside the city. In the past week, the number of slaves escaping from Millen has reached 3% of the total slave population. We are employing dragnet fishing methods, so food will not be an immediate concern. However, we still need to stockpile a significant amount of grain. Our sun-drying technique for salt has greatly facilitated the production of edible salt. Former free citizens of Millen, along with their families, have also relocated to Harbor City, attracting more free citizens to settle here. Rodrigo Aslan delivered his report with a calm demeanor, his hands respectfully folded before him. After listening to the report, Charlotte set down the large lobster he had been holding, took a wet napkin to wipe his mouth, and pondered aloud why the slave masters in Millen remained so composed. The news of our acceptance of slaves has spread, and recently, the slave masters have burned many who attempted to escape, Rodrigo reported, his informants revealing that the Millen slaves were brewing a rebellion, presenting a promising opportunity for us to seize Millen. However, we would also become public enemies in Slave Bay, hence it is advisable not to take direct action against Millen at this moment. Rodrigo offered his counsel, asserting that a display of our strength is imperative. Without showcasing our might, those hyenas will remain oblivious to the essence of reverence. We must unite the slaves, sow discord among the inferior nobility of Millen, and deliver a tangible blow to the lofty lords, thereby liberating the slaves who can replenish our ranks, as the agricultural workforce in the port city is woefully inadequate, quipped Charlotte with a self-deprecating humor. Within the Grand Hall of Millen, representatives from 15 noble families engaged in fervent debate. The recent unrest among the slaves had reached a boiling point. Despite having executed countless slaves in the punishment square, which temporarily curtailed their attempts to escape, I sensed their growing restlessness, declared the representative from the Carroll family. According to intelligence concealed among the slaves, a group of outsiders is inciting rebellion, reported the representative from the Glaza family. The lesser nobility have also been discontented, frequently scheming in secrecy, added the representative from the Hazaka family. These contemptible lesser nobles have long sought to acquire greater power, a blatant provocation against us, remarked the representative from the Kantak family. It is undoubtedly the vile machinations of those damned Aslanites, proclaimed the representative from the Lorik family. We need not concern ourselves overly with those cowardly lesser nobles lurking in the shadows. Our immediate necessity is to hire mercenaries to prevent the slave uprising from escalating. Should the number of slave deaths increase, our wealth will suffer significantly, cautioned the representative from the Merrick family. Contact has already been established with the Crows of Fury, the Cat Guild, the Pike Brigade, and the Windblown Company. The hiring cost will be shared among our 15 families, added the Merrick representative. Is it necessary to dispatch envoys for negotiations at the northern shore? Inquired the representative from the Ritznak family. As this question was posed, the assembly erupted into chaos, with vehement accusations and intense debates igniting the previously tranquil gathering. They are encroaching upon our lands and seizing our possessions. And yet we are to negotiate with this greedy individual. We must deploy our forces and ensure that this wretched cur learns the consequences of their provocations, bellowed the representative from the Rahata family. We have yet to ascertain the enemy's strength. Now is the time for restraint. Once we have gathered sufficient intelligence, those shackles will accompany that damned Aslan for the rest of their life, asserted the representative from the Yazan family. Amidst the fervent discourse, the vote concluded, 7 in favor of dispatching envoys for negotiations, 5 against, and 3 abstentions. Then let each take their course. Those who go to negotiate must diligently ascertain the truth, concluded the representative from the Daznak family. Chapter 17. The impact of the stage play. A theatrical performance was underway at the Fountain Square of the port city. The region of Slave Bay was once part of the ancient Guise Empire over a millennium ago. During that era, the Guise Empire boasted a populous citizenry, fertile lands, thriving commerce, and formidable military strength. The Guise people, hailing from the hills of Giscali, were known for their valor in battle. In the face of the Valerian colonial invasion, they bravely resisted, undaunted by the prospect of death. Though Valeria triumphed over the Guise forces using dragons, and the Guise emperor fell heroically in battle, the indomitable spirit of the hill tribes ensured that the Guise would continue their resistance. During this tumultuous period, a multitude of Kyrgyz civilian heroes emerged, their noble sacrifices evoking both sorrow and admiration. The relentless rebellions in the Kyrgyz region incited the wrath of the dragon lords of Valeria, who resolved to eradicate the Kyrgyz people entirely. They spread salt and sulfur across the fertile plains of the Kyrgyz Empire, a heinous act that left the bodies of free Kyrgyz citizens strewn across the land. Meanwhile, the despicable Kyrgyz nobles, traitors, and informants were appointed to oversee the management of the Kyrgyz Empire. The surviving Kyrgyz populace was relegated to the status of slaves. The devastation of the plains, coupled with the massive loss of life and the betrayal of Kyrgyz heroes by traitors, transformed the once mighty Kyrgyz Empire into a mere slave bay, while those nobles, traitors, and informants became the esteemed lords of today. In the harbor city, a poignant adaptation of the Kyrgyz resistance against their conquerors has been performed with increasing frequency. Amidst the actors' sorrowful, fervent, and resigned soliloquies, a symphony of melancholy and passion intertwines. Each performance draws a fervent crowd of former slaves, now free citizens of the harbor city, who, with red-rimmed eyes, clenched fists, and flushed faces, visibly express their indignation. Among this assembly, the noble Sizdarzolarak quietly observes the play. The creaking of his clenched teeth and the tension in his water-filled fists betray his anger, which he strives to temper with rational composure. For this is no realm of Mimlan. The hostile gazes of the mob around him instill a sense of fear. Had it not been for the presence of the harbor city garrison, clad in resplendent black and red uniforms, maintaining order, he is certain the mob would have recklessly surged forth to rend his body asunder. Prompted by the garrison, he departed the square, following the attendants towards the castle. Amidst hissing murmurs, the free citizens hurled scorn and hatred towards their former masters. Sizdarzolarak had voluntarily accepted the negotiation mission to the harbor city, eager to observe the enigmatic Lord Aslan up close. Yet, after witnessing the play, he recognized that peaceful resolution was implausible. The atmosphere of the harbor city made it abundantly clear that the mysterious Lord Aslan resembled a lion poised to pounce, ready to deliver a lethal strike against his prey, the city of Mimlan and their noble families, at the opportune moment. As the population of free citizens under Sheros' dominion continues to swell, he has devised several strategies. First, to seek out strongholds and establish gathering places. Second, to delegate authority to his subordinates, allowing them to fully exercise their talents, primarily among the upper and middle ranks, which are predominantly occupied by system subjects. Third, to implement a stringent oversight system. Fourth, to refrain from plundering others, ensuring that his team retains a sense of righteousness. Shalawa felt that by adhering to these four principles, he could conquer the entire world within this realm filled with subjugation. Standing atop the castle's parapet, he gazed upon the harbor city with its intricately arranged edifices, alongside the flourishing marketplace and port district, where merchant vessels from distant lands incessantly transported goods in and out of the harbor. A sense of fulfillment welled up within him. After 6 years in this world, having transitioned from the struggles of mere survival to achieving this modest success, he had transformed from a frail high school student into a robust figure of strength. This transformation was aided by the system, which did not directly enhance his physique, but rather quantified his physical capabilities, enabling steady improvement through diligent training. After a rigorous session practicing with dual swords, beads of sweat dotted his body, and a maid attended to him, delicately wiping away his perspiration. These maids were all kin to the system's warriors, imbued with memories that rendered them utterly loyal to Shalaw. The slave bay lay in a tropical zone, where the climate oscillated between wet and dry seasons. Currently, it was the dry season, and the heat was palpable. Once refreshed, Shalawa reclined leisurely in a chair, surveying the entire city. He wore black and red wide-legged trousers, a white cotton linen blend round-neck short-sleeve shirt, and flip-flops, topped off with a black denim wide-brimmed hat. With one leg crossed over the other, he swirled a glass of red wine in his hand, occasionally bringing it to his lips for a sip. He paid no heed to the negotiators sent by the Millen faction, unwilling even to grant them an audience. In his words, meeting with those destined for demise was simply ill-omened. As the sun gradually descended, the evening breeze dispelled the heat of the day, and the streets of the marketplace began to buzz with activity. Small vendors ardently promoted their various crafts, while young girls wandered about with baskets, overflowing with succulent oysters. Passers-by occasionally extracted a few copper coins to purchase and consume them raw. Children brandished wooden swords, engaged in a game of knights and robbers, while others, sporting pots of unknown origin atop their heads, chased one another in playful abandon. At the docks, ships from various locations were meticulously moored, guided by small boats. Workers at the crane shouted in unison as they unloaded the cargo, which was then transported by four-wheeled carts to the storage areas. The bars and brothels along the streets welcomed sailors and captains, who entered in a state of hunger and emerged satiated. The women thrived in their bustling trade. In the residential quarters, wisps of smoke curled upwards, carrying the enticing aromas of freshly baked bread and rich fish stew. As calls echoed through the streets, urging children to return home for dinner, the youngsters, engrossed in their nightly pursuits, dispersed, while some reluctant children were lovingly dragged away by their mothers. The most vibrant scene unfolded at the Fountain Square, where performances of the heroes of the Gurgi's Empire Rebellion took place in succession. The actors vividly portrayed the heroes' resilience and the treachery of traitors, stirring the hearts of the free citizens towards rebellion. A delightful aroma wafted through the air as Charlotte's dinner was prepared. The golden brown fillet of boneless fish, the vibrant red crab, and the colossal shrimp were accompanied by a creamy fish soup. Eagerly, Charlotte approached the dining table, cracking open the crab shell and using a small spoon to scoop out a generous portion of crab roe. As she savored it, the briny flavor burst in her mouth, prompting her to slightly squint her eyes in pleasure. She then picked up a peeled shrimp, dipped it in a sauce, and took a bite. The tender white flesh springing between her teeth, its freshness mingling with the piquancy of the sauce, both sensations dancing upon her tongue. A sip of the milk-white fish soup elicited a soft moan of contentment from Charlotte's throat. Chapter 18. The thunderous action in light of Charlotte's firm stance. The negotiation reached an impasse due to Millen's unilateral breach of contract, which necessitated compensation and territorial concessions. In the aftermath, Zadar Azulalik returned to Millen to recount the happenings in the harbor city, igniting the ire of the lords who prepared for war with fervor. Each noble family dispatched their own guards, summoned the beast-faced armies from within and outside the city, and organized slave troops, all while assembling siege equipment. Over the course of 2 months, an air of tension enveloped Millen, with mercenaries mocking the lords, likening them to timid snails hidden within their pyramids. The mercenaries hired by the lords began to arrive in succession, with the first contingent being the 3,000 Unsullied urgently procured from Astapor, who sailed swiftly through the night to reach Millen. The lords watched with satisfaction as the Unsullied marched in impeccable formation. Following closely were the 3,000 Cat Brigade infantry led by Bloodbeard, who had been long employed by Yuan Kai and were the nearest to Millen, eager to make a quick profit. Bloodbeard, a towering figure with a fiery red beard and braided hair, was known for his ferocity. The Windblown, a mixed force of 2,000 cavalry and infantry, was commanded by the Ragged Prince, who, at over 60 years of age, rode a gray warhorse adorned with tattered banners from those he had slain. Cunning and opportunistic, he epitomized the rogue archetype. The last to arrive were the mercenaries of the Long Spears, who boasted 800 cavalry, and the Vulture Company, comprising 500 warriors, both arriving nearly simultaneously. The leader of the Long Spears, Jilariha, was often likened to a cobbler, known for his unclear speech. Those who underestimated him would find themselves in dire straits, as he enjoyed playing the fool to ensnare his foes. The Vulture Company was led by a trio of commanders, Prandana, Bald Salo, and Dario Naharis. The arrival of these well-equipped and formidable mercenaries eased the lords' anxieties somewhat. As the lords busily mobilized for war, Charlotte received a report from her spies. In the castle hall, Charlotte sat at the head of a long council table, flanked by numerous military officers. To her left was the mayor of the harbor city, Rodrigo, accompanied by the fleet commander of the maritime emperor, Alessandro, the garrison captain, Silvano, and their deputies. To her right sat Camille, Cajairo, John Mateo, and their aides. Rodrigo spoke first, declaring that the harbor city was fortified with 1,000 musketeers, 800 artillerymen, and a fleet of 8,250. We fear no enemy assault. The gunpowder on our battlements and ships will convey the message to any intruder that this is a grave mistake. John Mateo followed suit, remarking, Harbor City is well defended but lacks in offense. Lord Aslan should not remain content with mere defense. Upon hearing John Mateo's words, Charlotte nodded with a smile, saying, You understand me well. These damned slave masters of Millen must pay for their transgressions. I shall not relent until they are thoroughly punished. This is precisely why I have urgently summoned you. Based on recent reconnaissance, Millen possesses 80 formidable carracks and 120 caravels. Beyond our 12 ships of the Imperial Navy, we have an additional 10 carracks and 30 caravels, which can effortlessly annihilate their fleet, confidently stated Commander Alessandro of the Imperial Navy. The slave masters of Millen have enlisted a significant number of mercenaries to join this conflict, comprising 3,000 infantry from the Purists, 3,000 infantry from the Cat Brigade, 2,000 mixed cavalry and infantry from the Windblowers, 800 cavalry from the Pike Brigade, 500 warriors from the Raven Brigade, 25,000 beastmen, 7,500 guards from the Slave Master families, and 15,000 slave soldiers, yielding a total enemy force of 56,800, as reported by Camille. Our own forces consist of 150 heavy cavalry, 200 heavy infantry, 40 sharpshooters, 40 vanguard cavalry, 200 elite longbowmen, 250 elite mounted archers, 800 longbowmen, 1,000 shielded infantry, 700 skirmishers, 2,000 veterans, and 3,000 free soldiers, with additional troops stationed at outposts and Aslan Fortress. The total combat-ready strength amounts to 8,380, which places us at a disadvantage in offensive maneuvers. John Mateo paused for a moment, took a sip of water, and continued, "Field combat is not in our favor. I suggest a defensive counterattack, leveraging the advantages of our castle garrison and wall fortifications, alongside the formidable offensive capabilities of our fleet. We should seal the Rakkazadan River after the enemy crosses it, defeating their navy and trapping their ground forces, allowing us to strike at the vulnerable Milan city." Rodrigo was the first to express his agreement, followed by a chorus of affirmations. Charlotte ultimately nodded in assent, stating, "Since we are all in agreement on this plan, let each of you prepare and ensure mutual cooperation." After a moment's reflection, she raised her hand, extending her index finger skyward, and proclaimed, "I have named this Operation Thunderclap. We shall shake the world like thunder." Dismissed. After the castle meeting concluded, Sidralazalolok returned to Harbor City once more, this time to deliver a declaration of war. Charlotte received him in the castle's grand reception hall, which was adorned in a distinctive style that was both opulent and tasteful, exuding a classical yet flamboyant elegance, rich in grandeur that words could scarcely capture. On the polished black marble floor of the castle, which reflects human silhouettes with remarkable clarity, a vibrant crimson cashmere carpet stretches from the grand hall to the corridor, extending all the way to the castle's entrance. The walls of the hall and the colorful oil paintings adorning the domed ceiling narrate epic tales. A series of intricately carved red lacquered wooden panels stand several meters apart, framing transparent double-glazed windows, adorned with delicate white sheer curtains held in place by long, black and red tassels that sway gently as the windows open. Opulent candelabras, encased in transparent glass, hang gracefully by the windows. As one traverses the spacious stone corridor leading to the reception hall, suits of armor gleam with silver brilliance, epitomizing the castle's lavishness. The grand circular arched windows, secured with wooden frames, allow sunlight to flood the hall through the transparent glass, casting a warm golden glow throughout the bright interior. Zizadalas Wololak gazes quietly at the hall, his heart brewing with envy and greed. During his wait for Charlotte, he has already envisioned transforming this place into his royal abode once he conquers it, distancing himself from the once coveted opulence of the pyramid. Compared to this castle, his pyramid resembles mere slave quarters. As Charlotte's tardy footsteps echo, Zizadalas Wololak respectfully addresses the esteemed Lord Aslan, bowing before Charlotte, who sits regally in a high-backed chair beneath the arched window. The chair is elevated on a base of white marble, forming 6 steps, with knights clad in splendid armor and cloaks bearing black dragon patterns standing guard at either end, swords sheathed at their waists. "What brings you to our harbor city?" Charlotte inquires, feigning ignorance. "It is with great regret, esteemed Lord Aslan, that I must inform you that your castle lies within the territory of our Milan city, and we wish for you to vacate our land," Zizadalas Wololak replies. "And if I choose not to leave?" Charlotte provocatively questions. "Then war shall ensue," Zizadalas Wololak declares. A hearty laugh escapes Charlotte's lips, and after a moment, he retorts, "Then kindly relay this message to those rats hiding in the sewers. The timing of war is determined by you, while the cessation of hostilities rests in my hands." "As you wish." Zizadalas Wololak presents the challenge of war, which a guard accepts before bowing and departing. Chapter 19. The Emperor of the Seas. The morning following Zizadalas Wololak's delivery of the declaration of war, chaos reigns at the gates of Milan City, filled with the sounds of shouting and neighing horses. Troops march in formation beneath the city walls, boarding the vessels anchored at the docks, guided by various banners. They cross the Rakkazadan River to establish camps upon the northern shore. The throngs of humanity are boundless, comprising 56,800 combatants alongside numerous enslaved laborers. Shadows flicker upon the northern bank, with shouts and curses echoing from dawn until dusk, finally completing the crossing of the Rakkazadan River as night falls. From a distance, Charlotte observed the chaotic scene of the Milan city forces. A bold scheme began to take shape in his mind. What if a night raid were to be launched? Would it not shatter their ranks? Returning to Harbor City, he summoned Camille, Jecolo, John Mateo, Rodrigo, Alessandro, and Silvano to deliberate on the feasibility of a fierce nocturnal assault. Aside from the free men who suffered from night blindness, all other warriors possessed the ability to see in the dark. This night, under the luminous full moon, visibility was optimal, and the enemy camp lay within the radiance of Harbor City. Silvano, the commanding officer, noted that, after testing, gunpowder could indeed be employed in that vicinity. Charlotte felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. He had initially believed that artillery could only be utilized within the city, not realizing its effectiveness within the city's influence. "We have prepared fire ships," Alessandro interjected, positioned in the hilly terrain of the Rakazadan River. "The Emperor of the Seas will open fire, deploying fire ships towards the crossing. Furthermore, their camp is well within range of the Emperor of the Seas. By elevating the angle of fire, our smaller cannons can strike directly at the heart of their encampment, while the larger calibers can penetrate their defenses." In the first half of the night, a vanguard of cavalry, comprised of elite archers and skirmishers, would engage in relentless harassment of the enemy. In the latter half, aside from the free men and 500 veterans remaining in Harbor City, the rest of the forces would advance to a distance of 300 meters from the enemy. Artillery positions would be established on a small hill 350 meters away, with a contingent of 300 musketeers assigned to protection. Once the field artillery commenced fire, the fleet would immediately engage, ceasing ground attacks after 4 volleys to concentrate on the enemy vessels. As Charlotte issued his commands, the vanguard cavalry, along with elite archers and skirmishers, split into 2 teams, engaging in fierce dogfights with the mercenary scouts under the cover of night. The system rated the cavalry's combat prowess at levels 3, 4, and 5, resulting in a flawless elimination of the scouts dispatched by the Milan forces. Under the cloak of darkness, aided by his map skills and external command assistance, Charlotte and Camille led their respective cavalry units, ruthlessly eliminating those who dared to venture from the enemy camp. The enemy soldiers who stepped outside their encampment soon found themselves decapitated, their heads tossed back into the Milan camp. In the wake of this terror, the mercenary scouts, sensing the impending doom, began to falter, disregarding military orders and opting to hunker down. The slave masters were left with no choice but to dispatch their untainted troops to the front lines. The lightly armored infantry, under the precise fire of the archers, suffered grievous losses, reluctant to waste their precious, untainted troops. The slave masters had no recourse but to call them back and secure the camp. As the night wore on, with heads being tossed into the camp, a palpable tension enveloped the entire encampment. With no other options, the slave masters lit bonfires around the perimeter, the flickering flames illuminating the direction for the artillery. The strain of the situation heightened fatigue, and as the second half of the night unfolded, the forces of Harbor City silently moved into their designated positions, awaiting the signal to strike. Unbeknownst to the drowsy sentries of the Milan camp, death lay in wait for them. As an eerie trumpet sounded, the field cannons erupted in succession, their thunderous roars resonating like a tempest, sending searing projectiles ricocheting through the encampment of the Milan army. 120 12-pound field cannons, angled at 5 degrees, unleashed deadly iron spheres that left behind a gruesome tapestry of severed limbs in their wake. The Imperial fleet at the mouth of the Lakazadan River aligned its vessels horizontally, lowering a barrage of cannon ports. All 15 mighty ships, armed with over 1,300 cannons, directed half their firepower at the ground forces of Milan. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, the gleaming cannon muzzles shimmered ominously, akin to the grim Reaper's summons. Flames erupted from the cannon mouths, accompanied by a deathly howl, crashing into the Milan encampment. The field and ship cannons were strategically positioned at an angle, raining down projectiles that ignited the Milan camp, flames licking the air as they danced with the wind. The soldiers, roused from slumber, erupted into chaos, mindlessly fleeing in all directions, while the warhorses, startled by the cacophony, broke free from their restraints, galloping wildly through the encampment. The harrowing cries of wounded men and the neighing of horses filled the air, as soldiers who had never witnessed such artillery believed they were facing divine retribution. Scurrying about like headless flies, emitting shrieks of abject terror, those few soldiers still clinging to their sanity rushed towards the ferry, desperate to escape this hellish nightmare. The throng at the ferry jostled and clashed, the ruthless mercenaries among them particularly brazen, as they fought for access to the boats. A fire ship laden with flammable cargo surged into the harbor, igniting in an instant. The flames, akin to the infernal fires of hell, scorched anything they touched. rendering futile any attempts to extinguish them. In the face of such a devastating assault, the soldiers still wielding swords, guns, and bows were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. After a volley of cannon fire, the fleet pivoted, aiming their guns at the Millen warships, and once again, flames erupted, effortlessly shattering the enemy fleet. The land-based cannons, with each successive bombardment, elevated their angles, while infantry positioned themselves in the center, flanked by cavalry. The riflemen, marching in perfect unison to the beat of the commanding drummer, advanced upon the foe, following a puff of white smoke. Only a field of corpses remained, the white mist appearing particularly ethereal under the moon's glow. Shield-bearing spearmen, with shields in one hand and long spears in the other, formed a tight phalanx, chanting their battle cries as they advanced. Behind them, archers trailed closely, releasing a synchronized volley of arrows upon encountering concentrated enemy forces. Marksmen and elite archers targeted the armored soldiers of the opposing side, their arrows finding precise entry points amidst the gaps of their adversaries' armor. Heavily armored warriors wielding long weapons mercilessly dispatched any foe that dared obstruct their advance, be it through stabbing or hacking. Clad in robust armor, Charlotte led the heavy cavalry charge, while the light cavalry behind them ruthlessly reaped the lives of their enemies. As the slaughter ensued and the front lines advanced, the forces of Millen were relentlessly pushed into the waters of the Rakkazotin River. Shadows of struggling figures flailed in the river, reminiscent of fish caught in a net. This was not merely a battle. It was a massacre, with the bloodshed continuing. The dawn gradually approached. A fiery crimson glow pierced the horizon, while wisps of blue smoke rose from the charred wood of the half-burned vessels along the riverbank. The surface of the Rakkazotin River was littered with corpses, and in the distance, the warships of the Millen had been reduced to mere splinters of wreckage. On the shore, enemy soldiers knelt in surrender, overwhelmed by the sheer number of captives, as free men were summoned to oversee their binding. The armored soldiers, weapons drawn, kept a watchful eye. Any soldier daring to raise his head would meet a swift end. In a small enclave at the riverbank, the remaining innocents formed a semicircle, guarding a few members of the noble families. The musketeers, weapons raised, aimed directly at them. Surrender? Or death? Charlotte stepped forward, raising his voice. Surrender! Surrender! We yield! Cried one of the noble members trapped in the center. Amidst the pleas for mercy from the Millen noble family, the last bastion of resistance on the northern bank of the Rakkazotin River surrendered. Ding! Leading the armored soldiers to victory over an enemy tenfold in number. You have earned the title defeater of the tenfold enemy and received 2,000 honor points. Ding! Victory over the Millen army grants you 5,680 honor points. Ding! Victory over the Millen fleet provides an additional 1,000 honor points. The system alerts rang out in succession. A member of the noble family, protected within the ranks of the innocents, respectfully presented the command baton of the innocents to Charlotte. After graciously accepting it, Charlotte assimilated the remaining 565 innocents into his command. He released one noble family member to carry a letter of surrender back to Millen City. Last night, in the fierce engagement, the casualties on our side amounted to 3 of our soldiers, 86 veterans lost, 21 cavalry perished, and 42 shielded infantry were slain. The enemy suffered 35 captives, and a total of 765 casualties, most drowned in the Rakkazotin River. The mercenaries faced devastating losses during the attempted seizure of the ferry boats. The bloodthirsty Cat Brigade clashed violently with the Ragged Prince's Wind Brigade. After the fireboats ignited the ferry, both brigade leaders vanished, leaving only the Raven Brigade with a surviving leader, the fortunate Dario Naharis. The slave laborers incurred minimal losses, quietly kneeling until the free men arrived to take them away, subsequently sorting them for transport to the rear. At this moment, panic was spreading throughout Millen City. The thunderous cannon fire from the northern bank and the anguished screams of dying men echoed across the expansive Rakkazotin River, reaching the ears of the lords residing within the pyramids. The lords stood atop the lofty pyramids, gazing down at the Rakkazotin River, where flames erupted from the Millen encampment on the northern shore, and warships ablaze floated upon the waters, all bearing witness to the army's catastrophic defeat. As the morning sun emerged, the river lay strewn with the wreckage of our warships. In the Grand Pyramid Council Hall at the heart of the city, the clamor surged as if to lift the very apex of the pyramid itself. I had long forewarned that neglecting the rules of engagement would spell disaster for our realm. Yet my counsel fell on deaf ears. The great lord of the Merrick family bellowed in fury, attempting to quell his inner trepidation with his vociferous words. The resilience of our domain and slave base stemmed entirely from our adherence to the spirit of our agreements. Just observe the chaos we have wrought." The great lord of the Ritsnak family vociferously deflected blame. During the initial assembly to mobilize forces, none of you objected. The great lord of the Rahata family retorted, spitting with indignation. Within the assembly, the air was thick with blame, accusations, and vitriol, continuing unabated until a member of the liberated noble family entered the hall. The lords eagerly circulated the letter of capitulation they held, which articulated 3 demands. First, compensation of 100,000 pounds of gold or equivalent resources for the losses incurred by the Aslan territory, with 1 pound of gold valued at approximately 144 gold coins. Second, the surrender of a principal family responsible for instigating war against the Aslan domain and harbor city. Third, the acknowledgement of the Rakazdan River and its northern banks as the protective jurisdiction of Aslan. Attached was a stipulation: a decision must be reached within 3 sunrises. Failure to respond would prompt the Aslan army to launch an assault on the city of Merlin. Upon perusing the letter, the lords simultaneously cast glances toward their familial allies. The noble lords of Merlin were divided into 3 factions: the conservatives, known as the Doves, the fervent faction, referred to as the Hawks, and the centrists, who would sway to the side of the greater power. Although the governance was predominantly in the hands of the Hawks, the Doves occupied a significant number of seats, with the Daznak family's great lord epitomizing the Hawk ideology. Aware that the doom of his lineage was imminent, the Daznak family's great lord turned pale and faced his allies, the great lords of the Rahata, Yazan, Lorik, and Zak families, only to find their gazes averted. Tinged with a sense of survival after calamity, the betrayal of his allies, coupled with profound dread, sent chills coursing through the Daznak family's great lord, plunging his eyes into a haunting stillness. In the ensuing silence, the elderly representative of the Dove faction, the great lord of the Karali family, was the first to assertively declare for the guards to seal the assembly hall, permitting no one to enter or exit. He then solemnly proclaimed, "We must reach a decision. We have no alternative. Merlin has no surplus forces left, and the city is rife with restless slaves. Sacrificing a few is essential to preserve the majority." The great lord of the Karali family felt a surge of exhilaration. Power emanated from him like a magical force, revitalizing his once decrepit body. He had long anticipated the opportunity to govern Merlin. Should he successfully overthrow the great lord of the Daznak family, he would ascend to the apex of noble leadership in Merlin. Previously, the great lord of the Daznak family had allied with those centrists, the fence-sitters, to secure his position at the helm. The current position of chief resembles a ripe, succulent, and alluring red fruit, tantalizingly within reach, easily plucked with a mere extension of the hand. Under the gaze of the illustrious leader of the Carroll family, the esteemed head of the Ritsnak family spoke. "Indeed, every mortal faces death. For the sake of a greater good, necessary sacrifices are justified. We cannot allow the transgressions of a few to dictate our own demise." Followed closely by the head of the Merrick family, the Doves, compelled by the urgency of the moment, voiced their opinions, rousing the leader of the Daznak family, who, having found no allies, felt a resurgence of the will to survive. "Aslan is a hungry lion. He shall not overlook the delectable morsel that is Millen." The leader of the Daznak family expressed earnestly, "Surrendering me will not usher in peace for Millen. He cannot be trusted to uphold his promises. We possess a guard of 3,000 strong, and the towering walls of Millen are impenetrable. The Lord Aslan is known for honoring the spirit of contracts across the continent of Essos. Once an agreement is forged, he shall abide by it," affirmed the leader of the Carroll family. "Last night's thunderous magical weapon could breach our walls." "Agreed, agreed, agreed," echoed a chorus of affirmations following the words of the Carroll family head. "You shall be infested with maggots. After your demise, your souls will be devoured by harpies," uttered the leader of the Daznak family in a nocturnal curse as he was taken away, hands bound by his guards, and imprisoned within a cage beneath the Great Pyramid. The venerable leader of the Carroll family, trembling with age, stepped forward to occupy the very spot vacated by the Daznak family head. With a countenance brimming with satisfaction, he surveyed the other esteemed leaders. "We must arrange for envoys to the northern bank of the Rakazdan River to negotiate the signing of a contract with Lord Aslan." If there were anyone in the city of Millen who held a favorable view of Charlotte, the leader of the Carroll family would undoubtedly be among them. Chapter 21. Surrender outside Millen City. In the ruins of the Millen military camp on the northern bank of the Rakazdan River, over 18,000 captives were being organized into hundreds, each group supervised by 10 armored guards, tasked with clearing the corpses from the debris. The mingling of mud and dark crimson blood permeated the air with a pungent odor of decay. intermingled with the occasional waft of roasted meat from the riverside ferry and the acrid scent of charred wood. These aromas combined to form a peculiar stench that enveloped the entire camp. Mortally wounded individuals received a merciless thrust of a blade from the guards. Their final cries abruptly silenced, prompting the captives to hasten their labors in response to the grim spectacle. Fragments of dismembered bodies were discarded into vast pits, while warhorses were led aside for feeding and injured steeds tended to by veterinarians. Weapons and armor abandoned on the ground were systematically collected and sorted according to their use, loaded onto nearby four-wheeled carts. Beside the ruins of the Millen military camp, at the forefront of a grand tent adorned with a flag of crimson and ebony stripes, sat Charlotte, the illustrious Lord of Aslan, presiding over the assembly of commanders who were deliberating the gains and losses of the recent battle. While listening to the strategists' discussions, Charlotte surveyed the system panel that displayed the following information. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Fortress, Protector of the Freedmen of Outpost Town, Sovereign of Harbor City, Honor Points, 8, 680 Wealth, 162, 180 Gold Population, System Subjects 69, 438, Freedmen 35, 746 Military Forces, Castle Guards 256, Heavy Cavalry 150, Heavy Infantry 300, Sharpshooters 50, Vanguard Cavalry 50, Elite Longbowmen 250, Elite Mounted Archers 300, Longbowmen 860, Shielded Infantry 1, 158, Light Cavalry 779, Veterans 2, 164. Special Units, Firearm Defense 1, 000, Artillery 800, Naval Soldiers 8, 250, Heroes, Camel Aslan, Male, Kajiro Aslan, Male, Anya Aslan, Female, Roland Aslan, Male, John Mateo Aslan, Male, Rodrigo Aslan, Male, Alessandro Aslan, Male, Silvano Aslan, Male, Heroes, 150 gold per year, 6 for 45 gold per year, 5 for 35 gold per year. For 30 gold per year, Warhorse Maintenance 2 gold per year, maintenance of equipment and weaponry, as well as costs for horses, are additional. Skills, exceptional physique, linguistic proficiency, cartographic acumen, 100 miles, mastery of swordsmanship, equitation, marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, beginner to extraordinary proficiency, treasures, Aslan Fortress, system manifested entity, universal textile processing plant, manual, materials sufficient for 100 horses. Terrain modification card, Oasis, 20 hectares, terrain modification card, lake, depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters, little sun disk, placed at elevation to absorb sunlight. Coverage radius of 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30, endless water flask, contains 503 days worth, universal material cutter, maximum cut length of 5 meters, energy for 100 months. Imperial Naval Fleet, Shipyard, Harbor City. That afternoon, members of the Carroll family approached Charlotte, bearing gifts as they crossed the Rakazadan River. Upon entering the main tent and beholding Charlotte seated regally, the Carroll family members hastily prostrated themselves on the ground, crawling on all fours until they reached the imposing figure of Charlotte. With hands cradling the Lord's boots, they kissed the tips of his shoes. Charlotte was repulsed by such servile behavior and lightly kicked one of the Carroll family members. "Have your esteemed lords reached a consensus on surrender?" Charlotte inquired, addressing the one who had been knocked to the ground. The Carroll family member, after being kicked, swiftly lay flat on the ground and, adopting a tone reminiscent of a learned slave, expressed a level of respect and flattery never before articulated. "Esteemed Lord of Aslan, your humble servants have resolved to submit to your greatness. Allow the humble me to extend an invitation for you to sign the contract beneath the walls of Millen City." Laughter erupted from Charlotte and the generals within the grand tent. Observing these slave masters groveling before him, a sense of exhilaration surged within his heart. It was not yet the time to obliterate these slave owners. Charlotte possessed the patience to eventually seize Millen City. That day was fast approaching. For now, he would weaken them, simmering them gently in the waters of subjugation. The following day, Charlotte led his army across the Rakazadan River, gathering beneath the gates of Millen City. Under the guidance of a withered old man, they respectfully presented the signed contract. The family guards of the lords lowered their weapons and prostrated themselves on the ground. As he received the contract from the armored soldier, a system notification chimed. Ding! Conquered Millen City, reward of 1,000 honor points. Gazing at the contract adorned with the signatures of only 14 noble families, Charlotte inquired, was it truly the war instigated by the Daznak family? The emaciated and decayed lord of the Carroll family reverently replied, "Great Lord Aslan, it is indeed this war, one that deserves to have its heart pecked out by vultures. Instigated by the Dothraki family. Where are the others? The shamelessness of the slave masters vexed Charlotte immensely, prompting him to ask succinctly, "Great lord, we have detained them for you. You may take them at your convenience." The flattering words of the Carroll family lord echoed. As he spoke, a group of Dothraki family members was brought forth by the guards, led by the lord of the Dothraki family himself. His tongue had been severed, and his bloodied mouth emitted incoherent sounds. With his fiery and malicious gaze, he fixated on the 14 lords standing aside, his expression contorted with madness. If there were anyone the lord of the Dothraki family despised most, it would undoubtedly be Charlotte, ahead of the 14 other lords. Across Blue Star, throughout history and cultures, the most detested individuals are often the traitors, followed closely by their enemies. It appears that this principle holds true even in another world. Charlotte wished to no longer engage in feigned civility with these slave masters. The remaining financial arrangements were to be entrusted to his subordinates. Accompanied by the members of the Dothraki family transferred from the slave guards, he rode towards the Rakazadin River crossing, with a value of 10,000 pounds of gold amounting to 14 million gold coins. The lords did not possess such wealth and could only resort to pledging slaves. Charlotte cleared out the slaves within Millen City, along with a substantial collection of crafts and provisions. This time, the slave masters of Millen suffered significant losses. Fortunately, they acquired the Dothraki family estate on the Jaskali Hills. As the chief lord of Millen, the Dothraki family estate, located just outside the city, was the largest and most populous. This feast of division, while failing to compensate for their losses, was nonetheless a matter of solace. The transfer of slaves from Millen took an entire week. Charlotte first arranged for the serfs and the freedmen to cleanse themselves thoroughly and provided ample food and clothing for them. Throughout this period, she meticulously sifted through the slaves, identifying the malignant elements, who were then sent to the prisoner camp to perform arduous labor. In the chapter titled The Aslan Declaration, a week later, Charlotte held a solemn memorial ceremony. This grand tribute was dedicated to the valiant warriors who sacrificed their lives during the night raid on the northern bank of the Rakazadin River. The urns containing their ashes were held by a selected group of charming, freshly adorned young girls, who were once slaves of Millen but were now liberated. Accompanied by knights clearing the way, the procession traversed a pathway formed by the freedmen, extending from the lord's mansion to the newly constructed martyrs' cemetery. The armored knights, clad in robust armor, rode magnificent steeds that stepped lightly, paving the way. The imposing figures of the armored soldiers, their gleaming armor and weapons reflecting the light, followed closely behind. The guarding soldiers were absent, while the fleet of sailors appeared somewhat frail, yet spirited, marching in formation alongside the ranks of the liberated militia. Various fully armed warriors marched in disciplined formation from the lord's mansion, halting at the cemetery to stand at attention, honoring their fallen comrades in silence. The booming sound of saluting cannons erupted from the field artillery, echoed by the artillery fire from the warships in the harbor, responding to each other across the distance. This also served as a military review, intended to intimidate the ambitious members within the ranks of the freedmen and to foster a sense of belonging, assuaging their inner anxieties. The memorial ceremony concluded in a solemn atmosphere, followed by the judicial proceedings. The judges of the harbor city ascended the platform to announce the crimes of the Dothraki family for waging war against the harbor city. Subsequently, the members of the Dothraki family were each fitted with black hoods and hanged amidst a chorus of cheers. The judges refrained from declaring them slave owners, as the emancipation of the slaves was a private act of Aslan, one he could not publicly proclaim. In a time of insufficient power, taking a small step forward is wise, while taking a giant leap could lead to ruin. He could not impose the moral codes from his past life on a world still entrenched in slavery. Such actions would render him a so-called tyrant, akin to the infamous Qin Shi Huang of Blue Star or the tyrant Zhou of Shang, leaving behind a legacy of infamy rather than gratitude. One is remembered as the eternal emperor who unified Huaxia, while the other desired to implement the abolition of slavery reforms. People would only recall their transgressions. For instance, Zhou of Shang abolished slavery and ceased the use of human sacrifices, a decision that significantly harmed the interests of the carnivorous elite, ultimately leading to the rebellion led by King Wu against Zhou. When the Shang army marched south to quell the insurrection, various feudal lords joined King Wu's rebel forces, marking the end of this reform. The adage "disbelieve the common people, yet trust the deities" starkly reflects the societal environment of that time, where individuals were sacrificed for rituals, regardless of the circumstances. During the early Ming dynasty, the practice of human sacrifice was still in effect, And one of the most notable achievements of the Qing dynasty was the abolition of this barbaric custom. The historical accounts penned by Confucian scholars became increasingly dubious after the Spring and Autumn period, as the integrity of Confucian ideals deteriorated in tandem with the collapse of rituals and music, much like the chaos that ensued in Westeros due to the disregard for the sacred customs of hospitality. The turmoil of history on Blue Star was largely exacerbated by institutional breakdowns, such as land annexation. Charlo was not a solitary figure. His subjects were flesh-and-blood individuals with thoughts and emotions. He could not simply sacrifice them for the sake of a so-called freedom. He acknowledged that he was not a virtuous man, had it not been for the conflicting interests with the great lords of Milan. He would have remained indifferent to the plight of the slaves. The emancipation of the slaves was motivated by systemic rewards and served as a means to liberate productive forces. Everything revolved around self-interest. As the harbor city judge rendered his verdict regarding the members of the Daznak family, Charlo ascended the platform and his resonant voice filled the air. Thousands of armored soldiers echoed his words, their voices reverberating throughout the city. From this day forth, you shall have your own families, your own homes, your own cultivated lands, and your own occupations. Your labor will be compensated. As long as you invest your sweat and diligent hands, all of this will be yours. After a brief pause, he continued, as long as you remain loyal to me and to the realm of Aslan, as long as you adhere to the laws of Aslan, no one, absolutely no one, shall have the power to arbitrarily deprive you of your lives and property. In conclusion, Charlo proclaimed, I promise. As long as you are loyal to me and to our Aslan family, I and our Aslan family shall protect you all. Following the declaration of the slaves' freedom, the cries of Pava, 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 ascended to the heavens, initiated by the liberated citizens of Milan, joined by those who had previously escaped. The chorus of tens of thousands echoed across the Rakazadan River, faintly reaching the pyramids of the great lords of Milan. From that moment on, tens of thousands of Milan slaves transformed into the subjects of the realm of Aslan. This proclamation spread among merchants far and wide, and the slaves, upon hearing it, expressed their envy, reverently referring to it as the sacred Aslan Declaration. The commercial magnates derisively labeled it the foolish Aslan Declaration. The rulers, governors, princes, and kings of various city-states and regions remained indifferent, deeming the man utterly insane for relinquishing his possessions. The urban populace wondered, what does this have to do with us? The pressing question today is how to earn money for our black bread. Meanwhile, rural farmers pondered, Aslan, can it be consumed? Oh, I know that large marketplace in the city. Perhaps it will become a topic of conversation at the tavern tonight. Do tell me more. In the eyes of the rulers across the continent of Essos, slaves were regarded merely as talking animals, mere instruments of wealth and vehicles for the indulgence of desires. To them, slaves were not considered human. They belonged to a different species altogether. As for the illegitimate offspring born of slaves, how could such a thing occur? How could a lowly slave conceive the noble blood of their master? It must surely be that the base slave, in a moment of carelessness, mingled with another slave and produced a hybrid. It must be so. Whatever offspring a slave bore would invariably be slaves, adding to the master's wealth. With the conclusion of the Charlotte Declaration, a system notification chimed, ding, freed slaves, reward of 1452 honor points. Charlotte, upon hearing the notification, felt a swell of satisfaction. At last, his honor points had surpassed 10,000, a cause for celebration. He then descended from the platform and instructed his castle steward, Urnal, to arrange an evening banquet, inviting the military leaders and city officials, along with their families, to join the festivities at the castle. Urnal replied respectfully, as you command, my lord. After issuing his orders, Charlotte, with a smile, made his way to the castle, returning to the lord's chamber on the top floor, where he eagerly began to spend his accumulated rewards. Initially, he allocated 132 honor points to acquire 132 tons of gunpowder, augmenting the fleet's reserves. Subsequently, he summoned 10,000 new recruits using all 10,000 honor points. 10,000 new soldiers materialized at Aslan Fortress, accompanied by their families. Ding! Your system's populace has increased by 76,846 individuals. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Fortress. Protector of the free folk of Outpost Town, Mayor of Harbor City. Wealth, 232, 180 gold population. System populace 146, 284, free folk 181, 457. Observing the population statistics, Charlotte felt a deep sense of gratification. He had finally achieved a population comparable to that of a county in his former world. Chapter 23. Inspection of the territory. As night descended, The central castle of Harbor City illuminated its lights, the flames dancing within the transparent glass enclosures, casting a brilliant glow. The multitude of bright lights rendered the castle more resplendent than during the day, harmonizing with the distant lighthouse on the sea. The streetlights throughout the city were also lit, their beams reflecting one another, transforming the dim world into a brighter spectacle. The commanders and officials of Harbor City, accompanied by their wives and children, arrived in open-top carriages, where the rain cover was stowed behind the seats, entering the magnificent castle one by one. The coachman halted the carriage at the castle's grand entrance, and the guests disembarked first, each leading their companion by one hand toward the doors. Meanwhile, the coachman guided the carriage to the parking area, engaging in jovial conversation with fellow coachmen. The naval fleet commanders also joined their fellow citizens in the festivities. Yet the leaders from Aslan Fortress and the outpost station arrived alone. As time passed, the guests congregated within the banquet hall, where musicians at the edges played enchanting melodies. The crispness and melodiousness of the string instruments mingled with the jubilant and profound tones of the brass, whose resounding notes were powerful yet tender in their softer moments. The rhythm and buoyancy of the percussion instruments danced amidst the notes, while the timbre of the woodwinds was as gentle as the winter sun. And the nightingale's whisper captivated all, fierce like the roaring waves of the deep sea, enhancing the very soul of the music. The grand symphony echoed throughout the banquet hall, harmonizing beautifully with its opulent surroundings. Within the hall, men raised their glasses, forming small circles with familiar acquaintances, engaging in hushed conversations. It was evident that these circles comprised the guards, the administrative officials, and the commanders from Aslan Fortress and the outpost town. Meanwhile, women gathered on the sofas, exchanging tales of daily life or comparing their attire and makeup, embodying the quintessence of fashion. Children, clutching sweet treats, chased one another in playful abandon, their innocent laughter ringing through the air. As the attendees gradually filled the hall, the butler announced the arrival of Lord Sharrow. With a leisurely gait, he entered the venue, and the previously buzzing hall fell into an instant silence, leaving only the melodies reverberating within. "God bless, Lord Sharrow," the gentlemen exclaimed, placing their left hands over their right chests and bowing in reverence. "Good evening, and God bless, Lord Sharrow." The ladies stood, slightly bending their knees while lifting their skirts at the sides, nodding in acknowledgement. Like a revered deity, Sharrow commanded the attention of the room, causing the children to cease their frolics and retreat to their parents' sides. The older ones attempted to mimic their elders in greeting. Observing the children, Sharrow smiled warmly, indicating that no excessive formality was necessary. He took a glass of red wine from a nearby made-esh tray, raising it high. "God bless, to the realm of Aslan. Let us revel in this victorious and splendid night." After offering his toast, he drained his glass. The gentlemen echoed his sentiments, raising their own glasses in unison, proclaiming, "God bless the realm of Aslan. God bless Lord Sharrow." The harmonious cheers resonated among the men and women alike. The children, imitating their elders, raised their cups of fruit juice, chanting, "God bless the realm of Aslan. God bless Lord Sharrow." Subsequently, Sharrow engaged in brief exchanges with the men and women present. When conversing with the ladies, he complimented those whose features were less conventionally attractive on their hairstyles, praised the striking makeup of others, and admired the innovative ensembles of those who had coordinated their outfits with care. The women, thrilled by Sharrow's compliments, found themselves alight with joy. The gentlemen, under the commendation of Charlotte, straightened their postures with newfound dignity. The banquet, infused with Charlotte's wit and humor, drew to a close. As the Lord, Charlotte was not obliged to bid them farewell. This duty fell to the butler, Yerner. 2 months had elapsed since the conclusion of the banquet, during which Charlotte observed the relative stability of the harbor city and the good behavior of the lords in Milan. He intended to inspect the surrounding countryside of the harbor city before returning to Aslan Castle. Thanks to the concerted efforts of Mayor Rodrigo and the officials of the harbor city, the hundreds of thousands of freedmen in Milan had been adequately resettled. Those with skills were assigned to appropriate positions, while the unskilled were directed to the estates outside the city, where they engaged in land cultivation and livestock rearing. The countryside was now bustling with activity, dotted with farms and estates. The heavy labor of constructing houses, waterworks, and roads was primarily undertaken by captives, who toiled under the promise of a glimmer of hope. 5 years of labor in exchange for their freedom, without the burden of wages, receiving only a meager daily sustenance. After nearly 5.5 months of travel from Aslan Castle to the harbor city, Charlotte's heart yearned for home, especially concerning the growth of his little dragon, Samo. The sound of thunderous hooves resonated across the flat expanse outside the harbor city, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Charlotte rode at the forefront on his majestic black steed, followed closely by a formidable knight bearing a flag with a red background and black patterns. The towering banner, seemingly weightless in his grasp, fluttered and crackled in the wind as they rode. Observing the network of irrigation channels, reinforced with stone and mortar at the edges, Charlotte surmised that the administrative officials of the harbor city had not been remiss in their duties. As they passed various estates, some of which were in their nascent stages, they now arrived at the time of harvest. The freedmen were diligently plowing their fields, utilizing oxen and horses, gathering potatoes and other grains. Others wielded sickles to reap the lush, verdant grasses, preparing to sow anew once the current crop was harvested. The herds of cattle, horses, and sheep across the estates appeared robust and healthy, and the faces of the freedmen radiated genuine joy, although their bodies still bore signs of past hardships. The lifeless expressions that once characterized them had vanished, replaced by bright, hopeful gazes that spoke volumes of their newfound happiness. The fields stretched endlessly, meticulously divided into 3 sections, one dedicated to crops such as potatoes, another to high-yielding forage, enclosed by wooden stakes into a vast circular pasture where the livestock grazed contentedly on the tender, succulent grass, and the third planted with economic crops like grapes. The vines climbed eagerly over their supports, promising a bountiful yield of sweet fruit in due time. These grapevines had been procured from the system, a valuable investment of Charlotte's honor points. On sandy soil, the growth of crops such as pasture grasses, potatoes, and grapes flourishes splendidly. Additionally, bird guano transported from the islands serves as fertilizer, yielding exceptionally large fruits, dispelling any notion that the newly cultivated land lacks productivity. In Chapter 24, after surveying the estates surrounding the harbor city, Charlotte offered a few words of advice to the administrative and military leaders, including Rodrigo, Alessandro, and Silvano, before embarking on the journey home. 2 months prior, 5,000 new soldiers and their families had been relocated from Wasteland Fortress to the harbor city. The population of the harbor city now exceeds 70,000, with military forces comprising a musketeer garrison of 1,000, an artillery unit of 800, 250 fleet soldiers, 5,000 new recruits, 565 innocents, and 3,000 free militia. On the return journey, Charlotte opted not to take the waterway of the Skazadin River, but instead traversed the stony Kai's corridor, nestled among the Gizcali Hills, on horseback and on foot. Allowing for a close examination of the topography, the scouts, clad in chainmail beneath leather armor and adorned with pointed helmets, galloped back and forth on their steeds. The red plumes on their helmets and the red and black patterned flags they bore fluttering in the wind. The knights formed small squads of 10, scouting back and forth for 25 miles. The robust bodies of the scouts, mounted on muscular horses, galloped gracefully, their flowing manes and the glint of their armor catching the light amidst the swirling dust. The wildlife between the hills was frightened into flight by this formidable military presence. The soldiers, uniformly dressed in black and red uniforms and waving their red and black flags, marched in a winding formation through the vast and desolate Gizcali Hills. Occasionally, they encountered the Zerlin herders, who dwell along the hill rivers, living as families and following the water and grass. The Zerlin people, traditionally not known for migrating to this area, had begun to do so due to the frequent passage of Aslan caravans, which had cleared the bandits from the hills. Unlike other caravans that might plunder them indiscriminately, the Aslan traders exchanged goods with the herders, and the region's numerous rivers and lush vegetation were conducive to sheep herding. The red and black flag was well recognized by the Zerlin, and the herders they met along the way humbly knelt in reverence, offering blessings to the warriors who protected them from harm. The journey through the stony Kai's corridor took nearly 7 days, finally leading them into the Zerlin region. The lengthy procession of over 5,000 soldiers, accompanied by numerous horses and supplies, passed through a small Zerlin town in the afternoon, where the warriors replenished their water supplies and rested. Charlotte also exchanged pleasantries with the chief and priest of the town. As the afternoon sun became less oppressive, they resumed their march towards the outpost. No longer merely an outpost, it had now transformed into a burgeoning outpost city, accommodating the 5,000 new recruits and their families, which had expanded to the scale of a town. Originally constructed along the contours of the mountains, the outer wall has now transformed into an inner wall. On the flatlands surrounding the city, a lengthy perimeter wall has been erected, with only the foundation of the city wall completed. Through the low wall atop the foundation, The neatly arranged residential houses, factories, warehouses, and marketplaces of the outer wall of the outpost city can be observed, with cobblestone streets methodically segmenting various areas of differing sizes. The workshops and blacksmiths that once occupied the inner city have all relocated, giving way to gardens and plazas adorned with flowers and trees, and the roads have been paved. The drainage ditches along the roads ensure that the city remains remarkably clean, while the verdant vegetation scattered throughout contributes to a refreshing and pleasant atmosphere. Roland has carved out a series of waterways from the surrounding mountains, directing them into the outpost city. The lake, originally created by damming and excavation, has now become the inner city lake. While there is an adequate supply of drinking water, irrigation remains a concern, necessitating the digging of wells to tap into underground water sources. Wasteland Fortress, situated within the Crimson Wasteland, has limited land capacity, able to accommodate just over 10,000 inhabitants, which is why the station's soldiers number slightly above 1,000. It has been 6 months since the journey from the outpost city to the northern bank of the Lakazadan River and back to this place, during which the outpost city has flourished further. Before departing from the harbor city, the annual lottery was announced, with the system indicating an additional draw. According to the patterns summarized by Charlotte regarding lottery items, it is likely that the draw will yield treasures that are currently in demand. Previously, Charlotte had restrained the urge to participate in the lottery at the harbor city, waiting until arriving at the outpost city to summon the system for a draw. In the newly constructed castle at the city's center, on the top floor of the Lord's quarters, Charlotte focused her consciousness on the quivering treasure chest within her mind. Amidst a tremor, a golden light emerged. Ding! You have obtained a terrain transformation card, Endless Fountain, extracted from the boundless void, perpetually gushing forth water. Indeed, there is a significant disparity between the golden and purple lottery draws. However, having an additional fountain in the water-scarce outpost city is certainly a boon. Upon issuing the command to confirm the use of the treasure, a three-dimensional image of the outpost city materialized in her mind. From a divine perspective, Charlotte positioned the fountain within the outer city lake, creating a water column nearly 1 meter wide and 3 meters high that erupted from the lake. The spouting fountain, illuminated by the setting sun, cast a mist that shimmered with iridescent colors, forming a dazzling rainbow in the water vapor. The sudden influx of water significantly raised the water level of the artificially excavated lake, while the extensive water channels extended outward. The once gently flowing water transformed into a torrent, surging vigorously between the channels and rivers, rushing with a cacophony towards the fields and estates beyond the city. The newly appeared grand fountain, after propelling the water column to its zenith, succumbed to gravity, sending water cascading down onto the lake's surface. The sound of its descent resonating like a melodious symphony, drawing the attention of the lakeside residents. The residents were astounded by the breathtaking scene and the sudden manifestation of a miracle, lingering in shock for an extended period. A resounding cry echoed, "Blessings upon Wasteland! Blessings upon the outpost!" igniting a chorus of voices among the onlookers, reverberating through the air. This miracle was perfectly encapsulated by the artifact Charlotte had drawn, a terrain transformation card in the form of a fountain, which ingeniously resolved the water resource dilemma of the outpost. After resting for 3 days in the outpost and meeting with both administrative and military personnel, Charlotte hosted a banquet in the newly constructed castle banquet hall. She then embarked on her journey back to Wasteland Fortress, leading a procession of nearly 1,000 individuals across the desolate, arid, and silent expanse of the Crimson Wasteland. The Wasteland, aptly named, revealed a parched surface imbued with an eerie rust-red hue, while distant hills bore the scars of years of erosion, strewn with gravel. The barren riverbeds lay exposed along the horizon, their bases composed of hardened soil and stone slabs, cracked and fractured, with resilient thorns and weeds defiantly sprouting in the crevices. In the fetid puddles along the roadside, the grotesque remnants of avian and animal corpses surfaced amidst the murky depths. Scattered around the stinking waterholes were bizarre, gnarled trees, their twisted forms stark against the lifeless, yellowed ground, where sparse leaves curled under the relentless heat of the sun. Occasional plumes of dust swirled upward, casting a faint reddish tint across the sky. Yet, amidst this desolation, a unique vitality persisted. Drought-resistant creatures could be discerned, fleetingly visible against the backdrop of swirling dust. The troops, composed of armored soldiers, meandered along the rutted paths imprinted by the wheels of merchant caravans, traversing this silent wasteland. Charlotte firmly believed that harsh environments forge human will. Thus, throughout the march, she frequently encountered newly assigned recruits undergoing training in the wilderness. Led by their respective captains, these recruits formed small squads of 10, resolutely honing their resilience and fortitude in this stark landscape, while simultaneously ensuring the safety of the passing caravans. On the third day of their march through the crimson wasteland, amidst the vast expanse of rust red, a vibrant hue of green emerged in the eyes of the onlookers. The oasis of Aslan Fortress appeared miraculously amidst this realm of desolation. Surrounding the oasis, a row of poplar trees stood tall and vigilant, guarding this sanctuary of life. Beneath the poplars, lush green meadows thrived in the shade, extending from the roots of the trees towards the crimson earth, as if life were triumphantly encroaching upon death. Stepping onto the stone path cloaked in verdant grass beneath the poplar trees, a refreshing coolness enveloped Charlotte, akin to sipping ice-cold water on a sweltering summer day. Invigorating and delightful. The lifeless, crimson world was perfectly barred from entry, as the fragrant aroma of the flora filled the air, and the vibrant green replaced the drabness of the surrounding landscape. In the oasis, numerous springs ceaselessly gush forth crystalline waters, converging into meandering streams, while the abundant vapor nourishes the verdant grasses that flourish around. The fatigue born from 3 days of marching across the desolate expanse dissipates in this moment, akin to the first snowfall of winter melting under the warm embrace of sunlight. The babbling streams flow incessantly, nurturing the verdant flora of the oasis. Further ahead, clusters of date palms come into view, their branches laden with sweet, fragrant dates, the aroma wafting through the air. Passing through the date grove, one encounters a field of spices, where various drought-resistant herbs thrive amidst the landscape. Upon departing the spice field, a vineyard emerges, its robust vines entwined around wooden trellises. Navigating through the meticulously arranged rows of grapes, one's gaze is drawn to a crystalline lake, shrouded in mist. Sunlight glistens upon its surface as a gentle breeze stirs the water, creating a scintillating dance of light. Beneath the shimmering surface, tiny springs continuously release cool waters, while the aquatic vegetation sways gracefully, animated by the flowing currents. The crystal-clear lake is bordered by tender green meadows, where flocks of sheep, herds of horses, and cattle leisurely graze upon the succulent grass. Adjacent to this pastoral scene, the dwellings of the villagers stand in orderly rows, as if measured by a ruler, each building sharing uniform height, width, and stories. On the gray-white flat roofs, an array of dried fruits bask in the sun, while grapevines intertwine around the structures, with plump clusters of grapes dangling from their branches, alongside natural dye plants such as madder. A 10-meter-long stone bridge, adorned with multiple arches, spans the lake, extending towards the gates of Aslan City. The imposing walls of the city are constructed from colossal stones, meticulously arranged, with minuscule gaps barely discernible between them. The white stone wall, akin to jade, emanates a soft, ethereal glow, casting its reflection upon the lake, imbuing the structure with both grandeur and elegance. Gazing upward from the base of the towering walls reveals a majestic castle tower, its pinnacle adorned with a red flag bearing black stripes, unfurling boldly in the gusty winds. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes from afar, startling the night's steeds, which snort anxiously in response to the primal sound that seems to resonate from ancient times. The iron hooves of the horses strike against the cobblestone ground, igniting sparks. The knights hurriedly soothe their restless mounts, extending their hands to caress the horses' necks. In the azure sky, a young dragon, adorned in a pattern of red and black, descends from above, embodying a solemn presence. After a half-year absence, the solemn creature, with wings akin to those of a bat, circles above Charlotte, emitting a series of resonant roars. From the depths of their psychic connection, Charlotte sensed a profound mix of solemn joy and perplexity emanating from Sumo. The latter was bewildered by Charlotte's diminutive form and circled around in search of the once mighty shoulders that had supported him. Where have those shoulders gone? Without them, where will I land? This was the source of Sumu's greatest confusion, overshadowing his delight at encountering Charlotte. Charlotte, sharing this mental bond with Sumu, bore a deadpan expression, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her smiling mouth. Dismissing the foolish dragon, Charlotte yearned only to return to the castle for a sumptuous feast, indulge in a relaxing bath, and ultimately enjoy Anya's soothing massage. With a decisive command, Charlotte disbanded her subordinates, disregarding them entirely as she lightly kicked the belly of her steed, the black stallion. The horse seemed to sense Charlotte's eagerness to return and quickened its pace, galloping towards the castle. Anya, Anya, I am back," Charlotte exclaimed impatiently as she stepped into the castle's grand hall. An echo of silence filled the hall until a maid's voice broke through. "Good day, Lord. Lady Anya is not in the castle. She has taken the 2 dragons for training." "Training the dragons?" That's of no concern. Please inform the kitchen to prepare a meal. I shall indulge in a bath first. When Lady Anya returns, let her know I am in the bath, Charlotte instructed as she walked, the maid hastily responding, yes, my lord, before departing in a flurry. Before long, Charlotte traversed the long hallway and arrived at the bath. The pool was nestled within a pavilion in the castle's rear garden, where the fountain perpetually gushed forth crystal-clear water. The water cascaded from the fountain's pedestal into the bath, while the excess flowed through channels, nourishing the garden's lush flora. In the pavilion, Charlotte shed her garments and stepped onto the stone steps leading into the pool. The tranquil surface of the water rippled, sending waves crashing against the sides, which then receded, spilling over the edges and meandering through the flower beds, eventually flowing beyond the castle's confines. At that moment, the sound of the maiden's footsteps approached, carrying bathing supplies along with fruits, red wine, and refreshments. Charlotte lifted her hand to accept a glass of wine poured by a maid, inhaling the rich aroma before savoring a sip. The water coursed over her body, washing away the fatigue of her journey. She took a towel from the maid's hands, folded it, and placed it behind her head for support as she reclined against the slope of the bath. Grabbing a wooden tray, she placed it beside her, raising her left hand and motioning for the maidens to depart. They bowed respectfully and quietly withdrew. Taking another sip of her wine, Charlotte set the glass upon the wooden tray and reached for a grape resting beside it. She lifted it to her mouth and began to chew, the sweet, succulent flesh releasing its flavor as it mingled with her taste buds, sending waves of satisfaction coursing through her mind. The gentle breeze rustled through the verdant garden, accompanied by the cheerful chirps of birds nestled among the greenery. Charlotte took a deep breath, quietly closing her eyes to savor the tranquility of the moment. In Chapter 26, Aslan Night, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Charlotte sat poised on the open terrace of the castle. The expansive platform was adorned with intricately carved stone railings, standing tall around its perimeter. This broad terrace, shaped in a semicircle with a radius of nearly 25 meters, was situated outside Charlotte's chamber on the castle's topmost level. From the edge of the railing, one could gaze down upon the entire oasis, while the young dragon, Sumu, lay nearby, its attention having shifted from its own curious musings to more pressing matters, such as whether to feast on lamb or beef that evening. The drawback of their telepathic connection was that, at such close proximity, it allowed Charlotte to constantly sense Sumu's thoughts. Presently, all she could perceive were rudimentary ideas, which greatly troubled her. No, it was no longer appropriate to refer to it as a young dragon. Its size, excluding its wings, neck, and tail, had already grown to that of a bull. At just 8 months old, Sumu was developing rapidly, its skin, once a blend of red and black, now adorned with striking scales of vibrant red set against a black backdrop. These scales, when combined, created a visually stunning appearance, complemented by a progressively fearsome visage that imbued it with an air of majesty. Through their mental link, Sumu sensed Charlotte's admiration, and a joyful roar erupted from its throat. As they exchanged glances, a platinum-hued young dragon swooped down from above. This was Anya's glimmering light, approximately the size of a calf. Glimmering light landed gracefully on the terrace, letting out a roar as if greeting Charlotte before turning to gaze down below. Intrigued by what glimmering light was observing, Charlotte approached the edge of the terrace to peer down and discovered Anya riding toward them. Sensing Charlotte's curiosity, Sumu stretched its long neck over to see what she was looking at. Noting Sumu's inquisitiveness, Charlotte decisively returned to the dining table, choosing to ignore the young dragon to make it feel a touch of loneliness. Before long, Anya emerged from a doorway on the other side, making her way toward the dining table. She resided next door to Charlotte, sharing the same terrace. Once Anya took her seat, the maidens filed out from the room, setting down the evening meal and pouring red wine and juice. Charlotte raised her wine glass to clink against Anya's juice cup, taking a hearty sip of the red wine before picking up her knife and fork to slice into a succulent, juicy steak. A 5-pound steak was quickly carved into strips, and Charlotte speared a piece, dripping with rich sauce, bringing it to her mouth to savor. The exquisite flavors blossomed on her palate. The tenderness of the steak melded perfectly with the robust sauce. At this moment, Sumu was no longer curious. It had tasted such fare before in its youth, only to realize that beef with a charred exterior was far superior. It had imprinted upon its mind the simple truth that only meat with a smoky flavor was delectable, while all other meats paled in comparison. Under the tempestuous storm of Charlotte, a hefty 5-pound steak swiftly vanished, prompting the maids to present another. His formidable physique demanded an immense appetite, requiring Charlotte to consume 3 steaks alongside a generous portion of grains. As each steak found its way to his belly, The maid served bread and a rich soup, crafted with diced meat, dried fish, potatoes, carrots, onions, and garlic, all seasoned with thyme, bay leaves, pepper, and a pinch of salt. The prolonged simmering lent the broth a profound depth of flavor. Charlotte tore a piece from the crusty bread, dipped it into the thick soup, allowing the airy, dry morsel to soak up the savory essence before savoring it slowly. The harmonious blend of the bread's wheat aroma and the soup's richness elicited a nod of approval from him. Upon finishing the bread dipped in the hearty broth, Charlotte raised his wine goblet, savoring the drink. In stark contrast to his approach, Anya's dining etiquette exuded elegance. The young lady sat upright, her arms forming a right angle with her shoulders, her movements graceful as she carved delicate morsels of meat, flawlessly placing them into her mouth. Charlotte observed her with envy, having attempted to emulate her refined manner, only to find that such formality drained his appetite, which in turn compromised his health. Thus he resolutely abandoned the endeavor. Anya's slender form, curvaceous silhouette, and fair neck were complemented by her exquisite features. Her complexion glowed with a hint of color from the dragon training, while her hair was tousled by the wind on the elevated platform, adding an alluring charm. Her stern expression was focused intently on the steak before her. Clad in fitted attire for the convenience of training dragons, the northern style accentuated her assets, the fabric hugging her slender waist, while her snug trousers showcased her rounded form. Under Charlotte's heated gaze, Anya finally completed her meal, lifting a glass of fruit juice and sipping it delicately. Noticing Charlotte's attention, Anya shot him a sharp glance with her large, expressive eyes, causing him to feel a delightful stir within, prompting a silly grin. Indeed, for Charlotte, the moment of joy was fast approaching. Amidst his mischievous chuckles, Anya resignedly set down her knife and fork, picked up a damp cloth to wipe her mouth and hands, and leisurely approached him from behind. Her slender fingers rested on his shoulder, applying a gentle pressure, with her thumb pressing against the nape of his neck, gliding along his spine, imparting a sensation of bliss that resonated deep within his soul. After enduring half a year of unease, resting his head against the young lady's chest brought forth a sense of belonging. Following a quarter of an hour of her soothing ministrations, a solemn roar erupted nearby. Yes, it too was hungry. It had decided on roasted lamb for today, and tomorrow would be reserved for roasted beef. Oh, this foolish dragon certainly had a poor sense of timing. The daylight in the crimson wasteland was always fleeting, and after feeding the solemn one and the flickering light, dusk began to settle in. In the enchanting night of Wasteland Castle, the brilliance of lights is not derived from candles, but emanates from the castle itself. The magnificent castle radiates a myriad of bright illuminations, with lamp-like fixtures resembling candles, casting a wondrous glow. The external manifestation of the system is indeed magical. Within the grand and spacious castle, luminous beams of light spill forth, while the apex of the tower resembles a miniature sun, illuminating the surroundings with a bright aura. Along the castle walls, lamps are positioned at intervals, their light reflecting off the stone, creating a soft, warm hue. The townsfolk have brought out chairs to sit in the brightly lit square, captivated by the theatrical performance on the elevated stage. The actors, with expressions that are strikingly vivid, convey a range of emotions: exuberance, flattery, sorrow, each tone resonating from their lips, while children frolic and chase one another in the nearby alleys. Soldiers patrol the oasis in groups, ever vigilant against potential dangers. The night passes in silence as Charlotte retires early for rest. Chapter 27. The Two Dragon Eggs. Morning dawns. Sunlight streams into Charlotte's chamber. Awakened by the piercing rays, he realizes he forgot to draw the curtains last night. The small sun disk atop the tower regulates the castle's temperature like a central air conditioning unit. The comfortable warmth prompts Charlotte to stretch lazily before opening the window. A commotion from the elevated platform catches his attention. It is Anya, wielding a colossal two-handed sword that seems incongruous with her petite frame, swinging it earnestly. Each swing sends gusts of air that stir the dust beneath. Clad in armor, Anya dons weighted iron rings and gauntlets, her legs positioned in a front-back stance as she strikes, stepping forward with each swing, repeating the motion with precision. Charlotte's swordsmanship is a reflection of his training under Anya, as she was the first hero he summoned. Indeed, she has been his steadfast companion in this world. Afterward, Charlotte attends to his morning routine with the assistance of the maidservants, completing his ablutions before donning his armor, joining the daily regimen of exercise. Following a rigorous day of training, he enjoys breakfasts served by the maidens, then takes a leisurely soak in the garden bath. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolls around the Wasteland estate, surveying the grounds. As lunch approaches, he savors lamb chops accompanied by beet soup and freshly baked golden bread. After a leisurely meal, he grabs a fishing rod and heads to the lakeside for a spell of angling. As afternoon tea time arrives, he reclines on a lakeside lounger beneath a large sunshade, shielding him from the afternoon sun. With a cup of red tea infused with ginger, fennel, and salt in hand, Charlotte finds himself gradually accustomed to this unique blend of flavors. Occasionally sipping from the cup of tea, I glanced at the bobbing float on my fishing rod, while the mist rising from the lake veiled the sunlight, rendering the lakeside temperature exceedingly pleasant. As time passed, it became necessary to join Anya for dragon training. I carefully stowed my fishing rod and released the captured fish. Meandering towards the castle, I mounted my steed, the black stallion, and set off towards the designated dragon training grounds beyond the oasis. Anya, accompanied by her radiant companion, had arrived early, executing various commands under her guidance. The solemn yet listless figure lay sprawled on the ground, watching the luminous creature perform its actions as directed by Anya, filled with a tinge of envy. Upon noticing Shallow's arrival, a wave of joy surged through him, sensed through their shared connection. Shallow commenced the long-awaited dragon training session, which had been paused for half a year. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the day's training concluded, and the solemn figure along with the radiant companion soared back to the castle's high parapet. Shallow and Anya galloped back on their noble steeds as the time for dinner approached. Thus, the life of Lord Shallow unfolded in its simple elegance, passing by in a mere fortnight. On this particular day, as Shallow dined alone for lunch, Anya typically resolved her meals in the administrative hall. He heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside the dining room. A guard rushed in, adjusting his pace and breath as he approached the hall, cradling a box in his arms. After bowing to Shallow, he announced, "My lord, a box has been urgently delivered from Harbor City." "Harbor City, you say?" Shallow inquired, his expression tinged with surprise. "Is there anything else?" The guard replied, "There is also a letter marked for urgent delivery." Curiosity piqued, Shallow set aside his knife and fork, accepting the letter. The wax seal bore the insignia of Rodrigo. He broke the seal and, bypassing the lengthy greetings, delved directly into the letter's content. Previously, Shallow had instructed the trading stations across Essos to gather information and acquire dragon egg fossils, yet he had received no news during his nearly half-year stay in Harbor City. The substantial war reparations imposed on the great houses following the calamity in Millen City had resulted in considerable financial losses. While the 14 great houses were partitioning the estate of the Daznak family, a treasure vault was discovered in the Daznak manor outside their city. The 14 great houses resolved to auction off the Daznak family's treasure vault along with some of their less significant artifacts to alleviate the financial strain brought about by the hefty reparations, thus organizing an auction. Within the Daznak treasure vault lay 2 dragon egg fossils, a rarity that had not graced the known world for centuries, mere beautiful stones to the great ones. As of now, no one was aware that Shallow had successfully hatched a dragon. Rodrigo had acquired the dragon egg fossils at a modest cost. Once the dragons emerged, locating dragon egg fossils would prove to be an arduous endeavor. Who wouldn't wish to be a dragon rider? Even if one could not ride, the thought of allowing another to do so was unthinkable. Approaching the box, I withdrew the latch and opened it. Within lay 2 misty dragon egg fossils. One shimmered with a purplish-red hue, while the other exhibited a deep green shade. Upon touching them, the system's notification echoed. Host has encountered a dormant salamander fire elemental sprite. Awakening condition. Roast in the Aslan Castle fireplace for 30 days. Summon Camille, Jekalo, and John Mateo to the castle hall, instructed Charlotte, as Roland was absent from Aslan Castle. "Yes, my lord," the guard replied with a bow before retreating. Before long, Camille, Jekalo, and John Mateo entered the hall. Upon their arrival, Charlotte spoke without waiting for their salutation. "The port city has sent us 2 dragon egg fossils. Deliberate amongst yourselves who shall hatch the contract first." The 3 exchanged glances, and Camille, bowing first, spoke. "My lord, allow them to contract first. I have my warhorse." Camille held a deep affection for his steed, feeling less desire for the dragons. "Thank you, Camille. I owe you one," John Mateo said, patting his chest in gratitude. "I too. Thank you, Camille," Jekalo added, while John Mateo and Jekalo busied themselves with hatching the dragon eggs. In a distant secret location within King's Landing on the continent of Westeros, there lay a bed draped in fabric, from which creaking sounds emanated. As time passed, the sounds gradually ceased. Peering through the fabric, one could glimpse an overweight and lax woman with a pale face, heavily powdered cheeks, blue eyes, and small, stern lips. She was an elderly, corpulent lady, the only striking feature being her voluminous, soft, chestnut red hair cascading to her waist. Were any noble from King's Landing to see her, They would undoubtedly recognize her as Lysa Tully, the wife of Jon Arryn, the hand of King Robert Baratheon, and the younger sister of the Duchess of the Vale. The two sisters, one married to the Duke of the North and the other to the Duke of the Vale, shared a bond, as the Duke of the North was the adopted son of the Vale Duke. Chapter 28. The secret chambers embraced. The man was of short stature, with an ordinary build, a small patch of beard on his chin, and dark hair interspersed with strands of gray. He was greedily burying his face in the voluminous, soft, chestnut-red hair nearby, his gray-green eyes reflecting a perverse desire for the luxurious tresses. Indeed, this was Petyr Baelish, the master of coin of the Seven Kingdoms, known as Littlefinger. Why the moniker Littlefinger? It stemmed from his origins on the Fingers Peninsula of the Vale. His family's lands were at the island's edge, consisting only of a small rocky area often besieged by fierce winds, barren and desolate, with their stronghold being an unnamed castle, a mere tower. In the class-conscious realm of Westeros, they were but the most insignificant of minor nobility, an unforgivable state for someone as ambitious and intelligent as he. He is adept in the art of cunning, possessing an innate talent for wealth and trade. With the assistance of his lover, Lysa Tully, he has gained the favor and promotion of the Duke of the Vale, the current Prime Minister, Jon Arryn, ultimately rising to the esteemed position of the Chancellor of the Exchequer for the Seven Kingdoms. However, he harbors no gratitude towards Jon Arryn, believing that his ascension is solely the result of his own cleverness. "My dear love, my flower, what has our Prime Minister been occupied with lately?" Petyr Baelish casually inquired while toying with his auburn locks. "My love, could you refrain from mentioning that wretched old man at this moment?" She retorted with a sharp cry, her aged visage contorted with distress. "That accursed, filthy old man. He has taken me away from you. I belong to you, my body, my soul. All of me is yours. Yet you want me to be with him, to spread my legs and bear his children, each time feeling like a fate worse than death. How I wish that Robert were our child." Lysa Tully lamented, succumbing to a fit of nervous sobs. Petyr, sensing the shift in her demeanor, responded with feigned concern. "Oh, my love, do you still love me?" Before Lysa could reply, he continued with insincere declarations of affection. "Do you think I am without pain? Every time I think of you, my heart feels as though it is being torn asunder. My dear, if you still love me, cease asking me such questions. Do you know how I long for each morning to awaken to the sight of your blooming smile, and every night to touch your peaceful visage before slumber?" Petyr paused, gazing deeply into Lysa's fiery hair, declaring, "Meeting you has been the most beautiful encounter of my life." Engrossed in Petyr's sweet words, Lysa remained oblivious to the unusual sensations in her little finger, responding nervously to his declarations. "Oh no, my dear. You know my love for you is as fierce as the volcanoes of Dorne, with molten lava that burns my body and soul," she exclaimed, unaware of the glint of coldness mingled with pain in Petyr's eyes. Lysa's voice grew louder and more fervent, while the tone of her little finger carried an undercurrent of reluctance and anguish. An odd tension thickened within the chamber, as a sweat-drenched Petyr stared blankly at the canopy above, seemingly intent on studying its patterns for eternity. After a moment of reflection, he meticulously wiped the sweat from his brow, which startled him from his stupor, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He quickly embraced Lysa, saying, "You have been away too long. It is time to return. Robert will cry for you if he cannot find you. Oh, my poor Robert, whose frail constitution has suffered since childhood. It is all the fault of that wretched old man, oozing with putrid filth. His weak seed is what has rendered my dear Robert so feeble. That accursed elder deserves to be tormented in hell. If only he were your progenitor, Robert would undoubtedly be robust." Lysa Tully lamented through her tears. "My dear, time is of the essence. You must return. Imagine how heartbroken Robert must be without you." Petyr Baelish understood the gravity of the situation. He knew that engaging further with her lamentations would only exacerbate her state. Adopting a tone tinged with seriousness, he gently pushed her away, while Lysa Tully clutched her own body tightly. Rising from the bed, she took a towel to wipe the sweat from her brow, casually inquiring, "When will that old man return? I need to arrange our next meeting." Leaning against the headboard, her body languidly sprawled upon the pillow, she continued, "That detestable old man has been frequenting various courtesans since his recent emergence from the Prime Minister's tower, often staying out late. I wonder what he is up to. His decaying body lacks the vigor. Perhaps he seeks to prove to the world that he is still youthful. That old man deserves to rot in hell." Lysa's words dripped with disdain. "Recently, we have been able to meet often, my love. Without you, my heart feels desolate," Lysa declared with a morbid affection directed at her little finger. "Oh, seeking courtesans? Does our esteemed Prime Minister still possess that capability?" Petyr Baelish remarked, following her lead. Lysa Tully shrugged nonchalantly. He keeps babbling about virility and resilience. We need not concern ourselves with him. My dear, when shall we meet again? Upon hearing Lisa's words, Littlefinger lapsed into contemplation, repeating virility and resilience in his mind. Noticing Littlefinger's silence and lack of response, Lisa grew irritated and, in a fevered outburst, demanded, "What on earth are you doing? Am I important, or is that wretched old man?" Her shrill cry jolted Littlefinger from his reverie, reminding him that her information was paramount, even as he maintained a facade of a polite smile. "My dear, how could he compare to you? I was merely pondering our next rendezvous. The days without you are unbearable," he replied. Lisa Tully's aged visage brightened with the innocent smile of youth upon hearing his words, and she rose with satisfaction to gather the scattered clothing strewn across the floor. Once they were both dressed, they approached the door, where Littlefinger kissed Lisa gently on the forehead. "My dear, I truly hope to see you again soon," he professed, uttering words he scarcely believed. Lisa Tully responded with fervor, "My love, I am forever yours." After a tender exchange, she stepped lively and joyfully, opening the door to the secret chamber and stepping outside. The Littlefinger wore a constant smile, gazing at her with deep affection until the moment the door closed, when his expression abruptly darkened, his eyes flickering with a cold gleam of anger, disgust, and revulsion. Chapter 29. The Dothraki Sea, situated in the eastern expanse of the Dothraki grasslands, lies to the northeast of the Painted Mountains, west of the Bone Mountains, extending south to the southern plains beyond the Rakazdan River and north to the northern plains of the Mother Mountain. Minoko's Khalasar roamed this vast grass sea, alongside several other tribes of the Cow, with Hakakako being one among them. Last year, Minoko triumphed over Hakakako, acquiring an army of over 30,000 roaring warriors and more than 80,000 from his Khalasar. After defeating Hakakako, Minoko sent Hakak's Khaleesi to Westeros to join other Dohikaran. Originally, she was to be escorted by Hakakako's blood riders, but since they all perished in battle, Minoko had to escort her personally. Upon the death of a Dothraki cow, his wife is sent to Westeros and referred to as Dohikaran, responsible for divination and sacrificial rites for the Dothraki people. In addition to his own Khalasar, he commanded 4 other Cassi, one of which was Dalako. Cow and Cassi typically roam separately. Too many people complicate the act of raiding, even in the expansive Dothraki Sea. Last year, Dalako requested permission for his Cassi to raid in Laza, which was granted. At this time of year, all Cassi would return to the tribute point to pay homage. However, this year, at the tribute point, the other 3 Cassi awaited eagerly to collect their offerings, while Dalako had already missed the tribute time by 2 months. That damned bastard still had not arrived. The prolonged waiting ignited a tempest of irritation and fury within him, a profound sense of humiliation. Since taking up the Dothraki curved blade and becoming a roaring warrior, no one had ever managed to humiliate him and live to tell the tale. They had all turned into the bells adorning his braids, signifying their existence in this world. Even the former cow who had shamed him had now become a part of him, and he vowed that when he next encountered Dalako, should he fail to deliver a satisfactory recompense, he would strangle him. Minoko never entertained the thought that Dalako could have been slain in the Laza region. The feeble sheepmen lacked such capability, and besides, Dalako had 4,000 roaring warriors. His singular thought now was that this damned Dalako had betrayed him, aligning himself with another cow, yet in recent days, there had been no rumors of any cow taking Dalako's Cassi. Could he have ventured westward to plunder near the free cities? Recently, a notorious call from the west, known as Drogo, has gained considerable fame for his wealth and the numerous raids he has conducted across various territories. His father, seemingly named Balbakar, is an individual he recognizes from previous encounters in V's Dothrak. Could it be that this scoundrel, Doric, has heard tales of great fortune in the west and has taken his companion, Kars, to ally himself with the Call in the vast grasslands? While Minokel finds himself lost in such musings, he remains oblivious to the possibility that Doric's Kars might meet their demise in the lands of Laza. In the prime of his physical prowess at over 30 years of age, Minokel bears a sun-kissed complexion and his bare chest is adorned with scars, resembling a centipede that crawls across his torso. He is currently without his painted leather vest, exposing his upper body, which is tied with a bronze belt. His tall and muscular frame, embellished with vibrant pigments, exudes an aura of primal ferocity. His pale amber eyes, devoid of emotion, gaze at all with the predatory focus of a hunter. His long black hair is gathered into a single braid at the back of his head, the oiled strands embellished with numerous bronze bells that jingle with his every movement, a testament to the many warriors he has slain. As dusk settles in, footsteps echo outside the tent, heralding the arrival of a tall, robust Dothraki clad in a painted leather vest, with the mane of a horse tied around his legs and a bronze belt cinched at his waist. Blood of my blood, have you any news of that scoundrel Doric? Minocle inquires of the blood rider who has just entered the tent. The blood rider, collapsing onto the fur cushions, replies, still no news. Minocle, undeterred, seizes the nearby Khaleesi and begins to take his liberties. My slaves, prepare for a southward migration. I must seek out that scoundrel Doric. Minocle casts a sidelong glance and commands. Yes, the blood rider responds, lifting his gaze before embarking on his own journey of release. Minocle, feigning ignorance, gradually finds himself stirred by the scene unfolding between his Khaleesi and the blood rider. According to Dothraki customs, only horses are not shared with blood riders. All else, including wives, is permissible, and adhering to these traditions is a tenet of every wise call. Before long, the tent is filled with the sounds of Minocle and the blood rider's labored breaths and primal roars. Outside the Aslan oasis, in the dragon training grounds, for figures are engaged in the training of their dragons. Among them, a massive beast of red and black is ridden by a man whose hair flows like a dark lion's mane. Upon closer inspection, it is none other than Shero, who exclaims with fervent excitement. The dragon, Simo, has grown to a size suitable for riding, while the shimmering creature has reached the size of a bull. Not far from being rideable, Anya looks on with envy as Shero howls like a wolf, while Jekalo and Jaimadio's two young dragons have just completed their mental link. Still a week away from achieving stability, as they are guided through various maneuvers to enhance their bond. When Jekalo chose the purplish-red dragon egg fossil during the contract, he named the hatchling Life's Flame, a name he had pondered for quite some time. The vibrant purplish-red hue reminded him of hyacinths, whose language conveys that igniting the flame of life allows one to share in a bountiful existence. This connection made him feel as though he and his little dragon were intertwined, revealing his deep affection for the creature. It is understandable, as his towering stature meant that during military campaigns, he could only ride in a wagon, overseeing armaments and supplies. He yearned to ride. Giant Mateo's dark green dragon, on the other hand, was named Ancient Green with a nonchalant ease. Indeed, he had chosen the name so casually, likening it to archery, asserting that the simplest actions often yield the most enduring and effortless results, with the bow's power being immense. He hoped his dragon would embody the same simplicity and lethality as his archery skills. Charlotte remarked, while simplicity is commendable, your choice is rather too simplistic. Showing little respect for the dragon. Look at the names we've chosen. Solemn, Glimmering Light, and Life's Flame. They evoke grandeur, don't you think? And then there's your Ancient Green. Chapter 30. Outpost City. Ever since Solemn became capable of being ridden, Charlotte seized every opportunity to soar through the crimson wasteland upon its back. Their connection was remarkably harmonious, facilitated by a shared mental awareness. The dragon's back featured a saddle-like area, complemented by bony protrusions that allowed for secure handholds. Additionally, a saddle and straps could easily be affixed to stabilize the rider. On this day, Charlotte once again found himself gliding through the air on Solemn, with the wind rushing past his ears, making him feel as though he were chasing the very breeze. From his lofty vantage point, everything below appeared strikingly clear, instilling in him a sense of dominion over the world. The unparalleled sensation was beyond verbal description, a stark contrast to the experience of flying on an airplane in his previous life on Blue Star. This was a liberating experience. Solemn, attuned to Charlotte's exhilaration, engaged in playful maneuvers, dipping, climbing rapidly, and spiraling. No, not a roll, he called out in jest, as he had not secured the saddle that day. A tumble could prove fatal. Joyous moments are fleeting, and after a morning of flight, Charlotte sensed Solemn's fatigue and directed it to return to Aslan Castle. Following a hearty meal of its favorite meat, he allowed Solemn to rest before contentedly making his way to the dining hall to enjoy lunch. Having skipped breakfast in the thrill of flying, only now, with the dragon ride concluded, did hunger surge within him. Just as Charlotte settled at the table, the maid brought in the midday meal, and Anya entered the hall holding a letter, her tone calm, yet urgent. Lord Charlotte. An urgent message. Over 30,000 howling warriors of the Dothraki are advancing towards Leza. Upon hearing these words, Charlotte let out a resigned sigh, pondering the relentless fervor with which the Dothraki embraced plundering. Was it not more delightful to tend to their flocks rather than ceaselessly seek their own demise? With an air of incredulity, Charlotte remarked that the roaring warriors, numbering over 30,000, constituted a considerable tribe among the Dothraki. Was it the call of Minoko who led them? Surely it could not be Khalasar of Minoko. The captured tongues whispered confirmation. Indeed, the Minoko had not received tribute from Dola, and Minok believed he had been insulted. Now, He was heading south to seek vengeance on Dola. Anya responded with a sense of inevitability, for she was aware that Dola had already been eliminated by Charlotte. A notification came. Camel, John Mateo, and Jekyll have risen once more. Assemble the troops at the forward outpost. I shall depart first atop my dragon, Charlotte declared, returning her focus to the meal before her. As evening descended upon the outpost, the setting sun painted the clouds with hues of fiery brilliance, gradually retreating from its scorching zenith. A gentle evening breeze swept across the landscape, bestowing a refreshing coolness that banished the day's heat. Outside the city, estates were meticulously arranged across the checkerboard fields, where lush green pastures burgeoned with vigor. The wind rustled through the blades of grass and blossoms, carrying the fragrant essence of flora far and wide. The herders guided their herds back to their enclosures, while clusters of magnificent horses, led by the foremost steed, entered the expansive corral. Bundles of hay were chopped into short lengths, mixed with the powdered fish and shrimp delivered from the port city, along with a sprinkle of salt, and stirred into the troughs for the livestock. This nutrient-rich feed rendered the animals remarkably robust and plump. The herders filled barrels with water, pouring it into the troughs beside the feed, where the sweet, clear river water was eagerly lapped up by sheep, horses, and cattle, while chickens and ducks pecked at the feed that had spilled onto the ground. In the boundless fields of wheat, golden grains released their ripe fragrance. As the laborers formed long lines, bending low and rhythmically swinging their sickles to harvest the wheat that exuded its distinctive aroma. Beads of sweat dotted the foreheads of the laborers, cascading like raindrops onto the stalks below. The long hours of toil compelled them to periodically straighten their backs, lightly patting their sides, while the children, ever vigilant, offered water skins filled with salted water. After quenching their thirst, they resumed their diligent work. The sickles sliced through the base of the wheat sheaves, gathering in the palms before being bound into bundles and placed atop the stubble of the harvested fields. Golden sheaves of wheat were collected by those behind, loading them onto the waiting carts at the edges of the field. As the stacks of wheat grew higher upon the carts, the drivers urged their horses onward toward the threshing grounds, where mounds of grain awaited the threshing machines. Children trailed behind the adults, bending down to gather stray ears of wheat from the ground, placing them into their small baskets. The threshing device, shaped like a funnel, is operated by individuals who stomp on the pedal, causing the circular shaft to spin at high speed. The densely spiked axle removes grains from the ears of wheat, causing the golden grains to gradually accumulate in the receptacle below. The harvested wheat is poured into burlap sacks, which are stacked under a thatched canopy made of straw, awaiting the sun's rays to dry them out the following day, allowing the moisture to be evaporated by the scorching heat. Adjacent to the threshing area lies a vast, flat, drying ground, constructed from a mixture of volcanic ash and clay, forming a type of earthen cement unsuitable for cart roads. The weight of cart wheels would crush this surface. However, it serves well for pedestrian pathways and the walls of buildings. On the drying ground, the sun-dried grains are gathered into small piles with wooden pushers, then shoveled into burlap sacks, ready to be loaded onto carts that transport them to warehouses within the outpost. Some of the grains are delivered to the mills located by the river, where windmills, sewn from white canvas, rotate rhythmically. The windmill powers the grinding stones within the mill, crushing the wheat, which is then swept into receptacles and sifted through fine sieves to produce pure white flour. This flour is collected in bags made from fine linen, which the villagers carry back to their small storage spaces beside their homes. Indeed, the villagers transport the flour back to their residences, with the outpost now self-sufficient. The communal dining hall has been abolished. Orphan children still receive funding from the lord's estate to dine in a small canteen, while families typically prepare their own meals. Single adults often band together to cook, or they may spend a small fee to dine at the large canteen. As the population of villagers increases, maintaining a communal dining arrangement has become cumbersome. Similarly, farmland has been allocated based on the number of individuals, where the landholders possess usage rights but no rights to sell. A tax rate of 30% is imposed, and various agricultural tools and livestock are rented to the villagers, deducted from their annual harvest, which the lord's estate subsequently purchases. The herds have yet to be distributed, remaining under the unified management of the outpost, which pays wages for their care. Chapter 31. Dragons and the outpost. Vast fields of golden wheat have been diligently harvested by the villagers, leaving stubs of wheat stalks spread across the farmland. The workers, having completed their tasks, gather by the irrigation channels to liberate the tethered draft horses, allowing the weary beasts to quench their thirst from the flowing waters while they wash their tools and cleanse the dirt from their hands and feet. The clear river water, guided by a network of ditches, nourishes the fields in need of irrigation. Groups of returning farmers walk in pairs, their faces aglow with the joy of harvest, exchanging laughter and tales of recent merriment, while children, bursting with energy, frolic about. Suddenly, a roar echoes from the heavens, reminiscent of ancient cries reverberating through the present. The villagers, startled, look skyward, their vision somewhat blurred by the setting sun, as a distant black approaches rapidly from the horizon. As time passed, the dark spot gradually revealed its true form, a colossal dragon, a magnificent creature adorned in shades of red and black. Amidst the panicked cries of the townsfolk, it soared directly overhead, making its way toward the outpost. The children, gripped by fear, sought refuge beneath their parents, shielding their eyes with their hands, as if this gesture could render them invisible to the dragon. Yet, their innate curiosity triumphed over terror, and they peered through their fingers at the majestic figure overhead. Accompanied by the dragon's thunderous roar, the soldiers within the outpost sprang into action, mobilizing under the command of their captains, racing to their designated defensive positions atop the walls, drawing bows and readying arrows. Massive crossbows emerged from the concealed towers of the fortifications, their long bolts resting silently upon the winches, awaiting the command to unleash their deadly force. Seated upon the solemn dragon, Charlotte gazed down at the bustling activity on the walls, taking solace in the swift and decisive response of the soldiers. To avert any unnecessary misunderstandings, he established a mental link with the dragon, urging it to slow its pace and circle at a distance, allowing the defenders to clearly discern his figure. He called out, "It is I, your lord," with keen eyes. An archer recognized Charlotte atop the dragon and shouted, "Lower your weapons. Lower your weapons. It is Lord Charlotte. He rides upon the dragon." As the majestic creature circled closer to the walls, the soldiers discerned Charlotte's presence, and a resounding cheer erupted. "Long live our lord. Victory! Victory!" The soldiers joyfully relayed the news that the figure upon the dragon's back was their beloved and loyal lord. The jubilant cries on the walls reverberated into the heart of the city, amplifying the cheers within, as the ruler of Ostland's domain grew ever more formidable. Not only were the warriors valiant and invincible, but their lord had also tamed a dragon that had lain dormant for over a century, instilling a profound sense of pride within every free citizen's heart. Charlotte commanded the solemn dragon to descend upon the outpost's walls, guiding it to glide gracefully down, adjusting its body for balance. As its wings spread wide, they tempered the impact of its descent, and its legs gradually approached the ground until, with a resounding thud, the massive creature landed. The earth trembled beneath its sturdy hind legs while its open wings mitigated the force of its landing. Amidst swirling dust, Charlotte slid down from the inclined wing of the now stationary dragon, which then rested itself upon the ground, weary from the prolonged flight. "My lord." Roland and a gathering of others stood at a respectful distance, bowing in greeting. "Return to your duties, and prepare beef and mutton for me. I must first feed it well before heading back to the castle," Charlotte replied, nodding at Roland and his companions. Shortly thereafter, servants arrived, carrying fresh, bloody cuts of meat, which were carefully laid out on a flat patch of ground beside the dragon. Once the servants had placed the meat, Charlotte waved his hand, saying, "You may leave now. Stand back," and he called out to the gathered townsfolk, "You too, step back," as the soldiers cleared a larger space around the dragon. The servants collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, having placed the meat too close to the colossal dragon. The pressure weighing on ordinary individuals in the presence of such a magnificent beast was immense. However, a peculiar mix of excitement and tension enveloped their hearts as they observed the fearsome, yet strangely beautiful creature alongside the eager onlookers. Charlotte turned to the imposing figure beside him and loudly articulated the command for Dragonfire. Although both Charlotte and the solemn dragon, Sumu, shared a mental link that rendered vocal commands unnecessary, Charlotte felt that an audible proclamation would lend more grandeur to the moment. Thus he called out in front of the gathered populace. Sumu, with its wings folded, supported its massive frame with its forelimbs, extending its neck and opening its enormous maw towards the apex of the meat pile. A jet of dark crimson flame erupted from the dragon's mouth, cascading over the stacked meat, the magical, searing flames splattering everywhere, gradually melting and blackening the ground surrounding the morsels. The meat quickly transformed into a charred state, and Sumu lunged towards the charcoal-like remnants, sinking its sharp fangs into the feast with great delight. In a short while, the abundant pile of meat was completely consumed, and after satisfying its ravenous hunger, Sumu let out a triumphant roar, a sound so mighty that it startled the onlookers at a distance, causing some to stumble and even wet their trousers in fright. Upon regaining their composure, they hastily covered their faces and fled, only to be met with a wave of good-natured laughter at their expense. After its roar, Sumu sprawled on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Through their mental connection, Charlotte sensed Sumu's desire to remain still, and he did not press it further, acknowledging the long journey it had just undertaken. He instructed the guards to ensure that the populace did not disturb Sumu's rest. Then, he took the reins of a horse led over by a distant attendant, mounted it, and rode towards the inner castle. As he navigated the wide bridle path of the outpost, he contemplated where to establish a resting area for the dragon. Ideally on elevated ground to facilitate its flight, or perhaps construct a tall tower, though building a tower would be excessively time-consuming and would require more manpower than was available. Lost in thought, he had already passed through 2 city walls, arriving at the castle situated in the heart of the inner city, surrounded solely by stables, warehouses, schools, and military barracks. The outer city had relocated the residential areas that once occupied the inner city, leaving lush greenery surrounding the castle, while a meandering stream flowed serenely among the verdant foliage. The vegetation encircling the castle was quite a sight to behold. In the grassy flower beds of the castle's south main square, a statue depicting Charlotte riding and raising a spear stood tall. The statue captured the essence of the horse. With 2 hind hooves firmly planted on the ground and the forelegs suspended in midair, the muscles of the bronze steed sculpted with remarkable fluidity and grandeur. The likeness of Charlotte was strikingly lifelike, exuding an air of majesty. Following this dragon-riding adventure, it seemed inevitable that another statue of Charlotte on a dragon would soon be erected in the outpost. Chapter 32. A proactive approach. 4 days had passed since Charlotte's arrival at the outpost, and the thousands of soldiers from Wasteland Castle had arrived just a day prior. Originally, Charlotte intended to await the arrival of Minoko in the outpost city with a strategy of patience. However, on the second day of Charlotte's arrival, emissaries from the Wasteland people came to request military assistance. Reluctantly, following yesterday's military briefing, the assembly resolved to take the initiative and launch an offensive. Thousands of fully armored soldiers were not overly concerned about the risks of defeat. Rather, their primary apprehension lay in the potential aftermath, should they vanquish Minoko. His roaring cavalry might scatter and wreak havoc across the Lazel region, which would prove to be a time-consuming endeavor. Thus, Charlotte prepared to confront Minoko in single combat. For the Dothraki revered the strong. With the might of his soldiers and dragons, he aimed to compel the Dothraki to withdraw from the Lazel territory. As the morning sunlight bathed the land, dew droplets condensed on the tender green grass, falling to the muddy ground with each tremor of the earth. In the distance, illuminated by the dawn, the soldiers formed disciplined formations, lined up neatly in the open space before the gates of the outpost. Clad in full armor, Charlotte brandished a spear and galloped forth, leading the ranks of soldiers. Behind him, his guards raised a banner of red adorned with black patterns, which crackled in the wind as the steeds thundered forward, while the soldiers shouted, "Victory! Victory!" After the ceremonial pledge of departure, scouts ventured ahead to probe for enemy presence. The infantry, having removed their armor and stowed it on the wagons, advanced lightly, while the knights led their war horses and pack animals. The soldiers, banners held high, marched in a well-ordered array, a grand army of thousands progressing harmoniously, accompanied by 4-wheeled supply wagons slowly following under the guidance of the drivers. As Charlotte rode at the forefront of the formation, he had already shed his armor, which rested on a wagon behind him. Surrounding him, scouts galloped back and forth, ready to issue warnings about enemy movements. Above them, the majestic creature soared through the azure sky, eliciting excitement and issuing roars from its powerful throat. For Charlotte, equipped with a map overlay, this territory was familiar, traversed multiple times before, and the map had long illuminated the paths, rendering the scouts' reports unnecessary. Yet, to cultivate the cohesion of his troops, he meticulously arranged the standard tactical deployment for each campaign. The journey from the outpost to the Wasteland village required 2 days. Along the roads of the Lazel region, sporadic sculptures of rocks, resembling stone goats with a bluish-white hue, marked the way. As the warriors advanced, the banners of their respective contingents were raised high, each soldier following the colors of their unit, the red and black of their uniforms echoing the banner's design, while the scouts stirred up clouds of dust in their rapid movements. The imposing military presence startled passers-by, compelling merchants traveling between the outpost and the Wasteland region to hastily yield the path. After 2 days of relentless marching, the army arrived at the small town of Lazel, where priests and chieftains awaited at the gates to greet them. The high priestess, her eyes wide with astonishment, gazed at the dragon soaring overhead. She was certain it was the dragon egg fossil she had gifted to Charlotte, never expecting him to hatch it. Yet, Was Charlotte truly not of Valyrian descent? The enigmatic individual referred to as the High Priest of Lazarin offered a profound assessment of Charlotte. After attending the welcoming banquet in the town of Lazarin, Charlotte established a military encampment on the open ground outside the settlement, constructing a wooden perimeter and erecting a series of canvas tents within. The town was far too small to accommodate the vast army of 10,000 for both garrisoning and training. The surface of the wooden walls was coated with a layer of wet mud to render it less susceptible to flames. Once the camp was established, the troops rested and practiced while patiently awaiting the arrival of the Dothraki. Time swiftly passed, and after a week, Minoko's Khalasar finally made its appearance. Upon receiving word from the scouts, the armored soldiers promptly lined up and exited the camp, forming an orderly array along the thoroughfare where the Dothraki marched. On the flanks, cavalry formations stood ready to shield the infantry and archers stationed in the center. Surrounding the central infantry were cross-structured wooden spikes, while cavalrymen were strategically positioned on the outer edges of the array. The vanguard knights, tasked with the role of skirmishers, operated under the unified command of Camel, with heavily armored cavalrymen quietly leading their steeds behind him. The front line of the central army, led by Cagello, patrolled the ranks, occasionally adjusting the armor of the soldiers in the front row to ensure it was securely fastened. Among the infantry, the crossbowmen remained meticulously lined up behind their shields. The archers in the rear, stringing their bows and adjusting their quivers for quick access to their deadly arrows, awaited the command from John Mateo, who remained composed amidst the ranks. To counter the Dothraki's ferocious cavalry, archery was the bane of any light cavalry. As long as the frontline soldiers could withstand the impact of the light cavalry charges, the arrows would wreak havoc upon the unarmored riders. After a brief wait, 34,000 roaring Dothraki warriors, emitting their eerie howls, thundered forth from the distance, raising clouds of dust beneath the pounding of their steeds. The savage and bloodthirsty Dothraki warriors paid little heed to the armored men before them. They were not only proficient with their curved blades, but also unmatched in mounted archery. Unlike the events of 400 years prior, when Temoko's cavalry charged against the pike-wielding infantry gathered at Coer's narrow gates, they could exploit mounted archery to methodically dismantle their opponents. With the tales of Temoko's defeat still echoing in their minds, each Dothraki warrior understood the futility of charging trained infantry in confined terrain. Such actions would bring them no glory. Minoko rode to a small hill, surveying the tightly arranged enemy formations across from him. With a flourish of his Dothraki scimitar, he directed his forces in a sweeping motion. The vast host of Dothraki warriors swiftly split into two cavalry contingents, charging towards the flanking cavalry positioned on either side of the densely packed infantry formation. The Dothraki, urging their steeds onward, let out wild cries while wielding their sabers and bows, encircling the cavalry formation of Aslan's realm with a ferocious determination. The cavalry flanks of Aslan urged their steeds forward, gradually accelerating until the thunderous hooves clashed in a tumultuous melee. The warriors, riding fiercely, first drew their bows and released arrows that rained down upon their adversaries like a torrential downpour. The reverberating sounds of bowstrings being pulled taut echoed through the air, accompanied by the whistling of arrows slicing through the atmosphere. The results of this volley were starkly contrasting. The roaring warriors fell in droves, while only a handful of Aslan's cavalry succumbed to the onslaught, struck down by well-aimed shots. Clearly, the protective chainmail and leather armor of Aslan's riders had effectively thwarted the arrows of the Dothraki. The exchange of arrows continued unabated, punctuated by the resounding thuds of hooves upon the earth, as the cacophony of arrows filled the battlefield. Observing the misfortune of their fellow riders, the roaring warriors hastily abandoned their bows, drawing their sabers and spurring their horses to charge, intent on cleaving through the enemy ranks. The Aslan cavalry deliberately maneuvered to draw the Dothraki flanks away from their own infantry formations. Minoko, witnessing the Dothraki cavalry being driven off, raised his curved blade high and struck the air with it. A contingent of roaring warriors surged forth from the front lines, aiming to breach the convex formation of Aslan's infantry. Upon receiving Minoko's command, the roaring warriors galloped out from their ranks, charging towards the enemy infantry stationed behind the protruding wooden palisades. Fearless in their assault, the Dothraki warriors aimed to shatter the wooden structures, wielding their sabers to slaughter those clad in iron behind the defenses. Though the men were undaunted, their steeds possessed a keen intelligence. As they approached the palisades adorned with sharp stakes, the horses, sensing danger, began to veer away from the impending collision, disregarding their riders' commands. As the Dothraki warriors attempted to steer their mounts towards the palisades, the Aslan infantry raised their crossbows and pulled the triggers. The bolts flew with deadly precision, piercing through the flesh of the advancing warriors. The powerful crossbow bolts tore through two Dothraki warriors in rapid succession, quivering as they exited the body of the second. Meanwhile, archers in the rear released a volley of arrows, darkening the sky like a gathering storm. The projectiles arched upwards before plummeting down upon the roaring warriors, who found themselves ensnared in a deluge of arrows. The resonant sounds of longbows and crossbows harmonized with the anguished cries of the dying, merging into a haunting symphony in front of the Aslan infantry. Minoko, observing the carnage before the enemy lines, let out a ferocious roar that reverberated from his powerful chest. With his blades spinning overhead, he cleaved downward, as two groups of roaring warriors swiftly separated from the throng. In this fierce confrontation, the riders from both factions shielded their horses' eyes with one hand while brandishing their curved Dothraki swords with the other, charging headlong into the infantry phalanx opposite them. The front line of Aslan's heavily armored infantry, clad in robust full-body armor, stood resolutely shoulder to shoulder, bracing themselves with their massive shields held at an angle. Long spears, densely protruding from behind the shields, formed a formidable barrier against the oncoming Dothraki screaming warriors. The clash erupted in an instant as the warhorses, blinded by the fervor of the battle, crashed violently into the barricade. The relentless volleys of arrows from the Dothraki rained down upon the forefront of the charging cavalry. In pain, the warhorses collided with the fallen mounts of the Dothraki, disrupting the formation of their rear ranks. The chaotic thrashing of injured steeds and the carcasses of slain horses impeded the momentum of the charge. The brutal melee reached its zenith at that moment, as the front line of armored soldiers, bloodied yet unyielding, absorbed the impact of the cavalry's assault. The long spear wielders, positioned behind their shields, struck out with their weapons like venomous serpents, targeting the riders upon their horses. The assembled Dothraki warriors at the forefront were easily picked off by the archers positioned behind them, their arrows piercing through flesh and sinew. The anguished cries of both horses and men echoed through the ranks of the Dothraki as they pressed forward. In a furious display of rage, Minoko whirled his sword, signaling a division of Dothraki warriors from both flanks to engage the Aslan cavalry, aiming to outmaneuver the armored infantry in the front and launch a surprise assault from behind. The thundering hooves of warhorses arced around, charging towards the fray where the two sides were entangled in brutal combat. In response, the Aslan's heavy cavalry, arranged in three ranks on the left flank, surged forth, their armored steeds transitioning from a slow gallop to a swift charge towards the enemy's right wing. The iron hooves of the warhorses resounded with a heavy thud as the cavalry, with their long spears held aloft, surged towards the supporting Dothraki warriors. The sound of their collision reverberated as the heavy cavalry reached its peak speed. Despite being merely 150 armored knights, their formidable presence overwhelmed the Dothraki warriors before them. Like farmers plowing a field, the three ranks of heavy cavalry swept through the formation of the Dothraki, while the Aslan light cavalry seized the opportunity to lower their bows, drawing their swords to join the fray against the disordered Dothraki warriors. Just as the supporting forces of the Dothraki on the right were about to join the slaughter, a primordial roar echoed through the skies above. The Dothraki warriors, positioned behind their ranks, were thrown into a state of alarm as they gazed upwards. Having only heard tales of dragons, the Dothraki were now witnessing the sheer power of a dragon for the first time, as its roar sent shockwaves through the ranks, unsettling entire battalions of warhorses. The colossal dragon descended from the heavens, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from its mouth. The intense inferno surged forth behind the ranks of the Dothraki warriors, who let out chilling cries as they succumbed to the scorching blaze, their steeds engulfed in flames, swiftly reduced to charred remains. In the rear, the warhorses of the unscathed Dothraki warriors reared in panic, attempting to dislodge their riders in a frantic bid to escape. Despite the knights' efforts to calm them, chaos erupted within the Dothraki formation as horses galloped wildly, and a palpable sense of dread enveloped the hearts of the warriors. Behind the ranks of the Dothraki warriors loomed the fire-breathing dragon, and a singular thought resonated within them. The battlefield seemed to pause in that moment. Charlotte commanded the dragon beneath her to unleash its fiery breath along the Dothraki lines, igniting flames that erupted around the clustered warriors. The Dothraki, engaged in combat with the Aslan forces, momentarily broke away from their adversaries, retreating to a distance, their eyes wide with terror, fixated on the dragon hovering ominously above. The Aslan cavalry refrained from pursuing, standing vigilant instead. Charlotte maneuvered the dragon in a solemn spiral above the Dothraki, as fierce warriors prepared to draw their arrows against the creature overhead. Suddenly, A resounding voice in Dothraki echoed through the air. "Minnow, a duel." The Dothraki warriors then noticed a man astride the dragon, his mane of black hair reminiscent of a lion's mane, the commanding voice unmistakably his. A series of thunderous roars erupted above them, and in the presence of this formidable figure, the warriors lowered their bows in surrender. Upon witnessing the Dothraki disarm, Charlotte guided the dragon to descend between the two armies. The dragon flapped its mighty wings, adjusting its distance before gracefully landing with a series of thuds that reverberated through the ground. At that moment, a powerful voice resounded from the dragon's back. "Minnow, a duel." The man shouted as he slid down the inclined dragon's wing. Approaching the Dothraki warriors, he drew the massive sword hanging at his back, plunging the sharp blade into the earth before him. After Charlotte issued her challenge, the Dothraki warriors turned to their KO. They all understood that KO, the most formidable among them, must accept any duel presented by the enemy. Refusal would mean forfeiting his position as their leader. "A man riding a dragon wishes to challenge me." Minnow KO momentarily stood in shock, but as anger surged within him, a flicker of delight followed. For he was a Dothraki KO who had slain countless foes with his martial prowess. Those who dare to challenge themselves have often met with tragic ends. Their throats slit by the very curved blades they wield. The last to confront their own limits, Hakaka, fell beneath his own weapon. Now, the audacious man mounted upon a dragon had the gall to issue a duel invitation, inciting a flicker of delight within him. Should he vanquish this man, the dragon would undoubtedly belong to him, and he, riding the beast, would ascend to become the most formidable call in the annals of Dothraki history. Minnow, brandishing his Dothraki curved sword, pushed through the throng of roaring warriors, stepping forward to face the challenge. Behind him, 3 bloodsworn warriors followed closely, locking eyes with Charlotte. With one hand resting against the hilt of his massive sword embedded in the ground, Charlotte raised a finger, pointing dismissively at Minnow and his accompanying warriors. Uttering in a tone steeped in disdain, "You may come at me together." Minnow, a seasoned warrior accustomed to the trials of battle, was unfazed by Charlotte's tone. Instead, he sought to humiliate him thoroughly before delivering the final blow. One of the bloodsworn, unable to withstand the provocation of Charlotte's scornful words, roared in fury and lunged forward, aiming a vicious slash at Charlotte's head. To Charlotte, the warrior's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, as if time itself had stuttered. For the sake of intimidation, he did not even move his massive sword. In a swift motion, he sidestepped, grasping the assailant's arm holding the curved blade, and with a decisive twist, he shattered the bone with a sharp crack that resonated throughout the stillness of the arena. Before the warrior could emit a sorrowful cry, Charlotte seized the fallen curved sword and swiftly cleaved it across the man's throat, delivering a clean kick that sent him sprawling. Minnow watched in horror as his bloodsworn fell lifelessly at Charlotte's feet, a wave of trepidation washing over him. The remaining 2 bloodsworn exchanged glances, charging in unison to flank Charlotte. In Dothraki tradition, battles typically unfolded as one-on-one duels. The fact that both warriors dared to attack simultaneously was a testament to the intimidation instilled by Charlotte's initial display of lethal prowess. As the dual blades descended upon Charlotte, the 2 warriors' eyes sparkled with exhilaration, reveling in the imminent prospect of slaying him. However, in a deft retreat, Charlotte withdrew his massive sword from the ground and, with a single stroke, cleaved through both of their midsections. In an instant, the 2 halves of their bodies separated, their entrails spilling forth onto the ground. And a moment of shock gave way to piercing screams that echoed through the arena. Silence enveloped the crowd, the formidable vitality of the 2 bloodsworn momentarily delaying their demise. As their anguished cries filled the air, the once boisterous arena fell into a hushed stillness, the breath of the onlookers barely audible. Charlotte raised his gaze towards Minnow, extending a hand and tracing a finger across his throat in a provocative gesture. Minnow, witnessing Charlotte's swift dispatch of 3 of his elite bloodsworn, felt a maelstrom of anger and dread welling within him. Tightening his grip on the Dothraki curved sword, he approached Charlotte with a graceful and agile stride. Shallowan no longer wished to squander time. He raised his colossal sword, advancing with a cross step, and delivered a diagonal slash toward Minnow. The formidable and fierce Minnow lifted his curved blade, aiming to deflect Shallowan's mighty sword before lunging forward to sever Shallowan's throat. This was his signature move, honed over years of one-on-one combat, having claimed the lives of many formidable roaring warriors who fell to its simple yet effective execution. Yet, this encounter was markedly different. The unparalleled force of the great sword caused Minnow's hands to tremble, nearly losing grip on his own curved blade, his body buckling as if struck by lightning. Dropping to one knee, The clash of blade against blade reverberated through the arena, while Minoko's aching arms were rendered incapable of lifting even slightly. The colossal sword swept across his left chest, cleaving Minoko's body asunder. At that moment, the roar of the raging dragon echoed, and the front line of roaring warriors, witnessing the gruesome demise of their comrade and the Blood Alliance Guard, recoiled in astonishment. Surrender or face Shallow. He held his colossal sword aloft, as the roaring dragon unfurled its wings behind him, emitting a long, resounding roar. The roaring warriors fell into an eerie silence, their retreating forms betraying the profound shock that Shallow had instilled within them. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber within the distant city of King's Landing on the continent of Westeros, flickering candlelight cast weak illumination upon the shadowy faces of those gathered. A figure from the prominent seat spoke. Lord Baelish, the Prime Minister seeks to raise our tax rates to repay the Iron Throne's debts to Bravos. Another shadow added. Lord Aelin has issued a strict crackdown on smuggling operations and intensified inspections of incoming ships. Our business is suffering. My lord, we must retaliate. We cannot allow our enterprises to be jeopardized, nor can we permit our Prime Minister to recklessly undermine the established order. Another implored. If we do not take action, the consequences will be dire, and our losses will be substantial. We cannot allow those lofty dukes and kings to arbitrarily seize our assets. Voices clamored in the chamber as each shadow expressed their opinions. Silence. Silence. My companions, we have not yet reached the worst of times. Rest assured, our interests shall not be taken by anyone, by any means. Lord Peter Baelish declared, his voice resonating with conviction. The shadows seated lower fell silent. Once the crowd had settled, Baelish resumed. If we proceed with this matter, the 7 kingdoms shall descend into chaos. This land will become a tumultuous abyss, and those once high and mighty shall be cast into the mire. Only by uniting can we emerge as the greatest victors amidst this pandemonium. Will you remain loyal to me? Loyal to our shared interests? Baelish questioned with fervor and gravity. Lord Baelish, we pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, my lord. You shall forever be our leader, and we stand in support of you. After all the shadows in the chamber expressed their allegiance, Peter Baelish smiled and nodded, raising his goblet and softly intoning, for the greater good. The chorus echoed, for the greater good, for the greater good. Chapter 35. The invincible cow in the heart of a colossal encampment stood a grand tent, where a fierce duel was taking place in the open space before it. The surrounding crowd, brimming with excitement, emitted strange cries. Situated on the northern bank of the Zakaratan River, most of the tents were constructed from thatch, while a few leather tents made from animal hides were positioned at the center of the camp. These roaring warriors, once belonging to Minokos, were conquered by the formidable presence of Charlotte. In the eyes of the Dothraki, only the mightiest roaring warriors could tame the wildest steeds. The most formidable of these warriors served as the Dothraki cow. Those who triumphed over the previous cow would be reinstituted as cow. Although Charlotte was not a traditional Dothraki, her riding of a dragon and her distinctive black hair and eastern features marked her as a unique figure among the Dothraki. After besting Minokos in single combat, Minoka's Khalasar swiftly fractured, with over 7,000 roaring warriors choosing to yield to Charlotte to stabilize her newly subjugated Dothraki warriors. Charlotte did not impose hardship upon those unwilling to submit, allowing them to depart freely. They swore an oath by the horse god not to pillage the Zala region. Upon completing their vows, they severed their braids and laid them at Charlotte's feet. Once the battlefield was cleared, Charlotte led her loyal Khalasar to a lush pasture on the northern bank of the Zakaratan River to establish their encampment. She resolved to manage her Khalasar using the methods of the legendary Genghis Khan from her past life on Blue Star, emulating the ancient Mongolian system. After liberating the slaves within her Khalasar and recruiting warriors, she instituted a hierarchical division of households into tens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. This transition from the Dothraki's slave society to a feudal system created a layered structure of allegiance, granting the lower-tier roaring warriors a pathway for advancement, thereby solidifying Charlotte's military dominion. Charlotte's new system was met with enthusiastic support from the elected leaders of tens, hundreds, and thousands. In the traditional Dothraki hierarchy, power was concentrated in the hands of a few rulers such as the cow, blood riders, and nobles. The lower roaring warriors held little power, but those who successfully ascended to leadership roles across the various ranks would become the cornerstone of Charlotte's governance over the Dothraki Khalasar. The Dothraki possessed their own spoken language but lacked a written script. Charlotte mandated the use of the simplified Chinese characters from her previous life as the written language, which extended to the texts and correspondence taught in the schools of the Aslan territory. Following the legal code established by Genghis Khan, known as the Yasa, Charlotte too crafted the Aslan Code, inscribing it upon bronze plates which were then distributed to every household leader. Each leader was tasked with managing the tribes and servants assigned to them in accordance with the edicts inscribed upon the plates. After several days of rigorous selection and challenges, the victors among the household leaders had emerged. Now, the focus turned to the selection of Charlotte's personal guards. Among those vying for this esteemed position were Camel, John Mateo, and Jekalo, along with their respective subordinates. Success in this trial required one to withstand the onslaught for a mere 10 breaths. Charlotte's personal guards enjoyed privileges surpassing those of the household leaders, possessing more servants. Thus the fervor surrounding their selection was even greater. As the ordinary Dothraki warriors lacked fixed partners, many were oblivious to the identities of their own offspring. Hence, the cavalry of the Khalasar were ineligible for selection. However, in pursuit of establishing their own lineage alongside the Khal, the Dothraki sought out former consorts, forming stable partnerships, thereby introducing familial structures that had previously only been the domain of the Khals into the lower echelons of Dothraki society. Under the might of Charlotte's colossal sword, all disobedient warriors fell before its edge, while vanguard knights and elite archers joined the ranks of the household leaders, inspiring numerous roaring warriors to emulate their example. The reforms, guided by the dual forces of the sword and the carrot, progressed smoothly, with unforeseen developments unfolding naturally. For instance, the Dothraki's traditional aversion to armor saw significant transformation. Propelled by the influx of vanguard knights and elite archers, the human inclination to admire strength was magnified within the Dothraki, who revered the powerful with fervor beyond imagination. These adept horsemen, skilled in both combat and archery, became role models for many roaring warriors, who began to mimic their comportment and habits, thereby transforming the act of donning armor into a trend synonymous with strength. The more commonplace an item became, the less value it held in the eyes of the people, while the rarest treasures garnered the most affection and esteem. To instill the notion that wearing armor signified the might of a roaring warrior, Charlotte refrained from indiscriminately distributing armor. Only those appointed as household leaders were deemed worthy of its adornment. Among the lower ranks of the Khalasar, an atmosphere of envy and admiration for those clad in armor permeated the air. The Dothraki leaders fortunate enough to don armor found themselves basking in the envious gazes of others, parading daily in their finery through the Khalasar, a sensation of unparalleled vanity and fulfillment that captivated them completely. In this environment, the Dothraki's erstwhile belief that wearing armor was a sign of weakness transformed into a conviction that the unarmored were indeed the weak, while those who bore armor were recognized as the true strong. The vigorous selection of the royal guards was underway, with Camille, Giant Matteo, and Jekalo standing majestically at the centers of 3 vacant spaces. Each donned a set of exquisite leather armor, adorned with a harmonious blend of colors intricately painted with marvelous patterns in red and black. Their bronze-buckled belts, gleaming with gold, were engraved with fierce beast motifs. The fitted skirts of their armor, whether accentuating their towering statures or their athletic builds, complemented their presence. Draped over their armor was a striking red cloak with black patterns, while the pointed helmets showcased fluttering red tassels in the wind. Surrounding them were the Dothraki warriors, their eyes ablaze with envy and admiration. For this splendid leather armor belonged to the elite guards of Khal. Believing in their own prowess, the roaring warriors stepped forward to challenge them, and the continuous onslaught left Camille, Giant Matteo, and Jekalo slightly breathless. After quenching their thirst with mare's milk, they calmly surveyed the surrounding warriors, their serene gazes radiating unparalleled confidence. An intense aura began to rise within them, compelling the onlookers to bow their heads, unable to meet their eyes. Such a commanding presence is often imperceptible in ordinary individuals, yet it manifests in those of high stature, such as ruthless leaders or influential merchants. This is an external manifestation of mental fortitude. The stronger the will, the more it unconsciously emanates. Under strict selection, from over 7,000 roaring warriors and liberated former slave warriors, only 60 were admitted into the royal guard. These guards, fully armored, stood tall beside Shero, dutifully executing their responsibilities. The Khalasa tribesmen, having been overwhelmed by the trio's formidable strength during the challenges, began to refer to Shero as the Invincible Khal, while Camille, Giant Matteo, and Jekalo were honored as the Invincible Blood Alliance Guards. Chapter 36. Pantos. Meanwhile, Shero was occupied with the integration and restructuring of the Khalasa tribes, unaware of the changes the hatching of the Dragon Queen would bring to the world. Located in the western Essos, the free trade city-state of Pantos lay nestled in a bay of the narrow sea, gazing across the waters towards the continent of Westeros. Within Pantos stood a grand red temple, the Temple of R'hllor, where, over the past year, the red priests had grown increasingly devout. This surge in devotion was spurred by the priests' renewed connection to the long-lost divine revelations of R'hllor, perceived through flames. Since the disappearance of the Targaryen dragons over a century ago, the divine insights of R'hllor had also faded. Recently, however, the faintest sensations of R'hllor's divine power had invigorated the faithful red priests, igniting excitement and fervor amongst them. Yet, the divine messages came intermittently, as if obstructed by a mysterious force, leaving the priests with vague and unclear revelations. Each night, the red priests would kindle flames within the temple, chanting prayers and beseeching R'hllor for guidance, while their followers fixated on the flames, yearning to glimpse the phantoms of the future. The red-robed monks, believing themselves insufficiently pious in their service to R'hllor, clandestinely conducted a series of fiery sacrifices, even resorting to self-immolation rituals. Many devotees perished in the flames. Yet the divine revelations from R'hllor remained shrouded in ambiguity. Upon learning of the fervent actions of R'hllor's followers, the governors of Pantos initiated secret investigations into the matter. Yet all yielded no results. This incited considerable concern among the governors, for the fanaticism of R'hllor's adherents was well known, and for the privileged governors, the uncontrollable force of fervent religious belief was a source of dread. Every astute ruler understands that while governance necessitates religion, it must not be wholly reliant upon it. Our esteemed governor Illyrio Mopatis resided beside a grand red temple, in a courtyard serving as a stronghold. Towering 12-foot brick walls encircled the courtyard, their tops adorned with a row of sharp iron spikes. The courtyard was divided into 3 areas, connected by 3 gates, with the main entrance serving as the primary passage for residents. One gate concealed a hidden garden adorned with ivy, at the center of which stood a marble pool. In the pool stood a statue of a naked boy, handsome and graceful, crafted from polychrome marble. The statue's hair was painted a golden hue, and it brandished a dagger, poised in a fighting stance. Surrounding the pool were 6 cherry blossom trees, and behind the residence lay an expansive garden. The 3rd gate led to the backdoor kennel, home to enormous dogs that barked incessantly. The entire courtyard was diligently guarded by the unsullied eunuchs, stationed at the 3 entrances. On this day, when Viserys and Daenerys were invited by Illyrio Mopatis to reside in this stronghold, the main hall saw Illyrio seated regally at the head of the table, while Viserys, feigning arrogance, held his head high, and Daenerys, bowing her head, appeared demure. As servants presented bread and salt upon a tray, they partook, dipping the bread in salt before consuming it. With gratitude, Illyrio welcomed. "I am immensely grateful that the rightful heirs of the 7 kingdoms grace my humble courtyard with their presence. Thank you for your gracious invitation, Governor. Once I reclaim the Iron Throne of the 7 kingdoms, I shall appoint you as Hand of the King," Viserys replied, head held high. "Thank you for the honor of your visit, Lord Illyrio," Daenerys stammered. With a smile, Illyrio remarked, "It is my privilege to host the rightful rulers of the 7 kingdoms. The King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, His Majesty Viserys and Her Highness the Princess." Oblivious to the unsheathed dagger resting on Illyrio's lap, the haughty Viserys and the timid Daenerys did not sense the undercurrents of danger. After concluding the formalities, Illyrio guided Viserys and Daenerys on a tour of the courtyard. They traversed the archway connecting the main building to the guest quarters nestled within the garden. Illyrio, with utmost respect, addressed Daenerys, "My beautiful princess, you shall reside here. This is a quaint abode that offers a direct gaze upon the seaside, adorned with a façade of white marble, complemented by brass fixtures. Delicate white drapes serve as both curtains and doorways, fluttering gracefully in the caress of the sea breeze. For her, who has wandered alongside Viserys for an extended period, this dwelling is nothing short of perfection, evoking a heartfelt gratitude towards Lord Illyrio." In stark contrast, Viserys, having experienced the grandeur of the Red Keep, found this humble residence utterly disheartening, and with a look of exasperation, he addressed Daenerys, "You may rest here. I have matters to discuss with Illyrio." With that, Viserys strode away, while Illyrio nodded knowingly at Daenerys, a hint of a knowing smile gracing his lips as he followed in Viserys' footsteps. At 12 years of age, Daenerys is on the cusp of her 13th name day, beginning to blossom into womanhood. Her budding figure and increasingly rounded hips remind those around her that the frail little girl is soon to transform into a maiden. Illyrio is relieved that Daenerys has yet to reach her first menstruation, and Viserys has not yet taken advantage of the young girl, ensuring the smooth continuation of his future plans. As Viserys and Illyrio reached the scenic overlook of the garden, they stood facing the Bay of Pentos, observing the bustling ships entering and departing from the harbor. Illyrio spoke in a tone laced with flattery. "Your Majesty, the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, and protector of the realm, I humbly beseech you." Viserys, brimming with confidence, inclined his head in response. "Pray, speak." "My loyal Illyrio, future Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms. The countless families of the Seven Kingdoms await your return, living in constant fear under the usurper's oppression. Devoid of honor, should you lead an army and set foot upon the lands of Westeros, akin to the great conqueror Aegon Targaryen, countless knights shall rush forth to pledge their loyalty to you. You will reclaim the Iron Throne, usurped from you, and your name shall resound throughout King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms. For over 300 years under Targaryen rule, commoners, nobles, knights, and merchants alike yearn for your return." Illyrio paused. Then with utmost sincerity and certainty, he proclaimed, "What you need now is but an army that belongs to you." Viserys, stirred by Illyrio's impassioned words, inquired with fiery urgency, "Where shall I find this army, Illyrio, my loyal future Prime Minister? The Golden Company? Those shameless mercenaries, those despicable wretches, devoid of honor and integrity. They cannot assist me." Viserys spoke with a tone of anger and despair. Illyrio shook his head. "No, the Golden Company is merely a band of mercenaries. They possess neither loyalty nor honor, for they are solely driven by the glimmer of gold." With a hint of temptation in his voice, he spoke, "In the vast lands of Essos, the mightiest cavalry are the Dothraki's roaring warriors, whose loyalty can be earned with but a modest price." After uttering these words, Illyrio fell silent and turned away. Our esteemed governor understands that as long as he keeps Viserys dangling under the allure of the Iron Throne, the latter will acquiesce to any request. Chapter 37. Dothraki. Across the expansive Dothraki Sea, the crimson sun ascends just beyond the horizon. The refreshing morning breeze disperses the mists of the previous night, as a lengthy procession advances along the trails trampled by the scouts' hooves. Unlike other Khalasars, this Dothraki Khalasar is composed solely of roaring warriors, accompanied by a scant few hairless men and herbal women, while the elderly, weak, and children remain stationed on the northern bank of the Lakazadan, tending to the herds. Their destination is the Dothraki stronghold of Dothraki, which, needless to say, belongs to Kalo. A colossal figure soared through the skies above the winding line, casting a shadow over the procession. It was none other than Kalo's majestic dragon. Each time the dragon flew over the roaring warriors, it elicited a cacophony of jubilant cries, a fervent expression of pride in their call and their formidable Khalasar. They firmly believed themselves to be the strongest Khalasar across this vast sea of grass, unmatched by any other. At this moment, they were escorting Khaleesi Daenerys to the city of Meereen. Although Kalo had reformed the Dothraki customs, some traditions remained stubbornly intact. For instance, as the previous Khaal's bloodbound guards had all perished, it fell upon the current Khaal to escort the late Khaal's widow to Meereen. At the urging of the tribesmen, Kalo acquiesced, both to fill the gaps in his system's knowledge and to behold the scenic vistas of Dothraki and the womb of the world beneath the mother of mountains. The roaring warriors spoke of the womb of the world as the most beautiful place on earth. Surrounding the lengthy procession were the scouts, composed of system cavalry and Dothraki riders. This time, Kalo did not lead the infantry forward. Following the restructuring of the Thousand House system, the roaring warriors exhibited a remarkable improvement in discipline and organization compared to their former chaotic state, their combat prowess vastly enhanced. No longer a rabble, they functioned cohesively like a wolf pack, coordinating their movements under the leadership of the various house heads, their combat effectiveness growing increasingly harmonious during their march. The migration of over 13,000 roaring warriors across this boundless expanse of grass is but a mere drop in the ocean. The might of nature is beyond the grasp of mortals, originally numbering just over 7,000. The roaring warriors who pledged allegiance to Kalo increased by an additional 6,000 following the emancipation of slaves and a subsequent selection process. Kalo's entire Khalasar comprises 13 house heads, 1,360 heads, and 1,367 10 heads, with the 100 heads and 1,000 heads primarily filled by system cavalry. As the Dothraki tribes underwent a transformation under the leadership of Khal, the vanquished Dothraki, unwilling to submit, spread tales of Khal like a tempest across the vast eastern grasslands. A dragon rider, Khal, had triumphed over Menacle. Indeed, The tribes referred to Khal as the invincible Khal, while he was hailed as the dragon rider in the eastern grasslands. Scout after scout galloped past, causing merchants nearby to hastily retreat to the fringes of the road. They dared not obstruct the path of the riders. These merchants from the free trading city-states had all paid tribute for protection to the Khal of the grasslands, lest they fail to reach this place. In the distance, a figure approached on horseback, Khal. With only half a day's journey remaining to the gates of horses, the scouts reported. With no elderly or infirm accompanying the march, the army advanced with remarkable speed. The journey from the outer river of Zakalar to the vast Dothraki lands, which typically took 3.5 months, was nearing completion in under 2 months. You have performed admirably, Khal acknowledged with a nod of praise. Hearing his commendation, the scout's face flushed crimson, and in a fervor of excitement, he exclaimed, "Great invincible Khal, you shall ride the finest steeds across this sky, and none shall hinder you. We are your eternal scimitars." Not long into their ride, 2 colossal bronze horse statues emerged in the distance, rearing on their hind legs upon a pedestal of white marble, their forelegs soaring high, creating an arc that reached 100 feet above the ground. As they passed beneath this grand archway, Khal was awestruck by the sheer magnificence of the bronze structures, a testament to the magical world they inhabited. Once through the gates of horses, little else captured Khal's gaze. A broad, unobstructed road led directly to the Mother Mountain, its surface adorned with lush grass. Flanking the highway were an array of looted statues, depicting deities such as the High God, the Red God, the Goat of Black Mountain, the Faceless God, the Stranger, the Harpy, the Weeping Lady, and the Hooded Man, among others. Khal even spotted the 20 figures of love from the Summer Sea and the 7 gods of Westeros, though the origin of these treasures remained a mystery. The entirety of the vast Dothraki settlement appeared dilapidated, a haphazard collection of crumbling stones and thatched huts, exuding an air of decay. One could only wonder at the peculiarities of the Dothraki. Among the multitude of captives, surely there were craftsmen and architects who could have been enlisted to improve their city. Perhaps their long-standing divisions and lack of a unifying leader, someone of great stature, were to blame. Perhaps that individual could be none other than myself. While Khal pondered these thoughts, guided by the roaring warriors, they arrived at a pyramid constructed from disordered stones. Surrounding the pyramid was a vast tent crafted from animal hides, thatch, wood, and stone, a temple dedicated to the Dosh Khaleen. Dozens of Dothraki women, young and old, stood at the entrance of the tent, welcoming Khal's arrival. Honored Dragon Rider Khal, welcome to you, the oldest woman among the Dothraki, who spoke with a mouth that had but a few teeth remaining. It is my honor to meet you all. Please do not hesitate to ask if you have any needs, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them, said Charlotte politely. He gestured towards his subordinates, who had brought 5 chests, and kicked open one of the lids, revealing a dazzling array of gold. This is my humble gift for you all. The jubilant Dothraki, their faces aglow with joy, offered their blessings to Charlotte. Your renown shall echo through every corner of the vast Dothraki sea. May the horse god bless you. The horse god blesses you all as well, Charlotte replied, tilting his head towards the side. This is Minoko's Khaleesi, whom I have brought here. Thank you for bringing her here, a relatively young Dothraki woman remarked. It seems she is indeed the Khaleesi of the former Hakako. After this, several eunuchs escorted Minoko's Khaleesi into the adjacent tent. Respected Khal Dragon, please allow us to perform a divination for you as a token of our gratitude. The oldest Dothraki invited Charlotte into the tent to offer him a reading. In this world imbued with extraordinary powers, Charlotte was curious to hear what these witches would proclaim. Subsequently, he witnessed a ritual akin to the shamanistic ceremonies of his past life on Blue Star, although this one was more macabre, with blood-red horse blood and heart presented upon a dark crimson altar as offerings. Fortunately, there was no demand for Charlotte to consume the horse heart. One of the oldest Dothraki, after rolling his eyes, informed Charlotte that in the future he would ride a world-class steed, swift as the wind, with an army that covers the land, innumerable in number, and wielding a curved Arak blade as sharp as a blade of grass. Charlotte fought the urge to roll his eyes. Had this fellow mistaken him for that wretched Daenerys? Chapter 38. Misunderstanding. As the sun dipped low over the vast expanse of the Mother of the World lake, the surface of the lake was bathed in a golden hue. The gentle rustle of reeds swayed in the evening breeze by the lakeside, while fluffy white tufts danced in the wind like a long dragon across the heavens. Pebbles glistened beneath the clear waters near the shore, interspersed with colorful shards of glass, casting a mesmerizing glow beneath the surface. Gazing towards the distance along the lake's edge, a gem-like azure shimmered faintly in the heart of the lake, indicative of its unfathomable depths. The distant Holy Mother Hill mirrored upon the lake's surface, while birds glided gracefully, creating ripples across the tranquil water. The crystal-clear waters sparkled under the sun's rays, radiating a warm golden light. As the Mother of the World Lake unveiled its beauty like a graceful maiden lifting her veil, this breathtaking scenery seemed to belong to a realm beyond the earthly plane. Shallow stood by the Lake of the Womb, surrounded by the fresh air that carried a hint of sweetness, prompting him to take a deep breath. The refreshing scent of the lake seemed to wash over his body and soul, intoxicating him in its embrace. Shedding all constraints, Shallow stepped into the cool, crystal-clear waters, which enveloped him entirely. With arms outstretched, he floated serenely upon the surface, the gentle waves erasing the fatigue of his long journey. His eyes, slightly closed, gazed upon the clouds glowing like embers on the horizon. The rustling of reeds swaying in the wind, the chirping of birds, and the rhythmic lapping of water against the shore merged into a sense of tranquility that settled in Shallow's heart. Though the Lake of the Womb was a sacred site for the Dothraki, the common folk were not permitted to bathe here. Only the Khals and Khaleesi's were allowed to immerse themselves in this holy water. Shallow was the sole figure drifting through this picturesque landscape. According to the distant legends of the Dothraki, the first warrior to ride a horse emerged from the Lake of the Womb. Apart from the occasions when Kalaka, the son of Khal, ascended to power or when Khaleesi married, only then could one bathe in this sacred lake and receive the blessings of the horse god. As Shallow reveled in the beauty of the Lake of the Womb, tales of him riding dragons spread across the free trade cities and the continent of Westeros. In the Red Keep's council chamber, our Seven Kingdoms protector, King Robert, was seated upon the Iron Throne, crafted from countless swords. What in the name of the gods is this dragon-riding cow? He inquired loudly of his spymaster, Varys, the Spider. According to merchants from the free trade cities, it was a war on the Dothraki Sea, where this dragon-riding cow purportedly defeated another Khal with a mighty force of 40,000 roaring warriors, Varys reported in a sweet, sharp tone. Isn't that Targaryen family supposed to be the last of the Dragon Lords? Didn't their dragons go extinct over a century ago? King Robert furrowed his brow in confusion. My esteemed majesty, indeed. The records from the Red Keep indicate that the Targaryens relocated to Dragonstone before the eruption of the volcano in Valyria. They are the last known family to possess dragons in this world. After the Dance of the Dragons, during the reign of King Aegon III, the last dragon perished, and the hatchlings that followed were all deformed and eventually died. The Mad King once attempted to use wildfire to hatch dragon eggs, but it was to no avail. Varys replied respectfully, if the Targaryen dragons are extinct, then from whence does this dragon of the dragon-riding cow come? Is he of Valyrian descent? King Robert leaned forward, his belly protruding. Reports described the dragon-riding cow as handsome, with black hair and black eyes, lacking the Valyrian traits of pale golden hair and purple eyes. Varys bowed in response. Standing beside Varys, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Peter Baelish, stepped forward beneath the Iron Throne to add, it is said that he is exceedingly wealthy, with trading posts scattered across the city-states of Essos, including one just outside King's Landing. A look of realization dawned on Robert's plump face. Ah, that's right. The Astapor trading post. Baelish nodded with a smile. Indeed, Your Grace. They sell a variety of exquisite goods throughout the Seven Kingdoms, with their products adorning the homes of nobles across Westeros. Robert nodded in understanding. I am aware of this. I possess a set of their porcelain dinnerware. It is said their banner features a red field with a black dragon emblazoned upon it. Just as Robert relaxed his furrowed brow, the quiet voice of Littlefinger emerged. A red field with a black dragon? Blackfire? That scoundrel is a Blackfire? Robert's mood soured instantly. Varys' sharp voice broke the tension. Your Grace. The dragon banner of Astapor is not the same as that of Blackfire. Silence, you Targaryen bastard. Robert angrily retorted at Varys. Then turned to the white-cloaked knight standing nearby and commanded, instruct the gold cloaks to shut down that Astapor trading post and apprehend everyone inside. One of the white-cloaked knights bowed and prepared to depart. Stepping forward, the chief of the Kingsguard, the fearless Ser Barristan, interjected, Your Grace. The Astapor trading post employs many commoners from King's Landing. Arbitrarily arresting its staff could incite chaos. Then let us arrest their overseers, shut down their stronghold, and confiscate their goods, Robert replied after a moment's thought. Barristan continued, Your Grace. The trading post is vital to the livelihoods of many commoners surrounding King's Landing. Closing it without cause and detaining its employees is neither honorable nor just. Hearing Barristan's response, Robert's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with anger. Barristan. That is Blackfire. Blackfire. The spawn of House Targaryen. Their banner merely resembles that of Blackfire, It is not truly Blackfire S, Barristan argued. Remember your oath. Adhere to the commands of your king. Sir Barristan, Robert said coldly, narrowing his eyes. Barristan stood speechless, finally bowing in resignation. Yes, your grace. At that moment, the tardy hand of the king, Jon Arryn, strode into the council chamber with vigor. Your grace. Even if they are Blackfire, they are also the sworn enemies of the Red Dragons. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Enough, my hand of the king. This cursed business is less pleasant than the company of a courtesan. White cloaks. Execute your king's command, Robert declared before turning away from the Iron Throne and heading towards the brothels outside the Red Keep. Chapter 39, The Return. After bathing in the womb of the world, Charlotte found herself in the star-studded sacrificial grounds of Lys. The servants adorned Charlotte's flowing hair with oil, then skillfully braided it, embellishing it with small bronze bells. As she contemplated the absurdity of these rituals, vowing to abolish them once she unified the Dothraki, her face betrayed her resistance. Her bare chest was painted with vibrant hues, and she donned trousers crafted from horsehide and mane, cinched at the waist with a bronze belt. Seated upon a stone chair carved from the earth, in the presence of the Dothraki, after the roaring warriors presented their tributes, the cacophony of their incomprehensible ceremonies marked the conclusion of the KO ritual. Once the ceremony was over, Charlotte eagerly departed from Westeros, embarking on her journey home. The vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea was adorned with an array of grasses and vegetation, sustaining a population of over 2 million Dothraki. In this expansive territory, with its sparse inhabitants, she encountered no signs of life after leaving Westeros, only an array of nameless grasses and the wildlife concealed within them. The howling riders spread out in formation, galloping forth, their bizarre calls mingling with the cacophony of barking hounds. The riders' cries, coupled with the frenzied barks of the hunting dogs, startled the creatures lurking within the underbrush, prompting a herd of well-fed sheep to leap forth. The riders swiftly drew their bows, releasing arrows that soared like meteors into the bodies of the sheep. Wounded and frightened, the sheep, adorned with arrows, fled a short distance before collapsing, convulsing on the ground. The antelope, though not struck fatally, could not escape far. The triangular arrowheads inflicted continuous tearing wounds, causing copious bleeding as the prey fled. Such arrows were indispensable tools for the Dothraki in their hunts. Among the valiant roaring warriors, some sought to present the furs of the cunning predators, such as leopards and lions, to their KO, tirelessly searching the plains for these elusive beasts. Following each hunt, Charlotte rewarded the leading households or the roaring warriors who presented her with the largest furs or the most game, inciting envy among the other riders. During this campaign across the vast grasslands, each time they set camp, the riders eagerly anticipated hunting a formidable creature to bring glory to their households in front of their peers. This hunting served to drive away surrounding beasts, ensuring the safety of their encampment, while also procuring fresh meat. A resonant roar echoed from the sky, announcing the return of the unleashed dragon. The golden disk of the sun descended in the west, shedding its dazzling light, as the vast Dothraki Sea was painted a deep yellow by the crimson sunset. Interspersed among the grasses, wildflowers shimmered in a riot of colors, red, white, yellow, blue, and purple, transforming the verdant plains into a landscape more beautiful than any garden. A colossal shadow swept over the roaring warriors, eliciting startled cries from the riders each time they beheld this figure. As the hues of the evening sky deepened, the hunters returned from their excursion, their steeds galloping back to the campsite encircled by numerous four-wheeled carts, where bonfires flickered to life. The riders navigated through the spaces between the wagon boards, surging into the encampment, which was suffused with the mingling scents of blood and roasted meat. Amidst throngs of people skinning and cooking their catches, various pelts of prey from the vast grasslands were laid out before Shero, as the riders eagerly awaited his judgment. Perched upon a green stone, Shero meticulously selected the most formidable pelts and the most bountiful offerings, while the surrounding roaring warriors beamed with pride as they witnessed his choices, their spines straightening with heightened self-importance. Those overlooked hung their heads in disappointment, reluctantly retreating from the crowd. The guards stationed behind Shero produced leather armor and finely crafted steel sabers, which Shero accepted and distributed among the victors. The winners received their rewards with a mixture of reverence and excitement, donning the exquisite leather armor bestowed by Cal and fastening the elegantly curved sabers to their belts. The red capes draped across their shoulders billowed in the evening breeze, presenting a formidable sight to those around them. After kneeling in salute, the armored warriors withdrew, eager to traverse the campsite. Basking in the envious and jealous glances cast their way, their hearts swelling with immense satisfaction. After a long journey spanning 2 months, the group returned to the designated encampment of the elderly and infirm in Dothraki. Before them lay a vast campsite enclosed by towering wooden palisades, within which rows of tents had been meticulously erected. White smoke spiraled from the chimneys of each tent, and the tents belonging to Khalasari were no longer thatched but constructed from canvas and animal hides, forming semicircular shelters. The surrounding grasslands had been cleared of weeds and sown with lush, high-quality pasture, including varieties akin to ryegrass, purple clover, emperor bamboo, and corn grass. All rich in crude protein, sweet in flavor, crisp and juicy, with excellent palatability and protective benefits for the soil. Above the expansive encampment, a magnificent dragon with a shimmering platinum hue circled the sky, seemingly taking notice of Shero's party as it dove swiftly towards them. The dazzling creature's roar echoed as it descended, prompting the nearby warriors, unacquainted with this dragon, to ready their arrows. "Lower your weapons. It's an ally," Shero called out, while the riders, integrated into a system of household leaders, jubilantly exclaimed, "Lady Anya has arrived." It is the dazzling light of Lady Anya. The Dothraki warriors, stirred by a fervent excitement, set aside their bows and arrows, raising their hands in jubilation as they roared in unison. A shimmering dragon descended gracefully nearby, its robust legs thudding against the grass, a sound that ignited a chorus of ecstatic cries among the gathered crowd, filling every roaring warrior's heart with exhilaration and pride. Once the colossal beast had settled, Anya swiftly descended along its inclined wing and approached Shero with a respectful greeting, addressing him as "My Lord Shero." Chapter 40. The encampment. As the young woman offered her salutation, Shero nimbly dismounted his steed and raised a hand, commanding, "Dismissed." The guards relayed Shero's orders, and the roaring warriors echoed a cheer before bowing in respectful farewell and streaming into the encampment. Turning with a beaming expression, Shero inquired, "When did you arrive here? How fares Aslan Castle?" "My Lord Shero, rest assured, all is well at Aslan Fortress," Anya responded, her face alight with joy at their reunion. Together, they strolled across the soft, carpet-like rye grass towards the encampment. "My Lord Shero, there are 3 such encampments like this one. The annual migration and rearing of livestock greatly benefits the growth of pasture. We have cleared the indigenous vegetation surrounding the encampment to cultivate grasses more suitable for livestock consumption," Anya explained, gesturing to the surrounding pastures. Furthermore, she elaborated on the transformation of the Dothraki's previously singular focus on horse herding. Now, the ranch boasted a variety of livestock, including dairy cows, long-haired sheep, pigs, chickens, and ducks, enhancing the diversity of the ranching operations and bolstering resilience against diseases. Recently, we have also allocated manpower to clear land for planting legumes. The soil and terrain along the outer river of Rakkazaden are particularly conducive to the growth of grains. Anya paused, pointing towards the distant figures plowing the land with horses, and continued, "After this season's harvest of beans, which are rich in plant protein and ideal for livestock feeding, we will enrich the soil's fertility before arranging for the planting of grains and various economically beneficial crops." As Shero listened attentively, nodding in agreement, he felt reassured by the presence of their capable steward, ensuring everything was in meticulous order. The outer river of Rakkazaden, situated in the subtropical region of Essos, basks in abundant sunlight and ample rainfall, rendering it suitable for diverse agricultural endeavors. The entire encampment has been artificially elevated, with drainage channels systematically laid out, directing water uniformly towards the protective river surrounding the encampment before flowing into the Rakkazaden outer river. As Anya's account unfolded, they entered the encampment, where broad pathways were strewn with the remnants of burned honeycomb coal. These gray paths neatly separated circular tents across the expansive grounds. On the main thoroughfare traversing the encampment from north to south, the air was alive with calls as the families of the roaring warriors, consisting of women and children, joyfully shouted for their men and fathers, creating a harmonious cacophony. At this moment, the sun was at its zenith, and wisps of white smoke billowed from the circular exhaust pipes atop the tents, indicating that the Dothraki women were preparing lunch within. Curiosity piqued, Charlotte approached a tent by the main thoroughfare, the lifted curtain revealing an unobstructed view inside. The interior bore a striking resemblance to the Mongolian yurts of a bygone era on Earth, featuring a framework woven from wooden slats, enveloped in canvas and stitched animal hides. The tent, rounded at the base and tapering to a peak, stood approximately 5 meters tall and spanned about 18 meters in circumference. Above, a large skylight provided ventilation, and during rain, a circular felt cover could shield the interior from the downpour. Small windows adorned the felt walls, where the fabric could be drawn aside, allowing bright light to stream inside, illuminating the space. Within, a low, elongated bed was adorned with a mat woven from reeds, beside which lay several boxes containing garments, quilts, and animal pelts. A small square table rested atop the bed, holding a long-spouted copper kettle and several intricately carved wooden bowls, filled with various meats and cheeses. A sprightly warrior, hands empty, indulged in chunks of meat directly from the wooden platter, while pouring a creamy milk tea from the copper kettle into a wooden bowl. Savoring a fragrant sip, a Dothraki woman crouched beside a coal stove on the other side, the smoke venting through a chimney connected to the tent. As she stirred a pot of oatmeal and meat porridge with a spoon, the silhouette at the tent's entrance caught the attention of those within, drawing their gaze to the curtain where Charlotte and Anya stood. Hastily setting down her tasks, the woman hurried to kneel before them, exclaiming, "Call, Khaleesi. May the god of horses bless you." Upon hearing herself addressed as Khaleesi, a rosy blush spread across Anya's striking face. Charlotte, noticing her transformation, couldn't help but chuckle. "Rise," he exclaimed, waving his hand after a hearty laugh. He stepped inside the tent, surveying the surroundings while testing the tent's sturdiness with his hands. After a thorough inspection, he patted the shoulder of the young warrior, saying, "Cherish your wife. Do not harm her, understood?" The young warrior's face flushed with excitement as he replied, "Call. I will love her well, I swear by the god of horses. Indeed, protect your wife and care for your children. That is the true duty of a khalasar and a valiant warrior," Charlotte affirmed with a satisfied nod. "You may continue your meal and rest." With that, he took Anya by the hand and exited the tent. Behind them, the young warrior gazed after Charlotte with admiration, while the woman regarded him with reverent awe. If anyone in the tribe held the utmost respect and affection for Charlotte, it might very well be these Dothraki women. For one of the laws inscribed on the bronze khalasar tablets he had instituted forbade the abuse of one's wife. In the past, the lower-tier Dothraki warriors were devoid of familial notions, often exhibiting brutality towards the women of khalasar through violence and abuse. However, under the reign of Charlo, this grim reality has seen significant improvement. Disobedient warriors who contravened the laws of the bronze plaque met their demise at the hands of Charlo's mighty sword, as none dared defy the edicts under his imposing presence. This transformation brought an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility to the previously tumultuous khalasar, which the women, unaccustomed to such a way of life, cherished deeply. The introduction of the bronze laws instilled order throughout khalasar, steering it away from its former chaos. The cultivation of pasture and livestock rearing ushered in a more prosperous existence. It was once inconceivable for the lower-tier Dothraki warriors to enjoy a morsel of meat as frequently as they now do. Only the Khal, the blood riders, and the sons of the Khal had the privilege of indulging in horse meat and blood sausages. The sons of the Khal, nourished on protein-rich sustenance from a young age, generally grew taller and more robust than their fellow warriors, thus enhancing their chances of succeeding their father as Khal. With the backing of the blood riders, the likelihood of a khalasar warrior usurping the Khal's position was minimal. Therefore, for Menekil to seize the position of the former Khal, he must possess considerable capability. The remaining lower-tier Dothraki subsisted on wild vegetables from the vast grasslands and forage obtained through looting and trade, while hunting did not always yield success. The improved method of grazing at 3 designated locations each year greatly surpassed the previous nomadic lifestyle, alleviating the hardships associated with wandering across the grasslands. In Chapter 41, titled Territorial Economy, the aroma of roasted meat and porridge began to waft through the encampment. "My lord Charlo, would you prefer to bathe first, or have something to eat?" Anya inquired, standing by his side. As the enticing scents filled the air, a wave of hunger washed over Charlo. "Let us eat first. I feel a bit famished," he replied, patting his stomach. Guided by Anya, they made their way directly to the enormous tent at the center of the camp. Outside the tent, 10 maidens with dark hair and almond-shaped eyes awaited, standing in 2 neat rows. Upon seeing Charlo and Anya approach, they bowed in unison, greeting them with reverence. "Call, Khaleesi." Charlo nodded towards the maidens and raised a hand, gesturing, "Please bring forth the food." Having spoken, he stepped into the grand tent, which was partitioned into 3 areas by fabric curtains. Spread across the wooden floor of the main hall was a red carpet, and at the center, a massive chair adorned with the pelt of a white lion from the plains awaited him. Flanking the chair were several low tables and cushions for sitting cross-legged. As Charlo settled into the chair, the maidens brought forth a low table and placed a wooden platter brimming with food upon it. After bowing, they stood silently to one side of the tent, patiently awaiting Charlo's summons. accompanied by several of Charlotte's guards. The maidens guided them to a tent set up beside the grand pavilion for their meal. Behind the main hall of the pavilion lay a resting chamber, with another adjoining side room designated as a bathing area. Within the bathing room, a large wooden tub awaited. As the maidens busily poured bucket after bucket of hot water into it, with an innate resilience to flames, Charlotte began to develop a fondness for bathing in scalding water. Anya, lifting a long-nosed copper kettle, poured a bowl of milk tea and placed it before Charlotte. She took a hearty gulp of the tea, the sound of her swigging echoing in the air, and after finishing, Charlotte exhaled deeply. Without further ado, she seized a lamb chop, dipped it into a unique condiment reminiscent of wild chives, and savored it. The succulent flavor of the lamb, combined with the spiciness of the seasoning and the saltiness, whetted Charlotte's appetite immensely. Anya, resting her chin on her hand and tilting her head, watched Charlotte devour her meal with a twinkle of amusement in her eyes, her smile effortlessly enhancing her youthful beauty. The food on the low table was soon obliterated by Charlotte's voracious appetite. After finishing her meal, Charlotte let out a resounding belch. Glancing at the girl who was lost in thought, her expression curious as to what could be so amusing. A cough from Charlotte jolted Anya from her reverie. She feigned a shoulder punch, casting sidelong glances at the girl, then at the steaming bathing room, an obvious hint that even a blind man could perceive. The girl, startled, seemed to feel her little secret had been uncovered, her cheeks flushing a delightful shade of pink. Anya pouted in mock anger, glaring at the mischievous man before her with fierce eyes, letting out a soft huff through her elegantly upturned nose. Charlotte, amused, erupted into a hearty laugh, finding joy in the girl's expression, though puzzled by her thoughts. "Come quickly, Anya, help me scrub my back. It has been ages since I enjoyed a proper hot bath," Charlotte called out as she made her way towards the bathing area. Such a luxurious soak was beyond the usual maiden's capabilities. Anya, her fair cheeks flushed, waved her small fists in the air in a playful gesture towards Charlotte's retreating figure, before obediently following her into the bathing room. Once stripped clean, Charlotte stepped into the steaming wooden tub, allowing the scalding water to envelop her entirely. Taking a deep breath, she submerged herself in the hot water, only resurfacing after expelling the air from her lungs. A refreshing sensation coursed through her body, rendering her oblivious to the heat, replaced only by a soothing warmth that enveloped her. Anya rolled up her sleeves, extending her fair arms to knead Charlotte's shoulders, seemingly recalling Charlotte's earlier jest, increasing the intensity of her massage. "Oh, be gentle. This isn't dough," Charlotte exclaimed, feeling the girl's sudden surge of energy. Realizing Anya's flustered anger, she complied with her newfound vigor, and thus, the girl began to earnestly assist Charlotte in her massage. Our esteemed lord, with his arms gracefully resting on the edge of the wooden tub, slowly closed his eyes, savoring the delicate calluses on his shoulders, remnants of the young maiden's relentless sword training. The meticulous steward, who diligently cared for her hands after every practice, ensured that her calluses remained soft and refined. As Anya provided her massage, Charlotte summoned the interface to review his status. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, Protector of the Free People of Outpost City, Lord of Harbor City, Honorable KO of the Dothraki, Honor Points, 4236 Population, System Subjects 146, 284, Free People 265, 796 Military Forces, Castle Guards 256, Heavy Knights 150, Heavy Infantry 300, Archers 50, Vanguard Cavalry 50, Elite Longbowmen 250, Elite Mounted Archers 300, Longbowmen 1, 110, Shielded Infantry 2, 200, Rangers 1, 800, Veterans 9, 585. Special Units, Musketeer Defense 1, 000, Artillery 800, Fleet Soldiers 8, 250, Free People Forces 4, 000, Dothraki Roaring Warriors 13, 000 Heroes, Camille Aslan, Male, Kajero Aslan, Male, Anya Aslan, Female, Roland Aslan, Male, John Mateo Aslan, Male, Skills, Extraordinary Physique, Linguistic Proficiency, Map Awareness, 100 miles, Mastery of Swordsmanship, Mastery of Horsemanship, Mastery of Firearms, Mastery of Hand-to-Hand Combat, from Novice to Extraordinary, Treasures, Aslan Castle, System Manifested Entity. The system soldiers, having sustained losses in several battles, were reinforced using honor points, replenishing the ranks of each unit while retaining surplus honor points for future resource shortages. After all, with an army exceeding 40,000 and a population just over 400,000, the military-to-civilian ratio is substantial. Moreover, Charlotte's taxation on arable land is relatively modest compared to known world rulers, supported by merchant caravans and the system. For Charlotte, Once trade flourishes within the territory, customs and commercial taxes will become the primary source of revenue. The grain trade in Charlotte's domain is exclusively conducted with the Food Reserve Department under the Administrative Office. A well-organized storage system, overseen by dedicated personnel, ensures that grains are preserved effectively and do not spoil easily, had they been stored in the homes of the subjects. Spoilage and unnecessary waste could easily occur. Each year, the Administrative Office compiles reasonable prices for Charlotte's approval, facilitating a unified purchase to prevent the detrimental effects of both low prices harming farmers and excess yield harming farmers. The territory's farmers are now quite willing to retain sufficient grains for their own sustenance before selling the surplus to the Administrative Office in exchange for silver and copper coins. With newfound wealth from trading goods, the farmers can reinvest, thereby increasing the commercial taxes collected. Charlotte recalled a saying from his previous life on Blue Star: "Money that circulates is the true wealth." Charlotte now deeply resonates with this sentiment. Recently, our esteemed Lord has tasked Lord Rodrigo, the mayor of the port city, with devising a banking system to invigorate the economy within our territory. Chapter 42. The fierce gaze. After a soothing hot bath, Charlotte felt a refreshing clarity. Her raven locks were styled into a Taoist bun, secured with a piece of ebony wood. She donned black and red 3/4 wide-legged trousers and a short-sleeved top made of a blend of cotton and linen. With her legs casually crossed, she reclined on a long couch within the grand tent, savoring a bunch of grapes, indulging in an exquisite sense of leisure. The vast cow tent shielded her from the afternoon sun, while a gentle breeze from the prairie wafted into the tent, mingling with the fresh aroma of grass and the fragrant dragon's blood incense burning within, creating a delightful ambience of coolness and fragrance. Anya knelt beside the long couch, gently massaging Charlotte's elevated legs, softly muttering to herself, "What are you mumbling about? Focus. Don't just pat. Need a bit," commanded the Lord. "Humph. You must have played unfairly. I, the Grand Steward of Aslan territory, the young dragon knight, and also your maid, Anya, will not let this go," she retorted, biting her delicate silver teeth. "Who? Unfair? Impossible. It's merely your lack of skill. One must be willing to accept defeat," Charlotte replied lazily, her eyes narrowing in comfort. "Humph, you win every time. That is simply impossible," Anya murmured, frustration evident in her tone. With a teasing grin, Charlotte quipped, "What? Do you wish to challenge me again? I won't deny you a chance. After this massage, we shall play another game. If you lose again, you must continue the massage tonight." "Humph, bring it on. You only narrowly won that time. I've deciphered your strategies. You won triumph over me again. If I win, you must massage me," Anya declared excitedly, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow and instinctively increasing her kneading pressure. "Ah, be gentle. What else with the excitement? It's as if you think you can win, which is impossible. I have your strategies firmly in my grasp. You cannot surpass me," Charlotte exclaimed with a haughty expression, lightly waving her left hand while popping another grape into her mouth. The honest and reliable Lady Anya, brows furrowed, pouted as she diligently continued her massage. It turned out that Charlotte had just engaged Anya in a game of chess from her past life on Blue Star. Two inept players had battled for quite some time, ultimately concluding with our Lord's narrow victory. Unbeknownst to the Lord reveling in the services of a young lady within the cow tent, the flag's color and shape had led to the closure of the trading post on the continent of Westeros by our guardian, King Robert Baratheon I. Personnel were apprehended, and all goods were confiscated. Finally, after more than 4 months since the trading post's closure, a plea for assistance, having traversed the seas, reached the port city. Mayor Rodrigo arranged for a rider, with 5 steeds, to gallop swiftly towards the military encampment by the external river of Rakkazaden. In the shadowy, damp dungeons of the Red Keep and King's Landing, a foul stench of decay permeated the air as a group of administrators from the Aslan trading post were subjected to relentless interrogation. Several emaciated and battered individuals from the Aslan contingent stood in silence, allowing the whip to strike their already scarred bodies, their vacant gazes fixed upon the jailer wielding the long lash. The crack of the whip echoed in the dungeon, intensifying the unease within the executioner, who, under the weight of their penetrating stares, found himself instinctively lowering the whip. For over 4 months, these foreign representatives of Aslan had endured a plethora of tortures in silence, exhibiting a fortitude he had never witnessed before, coupled with their remarkable martial skills. When the Gold Cloaks had shut down the Aslan trading post over 4 months ago, he had participated in that operation, which involved more than 500 Gold Cloaks in the capture endeavor. Aside from the initial surprise attack, where the Gold Cloaks had stealthily dispatched several unsuspecting individuals with arrows, The remaining fewer than 10 Aslan defenders had reacted with remarkable agility. They deftly utilized the confined spaces of the stronghold to mount a defense, inflicting significant casualties on the well-trained and well-equipped gold cloaks. Amidst dwindling supplies of food and water, these few individuals had managed to hold their ground for 5 days, prompting Sir Gino Slint, commander of the city guard, to order the stronghold to be set ablaze in an attempt to eliminate them. Ultimately, it was the Prime Minister who intervened, vowing by the honor of House Aaron to ensure their safety and clarifying the misunderstandings between the parties before they finally laid down their arms and surrendered. The tortures they now faced were a manifestation of Sir Gino Slint's rage for their successful defense against the onslaught of 500 gold cloaks, a debacle that had rendered him a laughingstock among the noble circles of King's Landing. Ever since the closure of the Aslan trading post, many destitute citizens of King's Landing had begun to assault patrolling gold cloaks, and the slums echoed daily with vehement denunciations of King Robert. While such assaults and insults had previously existed, the nobility had largely dismissed the grumblings of the impoverished. Our sovereign, too, was indifferent, his mind consumed by tournaments, feasts, fine wines, and courtesans, with little regard for the plight of the common folk. The earlier incidents had been mere whispers in the flea-ridden dens, but this time, the boldness of the impoverished to launch such audacious attacks and vocalize their grievances arose only after the capture of these foreign traders. This profound upheaval felt as though an unseen force was surging through the streets of King's Landing, deepening the unease of the jailer in the dungeon. Throughout these months of interrogation, the captives had only uttered an incomprehensible phrase: "Those who offend Aslan shall be pursued to the ends of the earth." Scholars who had previously engaged with the Aslan trading post translated this as a declaration of blood for blood, asserting that any affront to Aslan would be met with relentless vengeance, irrespective of distance. This unwavering family vow, coupled with the fearless audacity of these foreign invaders, sends a chill down one's spine at mere recollection. The fact that I hail from a minor noble lineage, tasked with guarding the Red Keep, only solidifies my conviction that this apprehension could herald a catastrophic disaster for the realm of Westeros and the city of King's Landing. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the dungeon, causing the executioners to set down their whips and glance towards the dungeon door, where the hand of the king, accompanied by a retinue of guards, made his entrance. Lord Eileen, Lord Eileen. The individuals within the dungeon greeted him with deep bows. By the seven hells, who commanded you to torment them so? You wretched scoundrels, you bring shame upon my house. The Prime Minister, John Eileen, vociferously cursed. The dungeon guards, nervously shifting their lips, dared not respond. Caught between the hand of the king and their direct superior, any answer would surely be deemed wrong. Sir Schlint, I shall handle matters here, so do not concern yourselves. Move your damned stone feet and fetch the maester. They require healing and a transfer to a cleaner cell. Observing the guard's silence, the astute John Eileen was well aware of the underlying issues at play. However, he sensed that actions might soon unfold, and thus refrained from elaborating further. Despite his role as the Prime Minister of the city's garrison, the merchants, bound to the crosses, wore silent, bloodied smiles, their wolf-like gazes fixed intently upon our esteemed Prime Minister. Such an aggressive demeanor instilled a slight chill in the hand of the king. This was no mere facade of bravado. It was a fierce glint emanating from the depths of their souls. John Eileen, seasoned and wise, had previously toppled the Iron Throne of House Targaryen and was not easily intimidated by a mere glance. Yet, he was poised to undertake a significant undertaking and, should it come to fruition, the Seven Kingdoms might plunge into internal strife. He was wary of misinterpretations with these foreign adversaries, potentially leading to a greater misunderstanding involving the legendary dragon rider, Ko. Chapter 43. Inducement of murder. I possess no authority to release you from this dungeon, but I can assure your safety. John Eileen addressed the battered group. The slaughter is instigated by you, yet the conclusion shall be dictated by us, when war truly descends upon us. I hope you will remain as unyielding as you are now. There are forces at play that you cannot fathom, replied the leader of the Aslani Trading Company, coldly countering the Prime Minister's words. You may be formidable, yet you are distanced from the continent of Westeros. I remain unconvinced of your Koa's capability to reach this place. I have heard that your Dothraki fear the sea, John Eileen said dismissively, shaking his head. Ha ha ha, Ko. You have no understanding of the nature of your adversaries. A string of laughter erupted from the leader's lips. Pausing to observe the old man still smiling before him, the leader, realizing he had been ensnared in a verbal trap, fell silent. We are not enemies. It is all merely a misunderstanding. Once His Majesty the King has reflected upon the matter, "You shall be free to depart from this dungeon," spoke Duke Eileen, his aged visage adorned with a calm smile. "Is that so? A misunderstanding? Reflection? Departure? Not enemies? Huh. Truly a grand jest. Your treachery and betrayal have left an indelible impression, and blood debts must be repaid in blood," retorted the leader with a mocking demeanor. Though he was unaware of why the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms sought to soften his words, he was not inclined to relent so easily. To dismiss this blood feud without an apology to the Lord would be a disservice not only to him, but also to the several subordinates who had perished unjustly. He firmly believed that once the Lord received their plea for aid, he would surely seek justice on their behalf. Even if they were to perish in this dim, damp dungeon, they could not allow the spirit and pride of House Aslan to wane. Meanwhile, within the dark depths of the Red Keep dungeon, as the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms endeavored to reconcile with these foreign merchants, a conspiracy regarding his assassination was unfolding in a shadowy underground chamber of King S. Landing. The same bed, the same two figures, the billowing curtains, and the swaying bed frame all hinted at something significant. After a long while, as the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Peter Baelish entwined his fingers in the flowing crimson locks of Lisa Tully. "My beloved treasure, what has stirred such urgency within you?" Peter gazed at Lisa with profound affection and tenderness. "Oh, my love, that wretched old man seeks to send little Robert to Dragonstone to be raised by Stannis Baratheon. Woe is me. This foul, rancid man wants to take away my little Robert." Lisa wept, burying her face against Peter's chest. "My sweet, do not weep. Your tears shall shatter my heart. What has prompted him to suddenly wish for little Robert to be away from you?" Peter gently comforted Lisa, guiding her to reveal the reasons, though he had already discerned the truth. "That loathsome man, reeking of decay, has not divulged his reasons, only commanding me to obey him. I curse him to the seven gods. He has already taken you from my side, and now he wishes to take my little Robert as well. Little Robert cannot be without me. He is so frail. Stannis, that stone-hearted man. Woe is me, my poor little Robert. He will be frightened. He still needs my nursing. Without me, he will cry endlessly. My dear, help me. You are my only hope." Lisa sobbed and cursed, her words a jumbled mess. Yet she turned her gaze towards Peter with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing Lisa's plea, a knowing smile graced Peter's features. "My love, my most cherished one, my flower. Do not weep. Perhaps we merely require a trivial potion to alter his stance. No, no, I cannot poison him. If discovered, I shall lose my head at the hands of the King and the Duke of the North." Lisa Tully shook her head violently, attempting to dispel the horrifying thought from her mind. "Oh, my dear, how could that be? This is merely a weakening potion from Littlefinger. It will not poison our esteemed Prime Minister immediately." With that, Baelish pushed aside the wildly shaking Lisa Tully. Barefoot, he approached a dark cabinet, opened its doors, and retrieved a vial containing a milky white liquid. "Hush, darling. It is simply a weakening potion that will subtly sap one's strength, unnoticed by anyone. Just think of poor little Robert." Baelish tenderly caressed Lisa Tully's cheek, gently patting her back as he spoke softly. He then placed the vial of milky potion into Lisa Tully's hand. "Prime Minister, little Robert is but a child. If he were to fall ill, he would not be sent all the way to Dragonstone." Upon hearing Littlefinger's words, Lisa Tully instinctively tightened her grip on the potion, murmuring, "Yes, you are right, dear. You always have the best ideas. Little Robert will finally remain with me. Just add a drop to his soup each time. Do not overdo it," Baelish cautioned. A sickly smile began to bloom anew on Lisa Tully's face as she lunged at Littlefinger's chest. "Darling, I want you all to myself. Love me." The sounds of struggle echoed once more in the secret chamber. Within the tunnels of the Dragonstone, our intelligence minister was engaged in hushed conversation with Governor Pintos. "We have met far too frequently of late. Is there any connection between the Dragon Rider KO and the Blackfire?" Varys inquired, his typically composed voice tinged with urgency. "According to our intelligence, there should be no relation. The distance is too great for our little birds to convey precise information swiftly. The Dragon Rider KO is said to be named Shero Aslan, reportedly rising from the region of Laza. It is known that they possess formidable military strength, having defeated both the Great Coalition of Myr and the Dothraki KO in recent years. They are said to wield a weapon that emits a thunderous roar, capable of easily obliterating any foe." Illyrio Mopatus succinctly relayed the intelligence he had just gathered. But what of his dragons? Only those of Targaryen blood are known to tame such colossal creatures. Neither Volantis, nor Lys, nor Meereen has ever been reported to have successfully hatched dragon eggs or trained dragons. Varys pondered bitterly. "My friend, you are losing your composure. Perhaps we might leverage those two Targaryen red dragons to make contact with this Shero Aslan. Governor Pinto suggested, his chubby eyes glinting with cunning. Varys considered this. It is a possibility. Yet, it could spiral out of control. Fear not. Dragons are not invincible. We possess dragon-hunting crossbows. They are but fierce beasts. Illyrio replied with unwavering confidence. Chapter 44. Preparing for revenge in the grand tent of the KO encampment along the outer river of Rakkazadan, Shero sat regally in a long lionskin chair, perusing a cotton letter in his hands. Carmil, Kaguro, John Mateo, and Anya sat cross-legged on the cushions below, passing around the plea for help that Charlotte held in his hand. The frayed edges of the fabric indicated it had been hastily torn from clothing. And the dark red writing, inscribed in human blood, revealed the urgency and brutality of the attack. With a thunderous crack, Charlotte's fury erupted as he struck the solid wooden table before him, shattering it and momentarily alleviating the tempest of rage within. How dare those remnants of Westeros assault our trading post without provocation? Kaguro bellowed, his anger palpable. The slain and captured personnel of their trading post were primarily from the infantry units he had trained. Our trading post has not infringed upon the interests of those nobles. Rather, our commerce has enriched them immensely, providing jobs for many impoverished individuals, allowing them to support their families. Our presence has brought stability to their capital. Yet, our goods have encroached upon the profits of some merchants. However, the political influence of Westerosi traders cannot sway the Iron Throne. The lack of intelligence prevents me from discerning the root of our predicament. The distance to Westeros is too great. If we were to retaliate, it would be best to deploy assassins. Our immediate concern must be rescuing our captured warriors, Anya articulated in a voice tinged with a slight rasp. Blood debts can only be repaid in blood, my lord. Your command is the beacon that guides our charge, Carmil said, maintaining a posture as upright as if he were mounted on horseback. Cavalry is ill-suited for long-distance naval voyages. The main force sent to Westeros should be infantry. John Mateo remarked, meticulously crafting the shaft of an arrow. Those who knew him understood that the act of trimming fletchings or carving arrow shafts served to calm him during his moments of intense anger. They greet us with swords and blood. We must respond in kind. Charlotte gradually regained his composure after considering the opinions of the four. Our trading posts span across Essos, and this provocation from Westeros must be met with the fiercest of responses. Only then can we deter those lurking in the shadows, drooling with greed, like hyenas. Otherwise, no other trading post will be safe. They will pounce upon us as if drawn by the scent of carrion. The primary objective of our expedition to Westeros is to rescue our brethren, and secondary is to intimidate those ravenous predators. Our forces will primarily consist of the fleet of the Sea Emperor, supported by a select number of elite infantry and archers. Anya will remain stationed at Aslan Fortress. Carmel, you will guard the encampment on the Great Grass Sea. Kaguro and John Mateo, you shall accompany me. Tomorrow, I will ride the dragon to Port City to arrange for the deployment of warships and the gathering of supplies for our expedition. You shall assemble a small contingent of elite fighters in Port City. Charlotte, like a volcano on the brink of eruption, calmly orchestrated the battle preparations. This retaliatory operation is primarily characterized by naval warfare, as the formidable fleet of the Sea Emperor is poised to unveil an unparalleled display of might that ought not to exist in this realm. As dusk descends upon the harbor city, a shadow darts swiftly through the clouds above, the howling winds causing Charlotte's garments to flutter audibly through the high-altitude mist. Charlotte gazes down upon the estate, mills, and towering white windmills, crafted from canvas, spinning gracefully in the breeze that sweeps across the land. The intersecting canals reflect shimmering patches of light, while the vast farmlands reveal the diligent silhouettes of laborers bending low in toil. Along the broad thoroughfares, carriages laden with goods traverse back and forth. From the early morning, astride a majestic dragon, Charlotte has traversed mountains, hills, rivers, and forests, experiencing the diverse topographical features of the Essos continent, which showcase the grandeur of nature. The breathtaking vistas gradually quell his impatience and fury, allowing a sense of calm to envelop his mind. In the distance, the white cliffs of the harbor city glimmer with the hazy golden glow of the setting sun. Sensing Charlotte's intent, the dragon descends slowly, spiraling down toward the castle nestled within the city. The ancient roar of the dragon reverberates through the skies above the harbor city, prompting residents and visiting merchants alike to look up in astonishment at the source of the thunderous sound. A legendary dragon, long spoken of in tales, hovers above the castle, descending gracefully. "Hail to our lord, may he triumph," cries the crowd. "The lord has arrived. Behold his dragon. It is solemn." The exuberant shouts of the townsfolk resonate throughout the harbor city, as others, drawn by the commotion, rush from their homes to join in the jubilant celebration sparked by the arrival of their revered lord. Men and women of all ages, faces flushed with excitement, wave their arms fervently in hopes of catching the attention of the soaring dragon rider, offering heartfelt blessings and joyful exclamations. The merchants, visiting for trade, stand agape at the sight of the dragon soaring above, their minds momentarily blank in disbelief. The presence of a creature from legend before their eyes, a colossal form, adorned with iridescent scales and a fierce visage, renders them speechless. Furthermore, the reverence displayed by the harbor city's inhabitants toward their lord is akin to the devotion of the most pious acolytes to their deity, reflecting an extraordinary loyalty. Such a ruler, held in such high esteem, is unimaginable in other lands. As the dragon lands in the designated area of the inner castle, the residents, their views obstructed by the towering walls, gradually cease their exuberant cries. They engage in fervent discussions about the extraordinary events that have just unfolded, their voices echoing with blessings and expressions of admiration. In the harbor city, the esteemed Lord Rodrigo, Fleet Commander Alessandro, Garrison Captain Silvano, and Steward Yerner stood early by the dragon landing area, silently awaiting the arrival of Charlotte. As she unfastened the saddle straps binding her, she gracefully slid down the inclined wing of the dragon to the ground. Rodrigo gestured with his hand, and a group of servants behind him approached, carrying fresh meat to the side of the dragon, forming a small mountain of sustenance. Once Charlotte and the servants retreated a respectful distance, the dragon exhaled a torrent of black and red flames, swiftly roasting the offerings. "Greetings, my lord. All is well." The four approached Charlotte with respectful bows. "Let us set aside matters for now. Arrange for the kitchen to prepare a meal. I rode the dragon all the way here without having lunch, and I need a hot bath. My clothing is damp from the journey," Charlotte instructed with a wave of her hand. "Everything has already been arranged, my lord," replied Steward Yerner. Chapter 45. The fleet set sail on the bridge of the ship Emperor of the Seas. Sailors moved with the agility of monkeys, navigating the dense rigging and masts, while the main ship's flag fluttered high above on the main mast. Communications officers signaled with flags, relaying the statuses of various vessels within the fleet. On the deck, sailors diligently wiped and polished the billowing sails, propelling the warship swiftly across the azure expanse of the ocean. The fleet sailed gracefully through the bay, under splendid weather, with a gentle breeze and an unblemished sky. The sea was a deep blue, mirroring the heavens like a flawless satin fabric. Through a brass telescope, one could faintly discern the long coastline in the distance. Charlotte stood at the bow of the Emperor of the Seas, as the sharp prow sliced through the waves, sending sprays of azure water cascading along the ship's hull, converging at the stern to form a lengthy white wake. Flocks of seabirds hovered above, occasionally darting like arrows into the frothy waves, snatching small fish to consume. The salty sea breeze tousled the edges of her garments, carrying the ocean's unique scent into her nostrils. A dragon soared above the fleet, occasionally releasing a mighty roar. To conserve energy, the majestic creature refrained from flapping its wings indiscriminately, instead gliding on the currents of air. The entire fleet comprised 12 sailing warships, for swift galleys, and 50 carrack-style sailing vessels. The slender, pointed design of the galleys allowed them to navigate the waters with remarkable speed, resembling flying fish as they patrolled the seas. They also served as supply ships and transport vessels for ground troops. However, the high cost and brief construction time meant that only 4 galleys had been built and tested in the shipyard. As the vessels sailed along the coastline, they occasionally encountered merchant ships traversing the same routes. In the distance, one could see a colossal ship moving rapidly, prompting others to adjust their sails to avoid collision. Life at sea could be monotonous and dreary, with fishing remaining the sole source of amusement. In these waters, untouched by industrial civilization, Charlotte often found unexpected joy in the simple act of fishing. At this moment, in the city of King's Landing on the continent of Westeros, a grand tournament is underway. This magnificent event, attended by the noble lords and knights of the Seven Kingdoms, has been organized by King Robert Baratheon to celebrate the 11th named day of his eldest son, Joffrey Baratheon. On the field, 2 knights, clad in intricately embossed full-plate armor, charge fiercely toward each other, holding their family crests aloft on shields while brandishing wooden lances. The thunderous sound of iron hooves pounding the earth fills the air as they gallop with the intent to unseat one another, while the spectators roar passionately, cheering for their favored competitors. Prince Joffrey Baratheon, with his flowing golden hair and striking green eyes, possesses a handsome visage, and despite his tender age of 11, he stands taller than most boys his age. Beside him are his siblings, Princess Myrcella Baratheon and Prince Tommen Baratheon. Myrcella boasts milk-white skin and golden curls. Her emerald eyes inherited from their mother, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, promising her future beauty will echo throughout the realm. Tommen, a chubby boy with golden hair and green eyes, appears uncomfortable amidst the clamor of the event, fidgeting in his seat, eager to escape the noise. Prince Joffrey sits upright beside his father, the king, donning a smile meticulously taught by the Red Keep's maesters, a smile befitting his princely status. This smile radiates noble grandeur, prompting every noble in attendance to bow in acknowledgement. The young noble women, in the bloom of their first affections, gasp and express their admiration each time Joffrey casts his gaze their way. Yet, who could fathom the foolish, pitiable, cowardly, sickly, and cruel complexity that lies beneath that facade? The young prince, yearning for his father's praise, once used his dagger to eviscerate a pregnant cat, merely to demonstrate his bravery to King Robert. The outcome was predictable. His father's wrath and punishment followed. Not far away, the esteemed hand of the king, Jon Arryn, remained impervious to the spectacle before him, his demeanor grave as he shifted his gaze between the intoxicated King Robert and Prince Joffrey. Recently, Jon had unearthed a genealogical tome from the Red Keep's library, authored by the late Grand Maester Melian, detailing the lineage and characteristics of the principal noble families of the Seven Kingdoms. A sudden cough escaped the aged hand, fatigue washing over him like a wave. The allure of intrigue no longer captivated him as it once did. He resolved to arrange matters for young Robert before embarking on his scheme to meet Stannis that evening. The cough and weariness prompted Jon Arryn to divert his attention from the father and son. In the free city of Pentos, within the garden courtyard of Governor Illyrio Mopatis, two figures recline languidly on flower-adorned chaise lounges, while handmaidens dutifully half-recline upon them. Our esteemed governor, with hands adorned with gem-encrusted rings, restlessly roamed over the body of the nearby maid. "Your Majesty, the venerable Viserys," came the words from Illyrio, whose plump cheeks displayed a facade of false humility as he relayed the news about the dragon rider call. Viserys, filled with excitement, inquired, "Is it true? Has he truly hatched a dragon?" "Indeed, not only has he hatched a dragon, but he has also tamed it and vanquished the Dothraki call with his 40,000 roaring warriors." "Impossible. Only the Targaryen family or those with blood ties to our lineage can hatch and tame dragons. How could he have done so? Is he a bastard of House Targaryen?" Viserys exclaimed, disbelief etched upon his face. "You may be disappointed. It is highly likely that he has no connection to the Targaryens," Illyrio replied, waving his gem-laden hand. "Then what use is that damned Dothraki barbarian to me? Can he truly offer me an army and a dragon?" Viserys retorted, his expression one of indignation. Illyrio waved a plump finger. No. Perhaps we can acquire his dragon and army, but it requires a small sacrifice. Oh, for the seven hells. My future Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, please elucidate your thoughts and cease this maddening riddle," Viserys said, irritation evident on his face. "Recently, a maid reported to me that Princess Daenerys has reached her first moon cycle," Illyrio said slowly, a lewd smile creeping across his chubby face. "Are you suggesting a marriage?" "Impossible. Daenerys can only be my wife," Viserys roared, pushing away the maid beside him, anger and resentment bubbling forth. "My liege, you are the legitimate heir to the Seven Kingdoms. To gain one thing, you must be willing to sacrifice another," Illyrio stated solemnly, flashing his yellowed teeth. Illyrio shifted his initial plan of a marriage alliance with Khal Drogo to one with House Stark. The power of the Seven Kingdoms is formidable. The usurper's house and the Lannisters must unite, while maintaining close ties with the North. A strong ally is essential to breach their defenses, and the strength of House Stark far surpasses that of Khal Drogo. As the Seven Kingdoms plunged into chaotic warfare, with all yearning for a savior, it would ultimately be young Aegon who would emerge as this pivotal figure. Chapter 46. The Death of the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms. "Lord. Keep it up, Lord. I see that big fish." Amidst the cacophony of cheers and encouragement, Charlotte tightened her grip on the special fishing line, woven from steel wire and hemp, which could hardly be called fishing line, but rather fishing rope, thick as a man's thumb. The creaking and thumping of Charlotte's feet against the deck resonated, matching the tension in the rope as both sides strained against one another. The struggle of the Leviathan in the sea clashed with Charlotte's immense strength, as she relied on primitive lure fishing, lacking a specialized rod crafted from resilient alloys. The coarse and lengthy fishing line wound itself between Charlotte's arms, gradually tightening as it drew in. The catch from the Bay of Sorrow was colossal, an unknown fish, after enduring a tug-of-war for the better part of a day, finally succumbed, its body inching closer to the massive hull of the warship as the line constricted. Seizing the opportunity, a clever sailor cast a net, successfully ensnaring the great fish, which was then heaved onto the deck by the collective effort of the crew. "My lord, this fish must weigh at least 2,000 pounds," exclaimed one. "Nonsense. It's at least 2,300 pounds, another countered, as this enormous sea creature, nearly a ton and the length of 2 grown men, was forcibly brought aboard by Charlotte, earning the sailor's admiration. "Go and instruct the head chef to prepare this fish for a midday feast," Charlotte declared with a sense of accomplishment, addressing the bickering sailors. Rubbing the marks left by the fishing line on her arms, she strolled towards the captain's quarters at the aft of the ship. Sunlight streamed through the glass portholes, illuminating the spacious and bright room adorned with a red carpet. The walls were painted in a striking combination of red, black, and gold, while golden lanterns hung decoratively around. Various pieces of mahogany furniture were firmly anchored to the floor, and grand epic paintings adorned the ceiling. Fleet Commander Alessandro, equipped with tools such as a protractor, compass, and pencil, was deeply engrossed in sketching on the map spread across the table. As Charlotte entered, the sound of her footsteps caught Alessandro's attention. "My lord." "Good day," he greeted, saluting with a naval gesture. Charlotte nodded and inquired, "Where are we? How much longer until we reach the continent of Westeros?" Alessandro pointed at the nautical chart before him, explaining, "My lord, our fleet is currently navigating along the coast of the Slave Bay. After replenishing our fresh water supplies at Astapor, we will head south across the Bay of Sorrow, circumnavigating the ruins of Valyria and sailing along the currents of the Summer Sea. After rounding the southern tip of Valyria and replenishing fresh water at Noth, we will continue northwards through the Summer Isles, entering the sphere of influence of the Free Cities. During this journey, we will need to stop at several coastal ports, Lys, Tyrosh, and Pintos, to replenish our water supplies. It is estimated that within 2 months, we will reach the narrow sea between Essos and Westeros." After a brief pause, Alessandro gestured towards the trade routes marked on the map between Westeros and Essos. Merchant vessels from both continents primarily navigate near the stepstones and the western coast of Essos, which is the direction they mainly guard. Our warship possesses significant tonnage and resilience against storms, equipped with a sextant for precise navigation. We could directly traverse the narrow sea from Pintos, launching a surprise attack on the narrow sea fleet stationed outside Blackwater Bay under the command of Dragonstone and the Iron Throne. Our Imperial fleet, fierce and formidable, possesses the firepower capable of effortlessly obliterating the narrow sea fleet anchored in the harbor of Dragonstone. Subsequently, we shall besiege Dragonstone or coerce King S. Landing into surrendering our captured brother. Alessandro ultimately encapsulated the operational strategy. Charlotte listened attentively to Alessandro's insights and suggestions, nodding in approval. "Your battle plan is commendable. You are a seasoned expert in naval warfare. As the overall commander of this campaign, feel free to make direct requests of me as necessary." Upon hearing Charlotte's response, Alessandro removed his hat and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "At your service, my lord." Meanwhile, far across the narrow sea on the continent of Westeros, our prime minister lay gravely ill upon his sickbed. In the Red Keep, the prime minister's council convened, comprising the king, queen, and various nobles of the 7 kingdoms, while scholars scurried in and out, delivering bowls of poppy milk to John Arryn's lips. The portly Kingsguard protecting King Robert glared with wide eyes, his disheveled black hair and unkempt beard presenting a fearsome visage as he hurled accusations and roars at the pale, trembling Lysa Tully. "By the 7 hells, how have you cared for your husband? Just days ago, he was vibrant, attending Joffrey's naming day and the nightly tournament. In but a few days, he has become this way. You wretched fool, how could you let this happen? By the 7 hells, look at your frail self. Why has the stranger not taken you, but instead taken my hand of the king?" King Robert's tirade continued unabated, directed at Lysa, who appeared timid, weak, pale, and quaking with terror. Lost in profound sorrow, King Robert failed to perceive the dread emanating from the prime minister's wife, which was not born of his tirades, but rather from a nefarious murder lurking in the shadows. "Enough. She is the prime minister's wife, and at least she bore him an heir. Your tirades against this unfortunate woman will not restore our esteemed prime minister." Cersei Lannister, exasperated by the relentless insults, could no longer restrain herself from rebuking King Robert. After silencing the king's diatribe, Queen Cersei gently embraced Lysa Tully and led her away from the gathering. As the two departed the scene, an uncontainable joy flickered in their eyes. Cersei rejoiced in the cunning Jon Arryn's impending demise, for it meant the Lannister family would wield greater power within King's Landing. Little did she know her own head was on the chopping block. Lysa, too, felt elation, for no one suspected her treachery against the esteemed prime minister. Curse the Lannisters. Curse that foolish woman. The king muttered, redirecting his ire as Cersei interrupted his outburst. Amidst King Robert's tirade, the expressions of the gathered officials and nobles varied widely. Stannis Baratheon, the Minister of Maritime Affairs, gazed gravely at the retreating figure of the queen. The Minister of Finance, Littlefinger Baelish, concealed in a corner unseen by the crowd, wore a smile imbued with profound significance. The Master of Whisperers, Varys, stood impassively among the throng. Our esteemed Prime Minister, having been sedated with opium by the scholar, lay supine in bed, arms raised high, exclaiming, "Robb, the resilient scion of House Stark." After his fervent cries subsided, his voice dwindled to a whisper, his hands falling limply as he succumbed to death. The corpulent King Robb, hearing the Prime Minister's call, roughly shoved aside the scholar before kneeling at the bedside, a heart-wrenching wail escaping his lips, weeping as if he bore the weight of a 500-pound child. Chapter 47. The Tempest at Sea. As the fleet departed the mournful Bay of Tears, traversing the confluence of the two seas, they journeyed for several days. Nearing the resupply point at the Isle of Nars, the morning sky revealed no sign of the sun, which daily graced the horizon, but instead lay shrouded in gloom. The tranquil surface of the sea began to churn violently, the warships swaying precariously with the tumultuous waves. In the distance, dark storm clouds and flashes of lightning advanced ominously toward the fleet, while the escalating winds heralded the impending wrath of the ocean. The small brass bell aboard the warship rang out in urgent, crisp tones. A storm approaches. Secure yourselves to the masts, lads. In perilous moments, this may save your lives. True sailors bravely confront the howling winds and monstrous waves, shouted the boatswain, rallying his crew amidst the roaring tempest. Fear not, my friends. Steady yourselves. The port of Nars is not far. Our fleet speed will allow us to reach it before the storm fully unleashes its fury. The first mate moved swiftly among the crew, offering reassurances. Within the inner quarters, sailors and marines bound themselves together with ropes, securing their bodies to the ship to avert reckless casualties from collisions. In the gunroom, gunners received orders to fortify the cannon carriages, preventing the ship's undulations from causing dangerous mishaps. The riggers, agile amidst the howling winds, climbed between the sails and ropes, adjusting the sails to steer the fleet away from the approaching tempest. Signalmen waved colorful triangular flags, relaying crucial information throughout the fleet. Navigators ascended to the lofty crow's nest, brandishing brass telescopes to survey the surrounding sea, occasionally striking the small brass bell to convey messages below. The sail-powered warships cleaved through the surging waves, while the rain, steadily increasing in size, lashed against Charlotte, propelled by the raging winds. "My lord, for your safety, please retreat to the cabin," urged the sailors. Charlotte shook her head resolutely. "No, I shall remain here, alongside you, to face this storm together." The sailors surrounding him, understanding the lord's intentions, ceased their chatter and handed him a length of hemp rope, expertly tying it into a special sailor's knot that secured itself around Charlotte's waist. One end fastened to the ship's hull. His gaze pierced through the sails and rigging, observing the tumultuous sea that roiled like boiling water. In the distance, dark clouds intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning sliced through the sky, the electric brilliance casting a fleeting glow upon the crew, while the distant rumble of thunder echoed ominously. "My lord, Nars Island is not far from here. We can reach its harbor before the true hurricane descends upon us." Evading this tempest, Alessandro shouted to Charlotte. The fleet commander, Alessandro, stood firm as a rock, occasionally glancing at the compass in his left hand while deftly maneuvering the helm with his right. He adjusted the ship's course using the steering lines, guiding it toward the mast and sails with an air of ease, as if the approaching storm were merely a gentle breeze. As the bow cleaved through the surging waves, torrents of water cascaded onto the bridge deck, rushing back to the sea through the ship's high-set scuppers. In this tumultuous tempest, the fleet appeared as insignificant as a solitary boat upon a vast lake. A roaring dragon soared above the fleet, its cries guiding the vessels through the turbulent waters. The majestic creature had already located the harbor of Nars Island, returning to direct the fleet towards safe haven. A hearty laughter erupted from Charlotte, who silently observed the crew battling the forces of nature, a sense of exhilaration swelling within him. Yet, as the wild wind, rain, and spray surged into his open mouth, his laughter was abruptly silenced. Stealing a glance around to ensure no one had noticed, he quickly donned a proud smile once more. Amidst the dragon's resounding roars, the fleet continued its journey. And through the tempest, a natural bay emerged in the distance, its arms shielding the water within from the raging sea. creating a serene expanse. The ships of the fleet lowered their sails in an orderly fashion as they approached the bay entrance. Sails were furled, anchors dropped, and the first mates on each warship barked commands to the sailors, who rolled up the white sails while heavy anchors plunged into the depths. Once the entire fleet had secured its sails and anchors, an even fiercer gale howled beyond the bay. The towering waves and fierce winds kept at bay by the protective arms of the harbor. The waves crashed against the shore, sending plumes of spray skyward, while the ocean currents surged through the bay entrance, causing the massive warships to sway precariously, prompting the land forces within the hold to succumb to nausea, filling the air with an acrid scent. On deck, the sailors busily tied ropes in the pouring rain, their hands and feet working tirelessly. Inside the stern cabin, the howling wind seeped through the cracks of the portholes, the undulating waves causing the vessel to rock unsteadily. As the ship finally steadied, Charlotte, relieved of his worries, felt a wave of queasiness wash over him, yet his robust constitution allowed him to recover swiftly. A tempest ravaged the waters surrounding Nas Island for an entire day, finally abating in the early hours of dawn, as the ferocity of the winds diminished and the torrential rains gradually ceased. Once the formidable vessel steadied, the crew emerged onto the ship's bridge, where the briny sea breeze enveloped them, and the azure sky appeared as if washed by water, stretching endlessly without a cloud in sight. In the distance, a radiant rainbow arched across the horizon, a remnant of the storm that had just passed. The sea, reflecting the capricious nature of a scorned lover, displayed a countenance that shifted between joy and sorrow, were it not for the uprooted vegetation on the shore. One might not have sensed the previous day's cruel indifference. Early that morning, Charlotte soared above Nas Island on the back of a great dragon, surveying the land from above. The island appeared like a spoon, with a landmass dividing the bay into two navigable channels. The island was lush with flora and abundant with blossoms, and many butterflies fluttered out from hidden crevices, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. After partaking in breakfast prepared by the ship's cook, the crew sprang into action. The shipwright busily replaced and repaired the battered planks and sails, damaged by the relentless gales and towering waves. The sailors worked together to lower the small craft resting on the warship's deck, rowing towards the village on Nas Island to exchange supplies with its inhabitants. The people of Nas Island were striking in appearance, possessing flat, round faces, sun-kissed skin, and soft, almost golden amber eyes, complemented by curly black hair. Their demeanor was notably tranquil, embodying a harmonious existence with little regard for worldly conflicts. The island boasted an abundance of fruits and vegetables, with the majority of the Nas people subsisting primarily on a diet of these natural offerings. Their peaceful disposition and remarkable looks, coupled with their proximity to the slave bay, painted a vivid picture of the potential consequences. Occasionally, slave-raiding parties traversed Nas Island, hunting its inhabitants to sell to the various city-states of the slave bay. On the shores of the bay, the early rising Nas people, their skin gleaming with a deep luster, caught sight of the enormous warship anchored in the waters and hastily sought refuge. Once they discerned the emblem of the illustrious banner, they joyously rushed toward the beach, exuberantly calling out, "Holy Aslan! Holy Aslan!" It was evident that Lord Charlotte's declaration of Aslan had reached Nas Island. After all, many of the slaves liberated by Milan were of Nas descent. Some, having earned their keep in the harbor city, returned home through caravans to bring their families back to the bustling life of the port. Chapter 48. The Enchanted Gem. While soaring through the skies upon his majestic dragon, a sudden flash of light caught Charlotte's attention along a tranquil stretch of coastline on Nas Island, piquing the dragon's solemn curiosity. Sensing the unusual disturbance, Charlotte guided the dragon downward, spiraling towards the source of the illumination. Upon landing, he gracefully dismounted and approached the glimmering light partially obscured by the sandy shore. Discovering a fist-sized gem radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, resting quietly upon the white sand. This gem's brilliance emanated not from the reflection of sunlight, but rather from an inner luminescence that shone forth from within. As Charlotte approached, his fingers brushed against the gem, triggering a prompt from the system that echoed in his mind. The discovery of the magical gem, incorporating the magical gem into a metallic solution, imbued with magical properties, can enchant the metal with corresponding attributes. The system indicated that by placing this gem into the metallic solution and allowing the dragon to unleash its flames, one could obtain materials endowed with the essence of dragonfire. Is this not the famed Valyrian steel? The system affirmed, stating that Valyrian steel would be required to analyze the material's composition. I possess a ring crafted from Valyrian steel. Can it facilitate the analysis of the material composition? Indeed, as long as it is Valyrian steel, the composition can be analyzed. Can the system detect if there are any other gems in the vicinity? Scanning complete. No additional magical gems detected. Upon hearing the system's response, Charlotte felt a tinge of disappointment at the singularity of the gem. Yet joy swiftly followed as he mused. This is akin to the enchanting gems from the games of my previous life on Blue Star. Surely, this is a boon brought by yesterday's tempest. How fortunate I am. Without further ado, Charlotte mounted the dragon and soared towards the battleship. Unaccustomed to wearing jewelry, he placed the Valyrian steel ring in the ship's hold. Due to the dragon's massive size, landing on the battleship's deck was unfeasible. So Charlotte instructed the dragon to lower its altitude, leaping onto the ship as they passed overhead. The bustling sailors promptly removed their hats and saluted. Charlotte greeted them with nods and waves as he hurried to the aft hold to retrieve the Valyrian ring. The system began analyzing the ring's material composition, and an invisible wave emanated from Charlotte. Valyrian steel composition: iron, chromium, nickel, manganese, titanium, niobium, tantalum, diamond, nitrogen. Among the myriad alloy components, Charlotte could only comprehend the first element. What were the others? And nitrogen? Is that not a gas? He took up a pen to meticulously document the material composition and the accompanying ratios displayed. After exchanging honor points for the requisite materials from the formula, Charlotte penned a letter, instructing the solemn dragon to deliver the magical gem to Anya for refining at Aslan Fortress. The poor dragon had become a courier. Watching the dragon's distant silhouette fade, Charlotte felt waves of exhilaration. Soon, I too shall possess Valyrian steel armor and a sword. The system indicated that the gem, roughly the size of a fist, could enchant over a ton of Valyrian steel. A two-handed sword, measuring between 150 and 175 centimeters, weighs approximately 3 to 2 kilograms. Indeed, you read that correctly. The weight of a great sword is not as daunting as it may appear. The thickness of full-plate armor varies, resulting in differing weights. Typically, ceremonial full-plate armor for nobility weighs around 10 kilograms. In contrast, full-plate armor intended for warfare varies in weight according to height and physique. For a soldier of 170 centimeters in height, at least 25 kilograms is necessary for combat readiness. While the infantry armor of the Song dynasty in China could weigh as much as 28 to 33 kilograms. It is hard to fathom the scene of ancient warriors clad in 60 pounds of armor, engaging in battle with their weapons. Thus, Charlotte prepared to forge 9 pieces of half-plate armor and 2 two-ended greatswords, while the remaining Valyrian steel would be crafted into one-handed weapons. After spending 3 days in Nas Island to repair the hull and sails, the fleet set forth once more, steering westward towards the Summer Isles. Following the tempest, the weather along the route remained remarkably tranquil, be it merchant vessels or pirate ships. Upon sighting the imposing fleet of 16 massive galleons and 40 slightly smaller carracks, they hastily retreated, denying this armada any chance to plunder. Riding the tropical currents of the summer sea, the fleet arrived at the northern port of Valarno Island a week ahead of schedule, replenishing their freshwater and vegetable supplies. As the fleet entered the port, the sight of the colossal galleons elicited a flurry of chatter among the onlookers. By the gods of love, these galleons dwarf the Swan ships. Look at their sails. How brilliantly white, and their paintwork is exquisite. Their hulls are sheathed in copper. Where does this fleet hail from? Does anyone recognize those emblems? Red with black patterns. A curious beast motif. Ah, it is Aslan. The holy Aslan. What is this holy Aslan? Pray tell us. Cough, cough, my throat is parched. Curse it. This is my own brewed amber sweet wine, a treat for you. Now, do enlighten us about this holy matter. The tale of the holy Aslan dates back a few years, when a group of indigenous inhabitants from the Summer Isles, clad in bright feathered cloaks and with skin as dark as the night, gestured and discussed animatedly about the fleet in their native tongue, their words flowing with fervor and spittle. Far away on the King's Road of Westeros, a procession of knights and carriages wound their way northward. The knights bore the banners of the Queen's house, the golden roaring lion of House Lannister, the golden-crowned stag of House Baratheon, alongside the colorful sigils of various escorting knights. Among the convoy, a slightly elevated carriage housed a rotund gentleman clad in fine garments, who embraced a handmaiden while incessantly pouring drink into his mouth, his bleary eyes shimmering with nostalgia, murmuring the name Lyanna over and over. In the castle of Dragonstone, atop the stone drum tower in the main building, a bald, gaunt man was issuing directives to another man whose left hand bore only a thumb, the other 4 fingers truncated. Ser Davos, I require you to spread word along the coast that the 3 princes and the princess are not the offspring of the king, but rather the result of the incestuous union of the Lannister siblings, Stannis proclaimed. his steely visage barely concealing his simmering rage. The truth must not be obscured. If the shameless and filthy Lannisters seize the throne, we shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to House Baratheon with sword and steel. We need more allies, Sir Davos. Stannis fixed his gaze upon the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, as he spoke. In the valley of Dongjing, a raven was released into the sky, soaring vigorously towards the north. Chapter 49. Strolling after replenishing supplies on the Summer Islands, the fleet sailed northward, passing through the ports of various free trade city-states. Eventually, the ships arrived at the port of Pantos Bay, situated on the western coast of Essos, the nearest port to King's Landing in Westeros. The sea breeze filled the white sails on the masts as the fleet advanced in formation towards Pantos Harbor. By the grace of R'hllor, where did these warships come from? Just look at their main masts. They must be at least 70 yards tall, exclaimed a sailor from a merchant ship docked nearby. Indeed, by the Red God, their hulls are at least twice as high as ours. Our ship is the tallest merchant vessel in Pantos. Another marveled. By the Seven, look at their speed. How can such large vessels move so swiftly? As the fleet docked in Pantos, a chorus of astonished voices arose. After a lengthy voyage at sea, the crew was weary, and Commander Alessandro planned to rest for 3 days in Pantos before launching a surprise attack on the narrow sea fleet stationed at Dragonstone. He also intended to allow the young men aboard to disembark in groups to enjoy the city, knowing that the brothel owners would likely reap substantial profits from the exuberant young sailors. Charlotte joined the crew in disembarking, eager to explore the city and visit the trading personnel stationed in Pantos. Originally established as a trading outpost by the Valyrians, Pantos expanded its influence as the Valyrian Empire undertook numerous conquests across western Essos and the central continent, eventually controlling territories once belonging to the ancient kingdom of Andalos. The Andalusians and the Rhoynar were forced to abandon their homes, crossing the narrow sea to set foot on Westerosi soil, leading to the formation of the Seven Kingdoms. The early Pantosians were small merchants, traders, sailors, and farmers within the Valyrian Empire, with few of noble lineage. Consequently, they were less concerned about their bloodlines and often intermarried with the Undulls, unlike the more insular Valyrians in other free trade city-states. Of course, this does not include Braavos, which was founded by escaped slaves from the Valyrian Empire. Modern-day Pantosians are a blend of Valyrian and Undull blood, making them the closest kin to the people of Westeros. Many of their customs align with those of Westeros, such as the rites of hospitality. Pantos stands as one of the most economically prosperous city-states among the 9 free cities, second only to Braavos. The harbor bustled with various merchant vessels from across the known world, each adorned with the flags of their respective city-states, including ships that had traveled from as far as Ashai. Pantos is also one of the few cities that can be reached by land from Novos and Kohor, as the wide and smooth Valyrian road continues eastward, connecting these 3 city-states. Merchant vessels ceaselessly navigate in and out of the bustling port, and the thriving trade of Pantos is evident even without considering the land routes. The city walls of Pantos are constructed from rectangular stone blocks, sprawling across an extensive area, while to the east lies a vast expanse known as the Plain. Within Pantos' domain, the land is fertile and interlaced with rivers, rendering it exceptionally suitable for agriculture. The numerous estates in cultivation have fostered a prosperous agricultural and commercial environment, which, however, has also attracted conflict. Over the course of 2 centuries, Pantos and Braavos engaged in 6 significant wars over control of the fertile lands and waterways. The protracted warfare ultimately diminished the power of the ruling princes, rendering them mere figures of sacrifice and supplication. 91 years ago, following the last great conflict, Pantos sacrificed 4 princes within a single year. It was only after a rare victory that the 5th prince managed to persuade the governors to seek peace, leading to the signing of a treaty between the 2 city-states. This agreement severely limited Pantos' military capabilities, stipulating that Pantosians could not possess more than 20 warships, could not employ mercenaries, enter into contracts with free companies, or maintain any military force beyond the city guard. As a result, the military strength of Pantos was significantly weakened, prompting the governors to cultivate favorable relations with the powerful Khalas of the Dothraki Sea. They offered various gifts and treasures to ensure that the Khalas would operate east of the Rhone River, refraining from crossing westward to raid their city. This policy proved remarkably successful, as the Dothraki rarely ventured to pillage Pantos. Many Dothraki from the vast grasslands come to indulge in leisure, donning silken attire and fragrances, residing in the luxurious estates and towers generously bestowed upon them by the governors. Although Pantos claims to be a city devoid of slaves, thousands of free men live within its walls, their lives scarcely distinguishable from those of actual slaves. The audacious Charlotte wanders the bustling streets unaccompanied by guards. Amidst a throng of people clad in vibrant garments, speaking the heavily accented common tongue, engaged in the sale and inspection of various goods. The architecture of the city predominantly features towering square brick towers, with an array of pointed and domed roofs covered in tiles, alongside expansive estates enclosed by high walls. As Charlotte traverses the city, a colossal red pyramid temple comes into view, where numerous followers of Lawler sit in prayer around a great bonfire. While a red-robed priest stands aloft, imparting teachings to the congregation. Wealthy Pantosians, adorned in opulent attire and lavish jewelry, are escorted by unsullied and slave guards. Reclining in litters carried by 8 free men, with attendants bending low to follow behind, laden with various items. Along the streets, various small shops resemble the barber shops of a bygone era on the Blue Planet. Indeed, these establishments do cater to hair care. Yet their primary focus is on the grooming of the beards of the Pantos men. The beards of the adult male citizens of Pantos are dyed in a myriad of colors and fashioned into small braids that dangle down to their chests. Such peculiar aesthetics prompted a bemused remark from Charlotte. Wandering aimlessly until the afternoon, our lord felt a pang of hunger and thus meandered towards the trading post by the bay. The Aslan trading post of Pantos, transformed from a seaside manor, retains only a single main tower for habitation, while the rest has been leveled and converted into a series of rectangular warehouses. The trading post staff had assembled early, standing in 2 neat lines at the entrance, eagerly awaiting Charlotte's arrival. Cagello and John Matteo stood at the forefront of the crowd, evidently lacking the leisurely demeanor of Charlotte. Commander Alessandro expressed that the Emperor of the Seas was his land, not a foreign port, and he wished to be alongside his warships. "Good day, my lord. May the divine bless you." The staff at the trading post greeted Charlotte with palpable excitement, kneeling in unison as they offered their salutations, a clear indication of prior rehearsal. For these system warriors and citizens, the system is their deity, and Charlotte is its chosen one. "Rise. You may all stand. Thank you for your hard work," Charlotte said, extending a hand to lift the leader of the trading post, then waving to the personnel behind him in a gesture of comfort. "It is our honor to serve you. My lord, we are willing to dedicate everything for the glory of Aslan," the crowd proclaimed in unison. "Let us proceed inside. I am famished." "Bring forth the culinary delights of Pantos," Charlotte commanded as he strode into the trading post. The leader hurried a few steps, falling half a pace behind Charlotte, and gestured to guide him towards the main hall. "My lord, the Governor Illyrio Mopatus of Pantos visited our trading post recently, wishing to seek an audience with you," the leader whispered beside Charlotte. "The governor? What business does he have with me?" Charlotte inquired, puzzled. "My lord, this Governor Illyrio has amassed his wealth through the trade of information. I suspect there may be a conspiracy at play that we have yet to discern," the leader replied. "Intriguing. He seeks to play tricks upon me. He is in Pantos while we are at Slave Bay. The incident in King's Landing may well be the catalyst for his machinations. Make arrangements and inform him that I consent to his visit," Charlotte said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 50. The Governor and the Pimp. As the evening breeze wafted gently, the sun cast a soft glow upon the earth. Charlotte stood in an open space, wielding 2 one-handed swords, his eyes covered by a black cloth. 20 meters away, John Matteo readied his bow. An arrow tipped with a soft cloth instead of a metal point. The arrow, propelled by the tension of the bowstring and limbs, left a trail of dark lines in the air as it soared towards Charlotte's position. With his eyes veiled, Charlotte slightly tilted his head, attuning himself to the movement of the air around him, and suddenly raised one of his swords aloft. With a resonant clang, the sound of an arrow wrapped in cloth striking against a steel sword echoed through the air. As John Matteo quickened his shooting pace, the 2 swords in the arena danced like gleaming shadows, the clangs growing ever more frequent. The onlookers held their breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound, lest they disturb the Lord and John Matteo during their archery training. Soon, the quiver was emptied, and the ground around Charlotte was strewn with the shafts of arrows stripped of their heads. "What a thrill!" Charlotte exclaimed, removing the blindfold from his eyes, his laughter ringing out joyfully. "My lord, unmatched in valor. My lord, a master of the martial arts." The spectators cheered, captivated by the extraordinary display. A guard stepped forward to retrieve the 2 steel swords, while Charlotte sauntered towards the shaded canopy, settling into a long, wide chaise lounge. After receiving a damp cloth from his attendants to wipe the sweat from his brow, he savored the hot tea and the delectable pastries unique to Pantos City on the small round table beside him. "My lord, Governor Illyrio seeks an audience," Kagero, clad in half-plate armor, approached with heavy footsteps, his imposing frame looming as he spoke softly. "Ah, the cunning fox arrives so soon. Bring him forth. Let us see what this purveyor of information desires," Charlotte instructed with a smile. The corpulent man, adorned with opulent jewelry, followed closely behind Kagero, discreetly observing the guards within the merchant station. These formidable sentinels were tall and robust, clad in finely crafted armor, their attire both simple and elegant, their eyes luminous with vigilance. The air around them exuded an aura of ferocity, like steel pillars standing resolutely along the passageway, while patrolling soldiers displayed a synchronized discipline, reflecting their rigorous training. Navigating through the ranks of these fierce warriors, Illyrio was soon brought before Charlotte. At a distance, Illyrio scrutinized the man seated in the chaise lounge, estimating his age to be around 20. He possessed a tall, well-proportioned physique, and his exotic features were strikingly handsome, with lustrous black hair held in an unusual topknot by a dark wooden stick. What captivated Illyrio most were the man's clear black eyes, reminiscent of a starry summer night, seemingly capable of piercing through the soul. Under the gaze of those eyes, a feeling of vulnerability surged within Illyrio. At that moment, the leader of the merchant station announced, "Before you stands Lord Charlotte Aslan, protector of the free citizens of Outpost City, Lord of Harbor City, guardian of the Laza region, the undefeated cow of the Dothraki, father of dragons, and the son blessed by the true gods." The long string of titles was proclaimed loudly, prompting a smile to tug at Charlotte's lips, though he maintained a composed demeanor while observing the corpulent man before him. "Behold the illustrious Lord Charlotte Aslan. I am Illyrio Mopatus, the governor of Pantos." Illyrio, taken aback by Charlotte's presence and the lengthy introduction, bowed respectfully as he greeted him. "Governor, please do not stand on ceremony. Take a seat. What brings you to me today?" Charlotte inquired with a warm demeanor. The Illyrian governor settled into the chair brought forth by his attendants and replied with utmost respect, "I have come to meet the esteemed Lord Aslan today. There are 3 principal matters to discuss. First, I wish to pay my respects to the great Lord Aslan and present to you this token of my esteem." With that, Illyrian produced a list of gifts from his sleeve and handed it to a nearby attendant. The second matter concerns a proposal for exclusive rights to distribute Aslan's goods in the inland free trade cities of Novos and Koar. Upon hearing this second request, Charlotte furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Exclusive agency? You must be aware of the value of goods transported through Pantos to these 2 cities. Indeed, great Lord Aslan, I have conducted an inquiry into the value of goods sent from Pantos to these cities. As far as I know, the Aslan Trading Company does not possess a trading post in either of these inland cities. All transactions are conducted by small merchants who transport limited quantities overland from Pantos. I am willing to offer a price that is 20 above last year's sales figures for the exclusive rights to distribute in these 2 cities. We could initially establish a 2-year agency agreement, and if you find it unsatisfactory, you may reconsider at the end of the term," Illyrian said, a sycophantic smile spreading across his plump face. Charlotte pondered for a moment before turning to the captain of the trading post standing beside him and instructed, "Engage with Governor Illyrian regarding the details of the agency. If all is satisfactory, proceed with the contract." "Yes, my lord," the captain replied with a bow. After giving his orders, Charlotte turned his attention back to the corpulent figure before him. "Governor Illyrian, you have heard. Now please proceed with your third matter." "Yes, esteemed Lord Aslan. The third matter pertains to the unjust treatment your trading post has suffered in Westeros." Illyrian paused, his corpulent face contorted with anger, and continued indignantly. "The shameless usurper of Westeros and his minions have pillaged your trading post like barbarous marauders. This traitor, who deserves to descend to the lowest depths of hell, exhibits no sense of honor and engages in disgraceful acts without regard for his reputation. I spit upon him." A lengthy tirade erupted from the lips of Governor Illyrian, his outrage so intense one might think his own trading post had been seized. Charlotte observed the oily performance of the governor in silence, allowing him to continue his incessant prattling and theatrical display unimpeded. Noticing that Charlotte remained impassive, the governor was compelled to conclude his performance. After executing a proper noble bow, he began to articulate the primary reason for this audience. "Great Lord Aslan, I express my deepest sympathies regarding the unwarranted assault on your trading post. In Westeros, the usurper King Robert Baratheon is a shameless rebel, the very architect of the attack on your establishment. Meanwhile, the rightful ruler of the 7 kingdoms, His Majesty Viserys Targaryen, seeks to forge an alliance with you. The beauty of Princess Daenerys Targaryen is akin to that of a divine muse, her radiance eclipsing even the brightest moonlit night. The Targaryen dynasty boasts a nearly 300-year legacy of governance, and numerous noble families within the Seven Kingdoms await the return of His Majesty Viserys. Should you consent to this union with the Targaryens and lend your forces to assist His Majesty in reclaiming the Iron Throne, he shall bestow upon you the title of Duke of Storm's End and the position of Admiral of the Seven Kingdoms. Your merchant vessels will enjoy tax-free passage through all ports of the realm. Illyrio's face glowed with temptation, his fervent demeanor animated as he spoke passionately, occasionally stealing glances at the changing expressions of Charlo. To his disappointment, our lord regarded his performance with a bemused smile, making Illyrio feel akin to a jester in a circus, performing a clumsy farce. Cursed be this cunning Illyrio, he thought. This is merely a solicitation, Charlo mused inwardly, sensing the weight of unexpressed frustration beneath his garments. As the corpulent governor gradually concluded his impassioned oration, Illyrio gazed at Charlo with yearning, awaiting his response. At long last, Charlo broke the silence, inquiring, Targaryens, are there survivors? Indeed, my lord. His Majesty Viserys and Princess Daenerys are currently residing at my estate, Illyrio replied cautiously. After another prolonged silence, under Charlo's intense scrutiny, Illyrio, beads of sweat forming on his brow, finally heard Charlo's melodious voice once again. In due time, my people will notify you. I shall personally meet with them. You may arrange for our introduction. Upon hearing Charlo's elongated, melodic response, the plump governor, puffing out his chest and drawing in his stomach, finally felt his heart unclench. Illyrio exhaled a sigh of relief and hastily bowed in farewell, eager to escape the overwhelming pressure of meeting with this astute individual, feeling as though his innermost secrets had been laid bare. Standing nearby, John Mateo remarked, My lord, his unsolicited visit to broker an alliance with the Targaryens seems rather suspect. Why would you agree to such a meeting? The cunning governor, having risen to prominence through the trade of intelligence, undoubtedly harbors his own schemes and machinations. However, our meeting will occur only after we assault Dragonstone Island. The enemy's enemy is indeed a friend. Judging by his demeanor, he is certainly not aligned with Robert and his faction from the Seven Kingdoms. At most, he seeks to wield us as instruments to achieve his own ends. For the time being, this serves our interests, and we shall play along to uncover the hidden secrets he conceals. It appears he is unaware of a fundamental truth. All plots and schemes dissipate before absolute power. Charlotte analyzed with an air of tranquility. Time flowed like water, and 3 days swiftly passed. The personnel returned in an orderly fashion to the ships, and on a bright and pleasant morning, the fleet set sail from Pantos Bay. After 3 days of full-speed navigation across the narrow sea, the fleet appeared without warning 10 nautical miles east of Dragonstone. 12 galleons lined up in formation, their sails billowing in the sea breeze, propelled swiftly towards the anchorage of the narrow sea fleet in Dragonstone Bay. On the bow of the Emperor of the Seas, beneath the triangular sail of the main mast, Charlotte held a telescope, surveying the distant anchorage. The narrow sea fleet remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. The vessels of the narrow sea fleet were closely anchored in Dragonstone Bay, their furled sails revealing a forest of masts, densely rising within the bay. Through the telescope, Charlotte counted approximately 200 ships in the bay. 120 bore the golden field with the black crowned stag banner. 40 displayed the sea-green field with the silver seahorse. 15 exhibited the white field with the seven-pointed star. 10 bore the red field with the golden horned ram's head. Another 10 carried the white field scattered with red crabs, and 1 showcased the white field with the silver meander and blue swordfish. The remaining ships, aside from those flying the Baratheon banner, prominently displayed flags indicative of the piratical style of the Stone Steps Isles. Inside the main hall of the Dragonstone Castle, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Through the windows, one could see a diverse assembly of individuals encircling a massive wooden table, fervently engaged in heated debate. The expansive tabletop was intricately carved with a detailed map of Westeros. At the head of the table sat Stannis Baratheon, his stern visage betraying a complex expression as he observed the quarreling crowd. It had been nearly 2 months since the passing of Prime Minister Alan, and he had left King's Landing without pause, returning to Dragonstone to summon his vassals, yet few families responded to his call. Stannis was resolute in his belief that Alan had been poisoned by the Lannisters. Only he and the late Prime Minister were privy to the sordid secrets of the siblings. And just as they were poised to expose this filth, Alan met his dishonorable end at the hands of an assassin. This revelation clarified the Lannisters' power in King's Landing. The city no longer belonged to the Baratheons, but had fallen under the dominion of the Lannisters. In the absence of a prince, Stannis, the product of the incestuous union of the Lannister siblings, could only secretly communicate with his vassals on Dragonstone, disseminating information along the shores of the Crownlands and Stormlands. Without substantial evidence, revealing the grim truth to Robert, given their dismal relationship, would be folly. He would scarcely believe him. Stannis understood that with only a handful of loyal families and pirates from the Stepstones, he could not hope to vanquish the Lannisters. What he required was a formidable and honorable ally, and he awaited the opportune moment to expose the sordid secrets of the Lannister siblings. His immediate task was to fortify his strength, ensure the safety of this informed position, and ultimately dismantle the Lannister stronghold. Interrupted by the clamor within the hall, Stannis bellowed. Silence. Instantly, a pin drop could be heard in the round table chamber. He surveyed the assembly and began. First, I extend my gratitude to all of you for responding to my summons to Dragonstone. Your loyalty to your vassal obligations is commendable. While those families who have failed to uphold their oaths shall face just retribution when the dust settles, the faithful shall receive their due rewards. At Stannis' words, the sharp-featured Balon Swan, the formidable Ser Tiger of Crab Isle, the stalwart Ser Garland of Mistport, the subordinate Ser Laner of House Sangra, and the resolute House Valerion of Driftmark, all loyal to Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, exchanged glances of elation. To them, Stannis was a figure of unyielding strength, a man of iron character who demanded as much from himself as he did from others, living a life akin to that of an ascetic. Whatever he promised, he would assuredly fulfill. By the Seven, we shall uphold our oaths and remain ever loyal to you, the five noble families declared in unison. Upon hearing their vows, a fleeting smile flickered across Stannis' stern visage, as ephemeral as a shadow. Turning to another side of the hall, where a figure adorned in vibrant attire without any family sigil stood, he proclaimed, Your contributions will be rewarded with gold dragons. I trust you will honor our contract. From among the colorful garb, a dark-skinned man stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your grace. In exchange for your gold, we shall offer our loyalty and abide by our covenant. Stannis nodded, tacitly approving. At that moment, a distant rumble of thunder echoed into the round table hall, prompting the assembly to curiously peer through the narrow windows at the azure sky, where fluffy white clouds drifted serenely. Just as the source of the thunder was questioned, the urgent clang of a warning bell rang out, an alert of an impending attack, accompanied by the tolling of the bell, the thunder, and the faint, haunting cries of despair reached the hall atop the stone drum tower. While the assembly stood momentarily transfixed, Stannis swiftly exited the round table chamber, making his way to the open balcony of the stone drum tower, gazing out towards the distant bay of Dragonstone. Chapter 52. Dimensional strike. In the bay outside the harbor of Dragonstone Island, 12 colossal sailing warships lined up at the mouth of the bay. Their hulls formed a graceful arc, effectively sealing off the entrance, while countless bursts of flame erupted from the dark, cylindrical tubes protruding from the sides of these mighty vessels, sending forth plumes of thick, white smoke. The ominous rumble of thunder emanated from these extended cannons, accompanied by the sharp whooshing sounds of projectiles hurtling through the air, reaching the ears of those gathered on the open balcony. As the booming echoed through the harbor, splinters of wood flew from the warships docked within, and the sounds of human despair filled the air, mingling with the anguished cries of those facing death. The wooden ships in the harbor were shattered with the ease of fragile pottery, obliterated by these terrifying weapons. The surface of the bay boiled like hot porridge, as some ships attempted to hoist their sails and engage in close combat with the colossal warships blocking their path. However, before their sails could be fully unfurled, they were reduced to mere wreckage floating upon the water, victims of the fiery black tubes spewing smoke. A chilling sensation enveloped Stannis, and a despair he had never known crept into his expressionless face. The flames and thunderous roars unleashed by these behemoths shattered all his aspirations and crushed every glimmer of hope. Even the pain of his clenched fist, pierced by his own nails, went unnoticed. Crimson droplets fell from his fingers, splattering onto the black stone bricks of the Dragonstone castle. Within the cannon chamber of the Imperial fleet, the gunners, commanded by their leader, readied the artillery. The damp cannon brushes cleared the residual gunpowder from the barrels, while the watermarks left behind evaporated instantly under the intense heat. Packages of gunpowder, wrapped in oiled paper, were loaded into the cannons, followed by a heavy iron ball. The artillery was repositioned using ropes tied to the gun carriage, guided by pulleys, as it returned to its firing stance. With a command to fire, a lit fuse ignited the charge. The gunners covered their ears, mouths agape, bracing for the deafening roar as flames erupted from the cannon's mouth. The spherical iron projectile shot forth at an imperceptible speed, piercing the hull of a distant ship with ease. A massive breach appeared in the smooth side of the vessel. Splintered wood scattering violently, and anguished cries erupted from the gaping wound. The sea surged in, flooding the interior of the ship, which, lacking airtight compartments, succumbed to the deluge. The sailors within the breached hold stared vacantly at the wooden planks meant to seal the gap, as a torrent of water surged through the rupture, swiftly engulfing the entire compartment. As the cannonball was expelled by the explosive force of gunpowder, the recoil propelled the cannon back, restrained only by the ropes connecting it to the ship, preventing it from sliding further. Another round of shooting commands was executed under the command of the artillery captains. Within the smoke-filled cabin, the cannons discharged in an orderly manner, reminiscent of routine drills. The valiant fleet of galleons, courageously abandoning their oars, surged toward the bay, unleashing torrents of hellfire. Yet, before they could approach, they were swept away by the deadly, rotating trajectories of double-headed chain shots, which sliced through the decks like a grim reaper's scythe, leaving behind a grim tableau of mangled flesh, severed masts, and broken oars. The oarsmen within the cabin were caught in the backlash of their own oars, meeting their demise, while others, gripped by fear, frantically struggled to maneuver their oars, causing the ship to spin in place, ultimately succumbing to the concentrated fire of the cannons and sinking into the bay. This assault on the narrow sea fleet at Longstone Island resembled a dimensional strike. Charlotte and Fleet Commander Alessandro stood atop the ship's stern, peering through a brass telescope at the distant narrow sea fleet, which was being shattered, ignited, and submerged under the relentless barrage of cannon fire. The surface of the bay erupted as the narrow sea fleet ignited from the searing projectiles, with flammable oils and paints in the hold accelerating the spread of the flames, casting an ominous glow across the waters. Survivors leapt from the vessels, their cries and wails echoing through the bay like a school of fish ensnared in a net. The cannons, akin to peeling an onion, methodically dismantled the anchored ships of the narrow sea fleet, sinking and obliterating enemy vessels one after another. As the cannons began to heat up, the 12 sailing warships collectively adjusted their positions, initiating yet another cycle of grim harvest. Amidst the thunderous roar of the artillery, the ships within the bay were mercilessly torn apart and annihilated, their wreckage slowly extinguishing amidst the flames. "Sir, the enemy vessels have been completely destroyed. Shall we rescue those in the water?" Alessandro inquired. Charlotte, through the lens of the telescope, surveyed the fortress perched upon the cliffs of Longstone Island and replied, "Deploy small boats to capture them. Let them assist us in constructing coastal defenses." Upon hearing Charlotte's orders, Alessandro issued commands to his subordinate with a commanding voice: "Raise the sails halfway and proceed slowly into the harbor. Be cautious of the burning wreckage of enemy ships. Adjust the cannon angles to drive away enemy personnel along the coast, and lower the rowboats to rescue the stranded enemy sailors." After relaying Alessandro's orders, the messenger saluted and stepped back. Soon, the small bell and trumpet sounded, signaling the cessation of cannon fire from the flagship, the Sea Emperor. Before long, a signal flag rose on the main mast of the Sea Emperor, and the cannon fire from the other ships ceased as well. Each gunner strained to adjust the wooden blocks between the cannon carriage and barrel, calibrating their firing angles. The small rowboats were lowered into the water, and teams of sailors and marines climbed down through the rigging, chanting in unison as they rowed toward the struggling personnel of the narrow sea fleet. Upon encountering those who wished to resist, a spear is thrust forth from the rowing vessel. For those who no longer resist, a sealed wooden barrel is cast aside, allowing them to be tethered by the rope attached to the barrel, compelled to follow the vessel's course. On the beach, soldiers from Dragonstone Island and sailors swimming ashore from a nearby fleet witnessed the great ship deploying small boats in preparation for landing. Under the lash of their superior, they hastily form ranks, arranging themselves into a battle formation, silently awaiting the approach of the enemy's small boats. Guided by the sailors, the warship slowly advances toward the harbor beach, realigning its artillery into a firing formation. The cannon barrels, adjusted to the correct elevation by the experienced gunners, await the command to fire in silence. Observing the dense throng of enemy troops on the coastline, Alessandro, having repositioned the ship, issues the order: "Fire upon the enemy's guarding forces on the shore." As the command resounds, the small brass bell and trumpet sound once more. The fleet's signalman brandishes a triangular flag from the lookout tower, conveying the fleet commander's orders to the other warships. Upon receiving the order to fire, the gunners unleash a barrage of cannon fire through the gun ports, the whistling iron balls soaring across the remnants of vessels on the sea, crashing onto the shoreline, bouncing like harvesters upon the broken bodies of the tightly arranged defenders of Dragonstone Island, leaving a landscape strewn with severed limbs and splattered blood, accompanied by anguished cries that instill profound terror. This unimaginable onslaught, executed with the mysterious weapons that exude fire and smoke, effortlessly reaps lives, compelling the defenders at the Dragonstone harbor to abandon their arms and flee in disarray, their collapse occurring in an instant. Chapter 53. A reckoning. As the defending personnel within the harbor scatter in panic, waves of rowing boats transport Ostland's marines and supplies, landing unimpeded upon Dragonstone Island. Standing atop the main tower of the castle, Stannis gazes upon the disintegrating forces, helplessly closing his eyes. He knows that all is lost. His ambitions and meticulous plans have been obliterated by the sudden emergence of the enemy and their thunderous, enigmatic weaponry. As the cannon fire ceases, the stunned crowd emerges from their silence. By the Seven, where do these people come from? What manner of weapon spews forth flames and smoke? By the Seven Hells, these are demons. They have effortlessly annihilated our fleet and slaughtered our soldiers as if they were livestock. Racklow, my ship, my Lord Stannis, what shall we do? They are devils, they are demons. Cursed be you, you wretched fiends. Silence. Stannis roars, awakened from the despairing cries of those around him. His bloodshot azure eyes scan the fearful faces nearby, and a resolute demeanor returns to his countenance. Under the piercing gaze filled with boundless wrath, the crowd falls silent. Heads bowed, awaiting Stannis's command. We are under attack by our enemies. I implore you to arm yourselves and rally the scattered soldiers of the island. Dragonstone Castle, constructed by Valyrian masons with unparalleled skill, stands resilient and strategically positioned, making it a fortress that is difficult to besiege. As long as we hold our ground within its walls, they shall not breach our defenses. The moment of peril has arrived. Every mortal is destined to meet their end. The enemy is advancing upon us. Let us defend the castle and fulfill our duty. At Stannis's cold and indifferent words, the crowd regained their composure, bowing respectfully before hastily descending the tower to summon the scattered soldiers across the island. Indeed, there was no need for a prolonged search. The surviving soldiers had already gathered at the gates and corridors of Dragonstone Castle. The entrance was congested with a cacophony of voices, and the fear was palpable on every face. Surrounded by the sea, with their ships destroyed, they had nowhere to flee but to seek refuge with their lord at Dragonstone. Meanwhile, Ser Davos arrived on a small rowboat, stepping onto the shores of Dragonstone, where busy warriors were donning armor from the supplies that had been unloaded. Squads moved in an orderly fashion to secure advantageous positions, awaiting reinforcements. The rescued crew of the Narrow Sea Fleet was being guarded by the soldiers, digging trenches and clearing debris from the harbor while transporting supplies from the ships. The sailors formed neat lines, their flintlock muskets aimed at the tightly shut gates of Dragonstone. As the sun dipped in the west, a navigable channel was cleared at the harbor, with the wreckage of the Narrow Sea Fleet being dragged into the depths. Supply ships swiftly unloaded personnel and materials via the bridge. The sound of cracking whips echoed, wielded by carpenters and soldiers to drive the captives. Under the threat of whips and blades, the captives, under the direction of the carpenters, managed to construct a wooden earthen wall using the wreckage along the shore before sundown. The soaked timber was enveloped in a layer of wet mud, and a slanted trench encircled the earthen structure. Within the walls, watchtowers manned by archers and musketeers stood vigilant, guarding the distant gates of Dragonstone. Tents were erected neatly around a central large tent, where everyone sat on the ground. My lord, according to the information extracted from the captives, today coincides with the day Duke Stannis of Dragonstone calls upon his vassals. This battle has effectively decimated the maritime strength of the Narrow Sea Fleet. John Mateo could not help but chuckle. According to the intelligence extracted through interrogation, the queens of the Seven Kingdoms have poisoned their respective prime ministers. Stannis disseminates the rumor that the princes and princesses of the Seven Kingdoms are not the progeny of their King Robert, but rather the result of an incestuous union between the queen and her brother. King Robert has dispatched forces to the North Mirror of Westeros, and currently, King's Landing is under the watch of Gendry Baratheon, the third son of House Baratheon, who holds the title of Duke of Storm's End. Before the attack, their fleet and castle guard consisted of over 13,000 combatants, some of whom were pirates and mercenaries hired by Stannis from the Stepstone Islands. We have captured 468 individuals, but due to the excessive debris in the waters, it is impossible to ascertain the exact number of fatalities. Most of the personnel were aboard their vessels during the assault, leading to an estimated death toll of over 6,000 in the bay. The defenders of Dragonstone Castle still possess approximately 2,000 combat-capable soldiers. After Alessandro and John Mateo concluded their report, Alessandro addressed the Lord, My lord, the enemy's castle is constructed upon a cliff, and our fleet's artillery lacks the necessary elevation to directly assault their towers. The outer walls are built from enormous black stones, astonishing in both thickness and hardness, rendering our cannon fire ineffective against them. Given our difficulties in resupplying gunpowder, it would be unwise to waste it on these stones. I recommend a strategy of siege. My lord, we have seized a substantial quantity of grain, salted meats, and other supplies from the enemy's warehouses near the bridge of our fleet. Interrogating the captured warehouse managers revealed that these provisions were just delivered to Dragonstone Island in recent days. The terrain and roads of Dragonstone Castle are unsuitable for transportation of goods, and the Narrow Sea Fleet has refrained from moving these supplies into the castle for ease of access. The food within their castle can sustain them for no more than 10 days. A direct assault would lead to significant casualties. I second the proposal for a siege, Kedgerow stated, and the three men awaited Lord Charlot's decision in silence. Dada Charlotte, contemplating while striking the short whip in her hand, spoke. First, we must ascertain our purpose for embarking on this long journey to Westeros. Our primary objective is to rescue our captured brethren, and secondly, to instill fear in those ravenous predators who harbor greed and hostility towards us. After a brief pause, Charlotte continued, in light of these 2 points, our initial assault will be directed at the Narrow Sea Fleet at Dragonstone, aimed at undermining their defenses in Blackwater Bay, thereby securing a port of our own. Given that the prince and princess are not the legitimate offspring of King Robert, and considering the multitude of impoverished and bankrupt Westlanders, the ambitious lords of the Seven Kingdoms will undoubtedly plunge Westeros into the throes of war. Our intention is not to seize control of Westeros at this juncture, nor do we desire to overthrow their governance immediately. Our attacks are merely a means to render negotiations favorable to us. The principal families currently wielding power in the Seven Kingdoms are the Baratheons and the Lannisters, with Stannis commanding the fleet at Dragonstone, Renly in Storm's End, and Robert in the Crownlands. However, the extent of noble support for Robert in the Crownlands remains uncertain. The Lannisters of Casterly Rock, rich in gold mines, possess a wealth of well-trained armed personnel, and through the Queen, they exert considerable influence in King's Landing. We shall release a captive to deliver a letter to Stannis. Should he resist obstinately, I may lend my support to Renly Baratheon or even the Lannister family, but I shall certainly not endorse his ascension as the protector of the Seven Kingdoms. The choice between continued senseless bloodshed and the prospect of an alliance rests in his hands. My purpose in Westeros is solely to seek justice. Upon uttering these words, our lord felt a surge of nobility within him. Chapter 54. Diplomacy. That evening, a captured young nobleman returned to the castle at Dragonstone, bearing a letter of surrender. My lord Duke, this is what they have instructed me to deliver to you. In the hushed silence, this young scion, a second son of the noble family of House Valerion, trembled as he approached Stannis in the round hall, bowing respectfully while presenting a letter sealed with wax. Without waiting for his guards to take it, Stannis swiftly stepped forward, snatched the letter, and broke the seal to extract a hard paper missive that exuded the scent of roses. The elegant calligraphy of undull letters danced before his eyes. After a cursory glance at the contents, Stannis' expression shifted from dark to light, then back again, as he scrutinized the letter word by word. After a prolonged examination, his visage transformed from pale to flushed and finally settled back into his usual stoicism, breathing a sigh of relief as he muttered, "That damned wench." The onlookers in the round hall observed Stannis' complex expressions with bated breath, eager to uncover the secrets contained within the letter, their hopes and curiosities intertwining. "It is the Astapor Trading Company. Their leader wishes to speak with me," Stannis announced, lifting his gaze to survey the assembly. As he spoke, he set the letter alight upon the candle, choosing not to pass it around for the assembly to peruse. "My lord, perhaps we might negotiate with them. These Islanians have likely come due to King Robert's closure of their trading posts. All of this strife stems from a misunderstanding on the king's part," declared the head of House Baratheon, who had not suffered greatly from this blow. Regarding the casualties among the sailors conscripted for these noble lords of the realm, it was hardly a matter of consequence. A mere command would summon the starving commoners to serve beneath them. "My lord Stannis, the provisions within Dragonstone Castle may not suffice for us to endure more than 5 days," remarked Imry Florent, who managed the castle's logistics and was the brother of Stannis' wife, Celis Florent. "Stannis, our Shireen remains in the castle, and I wish to bear you a son. Yet the Red God has granted us but this one child. Although she is not perfect, she remains your sole heir," Celis Florent implored in a piercing voice. Celis, of similar height to Stannis, was slender, with a sharp-featured face, prominent ears, and a defined nose. Her thin, tightly pressed lips, coupled with the lines upon her face and the creases on her forehead, rendered her appearance rather austere and severe. My lord, the morale of our fighting men is exceedingly low, teetering on the brink of collapse. Should we attempt a nighttime assault? The thunderous sound of our blazing weapons during the day would send half of our men fleeing. The uneasy Count of Driftmark, Montford Valerion, interjected. The most significant loss today may well be that of this distant relative of House Targaryen. In the War of the Usurper over a decade ago, the then Count of Driftmark, Lucer East Valerion, led his family in support of Rhaegar Targaryen. Regrettably, Rhaegar proved to be more ornamental than effective, falling to Robert S. Hammer at the Trident. While Lucer East Valerion also perished in that battle, leading to the complete decline of House Valerion, which had languished since the blood-soaked Dance of Dragons. It is worth noting that during Targaryen rule, their family had consistently held the position of Master of Ships for the Seven Kingdoms, and the scale of Driftmark's port town reflected their former prosperity. The Valerion lineage had once basked in wealth, at their zenith. Their riches far surpassed those of the Hightower family of Old Town, the Lannisters of Casterly Rock, and the Tyrells of Highgarden, three houses now renowned for their affluence in Westeros. After King's Landing was bestowed to Robert by the Lannisters, House Valerion, under Montford's leadership, chose to submit to the Baratheons, and after today's conflict, their already weakened power has been irrevocably cast into the abyss. My lord, we have discarded and lost a vast number of arrows, weapons, and armor outside the castle. Within, there are scarcely enough weapons for 3 men. May the 7 protect us, remarked Count Gunter Sandgrass, adorned in moonstone jewelry upon his neck, wrists, and hands, quietly observing the Duchess. In Westeros, moonstone jewelry is akin to the cross on the blue planet. Count Gunter Sandgrass is a devout follower of the 7 gods. For him, today's loss is not the foremost concern. Rather, it is the alarming revelation that Duchess Celis Florin has chosen to worship the Red God, Lawler. My Lord Duke, we have come for the Golden Dragon. You have employed us to confront the enemies of Westeros. Yet now, it is the Astarians who are annihilating our ships and slaughtering our brethren. This contradicts our contract. The well-dressed, dark-skinned Saladocin paused before continuing. Indeed, misunderstandings. These damned misunderstandings have cost me all my warships, especially my flagship, the Valyrian and the Chameleon, both formidable vessels over 60 yards in length, have been utterly destroyed by the Astarians. You must compensate us for these losses, which are not covered by our agreement. Saladocin demanded angrily. He is a friend of the Onion Knight, Ser Davos, and a smuggler, merchant, banker, and notorious pirate. Yes, Saladocin speaks truth. My Lord Duke, we hope you will make a fair restitution for your breach of contract. This tragedy falls outside our agreement. With Saladocin's words, the other pirates and mercenaries snapped out of their stupor and joined the chorus of claims. Quiet. Enough. Stannis, plagued by the din of these pirates and mercenaries, rapped his armrest and shouted for silence. I will provide you with reasonable compensation for your losses in due course, but not now, Stannis replied, his face stern, fixing his gaze upon the avaricious assembly. Under Stannis's assurance and watchful glare, the group gradually quieted. They had little choice. Most of their men were still aboard their ships. After all, they had merely come to meet, and the ink on their contract had scarcely dried before they were beset by the Astarians' cannon fire. To have their lifetime of toil reduced to ashes without succumbing to despair speaks volumes of the fortitude of these mercenaries and pirate leaders. In the world of pirates and mercenaries, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. The weak are devoured by the strong. Should their former adversaries learn of their plight, they would surely find no rest in death. All of you withdraw. I need time to ponder. Be vigilant during tonight's watch, Stannis commanded, gesturing towards the crowd in the hall. As you wish, my lord, they replied, bowing as they exited the round table hall. Celis wished to plead further, but Stannis cut her off with a fierce roar. You too, exit. Aware of her husband's unyielding nature, Celis refrained from further protest and followed the crowd out of the hall. Once the Duchess departed, the doors were swiftly closed by 2 attendants, leaving Stannis alone in the round table hall, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across his face, revealing an array of emotions. Chapter 55. Negotiations on the eastern waters of Dragonstone. A crimson sun emerged upon the deep azure sea, its rays shimmering upon the waves, casting a golden glow across the surface. The dawn glow, illuminated by the rising sun, blazes with a fiery intensity, painting the azure sky and the golden sea with vibrant hues. Early rising seagulls spread their wings, soaring gracefully in this picturesque realm. The briny, refreshing sea breeze caresses Charlotte's nostrils, a stark contrast to the vessels and remnants of humanity washed ashore by the tides. The lingering scent of blood and gunpowder from yesterday seems to have vanished. Standing atop a small hill at the harbor, he quietly admires the breathtaking scenery, silently observing the captives driven by soldiers wielding whips and sharp blades as they clear the remnants of the previous day's chaos. Charlotte revels in the beauty of the landscape, while Stannis, alone in the round hall, has spent a sleepless night, his eyes bloodshot. As the sunlight bathes him, he finally awakens from his reverie. In a hoarse voice, he calls out, "Bring me water for washing, prepare a clean set of clothes, and polish my armor. Send a messenger to the Aslani, informing them that I agree to negotiate." Stannis sets aside his pride, reluctantly acknowledging that failure to negotiate now would mean an eternal farewell to the Iron Throne. In his mind, the current Robert is but a glutton, controlled by alcohol and courtesans, no longer the valiant and wise figure he once was. Renly, he deems, is merely a pretty face, a coward lacking substance. The future of House Baratheon rests solely upon his shoulders. Moreover, he contemplates the despicable Lannister siblings who have usurped the Baratheon throne through underhanded means. If anything sustains his resolve, it is the allure of the Iron Throne and the Queen alongside her paramour brother. His ambitions and thirst for power drive him relentlessly. With a creak, the damp wooden door swings open, and two guards enter. One carries a basin of cleansing water, while the other bears a simple breakfast. Stannis cups his hands around the cool water and splashes it on his weary face, the icy depths of Dragonstone while bringing clarity to his muddled thoughts. He picks up a toothbrush made of boar bristles, dipping it into a mixture of white salt and clove oil, combating the foul breath born of sleeplessness. He must present himself in the best possible light before the foreign Aslani, for though he has suffered defeat on the battlefield, he cannot allow them to look down upon the Baratheons of Westeros. After a flurry of activity, Stannis dons the lavish garments he typically scorns, adorns himself with jewelry he seldom wears, and trims his beard to a neat and tidy length. Though bald, he combs his hair with care. Once properly attired, he slowly enjoys his breakfast in the round hall, consisting of unblemished bread and a cup of red wine. His vassals and pirate lords gather at the castle gates and corridors, awaiting his arrival. For these nobles, defeat and surrender do not carry shame, especially in a war devoid of hope. As the sun ascended to its zenith, amidst the standoff between two factions, a white canopied pavilion stood in the central expanse, housing a small round table flanked by two high-backed chairs, where two figures sat facing one another. Stannis wore a stoic expression, quietly observing the young foreigner before him. Clad in a fitted, long, black and red trench coat, he donned a white cotton linen blend undergarment, the hem tucked neatly into the brown-black waistband of his trousers. A brass-buckled belt encircled his waist, and his legs were adorned with half-length leather boots. Not a single piece of jewelry adorned his form. Instead, 2 hand-and-a-half swords lay diagonally on the table, their hilts positioned for swift retrieval. Tall and robust, his physique bore the fluid strength of a mountain lynx, his handsome visage framed by striking black eyes that glimmered with a unique intensity. Stannis noted the foreigner's arrogance and self-assuredness regarding his martial prowess. Remarkably, he had chosen to forego armor during negotiations. This young man appeared as relaxed as if in the sanctuary of his own courtyard. Did he not fear a sudden attack? "Your Grace, I have come seeking justice, as it is said you are the most honorable man in Westeros." Charlotte spoke with a faint smile, expressing regret over the circumstances of their meeting. A hint of derision flickered across Stannis' stern countenance as he replied, "Foreigner, spare me your insincere pleasantries. If you intend to indulge in such meaningless formalities, we might as well conclude this meeting." Unperturbed by Stannis' derision, Charlotte continued in a leisurely manner, "In my homeland, there is a saying, life is akin to a box of assorted candies. One can never anticipate the flavor that one will encounter next, despite its disappointments. Such is the essence of life. Life flows like a river, and when navigating a narrow, obstructed course, one is destined to become ensnared." Observing Stannis' dwindling patience, Charlotte dispensed with the circumlocution. "Residing on Dragonstone, you are fated to achieve little of significance. What is power? For you, it is both distant and tantalizingly close. The Kingsguard now merely indulges in wine and women, surrounded entirely by Lannisters. When the secrets of the Lannister siblings are unveiled, King Robert's fate shall require no further elaboration. Countless ambitious souls will eagerly partake in the feast of dividing the power held by House Baratheon. Renly Baratheon, bolstered by Storm's End, could swiftly command an army of over 20,000 Stormlanders. What do you possess? When the time comes, what will you rely upon? Your scant and feeble vassals on Dragonstone, alongside those dishonorable pirates, can scarcely muster a force of 2,000 men. Ah, but you once had the fleet of Blackwater Bay. Alas, it was decimated by my hand. However, even if you still possessed that fleet, what would it avail you? King Robert has no legitimate heirs, and ships and sailors will not grant you the Iron Throne. At this juncture, cooperation with me is your only recourse. As far as I am aware, Storm's End has been assailed by tempests for countless years, with marshlands and rainforests sprawling across its territory. The soil of Storm's End is barren, and its inhabitants live in dire poverty, save for the formidable fortress of Storm's End itself. Most of the noble lords in Storm's End do not possess even a respectable stronghold. They are left with mere halls and towers as their castles, perpetually ravaged by pirates from the Stepstone Isles. I have an abundance of goods that Westeros desperately needs, and you shall acquire them from me, as the exclusive agent for the continent of Westeros. This will yield you a significant fortune in golden dragons, obtained through these charming little treasures that glimmer with golden light. The lords of Storm's End are not unwaveringly loyal to Renly. Instead, they can be swayed to pledge their allegiance by leading them to wealth, thereby usurping Renly's dominion over Storm's End. All that is required from you is to relinquish this insubstantial all that you can scarcely hold. Indeed, Sharera desires to appoint Stannis as her representative agent on the continent of Westeros. Chapter 56. Letters within the vast and intricate corridors of the Stark family crypt in Winterfell. The King's Guard, under the guidance of Lord Eddard Stark, approaches a stone statue of a woman. Ned, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, was once hers. I have missed her every moment of these years. The corpulent face of Robert, his eyes red and brimming with emotion, gazes longingly at the female statue, reaching out to gently caress its cold cheek. As Robert recounts his memories, distant recollections stir within Eddard Stark's heart. Ned, promise me, Ned, promise me. In a chamber filled with the fragrance of roses and the scent of blood, the whispered words of Lyanna echo in Eddard's mind. After emerging from the Stark crypt, a grand welcome feast is held in the Great Hall of Winterfell. Joyful music and flickering candlelight fill the air, accompanied by the aromas of ale and roasted meat. Despite the North's barren and frigid landscape, this banquet to welcome the king pales in comparison to the opulence of those in King's Landing. However, the Duchess's earnest efforts undoubtedly compensate for these shortcomings. The day following the feast marks the traditional noble pursuit of hunting in Westeros. Within the Maester's Tower of Winterfell, a raven delivers 2 letters, one from King's Landing addressed to King Robert, and the other from the Eyrie, a personal missive from the Duchess. These letters interrupt the joyous reunion of the king and his dear friend, the Duke of Winterfell. Robert, originally intending to hunt in the Wolfswood, must instead summon the newly appointed hand of the king, Eddard Stark, to discuss matters of state. This incompetent Stannis has squandered an entire fleet. Dragonstone has been seized. All thanks to Renly, Robert exclaims, shaking the letter in his hand in anger. Duke Eddard takes the letter from Robert, scrutinizing it carefully before inquiring, said I, who are they? The corpulent king casts a troubled glance at the newly appointed hand of the king. They are a trading company from the continent of Essos. Recently, I shut down their trading post and detained their personnel, not anticipating their formidable strength. They traversed countless ways from Slaver's Bay to Westeros, Robert lamented, pausing momentarily before exclaiming in anger, this is a provocation, an invasion. They are invading our 7 kingdoms. We must summon the vassals of the 7 kingdoms and drive these foreigners from our lands. The Duke of the North regarded the king with a puzzled expression. The North was too barren and cold, and news traveled too slowly for him to be aware of Aslan. Eddard Stark pondered for a moment and replied, Stannis is still in their grasp. He is your blood relative. First and foremost, we need to secure his release. As far as I know, Stannis commands a formidable fleet in the Narrow Sea, renowned for its combat prowess. I was quite impressed by the fleet he led during the Iron Islands Rebellion. He is not a weakling. To annihilate Stannis' fleet in a short span and capture him as a prisoner, their strength must be considerable. Our immediate task is to gather intelligence on them. A rash assault might lead to our detriment. Dragonstone lies just outside Blackwater Bay, while they must journey from Slaver's Bay, which gives us the advantage. We must promptly negotiate the exchange of captives. Stannis undoubtedly understands the precise capabilities of these Aslanites better than we do. As a man of honor and law, Eddard Stark held a deep admiration for Stannis, a fellow Northman. Now that you are in the North, we must hasten our journey back to King's Landing. After voicing his thoughts, Duke Eddard questioned, why did you close their trading post? Are they smugglers? Pirates? Robert remained silent for a moment before sighing. They paid their taxes legally and employed the impoverished of King's Landing. I merely heard rumors that their leader possesses a dragon. Yes, the kind of dragon from House Targaryen, as recounted by the old wet nurse. By the old gods, you shut down a legitimate trading post, and captured their personnel based on such absurd rumors? Eddard stared in disbelief at his corpulent friend. By the seven hells, how was I to know they were so powerful? You know that whenever I hear anything related to that accursed Targaryen line, I lose control of myself. The most pressing matter now is their invasion of us, Robert retorted angrily, feeling displeased under his friend's gaze. Very well. You are the king of the seven kingdoms. We must depart swiftly, Eddard replied resignedly. In King's Landing, within a courtyard abundant with blooming roses, our Minister of Justice, Lancel Lannister, was nestled close to a man, whispering sweet nothings. This man possessed flowing chestnut hair and striking golden eyes, with a slender physique and remarkably handsome features. The 3 golden roses emblazoned on the garments strewn across the ground indicated his noble lineage from House Tyrell of Highgarden in the Reach. In the resplendent city of King's Landing, there resided the strikingly handsome Ser Loras Tyrell, a scion of House Tyrell. As the youngest son of his house, Loras was not only youthful and alluring, but also possessed formidable martial skills. In the region of the Reach, where prowess in combat was held in high esteem, the young Loras had garnered widespread acclaim for his exceptional horsemanship. Both he and his companion were regarded by many noble women across Westeros as the most desirable suitors. Yet they appeared as entwined as lovers, lost in each other's embrace. How heart-wrenching it would be for the women of the seven kingdoms, who were infatuated with them. To learn of this, Loras, that insufferable Stannis has been captured, laughed a jubilant Renly, his delight evident as he spoke to his companion. Indeed, he has fallen into the hands of the Dornishmen, his reputation thoroughly tarnished by those foreign captors, Loras replied, nodding in agreement with his beloved. Let us see how he wields his authority now, after such a defeat. The thought of his humiliation fills me with glee. Though he is my adversary, I cannot help but express gratitude to those Dornishmen for teaching Stannis a much-deserved lesson. I long to witness the disarray etched upon his perpetually stern visage. Just then, a gentle knock at the door disrupted their revelry, leading them to exchange resigned glances. Leave us. Do not disturb our discussions, Loras called out with a commanding voice. Outside, a humble voice responded, Ser Loras. A letter has just arrived from the Maester of the Red Keep, sent by King Robert from Winterfell, and it must be delivered to Duke Renly. Seven hells, must they interrupt us at such a moment? Loras grumbled, as the sound of rustling garments echoed within the chamber. After a while, the two, now attired and ready, exited the room suffused with the fragrance of roses. In the distance, a servant stood respectfully beneath the shade of a tree, hastening towards them with a letter sealed in wax. Chapter 57. The infected Renly accepted the letter from the servant, breaking the wax seal to peruse its contents. Robert wishes for me to devise a means to secure Stannis' release, he jested, handing the letter to Loras for his insight. After reading the missive, Loras remarked, there are several Dornishmen imprisoned in the dungeons. Not long ago, we received a correspondence from them proposing a prisoner exchange. This should pose no great difficulty. Very well. Let us arrange for those Dornishmen in the dungeons to be sent to Dragonstone, so that these foreign captives may appreciate our sincerity, while we reclaim our unfortunate Stannis. Ha. Renly laughed heartily, his eagerness to see his elder brother's frozen demeanor more palpable than ever before. In the clandestine chamber of Peter Baelish in King's Landing, the atmosphere was thick with intrigue. My lord, should we eliminate the Aslanites in the dungeon? Most of those in golden robes are our own, and no one would suspect us, remarked a middle-aged man adorned in opulent attire. My lord, those Aslanites are utterly despicable. They have monopolized the majority of our interests, a portly man in fine garments chimed in. Peter furrowed his brow and pondered, no, we must refrain from taking any action now. Those Aslanites are not our primary concern at this moment. According to reports from our spies on Dragonstone, the Aslanites possess a formidable and mysterious weapon that easily obliterated Stannis' fleet. Our King Robert has swiftly descended south with our newly appointed Prime Minister. Plans are underway. There is no need for any unexpected maneuvers at this time. Once we seize control of the seven kingdoms, the Aslanites will bring us wealth. The lords, when faced with external threats, tend to huddle together for warmth. We must not present them with such a threat. Upon hearing Peter's words, the assembly in the chamber bowed in unison. Yes, my lord. After the discussions, Stannis set aside his pride. Perhaps moved by Charlotte's words, or perhaps for the sake of his family within the castle. Who could tell? With Stannis' surrender, the castle's defenders laid down their arms and exited the fortress to capitulate. The Aslan knights, fully armored, entered the castle, meticulously inspecting every chamber to ensure no lurking dangers would befall their lord. During their thorough examination, they discovered a secret passageway located at the bottom of the castle dungeon, and the knights stationed guards to defend it. Craftsmen aboard the fleet utilized the castle's blacksmith shop to forge an iron door, which was then installed at the entrance of this passage. After confirming the absence of threats, Charlotte, surrounded by her retinue, stepped into the castle that once belonged to the Targaryen family. Dragonstone Castle, constructed over 460 years ago, shortly after the doom of Valyria, features an outer wall with a polygonal layout. The walls and towers are built entirely of black stone, merging seamlessly with the coastal cliffs. It is said that Dragonstone was shaped by Valyrian magic from the very rock itself, resembling a great dragon when viewed from above. The castle occupies a vast expanse. Its towers are tall and spacious, the thick walls formidable and steep, adorned with sculptures of dragons and gargoyles, showcasing an architectural style that starkly contrasts with other fortifications in Westeros. The ancient Valyrian craftsmanship is indeed extraordinary. Following the capture of Dragonstone, Charlotte's followers busied themselves with banners and decorative fabrics. Atop the main tower, the red banner with a black dragon replaced the golden banner featuring the crowned stag, and all banners within the towers were similarly exchanged. As Charlotte stepped through the castle's grand entrance, the system's prompt echoed, "Ding. You have destroyed the Narrow Sea fleet and vanquished Stannis, earning 2,000 honor points. Ding. You have conquered Dragonstone, earning an additional 2,000 honor points. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, Protector of Free Folk in the Outpost City, Lord of Port City, Invincible Call of the Dothraki. Conqueror of Dragonstone, honor points, 7,000. Having expended over 1,000 honor points in preparation for this expedition and the procurement of Valyrian steel materials. Military forces, system warriors, 16. 235, special units, 1,000 musketeer guards, 800 artillery, 8,250 fleet soldiers, free folk troops, 4,000, Dothraki raging warriors, 13,000. At the behest of Stannis, his wife, Celis Florent, and his daughter, Shireen Baratheon, awaited in the main hall of the castle. After exchanging pleasantries, Charlotte was approached by the timid little girl, who hid behind her mother's skirts and asked, "Are you going to kill us?" "Fear not, little one. I assure you, you will be quite safe." Charlotte replied with a warm smile, addressing the girl whose left cheek and much of her neck were covered in dark, withered skin. With Charlotte's reassurance, the girl seemed emboldened. "Will you spare Patchface? He is my only friend. And what about the old nurse and the scholars in the castle?" "Patchface." Charlotte turned to Stannis and his wife. "My lord, Patchface is the castle's jester. He often plays with Shireen," Celis Florent clarified, addressing Charlotte's inquiry. Upon hearing her response, Charlotte turned back to the little girl and said, "Of course. According to the agreement with your father, you shall all be very safe, and no harm shall come to your friend." "My lord, your kindness." The little girl sighed in relief, grateful that her friend and those she cared for would be treated safely. After addressing the girl's concerns, Charlotte turned to Stannis. "You and your family will be held in my custody for the time being. As long as you remain within the castle, you may move about freely. Once our people are released from King's Landing, you are free to depart Dragonstone at any time. According to our shipwright aboard the warship, there are still 46 galleys in the port that can be repaired and returned to you as a gesture of our alliance." Stannis, upon hearing Charlotte's words, allowed a faint smile to break through his stern demeanor and nodded, "I shall honor our agreement." As the conversation concluded, the three prepared to take their leave. Unable to resist the urge, Charlotte gently ruffled little Shireen's hair, admiring the brave and kind-hearted girl. The system detects a deeply chaotic magic-infected individual. What is a chaotic magic-infected individual? An essence of chaotic magic adheres to the infected person's soul, continuously siphoning their soul energy, resulting in intense agony for the afflicted. By expending honor points, one can gradually strip away and erase the chaotic magic from the infected individual's soul. As Stannis and his family were about to exit the hall, Charlotte called out to them, "Wait, perhaps I possess a means to alleviate her suffering." The trio, upon hearing her voice, turned to Charlotte with expressions of disbelief. Celis Florent, brimming with longing, eagerly interjected, "My lady, did you just say you have a way to cure little Shireen's grayscale?" Stannis regarded Charlotte with a somber demeanor, suspecting her intentions were to secure a hostage, with Shireen being the prime candidate. "Indeed, my lady. Perhaps we should give it a try?" Ignoring Stannis's grim countenance, Charlotte addressed Celis Florent and beckoned for the young girl to approach her. Little Shireen, filled with excitement and joy, hurried towards Charlotte, oblivious to whether she was being deceived. Charlotte raised a hand, placing it upon the girl's face, which was marred by layers of gray, dead skin, and softly whispered a purification incantation. An energy emanated from Charlotte, spreading to the point of contact on the girl's face. A sharp pain intertwined with a warm sensation manifested where they connected, and the gray, dead skin on Shireen's face visibly dissipated, revealing patches of tender, unblemished skin underneath. Sweat poured from the young girl's brow like raindrops, and her tightly pressed lips turned pale. The process of stripping away the chaotic magic was agonizing, yet the girl gritted her teeth, resolutely enduring, knowing that the affliction troubling her could be healed by this kind older brother before her. Once the gray, dead skin had receded, Charlotte withdrew her hand. Take her down to rest. She has been ill for too long to be healed immediately. We shall continue her treatment after a week of rest. She instructed the two beaming individuals. A miracle unfolded before their eyes, and Stannis had already cast aside his gloomy expression, replaced by a countenance filled with gratitude and shame. Chapter 58. Dragonstone Island. After nearly a month of occupying Dragonstone Island, the personnel from the Aslan trading post, previously imprisoned in the dungeons of King's Landing, had safely arrived at Dragonstone. Charlotte rewarded and comforted these gaunt captives, and the fleet's physician examined their health, reassuring that with proper care, they would all recover. The families of those who had perished were also properly compensated for their loss. Accompanying them to Dragonstone were several impoverished individuals from King's Landing, who had initially been employed at the trading post. Following the release of those imprisoned, these employees, closely associated with the Aslan trading post, fervently sought to accompany them once more. After King Robert ordered the closure of the trading post, these Aslan employees found themselves unemployed, having exhausted their savings. They were left with no choice but to return to the squalor of King's Landing, after enduring hope only to have it ruthlessly stripped away. These individuals have lost their trust in their king. Perhaps they never truly believed in him at all. Upon the return of the captured Aslan personnel to Dragonstone, Stannis departed the island, leaving his wife and daughter to reside temporarily. By the way, Stannis' wife, Celis Florent, has forsaken her faith in the Red God Lawler. She is now a devout follower of the Creator God. As for this Creator God, indeed, it is the appellation used by system warriors and system subjects in reference to the system. Stannis, with a residual force of over 5,000 soldiers and sailors, set sail aboard 46 refurbished warships, laden with cargo, heading towards the stormlands of Westeros. The roar of the dragons echoed from the heights of Dragonstone Castle, solemn and majestic. The three dragons, Regal, Viserion, and Drogon, accompanied the supply ships carrying gunpowder and other provisions that had arrived a day prior at Dragonstone. Along with the supply vessels came the forged Valyrian steel weapons. After perusing the correspondence sent by Anya, it was revealed that 200 Valyrian steel longswords, 300 spearheads, and 20 daggers, along with 9 breastplates, had been crafted. The Valyrian steel longswords feature a single-edged blade, conducive to both slashing and thrusting, gleaming with a cold light. Measuring 1 meter in length, with a 20-centimeter handle wrapped in black leather. The blade, 3 fingers wide, boasts a blood groove along the spine, enhancing its sharpness, while the circular, gilded, hollowed hilt is adorned with dragon motifs. As the blade is drawn from its scabbard, a crisp, melodious sound resonates in the air. These weapons, akin to exquisite works of art, have captivated our Lord's affections. This shipment included 30 Valyrian steel longswords, 50 Valyrian steel spears, and 3 breastplates. These 80 Valyrian steel weapons were allocated to the elite infantry, guards, and commanders who accompanied them. The breastplates were tailor-made to fit the upper body measurements of Charlotte, Cagello, and John Mateo. The emblematic patterns on the breastplates were impressed into the Valyrian steel while it was still molten, depicting a stunning display of red and black glazes. After spending a night at Dragonstone, the 3 dragons rose early to visit the lair where they rested. After more than a century, the skies above Dragonstone once again welcomed the majestic silhouettes of dragons. Life's fire and Regal lay quietly within the dragon lair, while the 3 dragons' eyes compared like that of a majestic eagle to 2 small quails. Life's fire and Regal could barely carry Cagello and Charlotte for a brief moment. Yet this thrill was more than enough to excite them. Charlotte, mounted upon the majestic Regal, surveyed Dragonstone, an island approximately 8,000 square kilometers in area. From above, the island appeared in an irregular dumbbell shape, wider in the north and narrower in the south, with steep cliffs encircling its perimeter. 2 mountain ranges flanked the island, with a flat terrain nestled in between. Lush vegetation blanketed the entire island, concealing the black soil formed by volcanic eruptions. On the larger northern island, there lies a crescent-shaped peak, within which a vast lake resides. The crystalline waters cascade from the northern breach of the mountain, forming a magnificent waterfall. The tumultuous waters flow through a riverbed sculpted over the years, eventually merging into the narrow sea. where a quaint fishing village is nestled. This is the sole settlement on Dragonstone Island, home to merely a few hundred inhabitants. To the right of the island, facing the narrow sea, a mountain range extends throughout Dragonstone, originating from the Crescent Peak and following the coastline down to the southern Dragonstone Keep. Aptly named the Windward Coast by Charlotte. On the left side, a shorter mountain range splits into northern and southern segments, which Charlotte designated as the Blackwater Coast. Charlotte, riding her great dragon, surveyed the lake formed by the volcanic eruption. She envisioned blocking the waterfall's breach and excavating an outlet to redirect the lake's waters inland. With the abundant rainfall brought by the warm, moist currents over the narrow sea, coupled with the fertile soil created by the volcanic ash, Dragonstone Island could undoubtedly become a bountiful agricultural land, provided proper irrigation and arable land were established. With agriculture ingrained in her very essence, Charlotte constantly contemplated the means of cultivation. Dragonstone Keep is situated at the mouth of the southern bay, positioned at the terminus of the Windward Coast mountain range that traverses the entirety of the island. The island nestles within this natural harbor, while other areas are characterized by steep cliffs or rocky coastlines. Resolute in her intentions, Charlotte, after thoroughly assessing Dragonstone Island, arranged for ships to sail to King's Landing to recruit manpower. The previously established reputation of the Wasteland trading post garnered substantial trust among the lower classes. Numerous bankrupt farmers lingered around King's Landing, enduring hardships within the city. This recruitment targeted those impoverished individuals with families. With the flow of golden dragon coins, the noblemen collectively disregarded the departing poor, dismissing the meager number of able-bodied men and the multitude of elderly, weak, and women. The Wasteland nobles, having received their bribes, scoffed at the departing, impoverished souls. Within the realm of Westeros, many destitute farmers, burdened with their families, boarded vessels bound for Dragonstone, contributing to an improvement in the city's law and order. Naturally, these escapees were all free citizens, while serfs had little hope of fleeing. Should they be caught, nobles would execute them as a deterrent to others. Under the guidance of craftsmen, the impoverished newcomers from King's Landing wielded various tools to excavate an artificial lake and a canal traversing the island's plains. Dragonstone's harbor bustled with ships arriving and departing, ferrying supplies to the free cities for grain, tools, and livestock, as well as transporting the destitute from King's Landing. The entire island transformed into a grand construction site, where, aided by Charlotte's versatile cutting tool, the excavation of the artificial lake and canal progressed smoothly. In the blink of an eye, a month later, the island's inhabitants gathered among the mountains of the Windward Coast, eagerly anticipating the explosive opening of the Crescent Lake. Under the meticulous calculations of the ship's craftsmen, Charlotte unearthed several weak points with a cutter, placed gunpowder wrapped in oiled paper within, and connected a fuse. Upon igniting the fuse, Charlotte swiftly mounted the great dragon and soared into the distance. Thousands of eyes fixated on the fuse as flames gradually crept towards the cavern holding the gunpowder. After a series of thunderous booms, stones and dust erupted into the air. The crystal-clear waters of the concave lake surged forth toward the blasted gap, converging at the man-made lake excavated at the foot of the mountain. As time passed, the surface of the artificial lake rose steadily, flowing through the artificial river of Dragonstone Island and its adjacent canals, spreading across the plains. Wasteland, Wasteland, Wasteland. Witnessing this cataclysmic power and envisioning a brighter future, the common folk gathered on the Windward Mountain erupted in collective cheers. Chapter 59. Kent Woof, Woof. The dim night beyond the narrow window was on the cusp of dawn, marking the darkest hour of the day. The clamor of roosters and dogs outside the thatched hut intruded upon Kent's vexing dreams. Oh, these accursed beasts, Kent muttered under his breath, covering his mouth with his rough left hand to stifle a yawn, careful not to awaken his little daughter, who had slept alongside him and his wife the previous night. With slow, deliberate movements, Kent stretched his stiff back, gently lifting the coverlet that enveloped him, and let his feet search for the straw sandals left in the corner of the bed. Surveying the humble abode, Kent noticed the absence of his wife, Mary. 8-year-old Kent Jr. and 6-year-old William were soundly asleep on the thatched bed not far from him, their cherubic faces occasionally murmuring in slumber. Through a small window propped up by wooden sticks in the mud walls of the hut, he gazed towards the rudimentary and confined kitchen opposite. Although labeled a kitchen, it was merely another thatched and mud-walled structure. Inside, a clay oil lamp flickered with a flame akin to a pea, merrily dancing atop its wick. Evidently lit by Kent's wife, Mary. She was crouched on the ground, fanning a low, cylindrical clay stove with a hand-woven fan made from broad leaves. As she fanned, a bright spark leapt from the stove, prompting Kent to silently express gratitude to their benevolent lord, who had bestowed upon them this low stove that made cooking far easier. According to the village chief, this stove was a remarkable invention of the great lord, its peculiar name resembling something like beacon coal stove. Unlike traditional stoves that burned wood and leaves, this unusual contraption utilized honeycomb coal. The process of creating honeycomb coal was no simple task. It involved crushing a type of stone known as coal, mixing it with mud, adding water, and then pressing it into molds to dry. As Kent pondered the strange stove, he stepped outside. Today would be busy. He needed to clear the 50 acres of farmland rented to him, planting wheat, barley, and oats. Wheat for taxes, barley for brewing beer, and oats, which were less palatable, primarily for feeding livestock. The growth cycle of wheat and barley spans over 6 months, while oats require a mere 3 months to mature. On Dragonstone Island, the windswept peaks of the Windward Mountains and the Blackwater Mountains shield the land from the tempestuous hurricanes that sweep across the sea. The island enjoys a temperate climate, with temperatures consistently ranging between 18 and 26 degrees Celsius, complemented by the irrigation channels and waterways that have been established. These favorable conditions, optimal temperatures, ample irrigation, and the mountains that block hurricanes, create an ideal environment for the cultivation of grains. Kent is exceedingly confident that the cultivation of wheat will yield a bountiful harvest. Upon reaping the fruits of his labor, he is obligated to pay his lord a mere 30% in taxes, along with 10% for the rental of tools and livestock, leaving him with a generous 60% for himself. Having once been an employee at the Aslan trading post, Kent harbors a blind trust and admiration for Lord Aslan, firmly believing that he is not as avaricious as the nobility of Westeros. It is worth noting that when he previously rented land from the noble families of Westeros, they exacted a staggering 7% in rent alone. In addition to land rental taxes, there were various peculiar levies, such as fire taxes, marriage taxes, birth taxes, and window taxes, among others. Kent understands that these numerous taxes serve as the pretext for the lords to reduce families to serfdom, should one fail to pay. They risk becoming perpetual servants to the nobility. Kent's status as a free man is solely due to his ancestral farming skills. In a society reliant on agriculture, farming is no trivial endeavor. It necessitates mastery of an extensive body of traditional knowledge passed down through generations. The free folk of Westeros are all equipped with unique skills inherited from their forebears, and for them, the prospect of becoming serfs is absolutely unacceptable. Only those whose families have been captured in the throes of war, forced into servitude for the safety of their loved ones, might acquiesce to such a fate. No free man would willingly choose it, with some preferring starvation over subjugation. As he caresses the iron farming tools in his hands, a joyful smile unconsciously spreads across Kent's face. The rich black soil, loose and fertile, makes cultivation a swift and effortless task. Originally, Kent had intended to present the 3-field crop rotation method, a closely guarded ancestral secret, to his esteemed and benevolent lord as a token of gratitude for the gift of life that Lord Aslan had bestowed upon his family. However, the agricultural advisors from Dragonstone informed him that the island's soil, formed from volcanic eruptions and known as volcanic ash soil, is exceptionally fertile and does not require the 3-field system for the time being. They would advise him when the need arises. To Kent's dismay, he realized that the farming secrets of his ancestors were already known to Lord Aslan. In addition to tilling the land, the Lord has permitted capable families to graze livestock, which must yield 1/10 of their number to the Lord each year, or equivalently, pay in gold at market value. The crops and livestock possessed by the vassals are not permitted to be traded with other merchants. Transactions may only occur with the food storage warehouses at the port of Dragonstone. Each village is equipped with a grocery store, facilitating the procurement of daily necessities for the populace. Longshore Bay has now established a town, located not far from Longshore Fortress, with an artificial waterway flowing beside it. The barges on the waterway can easily transport goods from the town to the concave peak, significantly alleviating the need for numerous draft horses to convey supplies. The port town temporarily accommodates merchants from various regions, with a constant influx of goods that require transportation, alongside numerous courtyards and towers currently under construction. Kent pondered that once the arable land was cultivated and grains were sown, he could seek work in the town to earn some pocket money. Kent gazed at Mary's robust waist, her ample figure squatting down, her brown hair cascading down her back, and felt a warmth in his heart, contemplating the possibility of having another child after next year's bountiful harvest. The arable land on Longshore Island comprises approximately 35% of the island's total area, with each household allocated 50 acres. In an ideal scenario, this could accommodate 90,000 families. However, Such a number is implausible, as the island's capacity cannot support so many inhabitants. Following the comprehensive development of Longshore Island, it could sustain a maximum of 240,000 households and over 100,000 individuals. As time passed, the eastern horizon began to radiate with the glow of dawn, mist swirling among the sheafing mountains, heralding the arrival of a new day. Observing the two distant mountain slopes, Kent noted the growth of ryegrass and purple clover, resembling a green carpet that cascaded down the hillside into the village. The villagers herded their livestock towards the pastures on the slopes, which are collectively owned by the community. Each year, families that graze livestock must contribute labor to cultivate forage. Kent's family also raised livestock, including 50 fine wool sheep, whose wool could be sheared twice annually, and the port's textile factory would purchase this wool. Typically, Kent's two sons tended to the sheep, but evidently, they had collectively risen late that day. Chapter 60. Kent's morning. Little Kent, little William, rise and shine. A resounding voice called from Mary. Hearing the silence from their sheepfold, Mary stood in the kitchen, shouting towards the two sleeping boys in the thatched cottage. If you don't get up to feed those sheep, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Seeing the two boys still unmoving, Mary placed her hands on her hips, threatening them. Mom, I'm up. It's William who won tea. Get up. Little Kent shouted towards the window. Little Kent is lying. I'm up too. I'm not being lazy. Little William quickly retorted, also yelling out of the window. In the midst of their squabbling, the two brothers tumbled out of the sleeping cottage. Good morning, Dad. Mom, we're off to herd the sheep. The brothers greeted Kent, who was busy sharpening farming tools. Before calling out to the kitchen, they picked up two long wooden sticks resting by the sheepfold, opened the enclosure, and drove the flock towards the mountainside. Kent, good morning. George, who lived next door, called out to Kent while carrying farming tools and leading two draft horses. Kent raised his gaze to see George approaching, rising to brush the dust off his trousers. He called out to Mary in the kitchen. Mary, I am heading to the fields. Kent joined George and 8 other men from the village, 10 in total, each bearing farming tools and guiding 5 draft horses, sharing laughter as they made their way toward the distant plowed land. The village, home to 50 families, was divided into 5 groups, each collaboratively cultivating their fields. Due to a shortage of draft horses, each group was allocated only 5, necessitating the combined effort of horses and manpower to remove large volcanic rocks from the arable land. A few days prior, a fire had swept through the fields, incinerating all the weeds. Now, they needed to rake away the small stones embedded in the soil, clear out the roots of the grass, and level the land before it could be prepared for sowing wheat seeds. With a scarcity of draft animals, they were left to toil with hoes, making their progress slow. Kent estimated that for his 50 acres, it would take roughly a month to clear the land sufficiently, implying that there were still 8 months until the wheat would ripen. Oh, merciful Lord, he lamented, reflecting on the interest-free loans of grain and currency extended to each family. Although this would sustain them until the harvest, the looming shadow of debt cast a pall over his heart. Kent resolved to plant fast-growing vegetables on the cultivated land, intending to sell them in town or to the military camp. The grain storage facility only accepted grains and livestock for purchase. Vegetables and spices were not part of the primary trade. As long as the tax collector was notified to supervise the tax collection and the spice seeds were ground, they could be freely traded. These spices were specifically used by Charlotte to attract merchants from afar. Indeed, the astute farmers had already discerned the various vegetables and spice seeds available in the general store, having planted them in the newly tilled fields. Just yesterday, Kent had ventured into town to inquire and learned that vegetables and spices were in high demand at the military camp. A few days prior, while purchasing salt at the store, he had discovered these seeds and now planned to discuss pooling resources with his group to seize the opportunity for early planting. The vegetable seeds included chives, lettuce, onions, spinach, cabbage, and other edible herbs such as mint, chamomile, fennel, coriander, and thyme. These clever farmers were bound to profit handsomely. As the sun hung high in the sky, a group of robust women approached the fields, each carrying a clay pot, clearly the family members of Kent's 10-man team. The sweat-drenched men set down their tools, washed their hands in the ditch, and accepted the clay pots from the women, beginning to feast heartily. After finishing the meal, Kent let out a long, satisfied belch. Mary had already taken over the work on the ground while he ate, bending her back and wielding a hoe with diligence. Watching her silhouette brought to mind memories of their wedding a decade ago. At that time, Mary possessed a slender figure, with a pert posterior and elegantly rounded, delicate legs. Her voice rang clear and shy, and her fair, charming face was adorned with a sprinkle of freckles. Her chestnut hair was thick and lustrous. The two were clad in the most exquisite garments they had ever worn, surrounded by friends and family who offered their blessings. As they pledged their vows before the 7 divine practitioners, it feels as if it were just yesterday. Yet, a decade has swiftly passed. Mary has transformed from a young girl into the mother of 3, her waist having expanded significantly over the years, and her form no longer retains that youthful slenderness. However, Kent's affection for Mary has only deepened, rich and fragrant like a fine aged rum. Sensing a gaze upon her, Mary turned her head in curiosity, only to find Kent staring at her with fervent eyes, utterly captivated. With an inward sigh, she thought, "You old rascal," and shot a glance at her husband, who remained unresponsive, prompting her to dismiss him and return to her tasks. The other 9 had finished their meals from the clay pots, and amidst a chorus of satisfied belches, Kent emerged from his reverie. He observed the group lounging contentedly in the shade of the trees, sharing lewd jokes and occasionally erupting into fits of laughter. "Ahem, everyone, may I have your attention?" Kent coughed, drawing the eyes of the 9 who looked at him with curiosity. George was the first to speak. "What is it?" "Go ahead." Kent shared his thoughts with the group. "Yesterday, I visited the newly established town at the port. You all know, right?" "Yes." "Didn't you mention you were going to gather some news from the port?" George inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Kent wasted no time in revealing his findings. "A few days ago at the village general store, I came across some seeds for vegetables and spices. The military camp at the port, along with outside merchants, are in need of these supplies. I propose we pool our resources to cultivate a batch. We could certainly make a handsome profit. What do you all think?" "I think that's a splendid idea. Kent, you're the sharpest among us. I support you," George declared first, and the 2 turned to the remaining 8. "Kent, we all trust you. You were the one who brought us to work at the Aslan trading station and helped us find a way to survive. We believe in you. If we incur losses, we all share the blame." "Yes, Kent, we will follow your lead." The chorus of agreement echoed among the group. "You all trust me. I assure you, I will not let anyone suffer a loss. However, please keep this confidential for now. Do not inform the other groups in the village. Let us secure our earnings first. Shall we?" Kent urged earnestly. In unison, the group nodded vigorously, affirming, "Kent, we will keep it a secret. We swear by the name of the Creator. We won't disclose this to anyone else." Hearing their pledges, Kent nodded, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. Chapter 61. The King's Return on the Broad. Straight King's Avenue outside the divine gates of Juneland City stood the young brother of King Robb, protector of the 7 kingdoms. The Minister of Justice of the 7 kingdoms, Lannister Baratheon, was leading a congregation of elegantly attired, haughty nobles gathered outside the city gates. These distinguished lords had been awaiting the return of King Robert Baratheon I, who had been absent from the capital for over 3 months. Since the early hours of the morning, the cargo and common folk attempting to pass through the gates of the gods were obstructed by these noblemen, who stood in an imposing throng, leaving the goods and citizens to wait patiently at a distance. The anxious anticipation for the welcoming ceremony to conclude was palpable, as merchants yearned to acquire the beloved coins of gold and silver, while the commoners were even more desperate for sustenance to fill their bellies. Some impatient merchants or citizens chose to circumvent the gates of the gods, entering or exiting through other gates of King's Landing. The gates of the gods, adorned with intricately carved stone faces, bore features so lifelike that it seemed the eyes of the statues followed one's movements. The grand passageway of the gates of the gods was flanked by 2 regiments of well-armored knights, clad in resplendent robes of gold. Connecting the gates of the gods was the King's Road, extending north to the Black Castle of the Wall and south to the Stormland's Storm's End, nearly spanning over 2,200 kilometers. This thoroughfare bisected King's Landing, leading straight to the royal residence, the Red Keep. As the sun reached its zenith, the distant sound of thundering hooves echoed from the King's Road, the vibrations of galloping steeds drawing nearer. The banners of various houses first became visible, and with the approach of the hoofbeats, a procession of armored riders, bearing the sigils of the lion, the stag, and the wolf, passed in an orderly fashion before the assembled crowd. Following the knights, a series of elaborately adorned carriages appeared, each emblazoned with various crests and draped in vibrant fabrics. 2 tall draft horses pulled each carriage, their wheels rumbling against the road. Prince Joffrey Baratheon, clad in resplendent armor, led the charge on horseback, followed closely by a formidable knight with one half of his face marred by flames. Joffrey nodded towards the crowd outside the gates of the gods before proceeding into the city. In close pursuit were the Kingsguard, donned in exquisite armor with white cloaks billowing behind them. The sight of the Kingsguard signaled to the crowd that the day's main event had arrived. The stout King Robert Baratheon, sporting a substantial beer belly, rode atop a magnificent black steed, larger than the surrounding warhorses, surrounded by the Kingsguard as he made his grand entrance. Upon the King's arrival, Lannister and the nobles promptly knelt in reverence. "Oh, 7. He has returned at last," they murmured, as Robert, seated upon his steed, waved his hand and declared, "Let us proceed to the Red Keep for deliberation." His stout, bearded face bore the fatigue of a long journey, and he spoke little, gently urging his horse along the King's road towards the Red Keep. Following the king, a steady stream of knights and carriages continued to pass through the gates of the gods. In the vast hall of the Iron Throne within the Red Keep, the noblemen of King's Landing lined the central crimson carpet in 2 rows, facing the Iron Throne. The Kingsguard, clad in full armor and draped in white cloaks, stood resolutely on the steps before the throne, facing the assembled crowd. Robert, fidgeting with the hand of the king insignia in his hand, sat upon the Iron Throne, composed of sharp, elongated swords, and surveyed the multitude below. He proclaimed, "In the name of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, I hereby appoint Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, as the hand of the king." Upon concluding the appointment, Robert tossed the insignia to Eddard Stark. Eddard caught the emblem and knelt on one knee, declaring, "In the name of the old and new gods, I swear fealty to Robert Baratheon, the first of his name, guardian of the 7 kingdoms." Robert raised a hand to signal Eddard to rise and turned to his master of whisperers, Varys, inquiring, "What of those accursed Greyjoys? Have they made any further moves since seizing Dragonstone? And where is that bastard Stannis? Did not the Greyjoys release him?" Varys stepped forward onto the crimson carpet, responding, "Your Grace, the Greyjoy fleet has not made any further provocative actions. Intelligence indicates that Lord Stannis is operating in the Stormlands with 41 warships." Robert, seething with anger, retorted, "What in the 7 hells is that fool doing in the Stormlands? He allowed the Narrow Sea fleet to be easily annihilated by those Greyjoys, and he dares not come to King's Landing to offer his apologies? Were he not my blood, I would order this cowardly incompetent to be hanged." "Your Grace, reports from our spies on Dragonstone suggest that the Greyjoys possess a formidable weapon capable of effortlessly destroying our warships," Varys added. "What is your perspective on this matter, Lord Hand?" Robert queried Eddard Stark. Eddard responded, "Your Grace, since these foreigners possess weaponry that can easily obliterate our fleet, and given that they have not immediately attacked King's Landing after capturing Dragonstone, but instead sent forth a letter of parley, their intention for negotiation is quite clear. Perhaps we should consider negotiating with them, as it will take time for the fleets from the other realms to converge." As soon as the newly appointed hand finished speaking, Peter Baelish, the Master of Coin, stepped forward from the crowd, nodding to Eddard Stark. After exchanging greetings, he addressed Robert upon the Iron Throne, saying, "Your Grace, I concur with Lord Eddard's proposal. I am willing to serve as an envoy from the Red Keep to Dragonstone to negotiate with those wretched Greyjoys." Satisfied with the lack of dissent, Robert instructed Ser Barristan Selmy, the captain of the Kingsguard, select a contingent to escort Baelish to Dragonstone for negotiations with those accursed Greyjoys. "As you command, Your Grace," Barristan replied, stepping forth to bow, tall and distinguished, with a mane of white hair that belied his age. Barristan retained an elegant and robust stature, earning him the epithet the Fearless among the 7 kingdoms. He once served as the Kingsguard to the Mad King Aerys II, and after Aerys' demise, he chose to pledge his loyalty to Robert Baratheon. Now, as the commander of the Kingsguard, he embodies integrity and bravery, possessing formidable martial skills and upholding a knightly spirit that seems out of place in this era. After discussing matters of state, King Robert, with his rugged visage adorned with steel-gray whiskers, smiled and declared, to celebrate the appointment of the new Prime Minister of the 7 Kingdoms, "I intend to host a grand tournament. Ned, it is the king's duty to revel, and the hand of the king must ensure the king's enjoyment. The rest of you shall assist the hand in organizing this event. By the 7 hells, the tiresome affairs have finally concluded. Those lovely maidens now require my attention." With hearty laughter, Robert exited the Iron Throne chamber. Chapter 62 reveals that beneath Robert Baratheon's seemingly foolish exterior lies a unique political acumen. Should one underestimate him as a dull-witted king, danger would be imminent. He is indeed a master of political manipulation. He is the founding monarch who overthrew the Targaryen dynasty, the former guardians of the 7 kingdoms. Robert is portly, fond of wine, and has an affinity for women, relishing in hosting tournaments while the nation grapples with substantial debts. He even humiliated his twin brother, the Kingsguard Jaime Lannister, in the presence of the Queen. All these factors coalesce to form a singular conclusion: Robert is a foolish king. However, when one considers matters from the perspective of such a feudal ruler, the situation becomes intriguing. The governance of the Seven Kingdoms is overseen by Robert's foster father, Jon Arryn, the cunning old fox. Is it not logical for him to indulge in revelry rather than personally seize power from the aging and loyal hand of the king? The humiliation of Jaime Lannister serves to redirect the public's perception of him as a usurper, casting the blame on Jaime, the regicide. One would find that in Westeros. During the sacking of King's Landing, apart from the Targaryens, the Martell family of Dorne, who suffered the most, directed their ire towards the Lannisters. Everyone claims the Lannisters were responsible for the death of Princess Elia Martell. Yet few are aware of the twisted smile that crept across Robert's face upon witnessing the corpses of Elia's children, born of Rhaegar Targaryen. Such occurrences are hardly devoid of power politics. Moreover, while all refer to Jaime Lannister as the Kingslayer, Robert is seldom labeled a usurper. He adeptly manages his reputation. In matters concerning House Baratheon, he bestowed Storm's End upon the less capable Gendry, while granting the Baron Dragonstone to Stannis. Politically, he forged an alliance with the Lannisters to collectively suppress the wealthiest region of the Seven Kingdoms, the Riverlands, ensuring that there were no potential threats to his safety from any direction surrounding King's Landing. Following Jon Arryn's death, he swiftly summoned the Duke of the North, Eddard Stark, to serve as his hand of the king. The intention to forge an alliance with the Stark family of the North was meant to further solidify the rule of House Baratheon. Alas, fate had other designs, as he found himself outmatched by Cersei Lannister. In a cruel act of vengeance for Robert's neglect, she took the life of their firstborn child with her own hands. This merciless woman engaged in an incestuous relationship with her twin brother, resulting in the birth of 3 offspring. The depths of her revenge were truly formidable. Consequently, King Robert's 3 legitimate heirs were, in fact, not his biological children. Peter Baelish endured 3 tumultuous days at sea before finally arriving at Dragonstone. Standing at the bow of the ship, Baelish gazed contemplatively at the bustling merchant vessels entering and exiting the port. His visit was prompted by a secret message indicating the presence of a dragon on Dragonstone. This revelation opened a new avenue for him. Perhaps collaborating with this foreigner could mirror the alliance between Aegon Targaryen and Orys Baratheon that conquered the Seven Kingdoms 3 centuries prior. The success of such an endeavor remained uncertain, yet seizing every opportunity was paramount. This belief propelled him from the ranks of a minor noble to his current position as the master of coin for the Seven Kingdoms. Upon entering the harbor, his attention was drawn away from the merchant ships to a colossal 6-masted warship, its towering masts piercing the sky. Baelish mused that this must be the invincible vessel of the Valyrians. Under the guidance of a small boat, his ship slowly approached the shore, where the construction of a bustling settlement enveloped the air in dust, with figures moving busily about their tasks, exhibiting apparent chaos yet underlying order. After reporting his intentions to the patrolling guards, Baelish, under their watchful eyes, followed the patrol to Dragonstone Keep. He carefully observed the guards along the way, concluding that they were an exceptionally well-trained group of soldiers. Clad in uniform attire, equipped with superior armor and weapons, tall and imposing in stature. Their fierce gazes and the resolute manner in which they marched and commanded left Baelish convinced that they were indeed the elite of the elite. Although Baelish had limited knowledge of military affairs, he recognized that Robert's Kingsguard paled in comparison to these formidable warriors. He noted that even the Kingsguard assigned to protect him seemed overshadowed by the imposing presence of these soldiers. As he followed the patrol through the long defensive corridor of Dragonstone Keep, the Kingsguard was halted at the castle gates, allowing Baelish to enter the castle alone. While this was not his first visit to Dragonstone, the experience felt markedly different this time. The banners, insignias, and tapestries that adorned the walls were no longer those of Stannis Baratheon's golden fiery heart, crowned stag. The patrolling guards escorted Baelish to the entrance of the Great Hall, where they reported his arrival to the sentinels stationed at the door. After a brief wait, the guards led Baelish into the reception hall. The light filtering through the narrow windows cast a dim glow over the space. And on the elevated dais stood 2 elegantly armored generals, flanking either side. Upon a stone chair with a backrest sat a strikingly handsome man with dark hair and eyes. Sharrow, clad in a fitted uniform, quietly observed as Beric entered the hall, a subtle smile gracing his features. To either side of the stone chair stood Cagello and John Mateo. Beric regarded Sharrow with a respectful nod, proclaiming, "I am Peter Beric. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Aslan. Delighted to make your acquaintance, Sir Beric. What brings you here?" Sharrow inquired, still adorned with a gentle smile. Beric produced a parchment from his sleeve and began to recite, in accordance with the command and authority of His Majesty, King Robert Baratheon, I, as the representative of the Guardians of the Seven Kingdoms, hereby present the following terms. The demands from King's Landing can be summarized in 2 points. First, a ceasefire is to be established. Dragonstone is an inherent territory of Westeros, and the Aslan forces are required to withdraw from the island. Second, compensation for the devastation wrought upon the Narrow Sea fleet and the loss of sailors' lives, totaling 8 million golden dragons. As Beric eloquently articulated his terms, he keenly observed his opponent's expressions, ready to halt his discourse at the slightest sign of anger, for his intent was not to provoke the Aslan people. He noted that Lord Aslan maintained a remarkably composed demeanor, revealing neither disdain nor fury, his countenance perpetually adorned with a cultured smile. This esteemed Lord Aslan must surely hail from an ancient noble lineage, Beric mused internally. The 2 guards flanking the stone chair bore stern expressions, though the slight curvature of their lips betrayed their true sentiments, blatant contempt, which Beric found unsurprising. Once Beric concluded his reading from the parchment, Shero turned to John Mateo beside him. We have discerned your intent. You claim that Dragonstone is an inherent territory of Westeros. However, it is known to us as the ancestral seat of House Targaryen. John Mateo interjected, his understanding evident. After a brief pause, he continued, you have presented your demands, and now we shall declare ours. First, acknowledge that Dragonstone rightfully belongs to House Aslan. Second, for the unwarranted assault on our trade post and the torment and murder of our personnel, we seek compensation totaling 100,000 pounds of gold. Upon hearing this, Beric shrugged, stating, My lord, I am but a representative tasked with conveying the will of others. These matters are beyond my purview. Chapter 63. Mischief not far from the castle. At a secluded fishing spot along the coast, a canopy shielded against the afternoon sun, Shero and Beric reclined on fabric chairs, 2 fishing rods propped at their feet. Following their discussions, Shero had invited Beric to the seaside for fishing and wine tasting. My lord, in such a brief span, you have transformed Dragonstone from a desolate place into a thriving locale, Beric complimented with reverence, deftly lifting the fishing rod resting by his side. A modest fish caught upon the hook. Ah, it seems fortune smiles upon you, yielding a catch so swiftly, Shero remarked, lifting his wine glass from the small round table and gently clinking it against Beric's with a smile. It is merely a small fish, my dear adult. Berries placed the little fish from the hook into the nearby basket and wiped the moisture from his hands with a cloth. He rebaited the hook and cast the long rod, letting the line plunge into the water, then lifted his cup to take a sip and responded with an answer that strayed from the topic. A catch is a catch. Size is of no consequence. As he spoke, Charlotte suddenly yanked the fishing rod, and with a mighty force, the line brought a brown-spotted sea fish flopping onto the shore. It seems my fortune is also favorable, Charlotte remarked, turning to Berries. As they conversed, a thunderous roar from a colossal beast echoed from above. Berries looked up towards the source of the sound and beheld a magnificent dragon, its red and black scales shimmering in the light. The menacing bony spikes jutted from its back, and its expansive wings cast shadows over the land as it soared by. The rumors were indeed true. He truly possesses a dragon. Berries stood frozen, gazing into the distance. Noticing Berries' astonishment at the dragon's presence, a mischievous thought arose in Charlotte's mind. Let it soar solemnly towards me, to frighten those beside me. Charlotte discreetly conveyed his thoughts through a mental link with the dragon. Responding to Charlotte's silent command, the dragon abruptly changed its course, heading towards the 2 fishermen. As it approached, its immense form and vividly enchanting scales, along with the formidable bony spikes and sharp fangs, became distinctly visible to Berries. The ground trembled beneath the dragon's weight, sending a shiver down Berries' spine. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he cautiously glanced at Charlotte's expression. Their lord remained composed, seated in a fabric chair, entirely unfazed by the dragon's approach. A long, resonant roar erupted from the dragon's maw, the scent of sulfur wafting towards Berries' nostrils, as the creature fixed its enormous dark gold slit eyes upon him. An oppressive aura, akin to that of a superior predator preparing to hunt its prey, enveloped Berries, causing cold sweat to pour from his body and saturate his clothing. Return. Solemnly, Charlotte commanded curtly. Upon hearing Charlotte's directive, the dragon cast one last glance at Berries before launching itself into the sky with a powerful leap. Under the dragon's brief gaze, Berries felt as if he were a succulent morsel, laid bare before the creature. My sincerest apologies, Sir Berries, for the fright you have endured. Rest assured, this dragon is my steed. It poses no unwarranted threat to humankind. It is merely curious about those in my vicinity, Charlotte said, adopting a demeanor of cordiality as he reveled in the success of his little prank. The words, reminiscent of echoes from a distant realm. brought the ministers of finance from the Seven Kingdoms back to their senses. My apologies, esteemed Lord Aslan. Before you, my ungraceful demeanor is laid bare. Your dragon indeed leaves an indelible impression. I have only ever heard of dragons from the lips of the old wet nurse, and to experience one at such proximity is a novel sensation for me. Its form is truly magnificent. I once beheld the skeletal remains of House Targaryen's dragon within the Dragonstone bunker, while those colossal bones were awe-inspiring. Witnessing a living dragon before my eyes is an unparalleled experience. Your ability to command it fills me with admiration, as Belric stammered in wonder. Observing Belric's evident fright, Charlotte raised her goblet and remarked, "Perhaps you might benefit from a taste of our red wine. It is crafted from the vineyards of our Aslan territory, and I find its flavor reminiscent of the red wine from your Chinting Island." Under Charlotte's calm voice, Belric gradually regained his composure. Lifting his glass as if to retaliate against his earlier timidity, he downed the wine in a single gulp. The liquid spilled from the corners of his mouth, staining his attire with crimson, rendering Belric rather uncouth at this moment, devoid of his usual elegance, poise, and composure. "My lord, please forgive my impudence. Allow me to change into another garment," Belric stated, bowing after finishing the wine. "Ah, Sir Belric, you may go." Charlotte waved his concerns away. Upon receiving Charlotte's response, Belric hastily departed, his legs trembling beneath him. In the lavishly adorned garden of Pantos, Governor Illyrio jested with his attendant, addressing Varys, "Your Majesty." According to reports from merchant vessels bound for Dragonstone, the Aslan forces have obliterated the Narrow Sea fleet and successfully seized Dragonstone. How can this be? Do they not possess but 60 warships? Varys questioned, perplexed, for the Narrow Sea fleet boasts over 200 vessels. "My liege, it is said they wield a mysterious weapon capable of effortlessly destroying ships." Upon hearing Illyrio's reply, Varys pondered momentarily before declaring, "My future prime minister, I have resolved the matter of the union. I consent to let Daenerys wed that Aslan, provided he sends troops to help reclaim the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, with the assistance of those Aslans, you will surely reclaim your rightful Iron Throne," Varys remarked with a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "I shall make that shameless usurper suffer greatly, ensuring he meets his end in agony, along with those accursed Golden Company mercenaries. I shall take revenge for the insults they have heaped upon me. Illyrio, once I reclaim the Iron Throne, you shall receive the power and wealth you deserve. History shall record this as the moment I don the crown anew," Varys proclaimed with fervor. "Indeed, Your Majesty, may I take my leave to prepare gifts for the envoy to Dragonstone?" Illyrio said respectfully, his face, oiled and adorned with beard, breaking into a sweet smile. Meanwhile, in the Red Keep of King's Landing, a troubling meeting was underway for the newly appointed prime minister. The king indulges in pleasure, while the hand of the king is tasked with ensuring the king's enjoyment. Eddard Stark has now come to fully grasp the meaning behind Robert's words when he appointed him as prime minister. What has his dear friend accomplished during these years as king that has plunged the kingdom into a debt of 600,000 gold dragons, leaving Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, utterly bewildered? Organizing this nightly tournament to welcome the new prime minister requires an astounding reward of 80,000 gold dragons for the victor. Oh, the old gods. How many years would it take for the North to accumulate such wealth? The absence of Peter Baelish, the adept moneylender, at this royal council in King's Landing leaves Eddard Stark feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 64. The curtain rises not long after changing his attire and calming his emotions. Peter Baelish reappeared before Sansa, exuding the same elegance and composure. Sansa raised her glass and addressed him. "Sir Baelish, I have heard your name and tales of your exploits from the merchants passing through." Peter smiled gracefully, replying, "I hope they are not tales that distress you. Your ascent from a lowly noble to a figure of renown in the deceitful city of King's Landing is nothing short of remarkable." Sansa gently guided the rhythm of their conversation. During his time in the Blue Star, he had heard a saying, "To understand what a person lacks within, observe what they boast of. To discern their insecurities, note what they strive to conceal." Our Lord wishes to know if this master of intrigue, famed across the Seven Kingdoms, can unveil the whispers buried deep within his heart. Flattered by Sansa's compliments, Peter bowed solemnly and reminisced, "My lady, once, for the sake of a woman, one I still cherish deeply, I drew my sword against a formidable knight. Clearly, my swordsmanship rendered me a mere jest in that duel, akin to a fool for their amusement. You see, from my defeat, I learned that in their game, governed by their rules, I would never prevail. I realized I could not confront them directly. I must strike from the shadows, using unexpected means to outmaneuver them. This is my essence, my true self. One must embrace their role to achieve their desires. As Sansa listened intently to the confessions of Peter Baelish, renowned for his cunning in the Seven Kingdoms, she swirled her glass of red wine, savoring its fragrant aroma before nodding in agreement, her tone melodic. Everyone possesses their own strengths. Many merely adhere to the rules laid out by the masses. Congratulations, Ser Baelish. You have discovered the art of survival in this world. In my homeland, we say that loyalty is merely a result of insufficient leverage for betrayal. Gently lifting her glass, she clinked it against Peter's, and as he basked in his moment of pride, she suddenly inquired, Ser Baelish, what is the leverage you seek? I seek vengeance upon those who have belittled me. I yearn for the most esteemed seat among the Seven Kingdoms, and I aspire to reclaim what I have lost. Beric spoke candidly, revealing the ambitions that lay deep within his heart. As he instinctively voiced his innermost thoughts, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and he trembled in trepidation while gazing at the figure before him, who was none other than Charlotte. Great Lord, please forgive me, Beric stammered, facing the man capable of eliciting his true feelings, who instilled in him a greater fear than that of confronting a dragon. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, but his mind was a tumult of confusion, leaving him blank. Charlotte, withdrawing his penetrating gaze, smiled warmly and said, Sir Beric, I am not the guardian of the 7 mirrors of Westeros. There is no need for you to explain anything to me. My occupation of Dragonstone is merely to ensure that my merchants and subordinates are not easily preyed upon by those who consider themselves important, nothing more. Their lord spoke sincerely, uttering words even he found hard to believe. After a brief pause, he added, perhaps we could collaborate. I care only for those delightful little treasures that shine with golden light. As for the throne adorned with swords, I am indifferent to who occupies it. Beric, still reeling from 2 successive shocks, wearily responded, thank you for your support, Lord Aslan. It is an honor to collaborate with you. I find myself quite fatigued. Please allow me to retire and rest. Charlotte smiled kindly and waved him off, saying, be my guest, Sir Beric. I wish you a splendid day. After bowing, Beric hurriedly departed without looking back. Watching Beric's retreating figure, Charlotte wore a knowing smile. Originally, he had believed Beric sought merely a position among the 7 guardians. Little did he know that Beric truly desired the Iron Throne. Once Beric had left, Charlotte set aside his fishing rod and turned toward Dragonstone. Today, a messenger from Rodrigo had arrived at Dragonstone with a letter. The messenger was about to report on Rodrigo's banking endeavors when he was interrupted by Beric's visit. A horrifying murder had occurred in Winterfell in the north of Westeros. An assassin wielding a priceless Valyrian steel dagger attempted to kill a young boy who had fallen from a great height and lay unconscious. This boy was Bran Stark, the son of the North's Duke, Eddard Stark. Lady Catelyn Tully summoned the scholars of Winterfell, including Maester Luwin, Ser Roderick Castle, her eldest son Robb Stark, and her foster son Theon Greyjoy, to the weirwood tree within Winterfell. Catelyn addressed the 4, stating, what I am about to reveal must remain confidential. I firmly believe that Bran did not fall by accident, but was cast down. Maester Luwin turned and replied, Bran has never encountered any trouble before. Catelyn, with a serious demeanor, responded, someone has attempted to take Bran's life on 2 occasions. Why would one target an innocent child? Unless he has witnessed something he should not have? Foster son Theon Greyjoy eagerly inquired, what did Bran see? I do not know. However, I would wager my very life that this is somehow related to House Lannister. We already have reason to suspect their loyalty to the crown. I must secretly venture to King's Landing. Catelyn Tully gritted her teeth, clutching a long strand of golden hair. Within the confines of the Night's Watch stronghold at Castle Black, Jon Snow languished in the hayloft, mired in discontent. He felt deceived. The Night's Watch was not a bastion of honor, but rather a gathering of debt-ridden farmers, poachers, rapists, thieves, and bastards. Here, he found no semblance of glory, only the biting cold and gnawing hunger. His father was aware of the circumstances, as was his uncle, and indeed, everyone seemed to know but him. The members of the Night's Watch regarded him with disdain, leaving him perplexed as to where he had erred. The stifling atmosphere threatened to drive him to madness. Unbeknownst to him, his true identity was that of the nephew of Lord Eddard Stark. His mother was Lyanna Stark, Eddard's sister, and his father was the former prince of the 7 Kingdoms, Rhaegar Targaryen. Yes, his uncle Eddard Stark had publicly claimed him as his bastard to protect him. Chapter 65. Slicing sausages in the round hall of the stone drum tower at Dragonstone, Charlotte meticulously examined the coins laid upon a wooden tray, covered in black velvet, alongside various colorful papers. The circular coins bore intricate and clear engravings on both sides, their outer edges adorned with serrated contours. The obverse depicted a profile of Charlotte. while the reverse illustrated a sketch of Castle Aslan. Were these gold, silver, and copper coins minted at the coinage factory in Port City? Charlotte inquired of a lean man standing before him, whose eyes occasionally sparkled with shrewdness. This man was Mills Aslan, dispatched by the mayor of Port City, Rodrigo, to report on the operational status of the newly established Aslan Bank. As Charlotte's domain and populace expanded, the currency in use within the Aslan territory became increasingly disordered, lacking a distinct currency of its own. To facilitate commerce and trade of substantial goods within his realm, Charlotte commanded Rodrigo to establish a bank and mint a complete set of currency unique to the Aslan lands. Mills, with a look of reverence, bowed before Charlotte, exclaiming, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. You instructed Mayor Rodrigo to prepare banking matters. Previously, the currencies we employed, gold, silver, and copper coins, were diverse and transactions were conducted based on weight. However, the varying gold and silver content in these coins rendered them cumbersome for circulation. After Mayor Rodrigo established the Aslan Bank and mint in the port city, he refined and smelted the assorted gold and silver coins from our treasury, eliminating impurities and minting them into currency unique to Aslan. Following the purification process, our gold reserves surpassed 8 tons, and our silver reserves exceeded 30 tons. By the time I embarked on the sailing vessel under orders, approximately 300,000 gold coins and 1 million silver coins had already been minted, along with a considerable quantity of copper coins for supplemental use. Will the smelting and purification of these gold and silver coins result in losses? Charlotte inquired. Rest assured, my lord, we have incorporated an appropriate amount of copper and other metallic materials into these newly minted coins, Mills responded with a proud smile. Thanks to your benevolence. Although the citizens of Aslan lead a significantly more prosperous life compared to those in other city-states, the value of gold coins remains too high for the average citizen. They predominantly utilize silver and copper coins for their daily transactions. Mayor Rodrigo constructed 3 grand bank buildings in the port city, the outpost city, and Aslan Fortress. In the Lakazadan River grazing camp, a mere exchange point was established due to the necessity of frequently changing encampments. After flipping the gold and silver coins in his hands, Charlotte picked up a banknote adorned with various designs and asked, "Do the merchants from other city-states have any objections to using our gold and silver coins as well as these banknotes for settlement? Given the immense popularity of our diverse Aslan goods across the major city-states, we consistently face a significant trade deficit. The merchants engaged in trade with us harbor no dissatisfaction regarding the use of our minted currency for settlements." Mills paused, his face reflecting admiration. "My lord, your wisdom is divine. The paper currency exchange service you proposed has substantially increased our profits. Furthermore, the Aslan trading stations established in the main coastal cities of the Essos continent all feature a coin exchange point. Merchants deposit their gold and silver coins at these points and convert them into banknotes for trade in the port city, or carry these banknotes back to their respective cities to exchange them for gold and silver coins, which is far safer and more convenient than transporting the heavy coins directly. These banknotes also incorporate various unique anti-counterfeiting measures for easy verification of authenticity. We charge a 5% service fee for each exchange transaction, and merchants engaged in trade with us are quite receptive to this innovative payment method." Charlotte nodded in satisfaction and declared, "As Dragonstone Island will become a crucial trade nexus for us, I appoint you as the president of the Aslan Bank on Dragonstone Island." Mills bowed respectfully, responding, "Yes, I am devoted to serving you with all my abilities." At the Dragonstone Island harbor, Berries urged the sailors anxiously, "Hurry, you fools, we must depart from here swiftly." "Lord Berries, did we not just arrive at Dragonstone Island? Why must we leave so soon?" The ship's captain, reeking of alcohol, asked in confusion. Upon hearing someone dare to question his decisions, Baelish fixed a cold gaze upon the captain before him, the elegant smile that once graced his face having vanished without a trace, his eyes glinting with a frigid disdain as if the man before him were merely a lifeless carcass. Under the weight of Baelish's penetrating stare, the inebriated captain felt a chill surge from his spine to the crown of his head, the effects of alcohol dissipating instantaneously. With a thud, he dropped to his knees upon the deck, pleading, "My lord, spare me. I should not have spoken out of turn. Please, have mercy on your humble servant." Accompanied by his supplications were the resounding sounds of his forehead striking the ground, as he incessantly implored Baelish for forgiveness. In response to the captain's desperate bowing, Baelish withdrew his icy gaze and delivered a swift kick to the captain, stating, "I shall forgive you this once, should there be a next time. You will meet your demise prematurely." He then urged, "Hurry and command those fools. We must depart from this cursed Dragonstone." We must leave behind those damned Astrolans. With Baelish's relentless prodding, the ship finally set sail from the bay, its sails catching the wind as it headed towards King's Landing. Outside the round hall, a guard hurried in to report, "My lord, the envoy from King's Landing has just departed from Dragonstone." Smiling, Cheryl remarked, "It seems this cunning brothel keeper is unwilling to cooperate with us. Relay the message. The fleet must remain vigilant in their maritime patrols." Confused, the ever-eavesdropping Cogerio inquired, "My lord, if he is not a friend, then he is an enemy. Why allow him to leave Dragonstone so easily?" Cheryl surveyed the gathered assembly in silence before turning to John Mateo, instructing, "John Mateo, you shall address Cogerio's question." Rising from the bench beside the round table, John Mateo bowed to Cheryl and then addressed the assembly, saying, "Currently, King's Landing in Westeros resembles a powder keg, and we require ambitious individuals to serve as the spark that ignites this powder keg. We must restrain ourselves and refrain from displaying any intent to assault King's Landing. Inevitably, this keg will explode under the machinations of those ambitious souls. With our naval fleet, the Sea Emperor, they will not be able to set foot on Dragonstone. Moreover, Dragonstone is a direct fief of the King of Westeros. As long as we do not attack their capital, the great nobles of the Westeros mainland will hardly care. Our army on Dragonstone comprises merely 500 men, and should we seize King's Landing now, we would confront a vast multitude of enemies from the mainland, which would be detrimental to our cause. Once their internal strife commences, no matter what transpires on the Westeros mainland, it will ultimately benefit us." Upon hearing John Mateo's elucidation, the realization dawned upon Cogerio, who scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "Oh, my lord, you are truly cunning. Heh." John Mateo rolled his eyes at Cogerio, retorting, "What do you mean by cunning? This is foresight. Do not speak without understanding." "Indeed, foresight. My lord is truly remarkable," Cogerio exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in flattery. Charlotte, with a sense of helplessness, addressed the crowd, stating that while conquering was a straightforward endeavor, governance posed a far more complex challenge. Should they adhere to the methods of their predecessors? A direct repudiation of their ruling style would inevitably lead to pervasive insurrection across this continent. With over 10 million square kilometers in Westeros, our numbers are but a fraction. We must meticulously carve away at their societal structure, akin to slicing a sausage, gradually garnering the support of the common folk. Only through such deliberate transformation can we hope to truly govern this realm. In Chapter 66, titled Assassination, within a brothel in King's Landing, King Robert was entwined with a voluptuous woman, jesting as he prepared to indulge. A gentle knock at the door interrupted him. "By the seven hells, do you fools not realize I am occupied? Without a sound justification, I shall have your head mounted on a pike for all of King's Landing to witness the folly of disturbing the king at such an hour." His voice echoed with fury and resentment, disrupted by the intrusion. The knocker was Lancel Lannister, Robert's youthful squire, who trembled in fear at the king's wrath. Stammering, he informed, "Your Majesty, the Master of Coin has returned from Dragonstone with urgent matters to discuss." "Blast it! Can't I enjoy myself in peace?" "Let him proceed to the small council chamber and summon the lords for a meeting," Robert barked, the sound of his irritation resonating throughout the room. In the Iron Throne Hall of the Red Keep, Peter Baelish, recently returned from Dragonstone, stared intently at the throne adorned with swords. Suddenly, a sweet, syrupy voice broke the silence. "Lord Baelish, your diligence is truly commendable." "Varys, you are as silent as a shadow," Baelish replied without turning, knowing well who stood behind him. "We each require our own special skills, do we not?" Varys approached with his hands clasped, a serene demeanor masking his intentions. Baelish, with a playful grin, retorted, "You seem rather lonely today. Care to visit my establishment this evening? There are some fresh faces." His taunt struck a nerve with Varys, who momentarily displayed irritation before concealing it. "I fear I have no interest in such endeavors. However, I have heard whispers of a secret chamber in King's Landing, frequented by the late Lord John Arryn's wife before his demise. Is that so? What does that signify? Are those charming little birds that chirp in your ear telling you tales? Such delightful creatures. Rest assured I can orchestrate various entertainments," Baelish replied with a smirk. Varys, his hands concealed within his sleeves, raised an eyebrow and responded smoothly, "I appreciate your guidance, Lord Baelish. Those inept little beings are best left to your capable hands." At that moment, Renly Baratheon entered the throne room, observing the two with wide eyes. "What are you two up to? The royal council is not convened here." After speaking, he hurriedly made his way towards a side corridor adjacent to the throne room. Having emerged victorious in the verbal duel, Baelish elegantly bowed to Varys before turning to follow the footsteps of Renly into the corridor. Varys's hands, concealed within his sleeves, were clenched tightly, the tension evident as his cold gaze followed Baelish's retreating figure. Once Baelish vanished into the passage, Varys's expression reverted to its usual calm demeanor, and he strolled toward the corridor. Members of the royal council gradually arrived in the council chamber, gathering around the round table while leaving the head seat vacant for King Robert's arrival. After a considerable wait, the portly King Robert puffed his way to the head seat and sat down. Baelish, I hope the news you bring is not dire, Robert exclaimed, irritation flickering across his chubby face as he addressed Baelish. Baelish shrugged helplessly and replied, Your Grace, I fear I may disappoint you. He withdrew a parchment from his sleeve and handed it to King Robert. The king took the scroll, laid it flat, and scrutinized its contents. Damn those Aslan. They intend to seize Dragonstone and demand compensation from us. How many troops do they have on Dragonstone? Robert exclaimed, a mixture of rage and incredulity washing over him. After reviewing the terms on the parchment, he passed it to Eddard Stark. Before Robert could speak again, Baelish's expression turned grave as he addressed the assembly. Your Grace, the rumors are indeed true. That Aslan leader possesses a dragon, akin to those of the legendary Targaryen family. The members of the royal council were taken aback by Baelish's revelation. Renly, unable to contain himself, asked urgently, Ser Baelish, is that truly the case? Do the Aslans really possess a dragon? Have you seen it with your own eyes? I swear on the honor of House Baelish. By the Seven, every word I speak is truth, Baelish responded solemnly. Impossible, Renly shouted in disbelief. After the fall of Valyria, only the Targaryens and their blood relatives, the Valerians, had the ability to tame dragons. Yet, all the dragons of both the Targaryens and the Valerians perished over a century ago. The Maester of the Red Keep, Pycelle, with age spots dotting his frail face, weakly inquired, Ser Baelish, are you certain you are not mistaken? Commander of the Kingsguard, Barristan Selmy, interjected with a serious demeanor. Regardless of whether the Aslans truly possess a dragon, the pressing issue is that they have already taken Dragonstone. We cannot send our cavalry into the sea to charge upon Dragonstone. Varys proposed, perhaps we could employ the faceless men or the regretful to carry out an assassination. The council chamber buzzed with the cacophony of voices, each member voicing their opinions. Silence! Silence! King Robert bellowed, striking the table with force. He then turned to Eddard Stark, who had remained silent, and said, Ned, what is your perspective? Eddard Stark surveyed the assembly within the hall and declared, I am firmly opposed to such despicable acts of assassination. This will not resolve our issues, Your Majesty. Sir Balon Greyjoy is correct. In order to reclaim Dragonstone, we must possess warships. Currently, the remnants of the Narrow Sea fleet loyal to the Iron Throne have been taken by Stannis to the Stormlands. The only fleets remaining in Westeros are those of the Iron Islands and the Stormlands, both of which are comparable to the Narrow Sea fleet. Your Majesty, you may command the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands and the Tyrells of the Reach to mobilize their ships and join Stannis' remnants in a concerted effort to launch an assault on the Aslani at Dragonstone. Upon hearing Eddard Stark's remarks, Peter Baelish immediately countered, My Lord Prime Minister, it may not be so straightforward. The fleets of these two houses are not easily swayed. What other options do we have? Varys, as the Master of Whisperers, what weapon do those wretched Aslani possess that has decimated our ships? Robert inquired of Varys, who was responsible for intelligence. Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness for my ineptitude. I require more time. The Aslani are exceedingly vigilant, and my spies are currently unable to approach their vessels. All I know is that their weapon resembles a circular iron tube, but its exact nature remains uncertain, Varys replied. His head bowed. Since none of you have a solution, I shall propose mine. Employ assassins to eliminate that accursed Aslani leader. Varys, you shall implement your suggestion, and Baelish, you will mobilize the Golden Dragons to assist Varys, Robert stated decisively, casting his gaze over the assembly in the council chamber. Chapter 67. Fine wine and sharp blades. The maritime weather shifted colors unpredictably. A sudden afternoon thunderstorm dispersed the oppressive heat of the air. The damp ground, adorned with glistening droplets on trees and structures, filled the atmosphere with a refreshing scent. In recent times, the bustling town of Dragonstone Bay had been alive with the constant construction of towers and roads, stirring dust into the air, which the afternoon rain easily dissipated. As the rain ceased and the skies cleared, colorful streamers hung between the blue expanse and white clouds, while flocks of birds swooped over the harbor, occasionally skimming the sea's surface, their sharp talons taking gifts from the ocean. On the open terrace of Dragonstone Castle, Ser Jorah leisurely reclined in a chair. savoring a fine wine in his glass and admiring the vibrant hues of the sunset, occasionally humming a tuneless melody, while Yura enjoyed his repose. A guard approached him from the walkway connecting the terrace to the tower. "My lord, Governor Illyrio Mopatus of Pintos wishes to pay you a visit." Yura gently swirled the crimson liquid in his glass. "Is he alone?" "My lord. He is accompanied by two hooded figures, whom he claims are named Targaryen." "Oh." This information merchant is growing impatient. "Notify John Mateo and the others," Yura remarked, downing the remnants of his wine. Shortly thereafter, John Mateo and Kyber arrived at the terrace. Bowing respectfully, "My lord." "Very well, let us go and meet this cunning merchant," Yura responded, rising from his chair. Illyrio Viserys and Daenerys stood solemnly before the imposing stone doors of Dragonstone, a retinue of attendants bearing several sealed gift boxes trailing behind them. The prolonged wait had begun to fray Viserys' patience, and fearing that the two guards stationed at the castle entrance might overhear, he leaned towards Illyrio and murmured in irritation. "These accursed Lyseni have no semblance of nobility. They keep us waiting here for far too long. Your Grace, we disembarked and came directly to pay our respects to those who now occupy Dragonstone. The Lyseni Lord is a shrewd individual. We must exhibit greater patience and show due respect," Illyrio advised with resignation. Viserys, his brow furrowed in annoyance at Illyrio's counsel, retorted, "Seven gods. Must you persist with this same refrain, Illyrio? You have recited it no less than 100 times along this journey. By the way, are you certain he will consent to a marriage alliance to aid me in reclaiming the Iron Throne?" A knowing smile crept across Illyrio's bearded visage as he replied, "Your Grace, the Lyseni may or may not agree. Only the gods above hold that knowledge. However, we must strive to garner their support. Our adversary sits upon the Iron Throne, a usurper, and the Lyseni share a common foe with us." At that moment, as Illyrio addressed Viserys' concerns, two rows of elegantly armored guards emerged from within the gates of Dragonstone. The warriors marched in synchrony, the sound of their armor clinking echoing around them, each pair standing resolutely with one hand resting on their sword hilts before the castle entrance. Following the guards, the stern captain of the guard, with a serious expression, regarded the trio standing at the castle's threshold and said flatly, "My lord, the Lord has agreed to summon you." Without waiting for a response, he turned and led the guards back into the castle. Ignoring the captain's indifferent remarks, Illyrio gestured and took the lead into Dragonstone. "Cursed Lyseni," Viserys muttered under his breath before turning sharply to Daenerys, who was bent low, attempting to hide like an ostrich, and barked, "Raise your head and stand tall. Do not disgrace House Targaryen." Startled by Viserys' outburst, Daenerys reflexively lifted her head, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Viserys, please do not force me to marry the Lyseni Lord. Let us return home. I beg of you, I am afraid." Upon hearing Daenerys' desperate pleas, an unnamed fury flared within Viserys' chest. He leaned closer to her and coldly replied, "Return home? To where? Where is our home? This Dragonstone is the ancestral seat of House Targaryen, and the Red Keep in King's Landing is our home. As long as you marry the Lyseni and assist me in ascending the Iron Throne, the history shall record that today marks the beginning of my reign." With those words, akin to a bitter whisper, Viserys disregarded Daenerys entirely and followed Illyrio's footsteps into Dragonstone, under the guidance of the royal guards. The crowd traversed through a series of corridors, adorned with the formidable dragon carvings of Dragonstone. This simultaneously familiar yet foreign environment ensnared Viserys in a tide of memories. On that tempestuous night, amidst the howling winds and blinding lightning, the piercing cries of a woman echoed through the halls of Dragonstone. There, upon a bloodstained bed, lay a pallid woman, none other than Viserys' own mother, Rhaella Targaryen. It was on that stormy night that the last queen of the Targaryen dynasty succumbed to complications during childbirth within this very castle. These vivid images flickered in Viserys' mind as if they had transpired mere moments ago. He believed he had buried these haunting memories long ago, yet upon re-entering the castle, they surged forth from the depths of his soul like a deluge. The crimson recollections caused him to tremble involuntarily, igniting an overwhelming desire to flee, escape the helplessness of his past, the despair that once engulfed him. Yet, the rational part of his mind compelled him to step further into this fortress, built from dark, imposing stones. As memories and reality collided in his mind, Viserys gasped for breath like a fish out of water, his luxurious silken garments dampened by beads of sweat. With trembling hands, he absently fidgeted with the edges of his attire, his vacant eyes following the throng mechanically towards the great hall of Dragonstone. Upon their arrival, the captain of the guards issued a succinct command that jolted Viserys back to the present, akin to the resounding chime of a temple bell. With a smile, Shero surveyed the assembly below. Blessings of the gods. Lord Aslan. Illyrio led the salutation. Lord Aslan, may I present his grace, King Viserys Targaryen, the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and Princess Daenerys Targaryen. He introduced the two individuals beside him. Shero nodded in acknowledgement to them and gestured to the maidservants behind him, stating, "We do not adhere to the formalities of guests. We offer wine to friends and blades to foes. Nevertheless, in accordance with your customs, I have prepared salt and bread for you." The maidservants approached with trays bearing salt and bread for the trio. Chapter 68. Nobility upon hearing Shero's words. The three of them took a small piece of bread from the maidservant's tray, dipped it in fine white salt, and savored it slowly. After consuming the bread and salt, Illyrio placed a hand over his heart and bowed, saying, "Respectful thanks to you, Lord Aslan, for your gracious reception. Greetings to you, Lord Aslan." Viserys straightened his posture, raising his chin in acknowledgement. Daenerys, however, gazed at Shero on the dais with wide eyes, startled from her reverie by the greetings of those beside her, hastily lifting her skirts to perform a curtsy. "I am the legitimate ruler of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros, the son of Aerys II Targaryen and Queen Rhaella Targaryen, known as Viserys Targaryen. Our Targaryen lineage, descending from the great conqueror Aegon I Targaryen, has governed the Seven Kingdoms for 3 centuries. We carry within us the noble blood of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords." Eagerly, Viserys introduced himself. "The Iron Throne is currently occupied by a shameless usurper. Should you be willing to assist me in reclaiming it, I would gladly offer my beloved sister, Daenerys Targaryen, who shares the same noble blood, in marriage to you. Simply muster your forces to aid me in seizing King S Landing, and countless loyal families across the Seven Kingdoms will rally to our Targaryen cause. As soon as I set foot on Westerosi soil, they shall honor the ancient oaths sworn by their ancestors and respond to my call without hesitation. Once I reclaim the Iron Throne, I shall bestow upon you any lands you desire, and I shall appoint you as a lord of the realm." As Viserys passionately articulated his vision of reclaiming the Iron Throne, an abrupt, stifled laugh pierced the air, interrupting his fervent speech. The assembly turned to the source of the laughter. Kojiro, feeling the weight of their gazes, awkwardly scratched his chin and said, "Ahem, I apologize. A joke just came to mind. Please, continue." Viserys, incensed by the interruption, turned furiously to Lord Charlo seated upon the stone chair, exclaiming, "My lord, your subordinate has displayed a grave disrespect in this solemn gathering. Such an affront to me is an affront to you as well. I demand you take his head." Charlo, taken aback by Viserys' outrageous demand, mused on the peculiar mindset of feudal nobility. "Viserys, Kojiro is not only my loyal commander, but also my sworn brother. We Aslanians do not shed brotherly blood lightly. I apologize for his earlier indiscretion. If you feel offended by Kojiro, I permit you to draw your sword and challenge him to a duel to the death, in accordance with your Westerosi traditions, under the watchful eyes of the gods." Charlo stated coldly, addressing the scowling Viserys. As Charlo's words settled in, a heavy silence enveloped the reception hall. Just as Viserys prepared to unleash his fury, Illyrio, sensing the impending crisis, interjected, "Ha ha, esteemed Lord Charlo. We have crossed the seas from Pentos to Dragonstone with goodwill in our hearts. I sincerely regret the earlier offense. Your Grace, Viserys, perhaps that brave warrior simply recalled something amusing, and his laughter was unintentional. Indeed, the governor speaks true. I merely thought of something humorous and could not contain myself." Kojiro chimed in, nodding and smiling. Viserys exhibited no inclination to accept the hand extended by those around him. Instead, he retorted with scorn, "In my city, the majority of men are gamblers and drunks, while the women are predominantly courtesans. Only such base individuals would laugh without cause." "Oh, really? Are you then a drunkard or a gambler?" John Mateo replied, his words dripping with unabashed mockery, leaving Viserys momentarily speechless. This provoked a furious outburst from him. "You filthy, wretched Aslanians. I shall slay you, for you have dared to offend the great bloodline of dragons, the legitimate rulers of the Seven Kingdoms. If you do not apologize for your recent remarks, you shall witness the wrath of the sleeping dragon." Just as Viserys was about to issue further threats, he suddenly realized he possessed nothing that could intimidate these Aslanians. "Ha ha ha, the wrath of the sleeping dragon." Charlotte could not contain her laughter in response to Viserys' folly, and upon seeing her amusement, Jekalo and John Mateo too relinquished their attempts to suppress their mirth. "Noble Aslanians, we come in earnest. As a lord of esteemed character, you may jest at our current predicament, but you must not cavalierly insult the illustrious Targaryen family. For For the Dragonstone you now occupy was once our ancestral stronghold. Amidst the laughter of the trio, a timid voice unexpectedly broke through, laced with a hint of stubbornness. The laughter of Charlotte and her companions faded as they turned their attention to Daenerys, who was cowering behind Viserys and Illyrio. Her violet eyes, resembling those of a frightened fawn, locked onto Charlotte's gaze, prompting her to reflect on the intelligent yet obstinate nature of the young girl. As Charlotte scrutinized Daenerys, the hall of Dragonstone was filled only with the heavy, suppressed breaths of an enraged Viserys. Illyrio, recognizing the need to rein in Viserys' ignorance to prevent jeopardizing their alliance, shifted his corpulent form to unveil Daenerys, allowing Charlotte a clearer view of the timid girl. Noble Aslan Lord, this is Princess Daenerys Targaryen. She has already reached her first bloom. Look at her eyes and her hair. These signify the noble lineage inherited from the ancient Valyrian Empire. Your union with her could yield a healthy and noble progeny. Illyrio fawned, eagerly promoting the young girl beside him. Daenerys felt as though she were being sold like livestock, her earlier courage dissipating instantly as she instinctively averted her gaze from Charlotte. Charlotte waved her hand, signaling Illyrio to cease. Retracting her gaze from Daenerys, she turned to the corpulent governor and stated, "Nobility does not reside in bloodlines, but rather emanates from the noble qualities within one's heart." Illyrio, if you lack the discernment to recognize the worth of a young girl, then our discourse today may as well come to an end. Realizing that Charlotte was not easily manipulated, Illyrio hastily redirected the conversation. Noble Aslan Lord, your wisdom is truly admirable. I have a piece of news I wish to offer you freely. News. Shero replied noncommittally with a nasal tone. Illyrio, no longer withholding, stated directly, "My lord, I have just received intelligence that the usurper in King's Landing has spent a considerable sum of gold dragons to engage the faceless men from the House of Black and White and Bravos, who are plotting an assassination against you. The faceless men possess extraordinary abilities to alter their appearances at will, and it is said that once they are hired, no target they choose escapes unscathed." Upon hearing Illyrio's words, Shero straightened himself. He was not fearful of assassination thanks to his system map, but his subordinates were not so fortunate. "Thank you, Governor Illyrio, for this news. I shall consider your proposal, and you may take your leave to rest. Please, Lord Aslan, I urge you to seriously contemplate our alliance," Illyrio said, leading a bow. With a wave of his hand, Shero signaled for the attendants in the hall to escort the three out of the reception chamber. Chapter 69. A rising thought. Once the three had exited the reception hall of Dragonstone, Shero stretched and addressed the two beside him. "Let us proceed to the garden." He then instructed the attendants in the hall, "Notify Commander Alessandro of the fleet to come to the garden. It seems the portly king in King's Landing is not inclined towards peaceful coexistence. My lord, please forgive my earlier remarks regarding that Targaryen girl, Anya," Jekylo stammered. Shero cast a peculiar glance at the burly Jekylo and remarked to John Mateo, "Even Jekylo seems to have learned the art of cunning." Turning to the apprehensive Jekylo, he added, "You yourself claim she is merely a little girl." Upon hearing Shero's response, Jekylo bent slightly with a fawning smile, saying, "My small thoughts have been seen through by you, my lord." Illyrio and the others were led into the guest lounge of Dragonstone to rest. Once the attendants closed the door, Viserys, his face twisted in fury, shouted at Governor Illyrio, "Those damned Islanians show me no respect whatsoever. They harbor no desire to ally with me. We should not have come here." His angry roars were accompanied by heavy breaths. Illyrio paid no heed to Viserys' outrage and instead resumed his examination of Daenerys, who was lurking in the corner. Today, in the reception hall of Dragonstone, Daenerys' demeanor in front of Shero had completely altered Illyrio's perception of this Targaryen girl. Years ago, when Illyrio first laid eyes on Daenerys' exquisite beauty, he was struck by her ethereal charm. For a governor who had encountered countless women, he was certain that once this girl shed her youthful innocence, her beauty would astound the entire continent. This notion made him momentarily consider eliminating the foolish Viserys to claim this equally noble and stunning girl, who bore the blood of the ancient Valyrian dragon kings. However, he later perceived that Daenerys was excessively timid and shy, perpetually ensnared in a state of anxiety and fear. The pleasure-seeking Illyrio felt that a union with her would scarcely bring him any joy or benefit, and thus relinquished the thought. Illyrio's hands, adorned with opulent jewels, glided over his rotund belly, occasionally shaking his greasy, yellow-forked beard, while his dull yellow eyes fixated intently on a small girl in the distance. During the lengthy months at the estate of Pentos, Daenerys evolved from a beleaguered little girl into a blossoming flower, exuding the fragrance of femininity. Her exquisite visage, petite frame, fair skin, rounded hips, and silken hair cascading like molten gold, complemented by her deep, misty violet eyes, rendered Daenerys a captivating prospect. Illyrio's singular aspiration now was to make Daenerys his wife, ensuring that the progeny of the Mopatis lineage would possess noble blood. Despite having had 2 wives, Illyrio remained childless. His first wife, a cousin of the Prince of Pentos, had been wed for the sake of power, while his second, named Scylla, was a courtesan he had encountered in a brothel. Scylla, with her striking blue eyes and golden hair interspersed with silver strands, possessed a unique allure that ensnared Illyrio's heart. The moments spent with Scylla represented the pinnacle of joy and happiness in Illyrio's life, yet tragically, a plague claimed her life. In her absence, a grief-stricken Illyrio cherished her hands and a silver pendant box containing a painted likeness of Scylla. Since her death, Illyrio had not remarried, influenced by his close friend Varys. He regarded young Aegon as his own descendant, offering unwavering support. Yet today, in the reception hall of Dragonstone, Illyrio encountered a different little girl, rekindling a previously extinguished thought. Daenerys, with her innate feminine intuition, sensed the gaze upon her and timidly stole a glance from the corner of her eye. What met her sight were Illyrio's dark yellow eyes, greedily fixated on her like a predatory beast. Illyrio, your king is speaking to you, you wretched man, roared Viserys, oblivious to Illyrio's peculiar demeanor. Disrupted by Viserys' outburst, Illyrio withdrew his assessing gaze. Your Majesty, we must exercise patience. No great endeavor is without its challenges, nor can it be achieved instantaneously. You must comprehend that you are forging your own dynasty, distinct from the crown inherited from your forebear, the conqueror Aegon. This crown belongs solely to you, Illyrio stated with a stern, unwavering tone, his gaze fixed intently on Viserys. Reinvigorated by Illyrio's words, Viserys flushed with enthusiasm. Nodding vigorously in agreement, Illyrio, my future kingmaker, you are correct. All of this is merely a trial imposed by the deities above, testing my resolve to reclaim the Iron Throne. When the day arrives that I possess the Iron Seat, those accursed Aslanians and all who have ever humiliated me shall pay dearly. As I observed the individual before me poised to utter vengeful words, the corpulent governor, unaware of potential eavesdroppers, hastily leaned in to whisper to Viserys, Your Majesty, we are not in Pentos at this moment. We find ourselves on Dragonstone, within the Aslanian stronghold. Upon hearing Illyrio's counsel, Viserys suppressed his tumultuous emotions and turned towards Daenerys, who was curled up in a corner. He extended his right hand, incessantly pinching the trembling Daenerys. Scolding, why did you speak in the hall? Are you so ignorant as to think that wound tea provoked the Aslanians? You wretched girl. Do not presume you can escape my grasp. As Viserys continued to torment her, pinching the soft flesh beneath her gown, a pained Daenerys whimpered, Viserys, I shall not dare again. I have never considered leaving you. You are my only kin. In the guest lounge, Illyrio silently observed Viserys venting his anger upon the young girl, a flicker of coldness passing through his amber eyes. If only I could eliminate this bothersome fool. The girl would belong to me, he mused discreetly. The Garden of Dragonstone, situated at the rear of the dragon-shaped castle, was adorned with vast stretches of black pine forest. The sturdy, gnarled brown trunks bore cracks that spread like veins, while the layers of pine crowns offered a lush, verdant canopy. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, releasing a refreshing scent of pine that beckoned all to inhale deeply of nature's essence. A carpet of moss covered the forest floor, where wild roses bloomed in vibrant hues of red, pink, and white, flourishing with abandon. Nearby, clusters of low-growing cranberry vines sprawled across the muddy grass, their bright red fruits dangling enticingly amidst the emerald leaves. Charlotte and her companions lounged in a gazebo within the garden, inhaling the aromatic pine scent while savoring the red wine in their cups, occasionally popping a cranberry into their mouths. The sweet and tangy flavor danced upon their palates, harmonizing beautifully with the ruby liquid in their glasses. My lord, given that Robert Baratheon has employed faceless men to assassinate you, we cannot remain idle. John Mateo remarked to Charlotte, who was lost in the delightful interplay of wine and berries. My lord, perhaps deploying a fleet to bombard King's Landing might compel them to behave, Alessandro suggested, taking a sip from the flask at his waist. Chapter 70. Know thy enemy amidst the rustling of the black pines. Charlotte swirled her wine glass and inquired of the three. How many cities on the continent of Westeros have substantial permanent populations? What is the number of major nobles, lesser feudal lords, and landed knightly families? How many commoners inhabit these lands, and what does their economic structure resemble? John Mateo and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden shift in topic from their esteemed lord. This seems to have little relation to the portly King of Kings Landing hiring someone to assassinate you. Kagero inquired with confusion. Charlotte, pouring wine for the three from a large, round glass decanter on the table, remarked, while it may appear unrelated. There is a degree of connection. We must clarify one matter. Do we truly intend to conquer the continent of Westeros? If our sole purpose is revenge, we could simply bombard their cities. However, would such an approach yield any benefit for us? As she spoke, Charlotte pointed to the map of Westeros, emphasizing that bombarding their capital city with our warships would not bring us any advantages. The Seven Kingdoms are no longer the same as they were during the conquest by House Targaryen. 3 centuries ago, Westeros was a fragmented land of 7 kingdoms, with kings perpetually warring for their own interests. This incessant strife allowed the conqueror Aegon Targaryen to easily subdue these realms with his dragons, employing division, persuasion, and promises of gain. But what of us? To the people of Westeros, we are merely foreign interlopers from a distant land. Kagero interjected, unable to contain himself, yet the Targaryens were not Westerosi either. The Targaryen family had established themselves on Dragonstone for generations before Aegon Targaryen conquered Westeros. Historical records indicate that the Storm King, Argilac Durrandon, even attempted to forge a marriage alliance with Aegon. For the kings, nobles, and commoners of that time, the Targaryens were regarded as Westerosi, and to them, Aegon was not an invader. Unlike the Targaryens, the current 7 kingdoms constitute a singular nation. For the entirety of Westeros, should we directly assault King's Landing, we would be the invaders. With a snap of her fingers, Charlotte signaled to the attendants in the garden. The servants waiting at a distance promptly approached after receiving Charlotte's cue and presented a rolled-up map. Charlotte took the map and unfurled it on the stone table. John Mateo, Jacoro, and Alessandro hastily leaned forward. Charlotte pointed to the map of Westeros, indicating, observe the cities of the 7 kingdoms, King's Landing in the Crownlands, White Harbor in the north, Seaguard in the Vale, Lannisport in the Westerlands, Old Town in the Reach. King's Landing is situated at the mouth of the Blackwater River, reputed to have a population of 500,000, while Old Town lies along the Honeywine River, with a population of around 200,000, as Charlotte traced her finger across the map, indicating each city. These cities are the principal trading ports on the continent of Westeros. Within the feudal system of Westeros, the great nobles reside in ancient castles, exerting remote control over the lesser nobles, who in turn govern the landed knights. The economy of Westeros is predominantly a manor-based one. The castles, manors, and rural areas scattered across the continent are largely self-sufficient. Essential goods that cannot be produced, such as salt, must be procured through trade in the towns beyond the castle walls, and the rural farmers seldom venture beyond the confines of their familiar lands. Numerous guilds within the cities monopolize the trade of goods between urban areas and towns, facilitating economic circulation. After pausing to sip from his cup and moisten his throat, Charlotte continued, to conquer a nation, one must possess a profound understanding of it. Preliminary estimations suggest that the area of Westeros exceeds 10 million square kilometers, with a population ranging from 15 to 35 million. This vast expanse of land, coupled with its sparse population, is significantly influenced by the primitive agricultural practices and peculiar weather patterns of the region. Consider King's Landing, the capital of the 7 kingdoms, which likely boasts a permanent population exceeding 500,000. Such a large number of non-agricultural residents necessitates a greater agricultural populace to supply the city with grain. Charlotte gestured towards the map of King's Landing, indicating its proximity to the Blackwater River estuary, as well as the King S Road connecting to the Stormlands, the Golden Road leading to the Westerlands, and the Rose Road linking to the Reach. The food supplied to the city from the manors and rural areas is referred to as effective surplus grain, which is typically transported via river routes, offering far greater efficiency than overland transport. The Blackwater River connects the Crownlands to the Riverlands, thus the majority of grain within King's Landing originates from the Riverlands. Ruled by House Tully, the immense scale of King's Landing exerts a siphoning effect, inflicting an intangible disruption on the feudal manor economies of both the Riverlands and the Crownlands. The prolonged summer of nearly a decade has led to a significant increase in the population of Westeros, with many of these children unable to partake in agricultural labor while their parents are still required to pay head taxes. The growth of the population, coupled with the degradation of the agrarian economy, has rendered the economies of these regions increasingly fragile, leading to a degree of unrest in the rural social environment. The nobility of the 7 kingdoms practices primogeniture. What, then, becomes of the younger sons of noble families who find themselves without prospects? Are they to join the Night's Watch at the Wall? For these astute noble youths, enduring the harsh, frigid conditions of the far north seems less appealing than taking up arms and joining a mercenary company. Within King's Landing, Robert Baratheon, whether intentionally or not, has taken to hosting tournaments. As a king, he is undoubtedly aware of the societal changes that have transpired in the Seven Kingdoms over the years. By organizing these tournaments and expending significant amounts of gold to stabilize the economy and maintain order, he provides a venue for the restless noble youths to channel their pent-up energies. After discussing King's Landing, Charlotte pointed to the Crab's Claw Peninsula on the map, stating, situated far from the bustling areas within the realm, the Crab's Claw Peninsula is merely a half-day's sea voyage from Dragonstone. The peninsula remains largely undeveloped, characterized by swamps and pine forests. Its inhabitants are primarily descendants of the First Men. Countless tribal lords populate the peninsula, and its people are known for their savagery, stubbornness, ferocity, and backwardness. In their struggle for survival, they are perpetually embroiled in raids, bloodshed, and vendettas, resulting in an exceedingly chaotic social environment. Moreover, these clans had fought alongside Rhaegar Targaryen during the Trident, following Robert Baratheon's overthrow of the Targaryens over a decade ago. Consequently, they are not well regarded by King Robert and King's Landing, and the peninsula is uniformly perceived as a realm of savages by the nobles there. Jekyll, somewhat dazed, finally grasped the situation and exclaimed with wide, gleaming eyes, "My lord, are you suggesting that our next step is to seize the Crab's Claw Peninsula? Allow me to lead the charge. I am eager to prove myself after all this training." "What makes you think you should lead?" Jekyll continued, "My lord, please let me go. I assure you I can perform better than Jekyll. The muddy terrain of the Crab's Claw Peninsula is ill-suited for heavy infantry and cavalry maneuvers. Our ranged units are confident in securing the peninsula for you," John Mateo interjected, not wanting to be outdone. Alessandro cleared his throat and added, "Ahem, my lord. Perhaps our naval fleet could also be called upon." "Alessandro, do not complicate matters. The conquest of the Crab's Claw Peninsula is the responsibility of our army." John Mateo retorted with a displeased glare at Alessandro. "Indeed, last time, your fleet stole the spotlight during the assault on Dragonstone. And now it is time for our ground forces to relish the thrill." Jekyll echoed John Mateo's sentiments. Charlotte smiled at the three of them. "Patience. Each of you has a role to play." Chapter 71. The challenge invitation under the expectant gazes of the trio. Charlotte withdrew his Valyrian steel dagger and thrust it into the map of Westeros laid out on the table, the blade pointing directly at the capital, King's Landing. "My lord, did you not say our target is the Crab's Claw Peninsula?" Jekyll asked, perplexed. As the three exchanged bewildered glances, Charlotte slowly began, "Indeed. Our true objective remains the Crab's Claw Peninsula." He raised both hands and inquired, "One capital city of the Seven Kingdoms, or one Crab's Claw Peninsula? Which do you choose?" "Certainly the capital, my lord." "Are you suggesting we capture King's Landing but not hold it long-term, using the capital as leverage to negotiate for the Crab's Claw Peninsula?" John Mateo asked, realization dawning upon him. Charlotte nodded with a hint of resignation. "Our numbers are too few. Forcibly seizing King's Landing at this juncture would not maximize our benefits. This retreat is a strategy for future advancement." Charlotte's response suggested that he already held King's Landing within his grasp, showing no regard for the towering walls that surrounded it. The following morning, at the Dragonstone Bay Dock Square, the warriors rallied, brave soldiers, valor-filled champions. "Our compassion has been perceived as weakness by the corpulent king within King's Landing. According to credible sources, those shameless nobles of Westeros have audaciously hired assassins, plotting to strike at me, to assassinate your lord. Warriors, speak loudly and tell me what we should do. Those who dare to offend Aslan shall face retribution, though they may be far away. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." The arena was filled with a cacophony of chaotic responses. Once the warriors had vented their fervor, Charlotte extended her hands, palms down, to signal for silence, and the tumultuous shouts of the warriors gradually subsided. In the ensuing, inexplicable hush, Charlotte suddenly drew her Valyrian steel dagger, raising her right arm high with the blade aloft, addressing the warriors in the square. "Our sharp blades shall carry our greetings. We shall make them feel pain. We shall instill in them fear. We shall demonstrate our might." As her words echoed, the sound of swords being drawn followed in unison, and the square erupted in a synchronized chant. "Let them feel pain. Let them feel fear." 3 days passed swiftly, and dozens of ships adorned with a black pattern on a red background materialized in the Blackwater Bay outside King's Landing, while 3 great dragons circled above these vessels. The ominous bell, which had lain silent since the War of Usurpers, once again tolled, leaving the citizens of the city in a state of bewilderment. "Get out of the way, you cursed rabble," The city guard brandished whips, driving the panicked commoners from the streets as they hastily gathered towards the Red Keep. Inside the hall of the Iron Throne, Robert Baratheon, his corpulent form hastening toward the Iron Throne, bore an expression of extreme anger, his face flushed. 7 gods. Those damned Aslanites have come with dragons and a fleet. What do you suggest we do? Robert panted, breathless, addressing those present in the throne room. Eddard Stark, the hand of the king, stepped forward. Your grace. The walls of King's Landing are high and sturdy, and we possess scorpions atop them. I swear by the gods above. I shall defend King's Landing to the death. As a knight I was born, and as a knight I shall die. Commander Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard also pledged his loyalty to the Iron Throne. We vow to defend King's Landing to the death, to protect your grace. The others in the throne room followed Barristan's lead in swearing their oaths. Robert nodded at the assembly and turned to Lancel Lannister. How many men does the city guard currently possess? Lancel, serving as the master of laws, replied, Your grace. Under the command of Janos Slynt, the city guard's numbers have tripled, now exceeding 6,000. What of the troops summoned by my command? How many have arrived? Robert inquired of Eddard. Your grace. Only a small contingent of nobles from the neighboring lands has reached King's Landing, with their numbers barely reaching 3,000, Eddard responded helplessly. A summons shall soon be issued to rally the knights of King's Landing, along with a temporary hiring order to enlist mercenaries within the city for battle. Robert issued commands to Renly. Yes, your majesty. Your will shall be done. Renly replied respectfully before departing the throne room. Which gate do you believe those Aslanians will assault? Robert inquired of those present in the chamber. Your majesty. To my knowledge, the Aslanian army is not numerous. Aside from their 3 mighty dragons, they possess formidable warships as well. Varys, the master of whisperers, conveyed the intelligence he had gathered. Robert, in a fit of irritation, complained to those in attendance. These damned foreigners are as insufferable as those cursed Targaryens, mere pests. Suddenly shifting his focus, King Robert addressed Ser Jaime Lannister. Do the Lannisters not have a contingent stationed in King's Landing? Your majesty. The 400 men are all part of the city guard. Under the command of Commander Janos Slynt, Jaime Lannister replied with a stoic demeanor. Robert acknowledged this with a nod and instructed Master Pycelle, send out the ravens once more, urging the vassals of the 7 kingdoms to march to King's Landing with haste. Master Pycelle, trembling, responded, At once, your majesty. At that moment, 2 men in white cloaks entered the throne room, escorting a merchant clad in fine silks. Respectful Andalusian, Lord of the Rhoynar, and King of the First Men. Sovereign of the 7 kingdoms, may it please you, His Majesty King Robert Baratheon I. The merchant announced, I am a shipmaster from the free city of Pentos, and I bear a letter that must be delivered to your grace. Fearing misunderstanding, the merchant continued, Esteemed King of the 7 kingdoms. My merchant vessel was captured in the Blackwater Bay by those accursed Aslanians. They demand this letter be delivered in exchange for the release of my crew. Those Aslanians are truly devils. May the 7 curse them. In a fit of rage, Robert bellowed at the loquacious Pentos merchant, By the 7 hells, be silent. Hand over the letter and be gone. Startled by Robert's sudden outburst, the merchant turned pale and hurriedly produced a letter bearing a red seal with black patterns, which he handed to the Kingsguard beside him. One of the Kingsguard tore open the seal, sniffed the parchment for assurance, and then delivered it to King Robert Baratheon on the Iron Throne. The corpulent king perused the missive, which was brief but scathing in content. Robert Baratheon, as a king, you resort to the base tactic of assassination. It is said you seized the throne of the 7 kingdoms through your martial prowess. Should you possess even a modicum of courage, come face me in a duel, like a man, rather than cowering within your castle like a frightened child. This damned Aslanian shall meet his end by my hand. I shall shatter his skull with my hammer. The king seethed, his eyes blazing with fury at the scorn contained within the letter. Rob's eyes were aflame as he extended the letter to Prime Minister Ed, addressing the assembly with palpable intensity. This is a duel invitation. After Ed received the missive from King Rob and scrutinized its contents with utmost seriousness, he passed it on to the others gathered in the throne room. Rob then surveyed the assembly and remarked, Let us venture forth to the Iron Gate. I surmise that the Aslan are most likely to launch their assault from that quarter. With that, he descended from the Iron Throne, leading the way towards the doors of the throne room.